Just accept it as, oh yeah.
What I'm saying, Justin, is that even when you pretend to agree with liars, it's dangerous, and
Oh, it's
you'll
so
notice.
dangerous. I know.
Watch this, because and I'm not kidding. The spirit world tries to enter you. Listen, this is gonna make you're gonna claim I'm crazy. That's
Oh, it's
fine, but
hard. Yes.
listen, you will get influenced. When I was pretending to agree with atheists 10 years ago, I could feel the spirits literally try to push me in one way or like yeah, keep going, agree with them. And this is where what we're talking about. This is a spiritual conflict, and that's what I say. It's very dangerous to play devil's advocate because you are messing with the devil. It's not a term that's a mystery. It's true. You
I
are.
think I've messed with the devil quite a bit. So him and I have a very good relationship, and I think God stepped in and told him to fuck off.
It's a spiritual battle, man. Spiritual thing. That's why when these
I
people
wouldn't
enter
be
you,
here.
they're
I'm just letting
yeah.
you know I wouldn't be here if it weren't for him. So actually, if it weren't for both of them, sorry, I don't know what I'm saying because it's so hard to even to fathom the fact that I've been fighting it, and now I know, and I've known for quite some time now. But they're both right there. It's like the shoulder thing, like in the cartoons, where they peer on your shoulder. Here, do that, do this, no, do that. Come on, every day. Sorry, I'm over that. I can't lie to myself anymore. I hope that's what I do. Push on everyone else too. I mean, I'm here. I'm here for a reason.
It's like a Ouija board. I've never used one. Well, actually, I did about 20 years ago with a metal band I was with for about 10 minutes. And I don't think anything happened to me, but you never know. And that's the thing. Even when you're not thinking you're doing something, you can be affected by the other side. And that's why people mess with these Ouija boards, and all of a sudden they have issues and psychological problems. And not saying that that's every case, but there certainly are countless cases in the past where people have messed with these sorts of things, and then all of a sudden they have all sorts of life issues.
Okay, I got a question about that. Do you believe a true Christian can be possessed?
Yes.
Okay. How?
Mm-hmm.
How can if a true Christian, if they have the Holy Spirit within them, how can an evil spirit be in there as well, in the same body as the Holy Spirit?
Because they failed at that moment, and men fail. So the example would be Peter, and Jesus turned to Peter and said, "Get behind me, Satan." So the top 40 most important people in history, one of literally Christ's right-hand man, was even possessed for a few moments by Satan. So that ends it right there.
Or
Yeah, like asking how could evil be in heaven?
Hold on, Scrat. Yeah, try again, Scrat. Go ahead.
just couldn't he have just been saying, not literally saying Satan? Couldn't he have just been saying, "You're acting like Satan. Get behind me"?
No, you can't add or take away from. No, that's the whole point. Is the most important thing to never do is add or take away from the word. No, you can't do that.
I mean, aren't there expressions? Didn't Yeshua
No, this is
ever
no,
use
no, no,
expressions?
no. This is God. This is God in the flesh telling this to Peter. This is very serious. He's trying to stop. Satan is trying to stop the fulfillment of the most important prophecy in history, and that pissed God off. and he knew exactly who was controlling Peter. Peter was using his heart, Scrat. Peter wasn't listening to God. He was listening to his heart. Satan pulls on your heartstrings. He was possessed at that moment. He might have not known it. And that's why Jesus directly told him, "Get behind me, Satan." It's very clear.
Okay, but here's the problem. Peter didn't have the Holy Spirit in him. The Holy Spirit wasn't given until Pentecost.
Oh, that's
So
very
you're
true.
wait, hold on. Excuse me. That's irrelevant. He's a Christian. He's one of the most important Christians in history, one of the first Christians. The question was, can a
Okay,
Christian be possessed? The question is,
but
can a
no, hold
Christian
on,
be
no,
possessed?
hold on,
Yes. The
hold on.
answer is yes. It's in the
What
Bible.
did I,
But you gotta let me
let's
finish,
go back
Scrat.
to the original question. My original question was
I
with
just
the
brought it up.
Holy Spirit in them. But I'm sorry.
Well,
Hello.
that's the point. The Holy Spirit is removed. The Holy Spirit won't stay in there. Once you start listening to Satan, the Holy Spirit gets out of there.
Okay, so you can lose the Spirit.
Absolutely. Of course you can.
So, what would happen if Satan took over your body right before you died? Then the Holy Spirit wouldn't be in your body. Would you still go to heaven?
No, you can't let him in at the end. That would be the worst. That's the bad timing, bro.
Well, don't you think God should protect you? Like, if you
God
get
does.
eternal
Excuse
damnation?
me. God does protect. So we're not talking about an actual incident. You asked a question. Yes, God protects those who need protected. Yes, he does not make a mistake.
Okay, but my understanding of the Spirit is it's not the Spirit that saves you, it's your faith that saves you. And the Spirit is only there. You only have the Spirit for help, for guidance, for knowledge, for it's a helper.
Yes, and
He's the helper.
he stopped listening. Yeah, he wasn't listening to the Holy Spirit anyway. Obviously, he was listening to his heart, and that's the problem. Yeah, he was possessed, and he was one of the most important Christians in history. And of course, he was not possessed after that, and the spirit we know left him, and he then continued to be one of the greatest men that ever lived with Jesus, one of the greatest men in history. He was called Peter, which is where we get the word petrify from. He was the rock of Christ. That's not a coincidence. So a beautiful man, a great man at that, much better than I'll ever be. But yes, for that moment, he was possessed. Yes.
Well, I I remember reading the gospel so many times and thinking, man, Peter, he sure was a moron so many times. But then after the ascension, he becomes like the best one, the best guy. I mean, he said so many stupid things throughout Yeshua's
That's
ministry,
right.
and then became like the greatest apostle almost.
I agree. But remember, all men are fallible. And that's the thing. Only Jesus cannot be possessed by an evil spirit. Only Jesus can live the perfect life. Only Jesus is sinless and without error. And he is fully God, fully man. So all other men, yes, it doesn't matter where they are in life. If they make a mistake and screw up, yes, that is possible. Absolutely. 1000%. And which is a great example for us because it shows that he was corrected. Obviously Jesus corrected Peter, which is what people need to do when somebody's wrong. They need to be corrected. And I love the terminology that he uses because I see it all the time, bro. I'm not I call I jokingly say that I give people exorcism, but to be honest with you, there's more truth than it is joke. When you're able to show somebody's true colors, you're bringing the spirit out of them. You're seeing who they truly are. The greatest thing about this topic is that it shows who you really are. It's the most powerful topic because no matter who you speak about, you're going to go to your church tomorrow, whoever, you talk to people that claim to believe in the Bible, and you're going to confront them with the information about outer space deceptions and all these things that NASA does and lies, because I never mentioned flat earth anyway. And then as soon as they start trying to defend the lies of man, they are allowing a spirit to enter them that is not of God. Scrat. Period. End of story.
Well, I used to, or I have been spending a lot of time in the Ever After show on Oakley's channel, and whenever things were dead here, I'd just go there for conversation. But the last 2 days, there's a guy in there who he's literally saying that the Bible was completely made up and was written to get people to worship Satan, And I asked him, so, okay, so he said yes. And I could not listen to that. I had to get out of there. I just, okay, you know what? You can believe what you want, but I can't listen to that kind of thing. When you such blasphemy, calling the creator, the holy creator, Satan himself, yeah, I won't stick around to listen to that nonsense.
Well, it does kind of make sense if you think about it, because the devil's greatest trick was telling people that he didn't exist.
Convincing the world.
That's a story
behold,
from the church. The church brought that story out about the devil to bring people to the church. It's fear-mongering.
Well, the church isn't a building, so the churches that are called church by men are liars. Those are not churches. They don't even follow the Bible, such as the Catholic groups or these other groups. They're not churches anyway. Churches when two or more gathered to, read God's word and believe
It's
it.
an assembly.
Yeah.
All church means is it means assembly.
Right, not a building, exactly. Yep. But that's the whole point. The whole point of this magical space ball religion of evolution is to remove credibility of the word of God. Nothing else matters. This is the only point that matters. I'm going to drive this home right now, and there won't even be a challenge to everything they've taught you is to remove God out of your life and to pervert his word or destroy his word, which is the Bible. That's every single deception they've ever given you, from ontogeny recapitulates phylogeny to dark matter. It's all to destroy the credibility of God, which is the word, which is Jesus, which is the Bible. That's what this is all about, and nothing else matters.
I agree 100%.
And that's why we are without excuse, because when we see the entire world agreeing on one thing, which is that the Bible isn't true, then that tells you what matters. You see, like I always tell people, I don't need evidence in an argument. I need to see the thoughts and intents from the opposing viewpoints. If I see the thoughts and intents of perverted criminals that are telling me I can't trust my eyes, and the other group here in this room is telling me, no, I can trust my eyes, I don't need any evidence. That was the evidence. That's why when you talk to these people, they don't have evidence. They don't even have a claim. They're telling you you can't trust your eyes. They're saying what we experience in reality isn't real, and you have to go to outer space to experience reality. This is literally pure Satanism. It's not I'm using the right term. That's what this is. To tell you that you can't trust your eyes is literally Satanism. Period. End of story.
Well, it's not just your eyes are saying. They're saying you can't trust your all of your senses.
Correct.
I mean,
exactly. All 22 of them.
22. What?
Oh, you didn't know they lied about that too? Yeah, come on. You got way more than 5. Come on. Well, there was a research program that came up with 21, but I added a couple.
Which ones did you add?
The sense of rhyming. When you hear something that rhymes, such as this as an example, row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream. The fact that we can contemplate the fact that those words rhyme, a machine and an animal cannot identify that. That is a special sense only given to humans. We call it rhyming. That is divine information. That is a literal program from God. That doesn't make any sense at all why we think things should rhyme on a certain sequence of words spread apart that sound the same. That in itself is a sense alone, period.
All it is? No, that would be part of hearing, because all you're doing is hearing things that sound
it's
alike.
not here. Nope, it's the comprehension. It's not the hearing. It's the sense of comprehension. It's not hearing.
So
Animals
it's basically...
hold on. Animals cannot hear rhyming. Do you understand? It's a comprehension of the brain. It's a sense in our brain that goes, that's rhyming. That's what it is. Like, born to kill, sweep and clear, staring down the face of fear. Well, that's a rhyme. A computer and an animal cannot tell that, but that is a rhyme. Only humans can comprehend that rhyme. Another example would be sexual sense, which I shouldn't even say. Talked enough about, and I probably am not going to break that up, but that is something that is outside of, you know, taste, touch, sound. It's something else. It's another perception in your being that gives you a completely different set of feelings, right? Which, and again, I don't want to go down that road. You also have pain. Pain is not the same as touch. It's a different part of your construct, your abilities. Now, these are of course aren't. I'm not interested in explaining these things, but since you asked, I will. These are you know, methods of man, right? Trying to identify creation and say, well, these are we're going to limit it to 5 senses or 6 senses. These are all non-important anyway. They don't matter, but I'm just showing you that they lie to you. And if they're going to tell you you have senses, they should probably name all the ones that we can find out.
Would you say the ability to use logic is a sense?
I would say that could be, because it is an understanding that you already have, but it's more of a calculation. You see, rhyming is something that you cannot avoid. If I just, you know, if I was a good speaker, I'd be able to do it. I'm not good at rhyming or singing, but, you know, don't hate, donate. Well, that rhymes, right? And you didn't have to try to make it rhyme. Nobody in the room goes, oh, let me try to hear this rhyme. It automatically happens, and your perception in your mind already picks it up, and it identifies it automatically without you trying. That's how I know it's a. The most obvious one that they didn't tell you about was your vestibular sense that we talk about all the time. So that's how they came up with the 6. That was number 6, you know.
I think there's a sense that you can tell when people are watching you. Like, you ever get that feeling that you're being watched by people?
Yes, it's and I have identified this one as well. So there's another sense I call revelation, and it's when you're given special knowledge that is outside of what we normally can figure out, right? Like when you're told, like you think, wait, you know, like when an idea comes up in your mind, hey, I haven't talked to Billy in a while. All of a sudden, 30 seconds later, your friend Bill calls you, right? That kind of thing. Or yeah, when someone's looking at me. So there certainly is what I call a revelation sense, which is obviously supernatural information being downloaded to you somehow that we cannot explain. Obviously, it's from God, but that would be called revelation, in a sense. Itch would be another sense. Itch is a completely different set of, you know, how do I say, processing ability that your brain makes. It's not the same as touch. When you have an itch, which can start from many different things, right? It can be literally, like if you ever get a sunburn and you don't let it heal right, it starts itching. Like that's not a pain, which is another sense, by the way. Pain would be another one. These are all different senses. Touch is one, right? We can touch with our hands. So there are a lot more than, so we got smell, sound, and you have the proprioception, which is to tell where your body parts are. Like when I hold my hand behind my head, I can tell it's right behind my head. I close my eyes, I can touch my nose because I have the propriosense of knowing where my body is moving, right? Another one would be tension. When you're being stretched, your muscles can feel the tension. Equilibrium, of course, that's vestibular, stretch receptors. And of course, there's another one, heat or cold. We have thermoreceptors that are not just feeling. We can tell heat and we can tell when something's getting cold. That would be a sense. Thirst is a sense. Hunger is a sense. And supposedly this one I'm not sure of. There's one that they claim that I don't necessarily agree with. It's called magnetic tropoception, which means that you can detect magnetic fields. I would say there's maybe some people can, but that's not something that I can prove. And of course, the other sense would be time. The sense of time, the sense of a duration of a period going by you would be another sense, which of course we're terrible at. You know, 5 hours goes by. You know, back in the day, I played Call of Duty when I was a teenager. 5 hours goes by. Oh, I've only been playing for half an hour, so we don't have a very good sense of time, but it's there.
The whole hot and cold thing. Why doesn't that just fit in with the sense of touch? Because you're touching something that's hot or it's cold.
You're not touching it. That's what I'm telling you. You're not. No, you're not. Like when I get near a fire, that's not touch. That's a thermoreception.
Okay, but it. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I can feel it. I'm not even touching it. I'm not touching
your body. That heat is touching your body.
It's not the same receptors though. It's a completely different set of receptors in your mind. I'm not saying this is important. I'm just saying if they're going to say we have all these, listen, somebody can say we just have one sense. So it just depends on the outlook. My point is that when they say you have five senses, the reason that I'm doing this is to show you they're wrong. Scrat. I'm not trying to tell you that you need to listen to me. I'm going to give you all these other things.
I know.
They're wrong. I'm not, you know what I mean? So yes, we can dissect this and we can argue about it. I'm not really that interested in it, but yes, there are different receptors. Just like the itch receptor is not the same as touch either. It's a different part of your cognitive ability within your brain that is sending those signals, just like the signal in your brain that lets you know when I said, once you go flat, you never go back, which is almost a rhyme. Your mind still recognized that it was rhyming, right? So these are senses that the reason I don't use logic, like when the gentleman asked me about logic, because logic we have to start using, like in our mind, we start thinking and working to use logic. We don't do that when it comes to touch, taste, feel, sound, sight, vestibular, heat, tension, and of course, the one that I don't want to mention because it's inappropriate, and then of course the revelation. So my point is that we have many more than five, and that's all I'm saying. That everything they tell you is a lie, and that's all I'm trying to explain.
Hey, I like that. I like that. Everything you said there. I have another entry, emotional pain. In the emotional realm, there's almost as many senses just in that little subcategory of the emotional senses. So you would have to include that because it's been shown that emotional pain can cause physical pain. So you have something. We have something within us as human beings that you don't see. You don't see animals like a dog sitting on the side of the road next to a tree in anguish about his life's condition. Or how about repentance? How about the emotion of repentance, feeling that sorrowful, like I made a horrible mistake and now I'm feeling this pain because of it, right?
Don't they refer to that actually as deferred pain, or is there a different word for that?
Yeah, probably the connection between the mind and our bodies, like they're not separate.
Well, there's actually
Yes.
it's been shown that laughter is actually, it heals your body. It's,
you can use the mind to control the body.
Yeah, thank God for flat Earth. It's helped
Like
me
what?
do that.
Yeah, like if you're upset, and I guess if you make yourself sing, you'll pull out of it, kind of thing. Or if you you're crying and you see a baby laughing, you know how babies, they just they almost stop breathing, they laugh so much, and that could make you stop crying. Seeing a baby laugh, that's how I see it. Sorry, I'm not trying to derail you guys.
Yeah, I think you're right, Sonny. I think that if we talked about this, we could probably find more and more. I think that that's another good example. I'm trying to falsify it, but yeah, it is something that's not controllable. I'm not going to stop that information from entering my mind and remove it, which is what they try to do. And because they go through such an emotional pain session, which we've of course experienced thousands of times, because of this topic destroys their cognitive ability. It hurts their heart physically. So yes, I would say that is spiritual pain.
Yeah, spiritual pain. And so I just want to make one more comment about the spiritual pain, because how would we have this thing inside of us as far as information goes that we would be able to sense spiritual pain when we're violating some kind of inherent laws written in our hearts, right? How would we know the difference between wrong and right if we didn't have this pain that we felt from doing it? If we did wrong and we feel it, that there's something written in us, a pattern is written in us that we don't have to think about. We just intuitively sense it. So those things might seem esoteric or whatever, but they're real. You can't deny spiritual pain, emotional pain, however you want to look at it. They're real things that are intangible. And that's just our dilemma as humans, or well, I shouldn't say humans, as, yeah, earthlings.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so spiritual emotion and revelation, I believe, are senses.
Yeah.
And that's, we never talk about this because I've actually heard nobody ever talk about this because we take this for granted. But that's the thing why I mentioned rhyming, Sonny, is that rhyming is something that only humans can comprehend. And it's not even understandable why. We have no idea why things rhyme when we make them rhyme and how we set them apart, right? We set them apart in a sequence of so many words. We'll sometimes skip a line. We'll go to the next one. We'll make it rhyme there. And it's literally evidence for special creation. It's one of the most obvious things that God has made us special beings to understand the logic that he has. And that's why God says that he made us in his image, because those are the amazing miracles that obviously God already knew of. All these emotions that we have are, of course, the versions that come from the highest one, which is him, right?
Yeah, I'm constantly amazed at what I keep seeing every day as a new experience, because I've just set out to ask to see more of this creation. And I do. I start seeing it. So that sense of seeing the existence of the source all around me. And it's not like that all the time. Of course, we all have whatever, like old dude wrote in the text about fear, alarm, apprehension. So we all have those kind of things going on with us as well, right? I would say fear is a particularly specific to us Earthlings, because I think animals have a reflex. They're responding to stimulus. It's not like we can respond to stimulus, but we have the ability to actually be in the moment at the time, looking at the whole process as well. Right?
Have you ever seen an animal be given information from another animal to become depressed? I haven't. No. And I think that the animal can't be given that information in the way that we can be given the information to understand. Like if somebody calls you up and says, hey, Georgie boy just got in a car accident and he might not make it, right? And that's when we emotionally go, oh my goodness, I can't believe that. And our hearts drop, and we have the mind dumps its chemicals right away. The heart starts pounding, adrenaline starts going through the body. That can't happen to an animal. And I don't think you can even tell a monkey or a parrot or a dolphin, hey, little Billy over there got ate by a shark and he's not coming back. I don't think the dolphin's going to get depressed. I think that the dolphin has to experience it. The dolphin, my point is that the dolphin has to experience the information. The animal cannot be given the information, has to experience it.
Yeah. I've seen dogs do that with people who are passing. The dog didn't know about it until they came into the room, and immediately then the dog knew that person was about to pass very, very soon. Yeah, I've seen that. The dog was happy to go to the person's house, but when it got there, then it knew.
Right. That's an amazing sense that animals have that we don't. We don't have that type of ability to smell the decay or the problem, whatever they're smelling. That is something beyond our ability. So animals have senses we don't as well, and we have senses that they don't. Yes.
That's true. I'd agree with that.
Cancer sniffing dogs. Yeah. If we could just get cats to listen.
You'll be lucky.
They'll never do it. They won't. They inherently they can't.
Well, they're the highest form of evolution, because humans, of course, are owned by cats, so cats are the highest form of evolution ever. Yeah.
Stop. Stop it.
Improves evolution. Yeah.
Yeah, so you don't see an animal in a combat situation, or let's say whatever, a fight, a struggle, like even a more minor than that, like a challenge, everyday challenges. You don't see an animal sitting there diagnosing their own fear, like going like, okay, I'm in fear right now. Like animals don't seem to have that ability, but they do have other abilities, like you said, that are particular to the animal kingdom.
What got you guys on this topic? Were you talking about Big Pharma or something?
No, we actually started out with anti-flat earthers and the arguments that they make.
Oh, gotcha.
And I
That's
played
evolution.
I played a Glober for a little while, really, really good one. I mean, completely illogical with presupposition 1 at the very start.
Well, to increase Jenny's interest, we're talking about the senses and how you don't just have 5 senses. Actually, I can probably name about 20, and that's what we did. We just and Sonny actually realized there's spiritual pain, spiritual emotion, which would be another sense. So we're just adding to the list of making world records nobody else can compete with. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Trying to figure out a categorization of them, because you would have to put that emotional one. You maybe have intangible senses
one I
and
thought-
intangible senses.
So far as senses, the one I thought of when XO was describing it to me was intuition.
Right, which I call revelation. That's the same thing.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Same thing. So they gave you 5 senses and left out 15. Just remember that. That's what they told.
Oh my God, you have that written down, or is there a document for that?
There are some, but the whole point of this is that they lie to us, right? I mean, I can go to their claims and you know what I mean?
And
they lie to us about everything.
So far as this thing that you guys have been talking about, that we don't need to be told that we're depressed, we don't experience it for that whole thing. Okay, so you guys described it, of course, way better. But what I was thinking also about that was, that they're lying to us. They all want us on drugs. They're drugs, not natural seed-bearing plants that the Creator gave to us and even told us that it was for us. But they want us on their petroleum-based drugs, and they want us gone. And I don't know that. Not everyone, of course. I mean, they have to have some slaves left over.
Right. So I would just go through this, since we don't have any Globers anyway. But yeah, sight, taste, everybody knows about these. Touch, and now pressure is another one. So pressure sense, of course, is not the same as touch. When there's being, like, there was this one woman that was describing, she was in a coma, and this was a very unfortunate event that happened, and she was being assaulted, but she remembers the pressure, which is not the same as pain or touch. So again, itch would be another one. Itch is a different receptor than, of course, touch or thermoreceptors that, of course, detect hot and cold. Which of course the next one is thermoreception. So we can detect and sense and feel heat without touching it, without, we walk outside, it's cold, our body starts reacting. That is certainly a sense. Sound, smell, and then proprioception, the ability to tell where your body parts are. So like when you close your eyes and, you're doing a sobriety test and I want to touch my nose without looking, that's proprioception. Then of course you have tension.
That's linked to the vestibular, right? That your muscles and where they are and everything is all lined up with your optical nerve and everything. Like that all goes to, like they all route all these information.
Hold on, right.
Your balance.
Right. Hold on. Okay, but so the whole thing here is that we have our vestibular senses, but the proprioception is the conception. I'm knowing where my body parts are outside of my general, my balance. So it is an extension of, probably an extension of the vestibular.
It is. They're attached. That's what I'm telling you. They're all attached.
So another one would be, these are tension sensors, which of course your muscles detect. Okay, so when there's too much tension in your muscle, you get a muscle cramp. It's not pain, sometimes just tension, right? Another one would be pain itself. So pain is different than touching. And of course, equilibrium, which is the vestibular, stretch receptors, and
oftentimes,
chemo. Go ahead.
Oftentimes, pain is a result of inflammation.
It depends, because there's different forms of pain too. So there's a whole nother category, like Sonny described the emotional pain. You get a feeling in your stomach when you're told some very bad news. You get a physical pain, right? Physical pain caused by something of emotion. So there's more than what we're, talking about here.
I've heard of that before. People who are severely depressed, they defer their emotional pain to their body. I've heard that before. Mm-hmm.
Now, one says that it's a chemoreceptors. It says these trigger an area of the medulla in the brain that's involved in detecting blood-borne hormones and drugs. It's also involved in the vomiting reflex. That could be true. I'm not going to claim. Thirst is another one. Hunger and thirst are two separate senses. Your body produces these senses because it wants to drink water or you want to eat. Then, of course, magnetoperception, which I don't necessarily take to that you can sense magnetic fields. Maybe some people can. And then, of course, time. This is obviously debated. If we have a concept of a duration, a period of time going by, right? And then, of course, the ones that I realized was one that I don't want to say because there's too much of it on the internet, but it's the birds and the bees. That's a completely different sense, let me tell you. When that happens to a human being, it's not because they're putting logic together, or it's not because of a specific anything. It's its own separate category, the Sierra Echo X-ray topic. So I don't want to go there. And then, of course, you have what Sonny and I were discussing. The emotional pain, which is spiritual pain that Sonny described, and then of course revelation. So that's 20.
Okay, wait. So is this depicted in this gift that did you guys have some information I can go on with this by chance? Because I love all this you're talking about.
Well, you won't get all of it because some of them Sonny and I added. However, there is, if you just go type, what do I got to type in? I typed in 5 senses, 18 senses, because they're claiming there's 18. There's actually more, but it has somebody's claim. It has a whole write-up about it, which I'm not saying is true anyway. We could probably go down the line and find many more. And I think that they're just trying to, what is this website?
So
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh no, I didn't know that there were 18 senses, so I'm sure I could at least Google that and start from there if I wanted to. So
yeah, I was gonna say I think lying is a sense because sometimes I can sense when someone's being dishonest with me.
that would be your intuition, right?
Right, you're back to revelation. You're getting and sometimes it is revelation, but okay, let me give an example. In 2012, when my wife, who obviously I trust more than anybody, called me to tell me about a certain event that happened at a school. I'm going to be very discreet about this. How do I explain that? There was a issue where there was 20 young people that were shot, and it was at a place that was called Sandy. There was a Captain Hook. And this place was where this shooting happened. And my wife called. Remember, I don't even know anything about it. I haven't heard about it. And she called and I go, "Hi, babe, what's up?" She goes, "There was this blah, blah, blah shooting and 20 kids were killed." And my answer to her was, "Don't worry, babe. It's a hoax." And I'll explain later. So I instantaneously, God gave me that information. It's a revelation. He instantly put into my mind, this is not true. This is a deception. That would be revelation. But when I'm talking to somebody, like when the Glober comes in the room, well, yes, you can already tell they're lying because they're trying to justify they live on a globe. So that's completely different, right? Because it's very obvious that they're hiding from reality, which is deception. But you already know they're lying because they're looking for excuses to hide from truth, which is 99% of the people we talk to. They're not here to give evidence. They're here to hide from evidence and to tell you why you're stupid because you don't believe in television. That is certainly lying. And maybe there's going to be parts in between, Sasha. But yes, there's going to be moments when you sense that they're lying, when they might not have given you an inkling to it. I've been yelled at on this server many times for it because, yes, I can tell somebody's lying. And then I'm told that I'm being mean to somebody because I said they lied when obviously, and then an hour later, I proved my point. They were lying the whole time. Of course, I never get an apology. But yes, that is certainly a sense.
Well, but to be fair, how many times are you wrong
about people lying?
You don't know about.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Never. In the last 10 years, when everybody's lied to me when it comes to this topic. So I haven't ever been, that's the thing, is that I'm never wrong, because when they tell me something that's not true, if they tell me something that's not true and they can't even tell me where they got the information from, that's a lie.
No, I would have to agree to disagree with you on that one.
I was gonna.
Well, well, then who are you? You'd have to give me an example, but I know for a fact it's a lie. If I tell you something and then I tell you, I can't tell you where I got that information from, but I want to believe it because I saw it on whatever. Again, there's a whole another rabbit hole we're going to go down to find out why this person said something. But yes, absolutely, people are lying all the time. And this is one of the greatest topics that exposes it.
So are you saying teachers are lying?
Absolutely, they admit they
I
don't
wanted
believe
to.
it.
I
I don't
wanted
agree
to.
with that. Okay,
I
so
was
you're
hold
lying.
on. I was going to make a statement before we got too far along. So before I forget, so the intuitive sense we can get this revelation, as EXO calls it, that can cause an emotional response that can cause our behavior to change. That we decide to make a different choice and change our own behavior based on something we got through intuition.
The download. You got that spiritual download, Sonny, that you can't explain it. You don't know how it got in your brain, but it's there, and it's like you just recited it. You know, it's divine information. It's revelation. Yep.
Yeah, and I didn't even have to try. Actually, the more I try to follow my intuition instead of anything else, the better everything goes, and it just seems to just sink right in, and in that space for moments of time, I'm not lacking of anything.
Right. Well, and I gotta elaborate on this, Sonny, because there's a lot more than people just saying, "I didn't eat those cookies." There's more than that. That's a lie. If I just say I don't know, I could be lying. Actually, you see, even when people sound like they're honest, they could be lying. Even when people make a correct statement, they could be lying. Right? Like if I
Uh-oh. They got him.
Oh no.
Oh no.
But yeah, until he comes back, in my opinion, teachers are not lying. They're unknowingly perpetuating a lie. They're following the curriculum that they were hired to do,
Yeah,
and
I think
so they
some
can't
do.
deviate.
I think some do know, but they can't change at this point. They're too far downstream. They can't.
Well, even
Right.
if they, even if
To say that teachers are intellectually honest and lying, that's you will never get me on board with that. So
but
for something like
even if they don't know that it's flat, they're still lying, even though they're doing it unintentionally.
If somebody, I don't think somebody can lie and not knowing they're lying. Sorry.
I've just noticed who's in check-in.
Co-shows and check-in. What the hell?
Oh boy, here we go. Are you guys ready?
What is he, a Glober or something?
Bring
An
it
infamous.
in. Bring it on in. Bring it on in.
He's one of the most infamous Globers to visit this server occasionally over the last 5 years.
Quite obnoxious.
4 years.
Quite obnoxious tone of voice from the fellow, I have to say.
Anti-flat earther.
Well, he's one of those types of guys that can say something that sounds nice, but he's being a dick. He's trying to like invoke someone into an argument, but sounding nice while doing it.
How about bring Kosho in? He only talks to Jenny. How about that?
No, because Jenny can't stay that long. I ain't got time for that. But I don't know. It depends on when he gets in here. I mean, I'll say hi. I mean, I've known him
Bring in
from
the
years.
Globers.
If you want to get advanced, you could go into the VC check-in and listen in. So that ought to probably be pretty interesting. Give us a report.
Oh, we should do that.
Give us a report.
Should I do that?
Oh, yeah, maybe. If you never
Yeah, you do it.
you should. Yeah.
Someone
Yeah,
needs to get rid of my
Coach-
VC verified first.
Oh, you can't just go in
Yeah,
there?
Coach is a good
Yeah.
pay for him.
Mm.
Anyone in a should have a conversation with Kosho.
They just mute me on their server all the time because I say something that makes too much sense, and they're like, "Zip, no, you're out." Same thing happened with the judge lately too. I said something that didn't go along. She made a fallacious argument, looked stupid, and then cut me off.
It seems like we have a whole gang of Globers in the VC check-in. We might need some backup from the more veteran flat earthers.
Calling all reinforcements. Report to Livestream immediately. That is all.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of young kids, man. They're all being funny. It's not really Kosho. It's a fake Kosho.
Oh, might have known. Oh,
Yeah,
well.
it's a
Kosho-
fake it's a fake American, like about a 15-year-old pretending. Funny.
It's his fan group. It's his club, is it? His
Pretty
gang.
funny. They're doing beatbox in there right now. They're pretty disgusting. Yeah, that's all I need to hear. They'll probably never make it into the live stream is my is my guess.
Oh, there's a perfect example right now. Cheyenne Cat and Level Up are talking to some very angry, spiritually pain enduring people right now, Sonny, and they are scrambling because they are in such severe pain. And their claim now is that God wouldn't send people to hell. So they are admitting what this is about. They hate judgment. They hate punishment for their evil acts, and they're admitting it, Sonny.
Yeah, and
they're
look,
telling the
look
chat
at,
right now. Look at them.
yeah, look at how they just all piled in there, like right now.
Why would God punish? See, how crazy is this? Let me tell you how this is the highest form of Satanism is when people say that God wouldn't send people to hell, because you're saying God would give them what they want. That's what you're saying. You're saying God is going to give these evil, perverted Satanists what they want and just shut their lights off and they become worm food. That's what they want. That's why they're
That's what they
justifying
want.
their.
I know.
Listen, they're
No, I know.
justifying.
Like it's a good thing. Yeah,
Watch
like it's
this,
a good
Sonny.
thing, right, Exo?
Right,
Yeah.
Sonny.
Yeah.
So what they're doing, they're justifying their entire perverted lifestyle because they think it's lights out after they die. There is no consequence. That's the point. Why is it? Why is that these people expose themselves? They're the greatest evidence you could ever ask. If you need evidence for the Bible, go to a flat earth server and watch the Satanists, because every other claim is your God's not real. Well, where's the curvature of the earth? Jesus is a lie is the answer. That's their answers aren't even on topic. Their answers are to slander God, to slander the Bible, to slander Jesus, the Savior and Creator. That's what their answers are, Sonny. When I'm asking them for globe earth evidence, I'm told God is mean and he's evil. And a real God would never send people to hell. So here's what's crazy. They're saying God is so terrible because he allows all these bad things to happen, Sonny, but he's also terrible because he punishes people that do bad things.
Oh, I know. And the alternative, I would rather have it lights out.
Well, don't you think it's a little messed up to send someone to hell for infinity?
Well, no one sends anyone to hell. You choose where you want to go yourself. So you choose your own decisions. So what you do, you don't want God's love. You reject God's love. You say, God, I don't want you to love me. So I want to close my heart to you, and I don't want to be with you. But guess what? You're always going to be in his presence, and his fiery love is going to burn you because you reject it. So even though you're in his presence, right in front of him, you're going to be burning because of that love. It's going to be too much for you. It's going to make you feel so guilty and so bad because you rejected him and because all that hate in your heart, and you never got that forgiveness. You never got Jesus to forgive your sins, and you never got that salvation through, and you never became a new creation. So you'll be in God's presence forever, but you'll feel the heaps of guilt of that pain, and that it'll burn you, that heat of God's love.
Well, don't you think it's a bit...
I gotta say this. Amen. Finished work of Jesus. I cannot let that go without commending you for that excellent example and explanation, because you're absolutely 1000% correct. And that's the point, is that if you're pushing God away, he's going to give you what you want. You asked to be away from God. Thank you. Finished work of Jesus. Welcome to the end of the world.
Well, don't you think it's a little messed up to punish someone with infinite punishment for a finite amount of crime?
Well, now you're saying that you're God. That's not smart. You're saying that you know better than God. You can't. Go ahead, finish.
Well,
God's
the
actually
logic,
saying,
logic is better than God, because God created logic. So
you're not using logic. You're using your what do we call it, Sonny? Your spiritual emotions right now that are not of God. Your spiritual emotions are telling you, no, punishment's wrong. How dare God?
Well, actually, I think the word you're trying to use is my revelation sense, because
God's actually saying
you have that would be a satanic revelation, though. So you got to be
God's actually saying what you want. I'll give you what you want. If you don't want me, then I'll give you what you want. So you're actually getting your will. God's giving you exactly what you want, because you don't want that love in your heart. You're saying, God, I'm going to reject that love. So you're going to reject that forgiveness, that kindness, that goodness, all the goodness of God, the total pure goodness and pure love of God that he has for you. He loves you so much. He wants you to love him, but he can't force you, because he wants you to do it he wants you to choose him back. He wants you to love him, and he loves you. He created you. Do you know how much time he spent creating you? He spent, before the time began, he spent hours just making you, putting you together, and he enjoyed it, and he wanted the best for you. He made the best plan for you. He loves you so much. But if you say, okay, God, no, he'll respect your will. If you say, God, no, I'm going to reject you, he will respect that. That's how loving is. He will respect your will.
But what if there's someone in hell who feels remorse and forgiveness and regrets their actions of rejecting God, but they're still trapped in hell forever? Like, don't you think that's kind of messed up?
Well, a lot of preachers, a lot of people in the Bible, including a lot of preachers and a lot of people through history, a lot of top people who were trained by the disciples, they actually wrote about that subject. And they actually, there's an openness in some of their teaching towards a possible chance of salvation after death, but I don't know if it's true. The Bible speaks of both. It speaks of eternal judgment, and also speaks of God's love's eternal, that he won't have wrath forever. So there's two themes, and I'll be honest with you, I don't know, but I'm not going to say ultimately that God won't give you another chance sometime in the future. He might. There might be. Some people might not like what I say about that, because I used to believe in a no chance. Once you die, it's finished. Then to judgment, it's over. You got no more chance of that. But when I look at the scriptures, there are some scriptures that do hint towards God being everlasting, his kindness and mercy being everlasting. So that means if his mercy is everlasting, that is his character, his nature. So there may be a chance of being saved. But I can't. And a lot of the early people, even Peter, if you read the book of Peter, which was rejected by the modern Christians, but does actually hint towards a chance to repent. I don't know, but I don't know. I can't say 100%. But from God's character, looking at God's character of love, he is very merciful. But I mean, there's what do you have to go through? What pain do you want to go through? How much agony do you want to go through and put on yourself to get to that point? Why don't you just come today? Why don't you just turn to Jesus right now and give your heart to him and say, Lord Jesus, come into my heart, be my savior and be my king, and just say those words and surrender, and you can be saved now and save yourself a lot of pain that you go through. I mean, do you really want to go through that hard way, that painful way? There's you could go through a lot of an easier way. Come on, why don't you choose the easy way and just give your heart to Jesus right now? Put up your hand.
I have to
give your heart to Jesus right now.
Finished work of Jesus. Excellent, excellent. Let me just capitalize on that. The fact is, if you're saying there shouldn't be a punishment, then that's pure evil. You're saying these people should get away with this, first of all. Secondly, or maybe even most importantly, you're not trusting God. That's when the word faith is used. See, my faith in God isn't that God exists and created me and created the heavens and the earth. That's the easy part. No, I know God exists. The faith comes in when you have to trust God's judgment. When he makes a judgment, I'm going to agree with that judgment unconditionally. I don't care if it's my father he's sending to the lake of fire. I don't care who it is. Whatever God decides, that's where my faith is. My faith isn't in believing in God existing. My faith is always trusting God. So the question is, Sasha, if you knew that this was true and that the Bible was the word of God, would you still agree with it? Would you still disagree with the fact that God has eternal torment for evil? If you knew that was the case, would you then question God why?
Well, I think I would, because I don't believe in such thing as absolute evil. The only reason I think someone should suffer in hell for eternity is if there's absolute evil and there's no good at all in them, you know what I mean?
Right, then that means you don't believe in right or wrong. That's the point, that's the problem, is that you are deceived by this world greatly.
There is no such thing as total wrong, evil, and total good in a man, because ultimately we're all made by God out of his mouth, so his breath. So there's a lot of good in every person, but we become fallen through the Adam and Eve. We all fell under sin, and then through Jesus we can all be put as new creations, children of God. And when you trust God as your loving Father, if you've ever had a loving father, it'll help. But if you haven't, then it's a bit harder. But you can imagine a real, true, loving father, and that if you can imagine that, that's what God is like. He's a loving father. So he's not out here to get you. But if you want to run away, and hate him and he's going to let you do what you want to do first, because he also gives you that freedom to express yourself. And it may be a while till you come back to him, but ultimately, a lot of people believe that people will come back to God eventually, because they'll see that that's the only way, because he is loving. You can prolong the pain as much as you like, but why prolong it? Why don't you just come to him today and then enjoy the fullness of his goodness, because he's so good. He's better than anything that you've ever experienced, and he'll fill your heart completely, fill it and change you and make you a child of God, and you'll be so happy. You'll be the happiest person on earth, I promise you.
Yeah, the problem is that we think we know a better solution than God. It's the biggest problem we've always had, is that we know better than God, which is a complete lack of trust in God. It's a lack of trust in truth, in justice, in love. You don't believe in love if you think it's okay for these people to get away with these crimes. That's anti-love. A good father punishes his children, and children that disobey, obtusely, insanely, or whatever you want to call it, then they're going to be punished for those crazy crimes, and the punishment's going to match the crime. And God does a much better job than any human. He'd be the last person I'm going to ever question is how God punishes people. I am in fear of God. I do not question God at all. I just believe his word. And that's when it comes into faith, not knowing that God is real. No, the faith is trusting his will. His judgment is where the faith comes into place.
Hopefully you all live long enough here on earth to suffer the most severe pains in life and to learn your lessons here so you don't have to in the afterlife. That's what
The real
free
life.
will is about. So we suffer, we fall on our ass. We're meant to get the shit beat out of us here. Welcome to Earth. You know? I mean, so if we can get up after being beat up and run over through our own will, like me behaving, you know, like, I don't know. Yeah, through our own trying to motivate ourselves. But every man, woman, and child has an inherent belief of something greater than themselves. This is built into us. It's another one of the senses.
Yes, so at the cross, everyone is given salvation. Everyone's invited to the wedding feast of the Lamb. Everyone's made a Christian, but you don't have to receive it. You can reject it. You can say no to God's invitation to eternal life, to the eternal feast of the Lamb, the wedding feast of the Lamb. You can say no to God's eternal love, to eternal perfect love forever and forever and forever. You can reject that. But why? Why would you do that? Because it's like a kid in front of a candy store, and the guy in the candy store says, come in and eat all the candy you want. And you sit outside and you just look through the window. But he says, come in, free candy, take as much as you like. And he says, and the children say, no, we can't come in. We're just going to look. We're just going to look. And that's what most people are like. They're just looking on the outside, but they never went in the candy store. They never ate the candy. So today I'm saying, would you like to eat some candy?
Yes, I want to accept Jesus Christ as Lord and Savior.
Amen.
That's a good start,
So
Joshua.
that's awesome. And you just say, Lord Jesus, come into my life, be my savior, wash my sins away, and Father God, be my daddy, be my God, and I love you, and thank you for saving me. And then say, Lord God, fill me with your Holy Spirit. And the Holy Spirit is a person, the third person of the Godhead. He fills you and he possesses you. Or some people say it's she, because 50 times in the Bible it says the word she actually. But the Holy Spirit comes and fills you. It counsels you, teaches you, advises you, and you get filled with the power of God. And you're able to and you become a new creation as well. You become a new creature, a son of God. So you're no longer of the old nature, but you have a new nature now, a nature that's like God. So when you act, you'll act and do God wants. You'll do his will. So just say, Lord Jesus, come and do that now and change me. And when you say those words, he'll hear you. You don't have to worry, he'll hear you.
Right, finished work of Jesus. Amen. Now, as an example, I'm going to talk to you about this finished work. But so this is what happens all the time is we meet people that claim to believe the Bible, and it turns out that they don't. And of course, I'm sure you've seen this many times in your life, but as an example, what I want to show you is something like when, people want to accept Jesus, but then when Jesus says at the beginning, that he made them male and female, and I show that to somebody who says that they are a Christian or a believer in God, but they believe in evolution, automatically that destroys the idea that male and female, didn't exist for millions of years, right? So I show them this, and these are the words of Jesus. So if somebody claims that they are a follower of Jesus, but then says that Jesus really didn't mean what he said in the Bible, they're not a follower of Jesus. Because if you are a follower of Jesus, you'll believe the words that he gave you, right? And that's the simple reality is that these people that are making a claim don't put their money where their mouth is. They have a bite or they have a bark, but they don't have any bite. It's all just a show and go. It's there's no truth there. And that's why people such as Matthew Learns, who claim that they're a Christian, literally pervert every single part of the Bible, telling us that it really doesn't mean what he says, but he calls himself a Christian. Well, the Bible says it's very clear that many will call out his name, many will profess that they cast out demons, and he will tell them, get away from me, ye that work of lawlessness, I never knew you. And that type of person is the perfect example of somebody that's claiming they believe in Jesus and then spends hours lying about Jesus. So that's how we know who the wolves in sheep's clothing are. We will know them by their fruit. So just making a claim doesn't mean anything to say that you are who you are. We're going to know you by your actions and by your fruit. Thank you.
And you won't produce those actions by your own ability. If you think that you can follow Jesus, that's the biggest mistake, because I tried that for many years, but it doesn't work. You have to trust in God's power. It's by faith that you walk by faith. So that means Jesus lives through you. He possesses you, and he lives through you, because you can't do it yourself. If you think that you can live a Christian life yourself, that's error. And if you try and do it, even if you try to think in your own strength by your willpower, you can save yourself. You can't save yourself with willpower. You need the will of Jesus and his incarnate will through you, living through you. And you obviously got to cooperate with him, but it's he's possessing you. He's taking you over. You're yielding to him. There's a yielding in that, and there's a yielding of your will to his will, and then he produces his will in you. But you can't do it by your own. So anything that you do, if you could save yourself, then you'll be a boastful person in heaven. You'll be able to say, I saved myself. But Jesus saves you from beginning to end. So everything that he did the cross, and his power, what he did the cross, saves you from beginning to end. The whole race is, and a lot of people preach nowadays, they've infiltrated many Bible schools with the doctrine of perseverance of the saints. But the perseverance is not your perseverance, it's Jesus' perseverance through you. So all the characteristics that you need to complete the race, for God to say, well done, good and faithful servant, cannot come from you. It has to come from Jesus all the way. So you're walking in a relationship one by one, in union with him, and he's doing it through you. He's the substitute through you. And if you think you can do it yourself, that's where you're going to come short.
That's right. You need Jesus. You need to give up yourself. In fact, you can't do anything by yourself, and everything you've ever done was given to you by God. Every single ability you've ever had is a gift from God.
Amen.
There's no such thing as you doing anything. That's the first thing you got to do, is you got to get rid of yourself, literally. That's why you have to be born again. And if you're born again,
Amen.
which means you're born twice, you only have to die once. If you're only born once, you got to die twice. And that's what's going to happen. So Level Up in the chat just said, let me go back to what she said. Hold on one second. She said, too many people come to God to dare him to prove himself, won't get saved with that attitude. And that's absolutely right. If you're going to God saying, do more for me, God, you're not interested in God. You're interested in you. You're saying, give me. You're saying, I want more. It's not good enough, God. And God is not going to give you anything. He's going to let you continue to worship yourself, because that's all you're doing. You're not interested in God. You're interested in you and your thoughts and your intents and your lust of the flesh, lust of the eyes, the pride of this life, which is not of the Father, it is of this world. Bye-bye.
And God's a good God. If you ask him for a fish, he's not going to give you a serpent. So he's not going to trick you. God's not a trickster. He's not here like Loki trying to trick you and give you say one thing and he's giving you another thing. And he's a kind, fair, loving God. He's not here out to catch you out and to trick you. And as long as you think that there's a tricky God, that's when you're deceived. And if you accuse him of being such a tricky God, then you can't see him. You don't see him. But if you got to see that he's loving and he's got the best for you. And he's got everything you need is in him, and it's a personal relation. It's a relationship. It's being in love with him. And when you see how much God loves you, you just want him more and more. You desire him more and more, and you're totally in love with him, and you want to experience him, and you become like him, and your eyes will shine like his eyes. And when you look at people, they will see Jesus in you. They will look at you, and they'll see Jesus shining through your eyes and your love and everything that you do and everything that you are.
Yeah, the issue is that men think they can play games with God, and they think that they're going to have some sort of chess match, and that's how I'm going to find God. I'm going to play a game or a sport or something, and that's the wrong attitude. No, you should be approaching God at best or least like a drill sergeant in the military. It is, yes, drill sergeant, or sir, yes, sir, or how high, or what else would you like me to do for you, sir, as I stand at parade rest in attention with respect. Not, oh, drill sergeant, let's play a game, let's see who can do this better, or when are you going to prove to me that you're a real soldier? That's not how this works. It's a completely different mindset. You have to be obedient, and that's why the Bible says that the beginning of wisdom is fear of the Lord. Not, oh, I'm going to question God today and ask him why he made such a terrible place where bad people have to go because it doesn't seem right. That's the wrong approach. You're dead before you started. You never got off the ground. You never started the race. You're still stuck on page 0. You're not able to communicate or have a relationship with God if you're trying to play games with God. It goes back to the deceit thing, like how these people lie to us all the time. Again, the best example being Matthew Learns, who lies through his teeth and gives answers to pretend he's not lying. That's just more deceit. If you're trying to give these elaborate explanations in order to hide, that's the highest form of deceit. That's like the worst way. And this guy calls himself a Christian and goes about saying how he believes the entire Bible. And then every time you bring up the Bible to him, he says that it's really not saying what it says there and your interpretation is incorrect. When my interpretation is just reading the bold-faced letters and words on the pages, accepting what it says. So when people say, no, that's not really what it says, again, that's just about the highest form of crime you could commit against God. That's you're borderline blaspheming the Holy Spirit. That's why God says he's going to take you out of the book.
Yes, so we focus on God's love, and it's all about what God does and how good He is. And when you see that He's a loving Father, that you're not focused on, you don't want to see people go to hell. You don't want people to go there. You're not even thinking about that. You're thinking about getting people with the good news. And there's a lot of good news. There's no bad news in the good news. There's not like, okay, it's 10% good news and the rest of it's bad, or it's 90% good news and 10% bad news. No, it's all good news. The good news is totally good news, and it's not just good news. It's the most spectacular news ever in the universe. And the good news is that God's not going to judge you for your sins. He's going to forgive you of your sins, and He's going to give you not just a clean slate, but He's going to give you a new heart and a whole new being. So you won't want to do the bad things that you did before. You won't want to do, you'll want to do things that He does. You want to do what He does because you'll have His nature. You get a new nature. You become a new person completely. And you don't want to focus on the negative. You're focusing on God and His love and His goodness. And all you see is His goodness and grace and mercy, and you're full of worship and praise, and you just want to see more of Him, and you're just addicted to Him. You're just totally in love with Him. And you're not looking to the negative side of everything. You're not looking to just to see the negative side, but you want people to be saved, and you want people to know God, and you want people to, and you hope for all mankind to know Him. And you treat people like with respect, because tomorrow they could be God's children sitting in heavenly places, even though right now they might be terrible people or whatever. Tomorrow they might be in seats in heavenly places, sons of God, and you don't know who's going to get saved. So you got to treat everyone with respect, everyone with love, treat no one like a dog, but treat everyone with respect, because you don't know who's going to be seated in heavenly places. You don't know who's repenting with God, and you can't tell. But so you can't be the judge. But we have to we preach good news and God's love and God's goodness.
I was listening to the discussion earlier. Can I ask a question about that?
Yeah, go ahead. Who was that?
Funky Steve. Okay.
Oh yeah, you're the Glober hiding from your own Globe religion in the chat all day. Yeah, how you doing?
What's up?
Thanks for coming by. We're actually we have to take things in a different direction though because of the server rules. I'm not an administrator, but the admins have given me direction and what to do. So we're gonna probably address your question, but then we're gonna have to move on to why do Globers hide from their own religion? Okay.
Sure.
Go ahead and ask your question.
Yeah. So you guys are talking about like how if you reject God, you're sent to hell, or if you don't. So if you don't believe in Him, you go to hell, right?
Well, yeah, that means you're hiding from truth. It means you're hiding, yeah.
Well, what about the people that don't even know of God?
That's not an excuse for you. And God is pure justice. He's pure love. So He doesn't make wrong decisions. That's when it comes into, again, the faith of knowing God doesn't make bad choices. Only people do. So that's a non-issue.
So those people would go to heaven.
If they hid from truth, you do not go to heaven. If you obviously accept truth you go to heaven. So if those people, obviously accepted the truth of God, which is written on their heart, and never committed a sin, clearly they're going to go to heaven. But that's not possible, because how do we know all people commit bad things and do bad things, right? So the problem there is that God is going to give them an opportunity to know who he is, just like he's given you opportunities. But people on different islands and continents of classifications of different families that we don't know about them. So they are beyond our conversation. The conversation can only take place in the realm of reality of people that we can observe and talk to when it comes to this problem. And the fact is that we're talking about white Western society, which is literally scared to death of reality and lives in a cartoon. And if they continue to justify their perverted lifestyles and say things like, well, God is really mean if he did those things, and that's how I'm going to justify thinking that it's okay to make my body and join the LGBT movement because I'm a monkey on a ball, then you don't deserve to go to heaven. Why would you go to heaven when all you've done is hide from reality your entire life because the television told you what to believe? That's the point. There has to be a judgment.
Yeah, you'll be judged by your conscience.
I agree with you to a point there. I agree with you to a point there, but there's certain people that have grown up their entire life with one religion. That's what they truly believe. And I'm told those people go to hell just because they didn't convert to Christianity.
No, humans cannot make the claim. Like the other gentleman was just explaining, the finished work of Jesus, it just explained that we cannot judge those people. We trust God to trust those people, right? To judge them. So when we're talking about that, we're not talking about people on a desert island worshiping a rock. We're talking about Western society who justifies 10,000 abortions a day because the baby's really a salamander inside the mother. That's the people we're talking about. We're not talking about the real high-hanging fruit up at the top of the palm tree where I need to get a coconut crab up there. No, we're talking about the cherries right in front of our faces that are going to be sent to the lake of fire. Thanks.
Because it's written a little bit differently, and it doesn't say anything about Western civilization. It just basically says if you don't believe in God or believe in that, then you go to hell.
Yes, you're immediately hiding from your own reality, and you're desperately trying to discuss somebody else's reality because that's what you're doing. You're hiding from judgment. So you're doing it right now by saying, "But excuse me, yes, it is. It is." Now you're hiding from everything. Now you're scared to death because this is 100% about you. Yes, you're saying because there's other people outside of my cognizance of people living on different places of this plane of existence that don't know that Jesus is God. Therefore, I don't need to believe Jesus is God, and I'm going to continue to hide from reality. That's not an excuse.
You're putting words in my mouth.
You're leaving reality. That's the thing, is that Globers and atheists are scared to death to talk about their own beliefs.
You're making up my reality.
Yes. And in order to hide from your own belief system of evolution, you have to talk about everybody else. It's very normal. Yep.
There might be people in the world that don't heard the gospel. They might have not heard the gospel, but they'll still be judged for how they treated people, how they loved their people around them, and that's how they'll be judged if they didn't hear the gospel, if they didn't hear about Jesus. But once you heard about Jesus and how he died for you, you're accountable for that message that you heard, because there's a moving of the Spirit upon your heart. When you hear that message, there's going to be the Holy Spirit's going to move upon your heart, and you can either reject the Holy Spirit or open your heart to the Holy Spirit. And what you do with that moment you hear the message, that second, right now, when you hear the message, you're already choosing what you're going to do in your course of life. You're choosing a path in life that moment you hear it.
Is that really fair to people that grew up their whole lives with another religion and then heard that message? I don't think it is.
Hold on a second.
Well, now
hold on.
What I'm saying is now you're hearing some truth.
Hold on a second. What you're essentially doing is judging God right now. You have become God and you are judging him. You're saying that there's somebody in the middle of a jungle somewhere that never had access to the truth. And Romans 1 clearly states that no man is without excuse. All of his eternal attributes and invisible mysteries are revealed in this nature. So are you saying that men don't have a responsibility to find out who the true God is?
And
no,
some have already found it growing up. Some have already grown up with another religion, found a God that way.
No, they have not, says who. They have no possibility. And they will never have.
Well, he's not judging God. He's just judging your interpretation of God.
Yeah, I'm judging Christianity as a whole, like the concept of it. Like it seems like it was made to control the masses.
just because politicians misuse it, it doesn't mean that the truth isn't the truth. Jesus had nothing to do with politics. He was speaking a message of the kingdom of heaven. So maybe some people misuse the Bible, they misuse Christianity, they put false doctrines in it, they taught bad things, the churches taught bad things, but don't confuse Jesus and people that misrepresent him, because that's two different things. Jesus himself, he's one person, and his gospel is true, but people might misrepresent him, and that's something totally separate. That's got nothing to do with him.
The Bible was written by humans.
They were humans that were walking with God at the time, and each one of them the Holy Spirit was speaking through them. So that everything in the Bible is the Word of God. It's the Word on paper. So it's God on paper. So God spoke through those words, and He speaks through those words today. But those were not just humans speaking out of their own revelation. They were speaking from heaven through the Holy Spirit, inspired by the Holy Spirit.
So
But
guys,
you didn't know those people, so I think it's like unfair to send people to hell just because you don't believe a book that was written or not millions, but however long ago, by humans, that seem to be used to control the masses. You're gonna send people to hell because we use our brain. That's kind of messed up.
yeah, one second, guys. This is a Flat Earth server, so if we can get it back. We have 13, if I'm not mistaken, just joined us.
Oh wait, sorry guys, I forgot I pushed the talk on. All right, my bad. Yeah, so I just had a question about Flat Earth, right? So,
sure.
I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, you guys believe that that the Earth,
No.
right? It's not necessarily. Wait, say again.
It's
We
not
don't believe.
curving. Yeah,
do
we
not
know
believe
the Earth.
this.
Okay, no,
know
but
the
like,
Earth isn't curved.
okay. My question is, what do you guys think that the Earth is, or do you just have no clue?
It's not an object. Well, we can tell you, but that's the thing, is that goes into speculation or biblical. But what we're telling you is that since it doesn't have any curve, your entire, pseudoscience, magical ball religion is falsified. That's all.
Yeah, and 1 second, 13. You don't have a clue either, right? The only thing you have is a screen where they show you a ball.
True,
right?
yeah.
Okay, so why then I'm always amazed when people come in and ask me, well, what do you claim the Earth is then? Even you don't know, right? So how can we?
Yeah, no,
Okay,
100%.
cool.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on that. Like, we can't just believe whatever we're given, right? And yeah, so, but there's a few, like, I've seen a lot of YouTube videos on like disproving flat earthers and whatnot, right? So I had like one main question about, it has to do with the stars, right? When we see, because there have been people, and I don't know if this is 100% true, I've never looked at it myself, right? But people say that you can see on one side of the Earth, you can see certain stars at nighttime. On the other side of the Earth, you can see different stars, right? So I was just wondering, how would that work in like, I don't know, your guys' theory, I guess.
No, there's no theory. It only works on a flat surface. The point is, you can't demonstrate it working on a ball. We've asked for this for several years. The point to these people in this room, Guy, is that there is no evidence or even literal model claim for how any of this works on a ball. Everything already is supposed to work on a stationary plane of existence. There's no adjustments for curvature or spin. So the burden of proof would be on the people that maybe are making a claim for something we don't experience. So we're just saying what we're experiencing is reality. So we're not making any special claims, and we're certainly not going to tell you, let me explain more to you, because they gave you a lie, right? I'm not going to replace their lie. I'm telling you, when we look at the stars, we can enjoy the stars. You don't enjoy the stars. You're telling me they're not even there. So actually, it's so bad for you, bro. You don't even realize that we're claiming the stars are there. You're saying they're millions of miles in a different direction because the speed of light took 250 million light years to get here. So I believe in the stars. The Globers don't, bro. Wasn't that nice?
Yeah, actually, yeah, you're right about that, actually. That's true.
Well, you know what? You sound like you actually know a little bit about what they teach. So I just want you to know, to start this off with, because I want you to know how bad this is, bro. They don't teach a heliocentric. Well, let me just explain this, because you sound smart. You know that they don't teach a heliocentric religion of Spaceballs anymore, right? It's not heliocentric. Do you know this or not?
No, I've never heard of that.
You've never heard of heliocentrism, right?
No, I don't know. I'm not sure what that is. I'm not sure what that is.
Okay. I might be overshooting you, but I'm just going to give you my full deck of cards.
Yeah, sure.
That they don't claim that everything in the universe goes around the sun. They claim the sun goes around the Milky Way, which is a galaxy, right? And they claim the Milky Way galaxy is spinning around something called the Great Attractor, which is another name for Satan. Okay, that's really weird. Yeah, isn't that weird?
So that's bringing religion into it then, right?
Yeah, exactly. You nailed it, bro. You are smart. But check this out. Their entire magical spaceball religion is based on satanic god names. Is that not a little suspicious?
Yeah. So that's what kind of where this stuff originated then, right? It all comes down to religion at the end, right?
Exactly. Man, my goodness, bro. You guys take over. This guy, he's too nice for me. Go ahead.
That was really all I wanted to.
I'm gonna let Roger talk to you, bro, because I don't, I'm here to talk to stupid people. You're just not. Go ahead, guys.
All right, wait. I don't really have another question. I don't know if I'm supposed to say anything.
Well, if Roger's not gonna talk, I'm gonna have to torture everybody with my voice. So go ahead. I promise you, watch this, bro. I promise you'll get the right answer, and you'll be shocked that you had to come into this room. Watch this. Go ahead and ask the question.
Wait, I don't have another question. I'm kind of confused right now.
He's saying he don't have another question.
Right, we're gonna give you a flat Earth tag and move you right along, bro. We're looking for people that that know there's a magical globe in space. So I'm just joking with you, obviously. Listen, bro. Don't feel any pressure. You can do anything you want. I'm just telling you that these people are not stupid. So just be very careful. Okay. It's a moderated server. So if you do, I don't know. Did you just get VC verified?
Yeah, I got verified.
Who'd you talk to?
I talked to. Let me check their name again. It was. Are they still? Yeah, it was Truth Prevails. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, God bless her. Yes, she's a nice lady that, again, is someone who's very familiar with this topic. So anybody's going to be able to answer any basic questions. But here's the deal, guys. I'm just going to give you the rug. Is that it turns out they lied about everything, and it's okay. Your life's not over.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying, bro? Like they lied about television. They every time we watch a movie as a kid, bro. I grew up in the 80s. The parents use the TV as a babysitter already, 40, 50 years ago. So we've been told what to believe since the 40s, since World War II happened, which is a real big conundrum because there's a lot of mysteries in these big wars that kill millions of people. They're called resets, right? And governments take control. And after World War II, you know who the Nazis are, right?
Oh, yeah.
So the Nazis were adopted by two national militaries, obviously one being the Russians and the other being America. So we adopted all those Nazi scientists. In fact, we actually employed hundreds of people, some say thousands, of these, SS Schutzstaffel high-ranking officers and rocket scientists. And remember, they already had a working jet fighter plane by 1945. These guys were advanced technology. So we hired the Nazis and they came over and by the 50s, we started Jet Propulsion Laboratories and we started a little company you might know who they are. They're called NASA.
Oh, yeah.
You might have heard of them. Okay. And so ever since then, we've been the Nazis and these governments who, by the way, since we all, worldwide have certain restrictions. If you've noticed in the last year and a half, young man, all of a sudden we can't go to certain places and we have to wear special clothing now, which proves there's only one world government. So don't be stupid and think that this is just one country. They made everybody. This doesn't matter what you believe. It matters that everybody's under the same law.
Yeah,
So nobody gets to pretend anymore and say, oh, well, you can't tell me all the governments would be lying. Oh, no, the people that control everything and steal all the money would never lie, right? Is that the next claim?
Yeah, so it's more than just it's like a worldwide kind of, it's hard to explain, but I get the idea of what you're saying. Yeah, I 100% see what you're saying.
Well, how old are you, young man?
I'm 14, just turned 14.
You barely made the age regulations. You need to should I talk to mom and dad about this? Because this is a pretty big deal, though.
Yeah, I'm gonna just walk downstairs. I'm flat earther now.
I know. Be careful. Don't do that. No, don't do whatever you do. Don't even bring up don't even say the word for 6 months, because I don't want. Listen, this isn't for everybody. I don't want this to hurt you, man. So I don't want
no
people
worries,
that
no
are
worries.
brand new in there, because listen, this is something that not a lot of adults can handle. So
Yeah.
this might be a position in your nature, in your growth right now, because you're such a young man, that you might have to ask yourself some questions first, like, am I ready to know or to understand that I am under God's heavens, and that's
Yeah.
there's no outer space, and actually God is up there, and all those things they told me that were the fairy tales were the truth. God's real, and it's all these space cartoons on TV, that's the fairy tale, and they tell everybody it's reality.
So what is your stance on like God and I'm not Christian myself, but like, what's your stance on like?
Oh my goodness gracious, you asked the wrong person. I'm maybe a moderator will jump in soon, but we don't usually talk about that here.
Sorry about that.
Very
Yeah, sorry.
sensitive. No, it's fine. Listen, no, you did nothing wrong. You asked. So
okay.
Be careful, because we all have different opinions. I'm actually a terrible sinner. So I need to be saved by God, and my relationship with him is pretty important, to say the least. I would say that without my relationship with God, I would be absolutely useless and I would know nothing. But for some reason, God forgave me, and I don't know why, because I'm such a terrible sinner, and this is where I feel bad about it, is that for some reason God forgave me, and he gave me everything I asked for and more, and everything I asked for that I shouldn't have. He told me I didn't need it, and he was right and I was wrong. And this entire time, it was the truth of his creation that was lacking in a lot of people, because it lacked the ability to have a relationship. If people are living in a cartoon on Earth because they're deceived by a government showing them TV for 70 years, and there's actually a creator that created something very different and much more special, much more beautiful, and actually much bigger, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
The plane of existence is reality. The cartoon of space is nothing. So that really upsets God. So
yeah,
it's
like kind of faking God. It's like faking God's work, right?
Exactly.
That's kind of like what it is.
Right? Exactly. What the Bible calls it. The Bible says it is a graven image or a false idol. And what's so amazing about this, I can't explain this without stuttering, I apologize, but he describes the graven images and false idols in the heavens, which is where they make all these. They say these are celestial bodies, these are celestial things, these are do you know what celestial means?
Oh yeah, I think so.
What does
yeah.
it mean?
I lied. I have no clue.
That's okay.
I've heard of it before.
Watch this. No, I'm supposed to help you out. Celestial means heaven.
Oh, really?
So they're telling us all these paintings of balls and all these things that are very special, and they name them what again? Say Mercury, Mars, Venus, Jupiter, Orion. What? Okay, so all names of pagan gods that are antichrist. Wait, and then
that also comes from religion. Then those names too.
Right? Why isn't that crazy? So everything they teach us is a bunch of cartoons named by Satan, and people don't think that might be a problem. You see, that's where the issue comes in here. That's how bad the deception is. Not everybody's ready for this deception, because it's going to make you realize that everything they've told you, they lied about, right? Which means your parents have been lied to. My parents were lied to. Everybody's parents here were lied to. And now some people can't handle that. So I'm not going to only tell you to be careful. Listen, I'm not going to only tell you to be careful about this. I'm going to tell you that I have seen people go crazy that find out the earth is flat. I've seen it. So you have to be careful. You have to,
because it's such a shock, right? And it's so crazy because it's like it's like you just said, like even the names of the planets. It's like it's in plain sight, right? And it's just once you realize it, it's like it's just realizing that big lie, right? Like it's so crazy. I 100% get what you're saying.
Yeah.
If you want to let them know neutral terms that aren't religious, you should remind them, you can't have a creation without a creator. So you can talk about that without, triggering an atheist or something.
I feel like we could just sail around Antarctica from like binocular distance and figure this all out like that.
So yeah, that would be hiding from the already obvious fact, though. That's just to hide from the truth that already exists and is apparent, and it's without challenge. There's no claim for Earth curvature ever being detected in history. Yeah. It's on cartoons. So you would have to first, give us a reason to even think that we would be living in a cartoon. And then once you give us a good reason, then we'll decide where we put our money. But the problem is we've already proven it hand over fist for many years now. It's way too easy.
Yeah,
So what
the
about the
thing,
moon? Wait,
the thing,
this guy,
the thing,
if you're
shortly XO wanted to say the things is this: in nature the sphere should drop, but we don't see that in nature. The other things, the stationary things, they are not rotating, they're moving, they're stationary, and we are stationary, we are not moving. And the third thing is the vacuum of space doesn't exist because of natural, of the law of the nature, and that's somehow too much. It's breaking the nature of the law. We don't see the rotation. We cannot prove the rotation, and we cannot prove the curvature in the nature. And that's the whole point of all our religion, this planetary religion. What is not religion.
That's right. That's right. If there was a challenge, we would know about it by now. And there's a small group of people on the internet that actually admit that the Earth always appears to be flat because of this new magical refraction religion. So it's actually invented new ways of atheism. It's been a really big wake up call for the secular movement. I'll tell you.
Yeah. What brand of atheism are you part of?
Wait, refraction is fake?
I was going to say something about the refraction.
Here. I knew it. The Earth always looks flat because
who said refraction?
Yeah, watch. He's right here. He's the Stevie guy, Funky Stevie, the troll.
Why refraction didn't happen between 1941 till 1945?
No, Sasha, 1941 to 2015, and we never knew about.
Let's say only that because it was how to say, you could test it if it's happening or not. If, for example, if you want to shoot another ship, if you are in a war, for example, you don't need that refraction, because if you have that refraction, you will have problems. You'll never shoot that ship what you want to destroy.
Correct, Sasha. Yeah. So let me elaborate on that. Yeah, the military teaches you that when you see a target, that's where it is for a reason. You see, but there's this new group of atheists on the internet that have no idea that organizations exist, right? They live in this cartoon where you see something 12 miles away, but it's not really there. It's actually refracting magically, even though we don't account for that ever in history. It's the most psychotic religious zealotry you'll ever speak to. They're admitting they can't trust their eyes anyway. So right away, they've admitted they don't have a claim. It's so stupid. It's a suicide right off the bat.
Yeah, like my weapon 20 years ago, that's what I used in military. I never used but I was practicing. And I never account on the Coriolis and then the rotation. And that's interesting. Why I never account on that and I'm so super good on that weapon?
Well, let me say something about the refraction. When they're all talking about refraction, they're invoking terrestrial refraction. And I recently learned that to do that, in the first line of the definition of it, it says the gases curve with the Earth, but gases can't curve because they don't have an inherent shape, because, well, gravity doesn't affect gas, and allegedly gravity is what gives things their inherent circular, ballish shape.
Yeah, like an example, you need to have something physical, maybe to measure something optical. How you can have something optical and to measure?
No, you don't. You don't know. This is an insane. Whoever's claiming refraction is obvious. That's the point. You obviously have to be in some sort of atheistic community where you come up with words to hide from reality. It's not a sane claim because it's never been claimed by anybody in reality until atheists really started hating flat Earth. So it's a psychosis that happens when you think now you're claiming that things are magically not where they are, and you're admitting you can't trust your eyes. So you no longer have a claim anyway. When somebody says the word refraction, they've already committed some sort of mental dump suicide, and you should not resuscitate them. Do not give them mouth to mouth, and do not give them the Heimlich maneuver, because it's dead. They're saying they can't trust their eyes when the entire military industrial complex is about line of sight. That's it. It's called line of sight for a reason. Line of sight. And to 13, sir, you remember this. The military teaches you if you see the target, that's where it is. There's not a claim for anything else until these psychotic people, these small group of atheists started saying now it's a magical refraction Earth where, yeah, it always just looks flat. Like, that's not a claim. They've literally got so insane in having no evidence for curvature. They're admitting it can't be detected now. And you have to just always go to magical outer space to detect it. There's no satellites. Don't you think satellites would see other satellites when they're showing you a satellite view? They forgot to put the other satellites in. Does anybody think? Sorry, those are all fake.
Oh, that's a good point right there, man. Actually, but yeah, I had another question. So I've seen all these like videos, and I know this is like I feel like I'm being very unprofessional here with like my resources, but I've seen a bunch of YouTube videos about like people just sending things to space, right? And they have like a camera attached to it, and like you can see the curve, like I like you can see the way it curves. So do you think they're like all these YouTubers and whatnot? They're also part of it because you can see like how the Earth curves. So I was just wondering what your guys' stances on that.
Yeah, and you can right, and that's the thing is that they're showing you curve at 5 feet off the ground sometimes, and sometimes they're not, but it's always a fisheye lens, and it doesn't have a consistent curve. But here's the point: there's not a claim.
It's
to when
not always
curvature
fisheye.
starts. Right, there's not a claim to when curvature starts because there is none. So they'll just eventually see the curve in the fisheye lens, and they'll decide again when they when they want to prove. I'm sorry, stop interrupting me. Excuse me. I'm explaining something in reality. Trust me, I've been a photographer for 30 years, princess. You can relax. Thanks. So when they send these cameras up and they're fisheye, if you're looking dead at the horizon, it'll be flat. When you're looking down, it goes convex, and it goes concave when you look up. That's what the lens always shows. So when we send a normal lens, it always shows a flat plane of existence. So, and also you'd have to be a shape-shifting jello mold earther because 90% of the videos do show their entire launches. If you watch the entire launch, it shape shifts. So if you believe in a shape-shifting earth again, you have some sort of psychotic breakdown in your mind because you're desperate to have this religion, right? It's not reality, bro. That's the point. I mean, they filmed Stanley Kubrick filmed 2001 Space Odyssey in 1969. So when somebody starts bringing up faking space, bring that up. It's when you're probably before your parents were born. Okay?
The Earth identifies as a shapeshifter.
Apparently, yeah. It could be transvestite Earth, guys. That's truth. I forgot about that. Sorry.
An esports team sent a toy animal to space without a fisheye lens, and it showed a curve.
Yeah, just another blanket example of they don't have evidence. If I ask him for the evidence right now, show me when the curve starts, watch when he shows us the evidence. Well, he won't. 51% chance he won't do it. If he does, we're going to watch some awesome action from the balloon launch from the ground to the top, whether it's a rocket or balloon, no matter what it is. Watch. There will always be anomalies and it will always be inconsistent, or we won't get the evidence. Just watch. Same thing with that's the point 13. Well, my last comment, guys, and I got to go. So thanks for giving me the floor for a little while. But yeah, 13, there's no claim to when Earth curvature is visible or detectable. That's the point. There's no claim. Go ask NASA, the Joint Flight Research Center. Oh, but in 1988, they already admitted it's flat, non-rotating. So that's NASA's claim in 1988, because what the Joint Flight Research Center does, which you probably have not heard of, is they have to build aircraft in reality, such as like the X-31, which they use to find out how vectored thrust works, for their later programs like the JSF, because, 30 years ago, that's what I was studying. So for some reason, God blessed me with that. So they have to fly everything based on a flat plane. So if you've ever seen a flight simulator, 13, you've ever seen some video games, notice.
Yeah. No, I have that. No, I have that on my computer.
Yeah, the flight simulator has to be flat in order to simulate reality. Thanks for playing.
If the Earth is
you guys
round,
have a good day.
Fortnite is
Yeah,
true.
you too, man.
Thanks. God bless, guys.
God bless, man.
Take care, Exo.
I think he's gone.
Hey, by the way, when you're talking to your parents about this, remember we have this thing we call 3 points, which are 3 questions and follow-up questions about the 3 main claims of, the heliocentric model. So when you talk to your parents about this, first ask them, don't say the words flat Earth. Just ask them if they know of any time in the past that anyone has ever made a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth and the method how they did that. And then ask them as a follow-up question, do you believe that you're on a sphere? And they'll probably say, yeah, I believe I'm on a sphere, And then ask them how they proved axial rotation, how anyone ever did that. And then ask them, do you believe, you're on a spinning ball? And they'll probably say, oh, yeah, I guess so. I was told in school, so I guess I believe I was on a spinning ball, And then ask them if they can, demonstrate gas pressure without a container due to gravity, or if anyone's ever proven that such a thing can exist, And they'll probably say like, nah, probably not. I don't know how anyone's ever done that, But then ask them, do you believe it, And they're like, oh, well, yeah, I guess so. that Stanley Kubrick film is pretty cool. I mean, I don't know, maybe it was real, maybe it was not, I don't know. But then, you start with that and say all that without saying the words flat Earth, and you'll get their minds focused on direct evidence of these things, not
yeah. Rather than them just thinking, "Oh, flat
else.
Earth, what like a stupid myth," and then they're just gonna write it off, right? That's probably some good advice, actually. But I was gonna ask, so do you guys think that like when the whole space race thing was happening, right? Like, do you think that because they had to, it was a whole race to go to space, right? Like the name says. So when they did that, they created the round Earth, right? And then they kind of held that up until now because I don't know, like because they couldn't take. I don't know if it was like embarrassment or whatnot, but like they couldn't change it since then, right? Like because then they know that would kind of be like they would be exposed almost, right? So what do you guys think of that?
Well, I think the same concept still applies today. I mean, you still have Elon Musk as your hero, as space captain, and you got all these people that want to line up behind him, space cadets, and it's just bullshit, I mean, it's still going on today.
What if
better CGI?
This may seem extremely far fetched, but what if like, this does sound kind of dumb now I'm about to say it, but what if like there's like what if the flat? I'm pretty sure it's called the Flat Earth Society, something like that, or some kind of like group, right? What if they funded their own mission to space?
Oh, that's a psyop. So that's a psychological operation. It was created by the government, the United States government, as far as I know. There are no flat earthers at the Flat Earth Society. They're just people that will say that the Earth is flat, and then after they say that on their website, they'll claim a bunch of other just ridiculous nonsense, so that anyone that tries to look into this subject, they'll go and type it into Google or something like that, and the first thing that comes up is theflatearthsociety.com or .org or whatever the hell. And, they'll go to that and they'll read that and they'll be like, oh, this is just stupid. I'm not going to look into this any further.
Yeah, true. But what do you think would happen if, people like you guys were to fund their own mission to space?
13.
Well, you would eventually run into the walls of the container that gives us gas pressure. So I'm not entirely sure what would happen then because we haven't verified what it's made out of, the dimensions of it. We can't tell you the size of it, the dimensions of it, or what it's made out of. But we can tell you for sure that we are inside a container because you cannot have gas pressure without a container. You also can't have a vacuum without a container. And you certainly can't have them next to each other without a container wall.
Has that been like verified?
Well, it's natural law. So, the only way we can demonstrate a vacuum here on the surface is by creating a container first, a vacuum chamber, and then pumping the air out to create a vacuum. And the same thing applies with gas pressure. You can't have gas pressure without a container. Even gas pressure at the same pressure that we breathe at sea level, 14 psi, it's like if you had just a regular room with even that same gas pressure and it was sealed off, then that would be the same gas pressure that would exist outside. But if it was sealed off, they wouldn't be mixing together. At the very moment you open a window, they're mixing together. But but the same thing goes with higher gas pressure, like pressure in your tire. You can't have that gas pressure without a container either.
Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah.
I see. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, so you can, point at the sky and tell people, when they say they're going to the vacuum of space, they're lying to you, because it would violate natural law.
Yeah, true.
Have you seen the proof as to what makes velociraptors what makes them know that chickens were once velociraptors? They put something on it which unbalanced it. It made it look like it walks like a velociraptor, even though they did that before they even filmed the movie.
Well, technically, I think space could be a vacuum. It could be like an inverted vacuum because if every Earth and every sun has a container, then the only thing outside of that container theoretically could be a vacuum.
Well, yeah, we should clarify that. So we're not saying that there is no such thing as a vacuum anywhere, but we're just simply saying that you cannot have gas pressure next to a vacuum without a solid barrier.
The law of equilibrium.
You should give him the steak and cow argument. I think he would understand that a little better.
Yeah, so filet mignon is something you can order at a restaurant, you know, a steak. You can order a steak at a restaurant. And when you do that, you can see the steak and recognize the steak as direct evidence that a cow existed at one point in time out in a pasture somewhere, or cow existed somewhere, you know. And so you can't have the steak without the cow existing first. And the same thing goes with gas pressure and a container. You can't have the gas pressure without having the container first.
Oh, that's actually a good analogy. Huh.
That's not analogy. That's your air, what you are breathing.
Or like, yeah. Oh, dang. That's interesting, man.
And now imagine how Earth is big comparing that vacuum of space.
Huh.
How much is big Earth comparing to that vacuum of space? Can you imagine?
Oh yeah. Wait, was that a question?
Yeah. Can you imagine how much Earth is big comparing that vacuum of the space? Or how small?
Bro, okay, no, these conversations are too high IQ for me, man. Like I don't know, man. Like these are way too intelligent, man.
Listen to this information, what is coming from mainstream narrative. We are going through that.
Bro, don't be worried about it. You're not. This isn't too smart for you.
Dude, I don't know enough about science to be here. I feel.
That doesn't matter. Listen, this is important. We are going with our atmosphere through that vacuum with a speed of 66,000 miles per hour.
Wait, what are you referring to there? Like, wait, is he gone? Did he leave?
No.
Oh wait, no, never mind.
I think he's talking about what globe earthers claim. So,
oh, okay.
Globe earthers claim that the Earth and the Milky Way galaxy in general is just traveling through space at 66,000 miles per hour.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, no,
I've never heard of that before.
The Earth would be going around the sun at 66,000 miles per hour, and then the sun would be going around the black hole in the galaxy at another speed. And then the Earth is rotating at another speed at the equator.
I'm precisely telling him about this orbital speed because it's going through the vacuum. Because Earth is going through the vacuum together with the atmosphere, together with all these gases. That means the atmosphere is going 66,000. We are going 66,000 miles per hour, but you don't feel that.
Are you watching the live stream, boys? Go to the live stream voice text. There's things there getting posted for the conversation that's ongoing.
Oh, but they would say, oh, inertia, you wouldn't feel it, right? Because you're already going so fast, right? Which isn't even a sound argument because there would be acceleration and deceleration, allegedly, with the rotation and orbit.
And also a lot of people get car sick, so.
And also how that all that gases are going together with the air without escaping everywhere.
Wait, but I'm not denying what you guys are saying, but like, wouldn't humans adapt? And again, like I didn't even know about this whole 66,000 thing before this, but like, wouldn't we adapt to that, and like, wouldn't the entirety of like planet Earth adapt to that speed so that, you know, we can live with that kind of speed, right? Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, it's kind of.
Yeah, but hold on.
Wait, did you say adapt to the speed?
It's two things.
Try to be pilot.
Hold on. If you adapt to the speed, all you got to do is turn your head to the left. No longer are you adapted.
The same thing with like a moving
You're a robot.
Yeah, that's what would happen.
Roboting hard, whoever that is, roboting hard.
That's what you would sound like.
He's a robot. It's confirmed.
Basically, if you're traveling through space at the speed that globe earthers claim, you would sound like a robot.
You'd sound like you're getting your ass spun around. That's for sure.
No, you will die in 1 second with that speed. You will die with 2 Mach if you're airplane without oxygen, man.
Yeah, it's important to understand that the heliocentric model cannot support life. It's impossible.
So there's this thing called the vestibular system in your ear, and it would be able to detect these things if it were happening, the acceleration and deceleration on the surface of the Earth as it makes a rotation throughout the day and orbits the sun. That acceleration and deceleration would be detectable by your ear, but it's not. It would even be detectable by an accelerometer. Oh, I can't find any readings of such a thing happening.
Listen, this information: 66,000 miles per hour around the sun, and ISS is going 17,000 miles per hour. How is catching the air?
Wait, so I know a lot of like a lot
Did you hear? The Earth is going 66,000 miles per hour around the sun, but ISS is going 17,000 miles per hour. How is possible that it's always near to the Earth? It's going 3 times less speed than Earth.
I see.
That means in 1 hour it's like a 3 distances. It's Earth. It's gone. In 24 hours we cannot see anymore. ISS, it's gone because of Earth speed.
Wait, so do you guys believe that? Because I know like a lot of flat earthers believe. Like, do you guys believe Earth is at like the center of the universe, or the galaxy, or the center of something? Or is that like not something you guys believe in?
Well, yeah, we do observe the sun, moon, and stars, and wandering stars, which more recently we call planets. We do observe them moving above our heads and resetting every year. So we can't verify what they are. We're not going to make any claims of what they are because we're not really here to lie to you or make up fairy tales. But, you know, as far as we can tell, the ground we stand on would be the center of whatever this place is. So yeah, that's why it's called geocentric. You know, it's a geocentric Earth.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Or geocentric universe, I guess.
Or better, nobody knows nothing 60 degrees south. Not nobody, but let's see, 99% of people doesn't know anything 60 degrees south. What is going on? Is that
yeah,
enough?
because you're not allowed to go there, and you're also not allowed to travel within 500 miles of the North Center point, which we were taught as kids in school was the North Pole, but it's not, you know, a pole. It's just the North Center point. You're not allowed to go there, and you're not allowed to go to Antarctica. To be more specific, you're not allowed to travel freely to these places and explore them freely to verify what is there, ultimately speaking.
Can you guys explain the sunset? Because that's one thing I'm also kind of confused about still. What about the sunset?
It's
like, how does that work?
It just gets further away from you. Light only attenuates so far. So the sun is just simply closer to you and above your head when it's noon and it's summertime. And when it's nighttime, it's also above your head. It's also above all our heads. But it's just many thousands of miles away further from you. And light can only travel so far through air. So it'll be dark over where you are when the sun is many thousands of miles further
What
away
about
from you.
what about how the moon gets? You know how like when the moon gets bright, they say it's the sun's light shining onto the moon. What about that?
Well, actually, the moon might just be a light of its own. We can't verify that, but
okay.
the point is you have to go up to it, touch it with yourself tangibly in order to verify these things. Otherwise, we're just making up stories, or anybody is.
True.
We know everything what you know, man. Not more. The same.
Yeah, if you think about it, NASA is really just like the greatest fairy tale writers of all time. If you think about it.
All right, guys, I'm gonna have to be honest with you here. I'm literally going through a page on Google, 10 easy ways you can tell yourself that the Earth is not flat. Just to I don't know. I just want to ask you guys about some of this stuff.
Listen this 13. I'm following many people following this from 2015, 2014 even. And I will tell you something what has happened like 2017 or 18. They censored everything. With me now, if you write flat earth on YouTube, you will get at least 100 videos telling that flat earth is debunked. You will not get information. You will not get that.
Oh, okay. So they've been censoring like flat Earth. Oh, okay, that's
very heavily
suspicious there.
And they are doing that in the last 2 years very, very well and good. Even I had a 6 hours video about NASA. Somebody made it. I don't know who made it. And I was posting here. Also, that is also deleted. They're deleting every day something.
Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, because people should be able to express it. So if it's something, they'd only do that if it's something very like confidential almost, right? So
Man, they did that in government. They decided that only for flat earth, not for only flat earth. It's censored, nothing else, man. You can do everything on YouTube what you want.
Yeah, dude, you can do some like crazy messed up stuff on YouTube. You won't get
You
it
can
taken
do
down.
it also flat earth. I'm not saying that everything is, but they are.
I'm pretty sure Al Qaeda has a Twitter account. Just saying.
Yeah.
So
What the heck? Oh God,
that's actually
wait.
true. Like there are like legitimate terrorist organizations such as Taliban, Al Qaeda, which has Twitter accounts, which does not ban.
And yet, flat earthers must be banned.
Yeah. Because we're such a danger to their democracy, whatever that is.
It is not simply trying to, understand reality.
This. Write whatever you want. Write black something. Write in search on YouTube, and write something and write flat. In that moment, everything will go on. It will not give you any other suggestion for something. For all other words, it will give you like a 10 suggestion to go, other titles. To write flat, it will go on everything.
Okay, can I read you guys something that I found on the internet, and then can you guys try to debunk it? Because it's like another round earth thing. It says okay, so it's called shadows and sticks. If you see a stick in the ground, it will produce a shadow. The shadow moves as time passes. If the world had been flat, then two sticks in different locations would produce the same shadow. But they don't. This is because the earth is round and not flat. What do you guys have to say about that?
If I take a flashlight and shine the light towards two sticks which are two different distances, will they have the same length? It's a near illuminator. It's a near light. It's a close light. They should have about the same length, right?
Yeah, you can actually test this yourself. You could take a flashlight and then take some sticks, maybe in your backyard or something at nighttime, and you would actually get the same effect. Yeah, you would get the same effect. So
there's a brilliant man who has a video. It's probably very hard to find, obviously, where he shows basically has a cardboard with 5 holes stuck through it, and he has light shining from the sun down to the asphalt, and he holds the cardboard piece with the 5 holes approximately, let's say let's even go 10 meters above the ground. the rays through the holes would come in parallel, but yet when you look at the clouds, they don't come in parallel. That would mean that the light shining towards the clouds are close, not far away. And then people will say, oh, but that's due to perspective.
You can see pictures in voice chat. It depends where the sun it is.
Wait, what's the what's the channel called?
Presume the ball in the first time, yeah.
It's right above this channel. It's right above it. Livestream voice text.
Oh yeah, I found it. So okay, I have another question, right? So when we so if I were to take like a flight from because I live in Toronto, right? So if I were to take a flight from Toronto to Japan, let's just say, right? The like the airlines, they want to save money, right? They're gonna go the shortest route possible. They're not gonna take a longer route. So why is it that when I take a flight, it goes in almost in like a curve, right? Like and which they would claim to be the curve, like the curvature of the Earth, right? So why is that it goes in a curve rather than, I don't know, like a straight line, which would be ideal for a flat Earth?
The airlines are intentionally doing that so that you would make globe Earth arguments. They
You don't think that they want to save money?
Well, they might also have lanes. So I think they have traffic going certain directions in certain areas and traffic going other directions in other areas, kind of like how you have two sides of a highway. So that could play a part of it. But just keep in mind, when you go up into an aircraft of any kind, that's not I know you're not trying to say it like it is, but just remember but someone might say this to you in the future like this. Just remember that's not a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth. It's purely subjective. If you and I could go up in an airplane, look out the window, you could say, hey, I think it looks curved. And I could say, hey, I think it looks flat. Which one of us is right? Oh, well, it looks like we got to land the airplane and go directly measure it on the ground so we know which one's telling the truth.
And when you make the argument that these airlines are like making curved travel or whatever it was you said, that's already assuming that we're using the globe Earth map that they provided us. You know what I mean? Like on a flat Earth, like the whole map could be different.
True. Yeah.
Do you have any other questions?
Yeah, no, honestly, I'm just trying to like read stuff on the internet just so I could because I want to be sure about this, right? Like I don't want to just go and believe something without knowing all this stuff. So here I have something else pulled up. This thing says watch this lunar
Hold
eclipse.
on, wait a minute before you go on to the next thing. I just got to say this.
Yeah, sure.
There's the flight paths are very much evidence for flat Earth. There's multiple sources I can point you to. The best one would be Edward Hendry's book called The Greatest Lie on Earth, Proof the Earth is Not a Spinning Globe. He has an entire chapter dedicated to how flight paths make sense on a flat Earth and do not make sense. They actually show them going way out of their way if the Earth, according to the way they're going, they would have to go much further. They're just going, yes, they are going most of the time the shortest distance between 2 points. There's also multiple emergency landings, which show that the Earth is indeed flat and is not a globe as they claim. So flight paths, despite whatever little propaganda claim you just read, show much evidence for the flat Earth. So I can put that reference up for you. There's a free PDF of
Yeah, sure. Wait.
Edward Hendry.
What's it
Hold
called
on.
again?
Okay. Oh yeah, it's called Edward Hendry, The Greatest Lie on Earth: Proof the Earth is Not a Spinning Globe. There's a PDF of it on YouTube. You can get audiobook. Old dude linked to the Flight Path channel, which has a lot of memes, videos, and information about that. Do you see in the live stream voice text at 11 minutes after the hour, hashtag Flight Pass? And in that channel, the XO has put a nice graphic up there which demonstrates what I'm talking about. So if you could, I'll just save the image that the XO put up there and put it in the live stream. It's talking about
Yeah, I
from
see
Cape
it. I
Town.
saw it.
Okay, from Cape Town, South Africa to Sydney, Australia. He did. He put that in the live stream voice text. Good. And so anyway, if you could analyze some of those things and see what you actually think about them, you might not have time to do it on the fly here, but I will also look up that Hendry book for you, which is a very well-researched, extensively footnoted book with a lot of factual information about how the globe is just basically, like they were telling you earlier, it's just a fairy tale. You've never seen it anywhere except a TV screen or computer screen. It does not have scientific verifiable evidence. So you can go around and find all these, they think they're gotcha questions, because if you just look at them, on the surface, it's like, oh, look at this. I got those flat earthers. Flight paths are curved. That's just because you opened up your in-flight magazine in the seat pocket in front of you and saw a picture of some curved lines drawn on it. That doesn't mean that's what they're really doing. That just means, because if they were really drawing the lines, it'd be like he showed you there. They'd be going, up and then down, way out of their way. That's not what they do. They just do a straight line. So they just draw the pictures for you. That's what all of it is. So you got to reevaluate this information, see what's verifiable. And once you see the measurements, the laser tests, the long distance observations, once you test what they say the curvature is, which they say it's roughly 8 inches per mile squared. If you Google what's the curvature of the Earth, it says roughly 8 inches per mile squared, which means objects would drop off in the distance at that rate. And in fact, they do not. We see objects at 25 miles, 50 miles. Using infrared photography, you can see them at hundreds of miles. Then all these little gotcha questions, they just kind of melt away because they're a bunch of nonsense. They're just them evaluating their story using their own numbers, which are wrong.
Right, yeah.
Well, what was your next question?
Yeah, here, no, honestly, I just have things like pulled up on the internet here that I'm just like asking you guys about. So I was gonna say, okay, so there's one thing here that talks about a lunar eclipse. So it says, solar eclipses get all the attention, but if you're able to catch a glimpse of a lunar eclipse, you can see evidence that the Earth is indeed round. Here's how it works. Earth passes between the moon and sun, so that the sun projects Earth's shadow onto the moon in the night sky. You've probably seen a partial lunar eclipse without even noticing it. If the moon looks orange, that's a sign of a lunar eclipse. If you've ever seen a total lunar eclipse, you probably noticed that the shadow did not look like this. Oh wait, and it shows a picture of the moon with almost almost like a shadow, like a shadow of a line going through it, right? And then it shows a round shadow cross over a round object. This does not show, or this does not sound like a thing that would happen if we were on a plane with all of the celestial bodies simply hovering overhead, or perhaps more asinine, if the sun were orbiting the Earth and not vice versa. The last total lunar eclipse took place on January 31st, 2018, but it was not visible in most of the United States. Fear not, as you only have to wait a few months for one that will be visible in the Americas on July 27, 20. Okay, so this is kind of old, yeah. So what do you guys think about that?
Wow, Mary Mom, I'm so glad you're here to talk to this young man. But 13, remember when we spoke a little while ago, remember that you hadn't thought of these things until you looked for them, right? So when we look for excuses, right, we're looking for an assumption, right? Don't you think those people may have made some assumptions? And did you notice they didn't give you any evidence for those assumptions? So these are the non-claims that we're already dealing with. We're waiting for the evidence, not the claim. The fact is that they lied, because you know what they didn't mention in there?
What?
Different parts of the United States, when they see the eclipse, they see a different angle from it, which means they can't even be more than 10,000 miles away. If I'm moving state to state, Arizona, Colorado, Nevada, going north, maybe all the way to Washington, I see a different angle of the eclipse. Notice they didn't mention that?
Yes, that's
because
true.
I
Yeah,
have,
you're
isn't
right.
that
You're right.
weird? Wow, that's weird. We
So
forgot
okay,
to
yes.
mention that.
So
but
so all these.
hold on,
Oh,
13.
yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
13. My point is, guess what? Now they've just hurt themselves because that shows that every single source you're going to find is hiding things, 13. So you're getting this information from people that are hiding things that clearly destroy their own claims. That proves the sun and moon are very close and they literally have to be within the same distance. We're getting a that's the one thing we get a parallax variation, which is the sun and moon, but we don't get a parallax variation from the stars, okay? So it's not what they told you, bro. And notice they're not telling you anything about measurements of the earth. Remember, we're all different people, right? So do you think that these people here who don't get $60 million a day should have a new CGI graphic presentation to give you?
Yeah, no, yeah.
Or 13, maybe what I said earlier, I said these people are only going to tell you what we experience in reality. The first thing I told you is I said we get to believe in the stars. You see, Mary Mom can look at the stars and say, there they are. You can't. You have to look at the stars and say, there they were millions of years ago because the light took 250 million light years to get here, Bobby. Which one makes more sense? Who's the insane person now? Who's not thinking with their mind? You see, they destroy your ability to think. And what happens if we get scared, 13, we're just going to look for excuses to hide from the truth. Remember, I said, not everybody's ready for this, right? Because guess what? It's only going if I'm trying to do something that's making me feel a certain way, and if I don't succeed at it, guess what it's going to do? It's just going to make you angry, right?
Yeah, it's just gonna break because it's like the truth I've been told my whole life. It's like it's being denied.
I know,
right?
and that's what I'm telling you. That maybe I even said maybe I should talk to your parents, because this is such a big issue that I don't. Sometimes, again, like I've told you, people can't handle this. I've seen flat earthers go crazy because they can't handle the truth. Right. So everybody goes great. Trust. I mean, if there's a globe earth society, trust me, there's a lot more crimes done in people that believe in a globe earth. So let's forgive a crazy flat earther because all these mass murderers are globers. Right. But I'm not going to point a finger and say that's because they're globers. But the point is that we're all individuals. There's different levels to this understanding. But you have to listen to this lady, Mary Mom. Her actual name is Dandelion now, but she's someone who has experience with this for several years. But try to watch what happens when, if give or take, when people present things to us that are not evidence and they're just a question, if or maybe, that means I'm supposing something. That's not saying I can prove to you this thing in the first place is as such, right? Because all I'm telling you is that what we're experiencing is reality, and that's my claim. So guess who has the burden of proof? Who is telling me I'm not experiencing this correctly? Who's telling me that I'm actually on a ball in a vacuum spinning at 2.1 million miles an hour around the great attractor known as Satan? That's what the great attractor is. So it's not even, remember what we talked about in the beginning? It's not even a heliocentric religion anymore. It's actually a Satan-centric religion, which is so offensive. Most people don't want to hear that and don't want to hear me say that. That's the whole point. Not even flat earthers realized how bad this was because the space religion was far beyond just what mortal men were thinking about with their eyes. This is a spiritual warfare that's much deeper. So it's going to hurt you if you're not ready for it, bro. So you got to be careful with this because you're going to now imprint yourself now an experience for the rest of your life from here on out because you came to a serious brick wall today and it stopped you in your tracks. And I know it hurts. It's a stunning event. And yeah, you're not going to walk away from this like the other ones. This is different. You will be forever changed because of these people today because they don't want to be lied to. Right. And why would I trust somebody who's already lying to me? Right. So if you give this an honest shot, and actually, look at these things in a different manner. Like, wait a minute, what's their evidence, though? Not just a claim. Notice all those websites are just going to give you cartoons and diagrams. Everybody here's trying to, right. Everybody here's trying to show you pictures of reality. I got told by somebody 2 weeks ago, it doesn't matter what we see in reality. So that's what happens. It destroys the mind of some of these people. Are you ready to end up like that? Do we just want to go down a path and just keep hardening your heart? I'm going to answer your question because that's what's going to happen. Whether it's me, or it's Dandelion, or it's any of these other people, they're going to absolutely show you how they lied. And they can even tell you why. And it doesn't matter. But there's all kinds of ways to approach this. Maybe you need to take a break, but if you just approach this honestly, I'm just telling you that just like we had that conversation 45 minutes ago, we realized that there are no separate governments, but then you brought up Russia and America Cold War, which is a great argument. I went through a baby boomer raising me and actually going through that period of time. So if if they were doing space programs together afterwards and now, why are we questioning their past? They're doing things all these people are doing things together now and admitting that it's all one world government. So are we just so desperate we're going to go, well, just because they're working together now doesn't mean they haven't, since they both adopted the Nazis in 1950s, right? Like we already discussed.
Yeah.
Like who might now? Oh, they can't be. Well, didn't they both get the Nazis to join them? And Project Paperclip and NASA and the cosmonaut program of Yuri Gagarin and all these fakers over there that did the same thing and brainwashed their people with Television 13. And it's an unfortunate truth, and not everybody's ready for it. It's not for everybody. It's simply not. But don't let it destroy you. You're too young. If it's too much, bail out. Bro, don't feel bad, bro. You're way too young to approach this in a nihilistic fashion of let me just try to prove it wrong. And you're too smart for that. And God is going to probably want to have a relationship with you. And it would be a letdown to him if you just hide from reality because a bunch of crazy people online said we can't trust our eyes. that's your other option.
You know what, man? Luck, like I think that like and this actually is like because I always assume flat Earth, like that whole theory, like just to be stupid and like like what the heck, like flat Earth, no, there is round. But now that like this Discord is actually really cool because like you guys they're smarter than me when it comes to science. And you say that there are a lot of words that I did not understand that I heard today, but yeah, so I'm actually gonna start researching this.
You're gonna research that is good to hear because I was impressed. I was listening on YouTube when you said similar to what you just said that you felt like some of it was above your head, which is like very honest of you to admit. And you sound like you're young, so that's understandable. Like we can slow down and maybe present things in a different way if you need it. But I did want to say, even though you're kind of like discrediting yourself there, that one thing I heard you say shows that you are way ahead of a lot of people when one of the gentlemen here, I can't remember who it was saying how it was censored on YouTube. And you said, oh, it must be something to it then if the government doesn't want us to see it, because it's admitted. And that's not just, that's just not just making that claim. They have in congressional hearings, YouTube has admitted that they censor the flat earth information. So you were able to make that connection, 13, that because there must be something to it if the government's working so hard to make it so you can't find the information. And the thing that they're making it most difficult for you to find, you can find Professor Dave's videos for sure, which was some people in the voice text were asking if that's who you've been listening to. Yeah, you can find the debunkers easy as pie. But you can't find the information about what I just mentioned to you earlier, the 8 inches per mile squared curvature that is predicted by the globe model and yet is failed to be measured, and which we can see things in the distance much further than we should be able to if that were correct, as well as lasers have hit the target at distances that would be impossible if we were on a globe with the radius of 3,959 miles. Did any of these guys talk to you about the laser tests?
I don't think so.
Hello.
Hi, Elijah. How are you?
Good. How are you all doing?
Good. Yeah, III 13 here is new to the concept of flat Earth. He was just going through a list of 10 things flat earthers can't answer. I think we only got to like number 2 on that list or so.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Well, let me ask you a question if you don't mind. Hello.
Yeah, sure.
Do you mind being an anti-flat earther? Do you mind being anti anything?
Wait, like wait, what do you mean by that?
Exactly what I mean by that.
Okay. Do I mind?
Wait, I don't even know what you mean by that.
Yeah,
okay,
man.
So all of the points are how it can't be flat, right?
Yeah.
All right. So that's what I mean. These anti-flat Earth points. Do you want to be a anti-flat earther?
Well, no. I mean, he's just doing that to, try to understand it.
I get what you're saying. Well, none of you guys heard me do this line of questioning before, so back the hell up, all right? and watch. But so the reason I'm asking that is because people can be involved in this conversation for 4 years, right? There are some people just like that. And if I were to ask them, hey, you have like you've interacted with flat earthers, you think they're retarded, you all of this, right? Cool, whatever. My question to you, not you, but hypothetically, if I was speaking to one of them, I'd say, okay, fine. Well, why don't you give me the reason that the flat earthers told you that they don't believe it's a sphere? What do you think my response has been?
Wait. So wait. The question is, what do you think? Wait, can you repeat that one more time? That last part.
Why do you think flat earthers don't think that it's a globe? Would be my question to an anti-flat earther who's been talking to flat earthers for long enough that he should know why they don't think it's a sphere.
It's probably it would probably be because like there's not enough. There's no validation, I guess, right? Like that's sort of like that's what I've been picking up on like a lot. Like it's a lot of really like.
But
there's no evidence that the Earth is a globe, right?
That's true, but that let's forego that, and let's just obviously the other person thinks that there is evidence, but the problem what it is if I were to ask them why do you think that flat earthers don't think it's a sphere, they don't have an answer other than flat earth points. Which is why I asked you if you want to just be an anti-flat earther, because that doesn't really help you other than just hating these straw man ideas. You know what a straw man is?
Oh no, I'm not sure.
This is basically when someone takes an argument that's weaker than your position and they argue against that as if you propose that position instead. And that's what they do to us. Like when we have to tell people, oh, no, you got that from the Flat Earth Society. Oh, no, that's not what I think. Oh, no, we don't have a model. Oh, no, that's wrong. That's us having to combat the anti-Flat Earth points. When actually, what makes more sense is, why don't you think it's a globe? And they'll simply tell you. And then you can go and verify if what they're saying is bunk or if it's true. And then you could actually go back to them and say, hey, you said this about the globe, but actually, when I looked into it, that isn't true. Meaning you have a misconception about what you thought. But when they say we don't understand things and we have a misconception about what we think, it's because they're trying to force us to answer questions that are fallacious about things that we don't really even think about.
It's like being hypocritical, right? I think that's like that's kind of what I'm getting at. It's like one person's telling you one thing, but they're almost subconsciously doing it themselves, right? But yeah, that's just like my take on that, I guess.
All I'm saying is you sound like a good kid. Don't end up like these other grown folks being an anti-flat earther, not really understanding why flat earthers even exist, because that would make no logical sense whatsoever. To be against something where the people who have those views don't even believe the things that you think they believe. It's kind of absurd, but that's what happens every day here.
Yeah.
Yeah, like this list, wherever this list is from that you've got. Yeah, I mean, I would ask myself, why do they have to create this nitpicky list about eclipses, which don't prove the globe? They prove a flat Earth. Flight paths prove a flat Earth, not the globe, and so on. Why do they have to point to all these little kind of details? Why can't they just prove the globe, prove curvature or rotation? Because it's not there. That's why they have to distract you, which I think is what Elijah was getting at. It's like they can't actually present any scientific evidence, so they try to distract you with all of these red herrings that don't really prove their globe.
They
Yeah,
ask us
I put the
for
thing in chat, by the way.
look, they ask us for scientific evidence, right? But we're saying there's no way to scientifically validate a shape. That's what measurements are for. But they try to force, oh, you don't have science, therefore our science is right. No.
Yeah, and let me just. Oh, sorry, Elijah, you're starting to robot. Yeah, thank you for putting the link there. Popular science. So let me tell you, yeah, popular science, just like popular mechanics try to debunk 911 truth, and then David Ray Griffin has a great because he debunked the government conspiracy theory about the 18 men with box cutters. Then I think it was Popular Mechanics, not Popular Science, that put out their thing debunking his thing, then put another thing out debunking their debunking. Just because it says it's popular doesn't mean it's right. So yeah, but thank you for putting your source there. But just so you know, because again, you sound young. I'm sorry that the education system has failed you. I apologize on behalf of the educational system, because what
No
you
worries.
think science is not what science used to be. It's pseudoscience, especially most things in the realm of astrophysics are just a bunch of stuff they made up, which are based on numbers that are wrong. And then they just keep building on these same numbers. And they say, oh, look, within these numbers, if we assume this radius of 3,959 miles, all this math works out. But we're actually testing that original 3,959 miles and finding out that number is incorrect. And in fact, has no basis in reality whatsoever, was not measured, wasn't even claimed to be measured, because how would they measure to the center of the earth? They can't get down there to measure the radius. They claim they've only gone 8 miles into the earth. So all of that is theoretical.
Right, it doesn't line up, right? It's just it's almost like they're doing what's convenient for them, right? Like it's actually really interesting. Like all these, and it all happened so quick too. Like if you look at it in like the general, like all of time, like all this, I don't know, all this like space research. I guess it all just happened so quick. It's like it's almost like at first they messed up in creating this lie, and then now they can't let themselves be exposed, so they're just building off of it, right? And kind of letting it become the truth.
Exactly. That's what liars do. Yes, they make up more lies to compound upon to try to distract people from the original lie. Absolutely. And that's very astute that you're able to realize that.
All right, I actually got to go now. So yeah, it was actually really nice talking to you all. I'm probably going to be back here in the future.
You should come back. Now, don't be afraid. Just like the XO was warning you that it can be a lot to swallow, to understand that the globe's a complete lie. But, just take it easy. Maybe look at some of that stuff. You could look at the Flight Path channel that old dude linked you to down here, or look at that Hendry book. It's also, you can find the Hendry book audio. Here, I'll give you the link to it on YouTube if you prefer to listen to someone reading it to you. And just take your time. And I agree with what Elijah and the XO and others have said, that you seem like a decent person. So we hope that you aren't just going to be a one-hit wonder, and that we will see you here again. If you've got other questions, we'll be here to answer them.
Yeah, no, 100%. Like this, I've actually been really, like, this is actually really interesting to me. So I'm definitely gonna be back here in the future.
Cool. All right.
right,
Well,
sounds good.
hold on.
All
Don't
right.
leave yet. I want to give you one more roll, because
Yeah, sure.
I got to give you a roll. I'm going to give you the Seem Sincere roll. Just
Oh,
so you have
thank
one more roll besides VC Verified, because you do seem sincere.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Enjoy your day.
You too. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
You guys were phenomenal.
I couldn't get past
Yeah,
her
you
lovely
talked
voice.
to him. Did you talk to
And
him
the guy knows how
earlier?
to talk him down. Talk him away from the edge. Yeah.
Yeah, he was going too fast. I wanted him to. I was like, slow down. Don't go. Don't. He was a nice guy, but I had to, just kind of set him straight, because he was in panic mode, but he was doing it very graciously. And you got to talk to them like they're a human being in distress, and that's, God bless him. And what Elijah said is 1,000% correct. It's the same with Mary. Elijah coining a new question. Yes, that is interesting.
Yeah, becoming an anti-flat earther is a poor road to take. We've seen it destroy many minds and souls around here, haven't we? Why don't you just Find some curvature or rotation instead. I wish Funky Steve would come back in here. He was in
I
here
wish you'd come in here too.
before.
I'm foaming at the
Steve.
mouth to get him in here.
He was in here. He was in the voice
I'm
chat
so
not that long
sorry.
ago.
I ripped his eyes out. I'm so sorry about that. I wish he'd come back.
Yeah, we flat smacked him pretty hard earlier.
Oh, you guys talked to him already?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I had to. Yeah, he got exercised real quick. Sorry, I was talking to, and I had to because I'm talking to the young man, so I wasn't gonna let that ruin this guy's experience. I had to take a soul. Sorry.
I missed that part.
He wants to talk about maps and, you know, I tested this flat Earth map and it's wrong. Well, wrong compared to what? Wrong compared to the presupposed radius. You know,
He tested it? Was he out there walking
well,
around?
you know,
with
I
it?
mean, this is just, I'm paraphrasing. Like, the thing is, when have they ever tested a globe to see if that's right? When have they ever, you know, whipped out a globe and, like, you can just use a piece of string and make a scale with the piece of string and test it that way? When have they ever tested that? Oh, that's not important. You should see how many of them just assert that they're all accurate. Oh, I asked them, I said, have you ever tested a globe? Is it accurate? And they're like, yeah. Okay, show me. And Antonio Subarats went and tested 3 different globes. High quality ones, too. Not like not the ones you win at a carnival. All of them gave out different values for every distance. Like the width of Australia, the distance between New York City and Athens. Like any distance, any 2 points you choose, they don't work. Physical globe. So I guess that proves the Earth is flat, right? Because I took a physical globe and the distances didn't work, so you don't see the Earth is flat. This is their logic, right? I tested a flat Earth map, the distances don't work out, so the Earth's a globe. It's idiotic.
Yeah, I guess that's the best they can do.
Ask your question. Hello? My
Hi,
mic
Dave.
working?
Other
Yeah, we
question?
hear you.
You?
Yeah, we hear you loud and clear.
Have you all tried to
Earth's
talk
still
to
flat.
Dick Cuff that's in here? Dick Cuff is a BC
Deck Cuff was
verified.
talking. Deck Cuff was talking to 13. I think Deck Cuff is a flat earther.
Yes.
But I
I'm
just
right
saw
here.
your BC verified. I made sure somebody talked to you.
How long have you understood that the Earth is flat there, Deck Cuff?
I mean, I started asking questions the first time when I saw a video from NASA, their own YouTube channel as well, where there was a guy in the middle of the screen and there was a ball circling around him as if he was the center of gravity, which is just utter fucking bullshit if you actually know proper science. Which, if I may add, if I may say, science is Latin and means knowledge. It's something which many people don't know nowadays. And it's so sad.
What video was that? I'd like to see that.
I don't know. I was watching so many conspiracy videos at the time, most of which I know now is complete utter bullshit. But I really don't know. And then I saw one of the videos where, like, you see a guy getting rolled through in a wheelchair through the like whatever they call it, with all the screens, and they're like, oh my god, yeah, we did it.
The
And
George Bush one, yeah.
yeah, on
Rolling,
the back you see
Bush
like
through
a
the Houston, their control center.
oh yeah
I know one you're talking about. Where in the background they show a bunch of like green screen shit.
yeah the monochrome screen. And that I mean, after that, it took. I mean, I went off it for a few years, and like after the thing happened, if you know what I mean, the thing. After that happened, I didn't really have much to do, so I thought, well, might as well try to learn something. So I spent a lot of time just listening to all kinds of people, nothing to do with this topic, but just trying to learn from all points of life, trying to figure out what the natural reality of our world is, not what we're getting taught. But yeah, that's like, I think it's been 1.5 years since I realized that the Earth might be flat, and then it didn't even take a month or two But there's just one thought that I can't get out of my head. So we all agree, as I assume, that somewhere, somewhen, somehow there's a creator. But how does anyone know that it is like a all-loving, almighty God? How can it not be like an analogy of a biologist with a closed terrarium, which has been closed for 10 years? Because one thing I really started questioning was exactly that. I saw a video recently. Well, it's not. It's a photo. It's not a photo. It's a no, one of those archaic depictions of what the and I say archaic in a weird way because it's a dismissive thing to say. It's like, oh, he's primitive. It's like, nah, man, just have another way of seeing the world. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's so many weird things in this world, and I can't grasp the reality of most of it. But when you see a depiction of the dome where there's the waters of the heavens above, and then in the dome there are something called floodgates. I mean, that is one big, just, I don't know, like that's I don't even know the word for it. Second language, you know. Like, why would the Almighty Creator put in floodgates to this enclosed system as if to
Where are you
try
getting
and
this floodgate thing?
I don't know. It's just all the fucking depictions on the internet with the like it's an old model.
I've never, well, not that I've seen everything, but I've never.
No, I'll see if I can find it.
Maybe God is harvesting our souls. Good souls just taste better after we die. Pretty scary thought.
It is a very scary thought.
Be bad to make your soul taste bitter.
I think a more scary thing to comprehend is maybe this is just one continuous life. Like after death, we just get a new life in the same world, and it's our job, it's our duty, even if you can call it that, to try to make this heaven on earth instead of hell on earth. And we can't do it. It's hard to do when half the people don't want to do that. Now, I'm going off
kind of a
completely.
side topic here. Yeah, we try to stay, on topic.
Yeah, it's 100%
Once you start
speculation.
going down the religious road, someone gets a butt hurt into it.
Oh yeah.
Yes, we have a lot of religious wars around here at Deck Cuff.
Oh, God.
Or we used to. I think mainly it doesn't happen as much as it used to.
I'm sure
Maybe, I don't know.
happening
One will probably
somewhere.
happen tomorrow. That's right, exactly, Indio. Never ends.
Probably just started one by saying no, they don't happen. It's going to be
That's
like,
right.
oh,
Exactly.
I'm not doing enough.
What do you mean they
I'm not
don't
defending my
happen?
faith. Pick up the sword.
Yes, I'll regret saying that tomorrow, I'm sure. Yeah, I think Deck Cuff. Oh, when I was in high school, I wrote a creative short story in my creative writing class about the Earth being a science experiment. But I think, no matter what, if you think, whatever you think it is, there's a creative intelligence behind it, which, and of course, as we know, there can be another creative intelligence behind that creative intelligence. So the problem is people who, I mean, that seems to be the problem with many of the glopers that we see. The hardcore ones are most definitely of the mindset of humans, trying to play God and control everything. Obviously that's what we see as the problem in the world today. And that's one possible motive for trying to make people think they live on a globe. It allows, these humans who are obviously trying to control civilization, have control over more of the variables in this world, and they are keeping people out of, as was mentioned earlier, which Orion, I think, is the one who was talking to 13 for a while. He had some really good points there about not being able to go to the southern regions, not being allowed to go to the northern regions either, that we cannot explore this earth, which is suspicious in and of itself. And I think a lot of people don't realize that. I didn't realize about the Antarctic Treaty until I came to the Discord server, because it's talked about quite frequently here, but I never paid any attention to
Oh,
what
do
was
you know why that
happening in
exists?
Antarctica.
Anyway,
Why?
you know, someone inform me as to why the Antarctic Treaty exists. It's to stop unauthorized hunting. Why is no one laughing? Someone actually said that today.
I was.
One in the
I
lobby said the Antarctic Treaty exists to
Yeah,
stop
I
hunting
was there. I
in
laughed.
Antarctica.
Yeah, I
Wait,
was
wait.
there.
Did
I laughed.
you
I
ask them
saw it.
I was
what were they
laughing. I
hunting?
was on mute.
Like, batshit crazy.
No, did you ask them what they were hunting?
Yeah.
Probably
They're
curvature.
hunting the Eskimo.
It depends. Is it rabbit season or duck season?
There's nothing to hunt.
Most funny thing was I was on mute.
So
Hey, is it?
I quoted him the Antarctica Conservation Act, which is, is to protect animals. Because you're not supposed to go down there supposedly because you're going to contaminate that pristine environment.
Yeah.
Somehow. It said that's for hunting.
Is Elijah still here?
He's muted.
I don't know if he's here
Wait.
though.
Do penguins live in Antarctica?
Apparently.
I think they're in the main continent. Makes me also think penguins taste like chicken or fish.
I'm sure penguin actually is delicious.
There it is.
Wait, have you tasted penguins?
No, I want to know, does it taste like chicken or fish? I want to.
Might actually taste like like it has the consistency of fish, but it tastes like chicken. Because it's an aquatic animal, an aquatic bird.
I would say probably fish, but I don't really know.
It's in the water, so it's kind of like sauteing, right? Or kind of like,
Yeah.
what do you call that? Not sauteing.
Boiling or I know what you mean, but I forgot the word.
Poaching?
No.
Marinating?
Marinating. It's marinating in the ocean water.
I bet they taste like fish because they eat a lot of fish, and a lot of times animals taste like what they eat. So, like a Norwegian wolffish, it almost exclusively eats crab, and so even though it's not a crab, it's a fish, regular fish, it tastes just like crab.
That's interesting.
I need to start eating feces then, because pig tastes goddamn delicious.
Do pigs actually feces?
Yes, they do. That's actually really interesting. If you guys want to know why why some religions don't actually eat pig meat, if you want to know.
Yeah, sure. Why?
Once upon a time in the Middle East, the pigs were used as trash men. The people of the villages just simply threw out their garbage, and the pigs roamed the villages and just ate everything that got thrown out. One day, they started getting fed with something which is literally poisonous to them, and the animals started getting sick, and then when they started eating the animals which are sick, they started getting sick, so they started banning it, and not knowing what the actual reason for them getting sick is, and that still goes on today.
The Hebrews already did not eat it before that occurred.
This is what I heard. I heard that pigs are the closest to tasting like human beings of any animal, and
how would they?
Yeah, I heard they don't have the ability to purge toxins from their body the way that most animals do, like regular ruminants, like a sheep or a lamb or a goat or a cow. These animals, much like we do, have the ability to purge toxins from their body. A pig or a clam in the ocean does not. So it functions like a vacuum bag. It's God's vacuum bag.
Oh God, that's horrible.
I don't care. Bacon tastes awesome.
Yep.
What you want?
Are you promoting
Yeah, but it
cannibalism?
tastes awesome because of the flavors that they add to it.
I know human beings don't taste like bacon.
Well, cannibalism is just eating another human being. It's not eating someone whom you've killed. There's no need to judge cannibals simply because they eat human flesh. They only eat them when they die, not when they're killed.
Pigs are actually smarter than dogs, so it could be
yes.
considered immoral to eat pigs.
Some 3 times smarter than the average Glober.
All right, we guys, I'm back. I just have to go for a second. Okay, so my dad's a pilot, right? And I asked him like about some like just some like what his take is on, like the Earth not being a globe. And what he said, okay, so one of the things that he brought up is that like when he makes a flight, right? Let's say he was going from like Toronto to India, for example, right? If you were to go directly from Toronto, like if you were looking at in a 2-dimensional point of view, he wouldn't in fact go straight, right? He wouldn't go straight from Toronto, India, and that's because the curvature around the Earth makes it longer. The quote unquote curvature around the Earth would make it, a longer trip. So what you do is you actually go north, right? And he do that so that because there's less curvature on the Earth there, it would save time, right? So, what are you guys' take on that?
There's less curvature. Where is there like less or more?
Okay, wait. Is there any way?
Oh, let me tell you something.
any way I can,
First of all, now I don't believe you. I don't believe your dad's a pilot. I think you're.
No, I'm not joking. I can literally show you. He has his license.
Be careful, there.
Yeah, that doesn't mean he's flying commercial flights. He flew to India himself.
Yeah.
Oh no. He was saying he has his pilot license.
So they have flight corridors. So, dude, check this out. They have flight corridors. You fly up into one of these flight corridors, and then you traverse to wherever you're traversing. If I was going to Europe from New York City, I wouldn't fly directly from New York City to Europe. I would fly up to Nova Scotia, get into one of these flight corridors, fly across the Atlantic, and then land.
Right.
You just don't fly wherever you want.
No, I know. I never said that my dad flew. No, I think I probably spoke wrong there. Sorry about that. My dad has a pilot license, and he like knows about this like pilot. This like.
Can I ask you if this sounds like what I was detailing earlier, a flat Earth, an anti-flat Earth position?
Yeah, no, I know. I get what you're saying.
Number one, you would have to understand how a coordinate system works, right?
Yeah.
That's number one. Because you think you're flying over, like people come here, they're like, no, here's a flat map of the world. Here's a globe map of the world. When in actuality, it's the same thing. So when you say, oh, it can't be flat because it'd be longer, it's just your misunderstanding of how grid systems work. I don't even understand them all that well. I know the hell you don't. But it's an anti-flat Earth position.
Yeah, listen, I'll back you up. Anything people say about airplanes and flight times is just an anti-flat Earth position for the following reason. A plane is not a measuring tool. Right? A plane is not an instrument through which you would measure things. So, saying, yeah, the Earth is a globe and airplanes prove it. Like, you measured the Earth with an airplane? That's what you're saying? Yeah, it sounds.
Wait, but can't you measure the distance like from point A to point B with it?
Because see, someone was talking about this and talking to this guy. Okay, so I'll give you an example. Sydney to Santiago is a flight. Now, if you fly in one direction, from Santiago to Sydney, just the variation of that one flight time. We're talking about actual flights, not calculated based upon a Great Circle route, right? We're talking about actual flights that actually happen in the real world. Those flight times can vary from 9 hours to 13 hours. This is just one direction. Now, if you're going in the other direction, it varies from 11 hours to 15 hours. So, how far are they apart? How far is Sydney to Santiago? Don't know, because you have a variation of almost 30%. So because speed times times equals distance, right? So your time variable it has an uncertainty of 30% of the total value. Imagine a tape measure, like every time you took it out, like sometimes a foot was 12 inches, and other times a foot was 9 inches, and other time a foot was 10 inches, and other time a foot was 11 inches. You know what I'm saying? A plane is not a measuring tool.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I get what you're saying. So yeah, so it's almost like a matter of consistency, I guess, is what you're saying.
And then the device itself, right, to measure even airspeed, there's something inside the airplane called a pitot tube, right? And the way that works is air flows past the tube, right? And they take the barometric pressure of the area, and depending on this pressure differential, they calculate how fast they're going, their airspeed. From that, they get a ground speed. Right? So this device itself has an error that's as great as 15%, according to the manufacturer. They have a 15% inaccuracy. So you could be going 100 miles, you could be going 115 miles, or you could be going, 85 miles per hour. You don't know. The thing is, these devices, they're only built good enough for practical purposes, right? So I can fly New York to Los Angeles. I don't need to fly right into Los Angeles. I'm in an airplane at 47,000 feet. I can see Los Angeles from pretty far away. I can see Los Angeles from 100 miles away. I only need a small accuracy in the real world, right? I don't have to be really that accurate. If I come within 200 miles of Los Angeles, that's good enough. Nobody complains like, oh, this flight, they said 4 hours and it took 5 hours and 30 minutes. No one goes, well, the globe Earth is wrong. They just will go, well, we weren't flying this fast, or, the it took longer to get up to cruising altitude, or, we had to circle around the airport too many times. You see what I'm saying? Like, a plane is not an instrument to measure,
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, hold on, what questions did you ask
That's why
your
it's
dad?
an anti-flat Earth position. Hold on. This is why it's an anti-flat Earth position. It's just some shit thrown against the wall and hope something sticks.
Well, India, I want to know what question he asked Dad, because he just said he asked Dad generic questions.
Yeah, wait, no, my question was that, like, so, because my dad was talking to me about, because he's licensed, he has a piloting license, right? So he was talking to me about, like, how if you were to take a flight from, like, Toronto to India, right? And what he would do, he wouldn't go directly from Toronto to India in, like, linearly. Like, he would have to go, or what would be practical is to go north, right? And that's because, like, if there would be there would be less curvature in the earth there, right? Or not less. It's hard to explain. Like, if you were to go north, then I guess there would be, like, less curvature, so it would kind of shorten the distance, right?
The circumference would be lower.
Yeah, be honest.
You're right. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
But 13, but the problem here is that you're trying to figure out something so that you can then ask us how should it work on a flat plane, because they're already assuming a flat plane anyway. That's what anybody in your family would have to admit, that they're not adjusting for curvature or spin. They do go in a straight line usually from targets, but if they're heading east or west, they have to make northern corrections. And that's because that's how north works. North is the center, right? So we have to make northern corrections. I keep hearing you say north, and I'm not sure if that's what you're referring to. So when I'm going west, a northern correction is what direction, 13?
Wait.
If I want to make a northern correction and I'm heading west, what direction do I go? Do I go left? Do I go right? What direction do I go if I want to make a northern correction and I'm going west?
If you're going west, you would go left, wouldn't you?
No, I'd go right, because right. So hold on. So right, no, I have to go right. So do you see, since that basic premise, you're right. So right now we're having an issue here, since you didn't understand that basic premise. Do you think that these other things might be confusing you further when we can't even understand the very basics here? So no matter what, if I'm heading east or west, I have to make a northern correction. So yeah, if I'm heading east, I make a left-hand correction now.
Oh, dude. I had my east and west mixed up. Oh God, that's embarrassing.
That's okay. Okay, that's normal. So the point is here, listen, is that's what we'd have to do no matter what reality is. If there's a northern center, that's what we have to do. That's how a flat map works, though, 13. That's why we have flat maps for everything. So so somebody's making claims that they're flying over something when all of our maps have to be flat, showing us how to do these things. So you see where the dilemma is. There's no claim for a globe. You have to assume it. You see, you have to just believe it. 13. That's what I told you from the beginning. Trust me, I dabbled in some big electronics when I worked for the government, and they make flight simulators for tanks and airplanes, and they're made of flat Earth maps. 13. Has your dad ever flown a flight simulator? Don't you have a flight simulator? Because what does it have to be to simulate the Earth? It has to be flat. So why aren't people talking about this? 13? Because when you're brainwashed by a religion, you don't even know what's in your video games. You don't even realize when the evidence is right in front of you because it's brainwashed you. It's washed your logic away. 13. So even though everything depends on a stationary flat Earth, and by the way, they're called airplanes. Are they called air curves? 13? Or are they called airplanes? Do you think the argument of a plane might help me? Or do I need to explain what a plane is? See, by the way, that's P-L-A-I-N and P-L-A-N-E, the same etymology of linear flat surfaces. So, it doesn't matter if it's semantics or what. 13. You got to realize.
Floor your bed curve.
Go ahead, Elijah.
XO is your floor or bed curve?
It might be. If I have two different shadows, I can take these pencils and make different shadows. 13 on my floor with a certain light source. Does that mean my floor is curved?
I'm only asking because the seabed and the seafloor. I mean,
Right. That's right. But if I put sticks on the ground, 13, remember, and we get different shadows, does that mean my floor is a ball? Because that's what people are going to tell you. That's not my claim. Should I explain that to you why that does not make my floor a ball? 13, you see? So we're just going to keep going up this ranking system here. You're going to get into some real trouble because the spiritual issues are going to increase right now. Like I said, you might not be ready for this. And I told you, don't even say anything about it. So you can't say that we're putting pressure on you. But if you go and do what Elijah is explaining, he's explaining this attempt to just deny. And by the way, you're not even attempting to give us evidence. You're just saying it won't work for you. And then I go, well, that's funny because it already works that way. It's already working with nobody adjusting for spin or curvature of any kind. That's how it already works. When's the last time you're walking down the street and needed to adjust for spin? When's the last time you balance something still? It has to be still. 13. So that's the point. There's no claim here. We can't be explaining the imaginations of men. They're imagining things, and it's going to be difficult because you're talking to your family members. Like I said, be careful. Why don't you show them a flight simulator tonight? And when you can talk about that, start there. But, don't try to look at this like most people do and go to what Elijah is explaining and Dandelion is explaining to you. If you approach this a certain way, like I already warned you, it's not going to help you out, right? You came in the room. We had to discuss a lot of things to get a platform here, right? And I said it straight, right? From the right beginning, we just want you to accept that we trust reality. 13. We're telling you reality is real. And now somebody else has told you, no, it's not. That's what has happened within the last hour.
Yeah, true.
That's what's happened. So that's unfortunate. And I know that's going to happen. It's not going to be everybody that goes to you is going to say, no, that's not true because I've seen it on TV or what other excuse it's going to be. 13. They don't have a claim. So it's going to be a reciprocating effect. You're going to leave. You're going to talk to somebody. They're going to tell you something really stupid. And then you're going to come back here and use it on us. And it's going to be another headache for you. See? Thanks.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Did he cut out?
Oh wait. Oh, sorry. Wait. I let go of my push to talk button. Sorry. Yeah. What's his face? Yeah. So yeah. You were 100% right. Like when you're saying that, like it's hard to kind of like accept that, right? Like it's so weird to think about because like I don't know.
You only have to look into like I always tell people there's two ways you can go about this. You can either seek to validate that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. Now that's a measurement. So that deals with geometry. So as a matter of fact, you don't even have to think about it. They tell you, all right, well, the horizon is 3 miles away based on the geometry and based on what this foregone conclusion that it's a sphere of this specific size. Your horizon is at this location. Well, all you got to do is try to validate that because that's their claim, not my claim, their claim. and you go out to the beach and you're like, well, I mean, like Julio was saying the other day, like there are shipping lanes that they're not going to change. The shipping lane is where it is on the bay or wherever it's at, right? You just gotta. It's 3 miles away from you, and you're just watching ships go to and fro, and you're like, well, I know how far away that is, but they don't appear to be disappearing beyond the horizon. Then you see a boat 10 miles out, and you're like, oh no. Why is the horizon not where it's supposed to be? It's actually behind that boat when I know it's supposed to be 3 miles. What's going on? So you can validate the claim that it was measured to be what they said it is, or you can look into celestial navigation. So one disproves, well, I mean, you know, I already know that it does, but if you were to go out and try to validate that it's a globe, you would figure out that that's a way to invalidate that it's a globe, or you can look into celestial navigation and look into the requirements therein. So it requires achieving angles. And the most important angle that you need is a 90-degree angle. And this 90-degree angle can be from the zenith of the star. So the star is, well, the star is above Earth somewhere, right? It's 90 degrees directly above some location on Earth. And then,
Right, yeah.
and then you need a 90-degree angle that comes down from that star to that position on the Earth, and then to you as the sailor. If that's 3,000 miles away, that's 3,000 miles of not curve that you're traveling over.
Right, yeah, that's
Because you need the 90-degree angle. And if the surface is curving between that you and that 3,000 miles and that star, it's never going to be 90 degrees from you.
It would be at a different angle, right? Like,
so let's say you're triangulating with 3 stars now. So you got a star 1,000 miles in one direction, 2,000 in the other direction, and 700 in the third. Now what? You have 3 different radiuses to travel, right? Between you and the star. This is a radius. We know that radiuses are straight, right? So now that you have 3 different radiuses, or they call them radii, in 3 different definitions, in 3 different directions, that's 3 directions that you need to achieve a 90-degree angle off of a curved surface. That's impossible. But you don't even have to talk about the curved surface. If you have a 90 and the baseline is your horizon, which is 0, then there's nothing to talk about, because you know you just went in that direction for X amount of miles, and there couldn't have possibly been any curvature in between. There's no reason to think about it. You just know, well, based on this trigonometry, I'm going in that direction this many miles because I'm at this location triangulating using the stars. Straight lines, no curve.
yeah.
I mean, somebody tell me I'm wrong.
You're wrong.
Thank you. I appreciate
it. All right, man, I'm gonna head out. See y'all.
Well, take it easy. Don't hurt yourself out there, 13.
All right, yeah, thank you, man.
All right. Have a good one.
Elijah, I was gonna say something earlier, but you're back now, or at least you're speaking now. You know how you sent that, what was his name, Shalom, over to Gym Pandas? I noticed something interesting after I spoke. You know, I was kind of trolling a little bit, but they didn't know if I was completely trolling, so I gave them what I supposed as globe proof. And I tried to say all the, generic BS that everyone comes up with. I saw it from a plane. I saw a boat go over the horizon. I could hike up a mountain, and I gave them all this generic BS that we get, and they were debunking me.
Wow.
It was super weird. They said, "No, that's not true. No, this is this, and you can't. That's not proof of anything." So I noticed something. They don't really care about evidence for what they're trying to teach everyone. They only care about the claims that someone makes against them, and they attack those claims. So I think what would be really interesting, instead of having someone present, flat Earth evidence in there, you have someone go in there and say, "Hey, I think the Earth is a ball because X, Y, and Z," and say, "Hey, just give them 3, 4, 5 easy arguments that you have that makes 100% certain that you think the Earth is a ball." And I just want to see them fall apart completely, because they'll debunk the guy that thinks the Earth is a ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've done
those
that
people are
tactic.
backwards.
Yeah, I've done that tactic before. Yep. It's a funny tactic, actually.
Well, what were you saying exactly?
Well, I said, I can see a ship go over the horizon. I see the sunset. I see the curvature from a plane. We have 4K footage from space, and they're just debunking me left and right. So if you send a guy in there that thinks, "Oh, the Earth's a ball," because all the same BS that I'm gonna say, that I told them, because I was testing out what a normie would say, they're gonna debunk them, and it would just be hilarious how you have a glober arguing another guy that also thinks it's a globe, and one's debunking the other. It's because they don't care. They think their evidence doesn't exist, and the only thing they need to fight is flat Earth evidence. 'Cause they don't need evidence for what they believe in. They're only there to pick apart what we say, and make ad hoc explanations to why what we're saying isn't actually what it is. So I want to see someone do that next time.
They could probably sense you're a fake glober.
Well, they didn't really know, so they kind of could tell, but not really. I don't know, but the thing would still work if you sent in a fresh guy there, someone that didn't really know either way. But you would have to do it in a way where they couldn't say like, "Hey, I'm new to the subject." Or no, I guess they could say that, but they couldn't say, "I'm on the fence" or anything like that, because then they're gonna ask for, why do you think the Earth is flat? But you would have to have them go in there and say, "Hey, I really think the Earth's the ball because of these reasons. Couldn't be flat because the sun would light up the whole disk." Or you could give them all those stupid things, and then just see what they would say about the Earth being a ball, because they don't actually have evidence. So I want to see someone take someone there and just have them run through their proofs.
I think to a glober, I think being on the fence is probably just as bad as a flat earther.
Well, yeah, because that's doubting in the true globe belief. Yeah, any doubt. You might be on your way out the door of the globe religion. Can't doubt the articles of faith, right?
You must proclaim your faith openly in public and be
That's right.
chastised. I think that's what they come in here to do when they come in. The Earth is round. They're declaring their faith. And it's really weird.
I'm a little worried, Indio. My dad has a pilot claim. I'm not sure I like that.
Yeah, that was a little bit weird. Yeah, that he went away for a little while and came back, and all of a sudden his dad's a pilot, the XO. Should I take off his seem sincere role if he comes back and says his mom is an astronaut?
You know what's
Well,
funny about
actually,
that, XO? XO, you remember you told him, hey, don't say anything for 6 months, and then immediately he leaves and
I
says,
know,
hey,
I'm
Dad, blah,
trying to
blah, blah,
slow
blah,
the
blah.
guy down. Bro, I'm trying to slow these guys out the door. They got a bullhorn on. I'm like, relax.
Well, actually, I heard there's a lot of flat earthers in the pilot community.
No doubt. Yeah, because they go up there and they realize they're not
Well, if
ahead of the
you're
curve.
the kinds of pilots we don't talk about are like the fighter pilots and the military that have to use radar systems. They know it's level.
Speaking of radar, we can get the distance to the sun with astral spectroscopy. And
No,
even
you
though,
can't. No, you can't.
I think
even
you
though,
actually can.
it's not a
No, you
near
can't.
perfect black body.
No, you can't.
I'm gonna find a meme that's really funny now. Thank you.
It's
Who
it's
said
not
that? I mean,
it's not
can
a
I get?
perfect black
Can I,
body.
did you really say that? Are you a flat earther
I mean, yeah,
trolling?
it
Like
absorbs
what?
all color of light.
Oh,
Well, I mean, I think it would be
okay.
possible to use
Okay.
some sort of tool to tell the distance of the sun. Like, that's not. I mean,
No, it's not possible.
well, well, I mean, I
If
think
it,
there were.
if it were
You don't think
possible,
there's.
we'd be able to just Google it, and there'd be like some $5 thing that a kid can do to do it because it's cool. No, you can't do it.
But it's not a perfect black body.
I don't care what you think it is. You can't do it.
Elijah, I'm just kidding, Elijah. I'm doing a Glober tactic.
Who said that? Hey, I can't even remember who said that, but
Done.
it doesn't even
Done.
matter. Because if we could do it, we wouldn't be presupposing that we're on a sphere, presupposing that we're on the other side of the sun 6 months later, and all this to try to figure it. Like it, we wouldn't do all that. We just pop out a little instrument that measure stuff and
Right.
angles and all that, and it'd just be done.
You need a radius anyways. Doesn't even matter. You need the radius.
Yeah.
Funny thing is that it absorbs all light. 8 minutes there, 8 minutes back. Ha ha, funny story.
How do they know how fast it's going?
Right, that's a great point. They just time it, calculate it there and back.
Hey, you guys know how it's being said, by the Glovers, like, we're anti-science and all that stuff. When's the last time you heard Glovers telling people, like, go out there and measure it? Like, go out there and test it for yourself. Like, they don't ever say that shit, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I think the Globers are anti-science.
Everything that proves that it's not a globe. I mean, everything that proves everything that could be everything that's self-evidently not. I don't even know how to say it. They just take everything that already is and say, no, 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 that's happening on a globe. That's what they do. It's like, what? Yeah, that eclipse right there, that's happening on a globe. Prove to me how it would work on a flat Earth. Well, seeing is that the only thing we can do is observe it. I look at it and then I say, it works on a flat Earth.
Right, exactly. If we know the Earth is flat and there's an eclipse happening, it must be possible.
Have you guys heard of the Nebra sky disk?
No, what's that?
It's something to be dated back about 16 BC. It's a sky disk. I put it in the chat. There's only a few that are against it because it wasn't found so deep in the ground, so it must be relatively. It's because it represents a flat plane. It's a map of the sky. I posted in the chat. Give me a second.
Can you say the name of this again?
Nebru.
How do you spell that?
I just put it all in the chat right there.
Oh, there it is.
Pretty cool, man. Pretty cool stuff.
I was supposed to do some homework and then head over to Brandon's with some quotes, and then I didn't do it.
Yeah, can I be heard okay? You guys hear me?
Definitely can hear you. How's it been, Hank? Haven't heard from you. Like you haven't been over to Flat Earth Science over pseudoscience lately.
Yeah, I ain't been there in a while. I get frustrated, with the libtards being dishonest. Because
Oh
I
yeah.
can handle an intellectually honest argument, I can do that
Right.
all day long. But when people are just like trying to use like tricks on people, like
Right.
I ain't got time for that shit.
Right.
Every once in a while, I get like a wild hair, and I'll go over there and check things out at other servers, and maybe jump in, drop a few.
Well, we've been cleaning it
points
up
and
over
then
there.
back out.
We actually have been
Yeah?
cleaning it up over there. Yeah, there is no Globers that are moderators now. None. It's all Flat Earthers.
Oh, that sounds like Flat Earth server.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Been taking care of business.
Good to hear it. I think this will always be my home server, but I really do like the people over there. You guys have always been cool. But yeah, I would just get so frustrated, right? Because I'd be like talking to a normie, right? And the normie would say something like the stars spin the opposite direction in the southern hemisphere. And I'd be in a room full of seasoned Globers, And I knew that I was correct. You know, they don't rise in the west and set in the east, right? And I'd be trying to explain that to the new guy. And I was like, ask your buds, you know, ask your friends.
Right.
And they wouldn't like back me up on the truth that the sun, moon, and stars rise in the east. So at that point, I was like, I'm done with you fucktards. Like, you guys are retarded. Because how hard is it to admit that the sun rises in the east? I mean, as a Glober, how intellectually honest do you got to be? Not very, right? Not very honest to say, yeah, the sun rises in the east in Australia.
Yeah, I don't blame you, Hank. I completely understand.
But it's like they're keeping like a score, like it's a game, right? They're trying
Right,
to say
yeah.
like, oh man, if we say yeah, right, that's flat earther 1 and globe 0. And they can't do that. And this isn't a game. Like, this is about seeking the truth. That's what an intellectual honest debate is about. That's the whole point of having a college. So you can go to this place, right? Nobody's going to kill each other over anybody's ideas. We're all going to talk about this shit, right? We're going to get together, and now we got like safe spaces and free speech zones, and this is bullshit. It's all bullshit. We got to get to an open conversation. We have to be honest if we're going to find the truth. And from what I could tell, is there's just a bunch of cock blockers for the truth.
Yeah. They don't really come around as much no more though. Maybe Puppy. I mean, Puppy's. Oh man, that guy's a trip. Well, you know, other than that, it has changed though. It's not as it used to be.
Well, I'm used to doing it, you know, back in the day, like just 10 people, just raw and dirty, and everybody just trying to get their point across and try to get a word in. And now everything's more moderated, but it's even harder to get your point across because of the tactics, right? Like, this isn't like a football game, right, where you got to use tactics. It's, you know, drive straight for the truth, right?
Right.
And it's like these people are like obfuscating from the truth. Obfuscation is like number one. Number two is, I didn't say that. Well, of course you didn't, dumbass. That was my argument, right? That's not what I'm saying, right? And these people, it's like they all go to the same Globetard school, right? Because there's a difference between a normie, a flat earther, and a Globetard, right? And the Globetard is the minority, right? Like Nathan Oakley says. So this minority of fringe, like religious zealots, like if they're playing defense for their religion, like it's almost like flat Earth, you know, kind of came around, right, nearly 500 years after the Reformation, and then after that was the Counter Reformation, right? And then after the flat Earth thing, now there's counter flat Earth, and that's what, you know, you got people like Fight the Flat Earth and things like that, you know.
Yeah. We've been calling them anti-flat earthers recently.
They are really, and they hate the idea, let alone it being that. They don't even want to get to the idea. It's a bizarre behavior, man. They like their logical fallacies. They really hold near and dear to those.
Especially the ad hominem fallacy. That's their favorite.
Yeah, that's always been their favorite. Somebody did to the face. But yeah, I think we just need to get a recording of Spock, right, when he says, you need to reformulate your argument, right? Because he's calling them out. We just need to have Spock calling them out on their logical fallacies. And I can't remember who shared that with me. I think it was India, right? So props to India for that. Yeah, we just need to get like a soundboard of Spock.
Right. Oh, we get newbies. We get some newbies over there, and they don't really know their fallacies. No, they do commit like the bandwagon fallacy. That's where they start at. You know, appeal to authority. You know, basic stuff. But with the other, with the hardcore Globers, right? They try to they have their little weaseling way to it, non sequiturs and their straw man. Oh man, they really get down and deep with it.
Yeah, they do.
One
Also-
thing that we're go ahead.
Oh no, you can go ahead. It was my point was insignificant.
I doubt it. But my thing is that they always do these tactics, right? And it's always like, real subtle obfuscation, right? And then other flat earthers are like attacking the chaff, and flat earthers are like helping them with their arguments. So we really got to get like to a point to where not only are we calling out, the Glovers, but we got to be like brutally honest with the flat earthers. Like, hey, why are you helping them?
Right.
Because when I first started in like 2015, 2016, like I didn't know who was on my team and who wasn't, right? So I thought Poncho Pete was like on their team making me look bad. So I called him out, right? Publicly, which I should have done privately. But I didn't know who was on my side, right? And it's like sometimes you just gotta call up the flirter and be like, dude, can you shut your mouth? Why are you helping him with his obfuscation tactics?
That's why it's really important to know your fallacies. I think it's one of the important things to learn. Also, their own model. Once you learn that's what got me on flat Earth, is learning the model more and more, the heliocentric model. So once you know more about that and learn that, you can just aim. You don't even have to introduce flat Earth. You can just have them show their provide their claims and back up their citations and all that rigmarole. Break it down little by little. I mean, if it's like a serious, like a new person that's really trying to be honest about it, right? Not facetious.
So I was in Red Redrick's hangouts back in the day, and he was teaching me like dishonest debate tactics. And we weren't really arguing at the point. We were just talking about the tactics. And there were so many tactics that I didn't even know. I wasn't familiar with the logical fallacies. I probably committed a bunch when I first started because I didn't know what I was doing. But one thing that they do, I noticed a lot. Well, that's QE, right? Well, that's a genetic fallacy. And it's not like QE invented the scientific method. So what are they talking about? When they say, oh, that's QE scientific method, like what, you think he invented this shit? What are you talking about? And I think the number one thing that gets me is they say, well, if you go high enough, you'll see the curvature and you'll see the earth spin, right? It's like, well, what if I said, hey, if I go high enough, I'll see unicorn nipples and Pegasus nipples, right? And that's what's causing the tides, right? And my cosmology is no more scientifically legitimate than theirs, and theirs is no more scientifically legitimate than mine, because as far as I know, Pegasus nipples don't actually exist. But then again, neither does space-time, right? It's just a concept, right? So if you go high enough, you'll see my concept, and that's what's causing what we see here on Earth. But there's no way to prove any of that shit, because you can't manipulate the cause to see the effect.
Right, just a description. Right, hit the money right there. That's why I like it when they you got Glovers. They'll come in with evolution, right, too. And I was like, can you repeat history for me? So
You cut out repeat history for me.
yeah, when they try to invoke evolution and carbon dating and all this rigmarole, I'm like, okay, cool. Let's do the scientific method. Can you repeat history for me? So we can, get a controlled variable and all that, Nope, can't repeat history. Okay, thank you. There you go. It's a religion. It's a faith.
Yeah, it really is sun worshiping. Heliocentric model, Earth centered
Yep.
model.
All a part of it.
Right? And all the stars, they're actually the sun, or they're the suns of different solar systems. Right? The stars are suns. Right? And it's like, no, the stars are stars. It's very different than the sun. Right? I don't get star burn. When's the last time you got a good star burn? Right? You don't get those. No one ever does. You get sunburns, right? I mean, these people are just. What's going on is I don't. It's like there's two Americas, right? One is a corporation, and one is a continent or two continents, right? And then there's like dual cosmologies, right? Well, what I can understand is that most of the people are suffering from mass hypnosis and subsequent psychosis, right? All these people have been hypnotized and brainwashed, and now they're all suffering from psychosis to the point to where they've completely lost touch with reality, and they think that space-time is pushing them down, and at the same time, gravity's pulling them down, which doesn't make sense. But I digress. Pick a gravity, fuckers. Stop trying to do two at the same time that contradict each other. Yeah.
Yes, they
Come
do,
on.
man. It's amazing. It's a I think it's special time to be alive right now. To be honest with you, it's amazing to be honest. You just observe it and just see it's what times we are in.
Yeah, I mean, you got people talking about, go take a jab, right? What kind of jab? I don't know. What's in the glove? I don't know. But you should take one. Well, if you break my nose, is there any liability? No. But you should still take one.
dick.
Like, yeah, what kind of jab are we talking about here? Is it going to be a left or a right hand? It doesn't matter, right? Just take
Jabbing
it,
the cock or the coxes.
And it's like, does this jab, is it going to benefit me? Is it going to keep anyone else from getting, No, it's not. Well, what's the point of taking it then? Oh, just because we want you to. Like, nah, bro, I'm not bending over for you. I'm not bending over for nobody. And that's the same thing with the cosmology. Like, you have no authority here. You can't force your cosmology on me anymore because I'm not 5. I'm not a 5-year-old anymore. So take your cosmology, your religiosity, and kick rocks, fucker.
Hey man, kick rocks, bro. Yeah, it's true.
How do you really feel, Hank? Don't hold back, man. How do you really feel?
That's it. I'm gonna let someone else talk for a while.
Okay, since he won't say it, I'll say it for him. War! That sums it up.
What is it good for?
Everything is busting. Even out them scales of liberty. War. The natural state of man is war. And everything it's good for. Maintaining your natural authority. Balancing the scales of liberty. Libertas. Freedom. Every man's right to choose what's best for his life. My life is mine, not yours. Don't worry about my health. Worry about your own damn health. In a natural environment, or as evolutionists would say, as cavemen, if you were sick, we'd just kick you out the fucking cave. Go die somewhere else, motherfucker. So all the sick people and weak people need to go run and hide, because in nature, you probably wouldn't be around still anyway.
I think you're wrong, Mike. I think that a real man, if he was sick and knew he was dying, would just go off into the forest or go to the ocean and eat natural food, drink natural water, right? And if he didn't get better, he just wouldn't come back.
Yeah, like we see in animal life. Yeah, I agree. And I'd also like to say, in nature, I don't think you would be as sick as often if you were living natural. I don't think there'd be sickness that separate us. We'd each separate when it's our chosen time. Because I literally think there are those people in this life who have chosen when they pass.
Right. Well, see, my son still has a sandbox, and he plays in the dirt, and he doesn't get sick. He plays in the dirt, guys.
Dirt.
Dirt.
I used to eat it. Mm-hmm. Hey, when I was a kid, they talked me into eating lightning bugs, grasshoppers, crickets, night crawlers. When I was in the Corps and they put me in the jungle training, they showed me every creepy crawly thing you could eat, and I ate it all. I ate it all without hesitation. We went to Kentucky when I was a kid one day, and my brother said, "Look how big that lightning bug is. You ate a little one from Michigan. Eat that one. This thing was big as like a flying palmetto bug." I ate it, and I had glowy stuff all over my lips. My mom took a picture of that. I was like sick. I still got that picture. My kid's like, "Dad, why was your lips glowing?" I didn't want to tell her the first couple times she asked. I was like, "Yeah, well, we'll talk about that someday." But I caught her eating a cricket one day. At 12, I was like, "Huh, since you're eating crickets, you know why your dad's lips was glowing in there?" "Yeah, I ate the biggest damn glow bug you ever seen." She's like, "How'd it taste?" I was like, "I don't remember, but I do remember it was crunchy."
Where at in Kentucky was this big lightning bug? I'm curious since I live here.
I'm not sure. My uncle lived in Kentucky. His family owned a coal mine.
Oh, it's down in the southeastern corner then. It's a coal mine.
Yeah, and they lived by the base of a mountain. There was a coal mine, and the whole family lived on like 3,000 acres. So they all had their own home in different areas on the 3,000 acres. You know, we went down there because
They all sat barefoot on the porch and drank moonshine, right?
oh yeah, they didn't bat an eye once when I ate that lightning bug. They just said, "How'd it taste? Was it good, boy?" My uncle was from Kentucky. He said, "You ins, you furs." We used to pick on him. "What's a fur, Uncle Ernie?" And he'd say, you ins." I'd say, "What's an ins?" "Y'all. Y'all ins is furs." Be like, that man there is actually where I got my redneck talk from. Oh my God, I'm emulating my Uncle Ernie. By God, I'll tell you what. I'll raise a knot over your eye so big your shirt tail won't go over it, boy. See what you think then. He used to always say when I pick on him, he'd say, "You're on the ball, aren't you, boy? Well, bounce up and kiss my ass." I think of that every time the Glovers say, "I believe I live on a ball." I want to say it, but I don't think they get it. you know, "Oh, you're on a ball, huh? Bounce over and kiss my ass, and you bouncy ball motherfucker Klingon."
You could say bounce out of here and kick rocks and fuck off while you're at it.
Yeah. Oh, darn, kick a rock.
And when you get there, fuck off just a bit more. There.
If you can. If and you can. If not, we'll take to just getting the fuck on and kicking rocks. That's your cousin now. Don't kick it too hard, you fucking moron. Yeah, people from Kentucky, man, they don't waste no time telling you when you're just seemingly full of shit. And they got the most creative ways to say it, honestly. I like the way Southern people talk. They're slow, so there's no confusing. I talk slower, like, "Oh, well, let me tell you, from time and time again, I've seen a fucking moron about as dumb as you." It's pitiful. It breaks my heart to see stupidity in such a handsome man. When I got family from down south, we go to Tennessee, and my cousins own a mountain. They own one side of a mountain in the holler, the holler and the plateau, you know. We have the family reunion in the plateau. And Michiganders, we got to strut around and announce it. We're militant motherfuckers. We're militia motherfuckers. My cousins from Tennessee, you wouldn't know what the hell they was until they was up in your face telling you about it, but they hold about the same values as me. And when I go to a family reunion, I've never seen one with less than 2,000 people at it. It's like the plateau's just covered with campers and all that. But we have a large family. We keep a genealogy. Every year when we have a family reunion, cousins come from everywhere to write names in our book. We have a new birth book, and they're proud to come put their child's name in that new birth book and add them to their branch of the family tree. So I know a lot of people aren't from families like that, but if they were, and all families stuck together and the neighbors agreed with each other and we all worked together with a purpose, imagine how great the world would be. We'd make it in our image, what we thought was best for man, not what's best for big business or global politics. What's good for us here on our land? The hell are we fed up with, That's why they tear apart our communities, It's like that cartoon, An Ant's Life, where the ant took the wasp food and the wasp said, it's not about the food. It's about those ants outnumber us 10,000 to 1. And if one ant stand up against us, the rest of those ants might get the same attitude to stand up against us. And it's about keeping these ants in place and in line so they don't challenge us. Because if they challenge us, we're screwed. That's the federal government talking about Americans. That's a global politics talking about world population. We are the many, they are the few. It's about maintaining their way of life through control. They reap the benefits of technology and man's work. They eat the best, they live the best, but they don't do any of the work. We do all the work for them. All they do is cut down trees, print money on paper, and move money from one place to the next. That's all they ever do. The people who actually earn what they get probably never see it in their entire life. I don't care if you're a fisherman, if you're a shrimper. I don't care if you work at Burger King. You've earned more than some millionaire that just took his daddy's money and took 10 billion and used it to make 15 billion. Well, you did a hell of a lot more than him for the human race, for the, they'd say global environment. I'd say for Earth, the environment of Earth and mankind. You done more for mankind than they did. Their economics tear the world apart and divide people and give multiple courses of division to the human race. You're helping feed the human race. That's an honorable, respectable career or employment. It's not honorable to say, well, I need to make this 10 billion into 15 billion, so I'm going to have to screw these 150,000 people and they're going to be homeless. As long as I make more, who cares? What happened to when the days when men had honor and respect? They taught it to their children and they used it and exercised it when raising a family and marrying a woman. What happened to those days? What happened to good men? Where are all the good men gone? In my mind, The failures of the world are the failures of the fathers. No, without feminism or equality, it is a man's place to control his household, keep his wife happy, raise his children right, and bring them back to a godly nature, or respectable, honorable, with morals instilled in them. If you don't believe in God, I'd be happy with respect and ethics and morals. As long as your children respected my views and I respected theirs, then I respect you as a father. But instead, we live by the sins of the fathers that didn't have these virtues that I speak of. They didn't pass them down to their children. So their children don't have them. They couldn't pass them down to their children. So is it the fault of the father who wasn't equipped with morals by his father that he didn't pass morals down to his child? No. It's not so much his fault. It's his father's fault. And somewhere in there, there's a broken link in the chain that nobody's repaired. Our responsibility to raise good people. Good people go out and respect other people and build good communities. We don't have good communities because we're not doing our job as parents, and it's because most of us got to work our back into the ground. We don't have the time to instill good morals and put deep thought into raising our children so that you become good, honorable, moral members of a moral society, founded on love for the human race and the betterment of all humans. We're too busy living in the slave system. You were born free. Every person knows it when they have to accept how it is. You don't, that's a lie. You don't have to accept how it is. But we all do at some point in our life when we take our first job, and from that point we accept that we're enslaved to an economic system for the rest of our life. If we want a good life, then our life will reflect our work ethic. You think people run their own businesses and have more money, they got it better than you. And it's not true when they're a owner operator and they work just as much as their employees, and their family lacks because they work, but they're a slave to economics, and they think they're doing the best by getting the most amount of money they can get for their child, when the truth is they've been doing the best, getting only what they need to survive and spending more time raising their children and nursing their family and nurturing their relationships within it. And I don't just mean your wife and your children, I mean your cousins, brothers, uncles, aunts, great aunts, your entire family. I know I talk too much, so I'll quit so other people can have the floor. But I believe that the answer to a lot of the problems starts at home with good people raising good children. If we can up the numbers of that, then it'll start to tilt the scale back, even out the scale of liberty. Because life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness is yours from birth. It's your birthright. It's your right to choose what you think will get you that, so long as it harms no other person. But we, through compliance, give away that right through free will, and we live by other people's standards, and really their standards has nothing to do with what's best for my life, but more to do with what's best for the rich people who want to keep their next generation rich, and that's what we work for. Most and women. What do they get for it? Worn out spine, blowed out joints, carpal tunnel, blowed out elbows, weak grip, arthritis. Because none of us take responsibility for our part and how the world's fucked up. We need to we need to take our part and then raise our children to take their responsibility. I mean, bad things happen when good people fail to act. And if we know what's wrong with the world and we just don't act, well, then it's we're pretty much part of that system that perpetuates it. And that's my opinion by Michael Jonathan Smith. They call me Battle Mod, but my mama named me Michael. God bless, and I love y'all.
God bless you, brother.
I need to clip that rant by Battle Mod just now and make a video of it. I can't disagree with anything he said.
Yeah, me three.
It is the top of the hour. You are listening to KGTL 47 Flat Earth Radio, where we are killing the globe live.
What's everybody doing?
That's funny. The first person that talks in 5 minutes is robot. What'd you say? My robot.
Nah, I just said, what's everybody doing? I didn't know if it was me or I've been there. Piece of crap phone. Sorry.
Yeah, you're still roboting, but I understood most of what you said. We're just chilling here waiting for direct measurements of Earth's curvature, proof of actual rotation of the Earth or any movement of the Earth at all, and the existence of gas pressure next to a near perfect vacuum. That's all we're waiting for. So surely somebody will show up at some point with one of those. Not.
Wow.
The point is, those don't exist. The globe doesn't exist. The globe is complete and utter bullshit. And anybody that still believes in it, I feel sorry for you. So how do you feel about it, Jim? Do you believe you live on a globe?
Fuck no.
You're breaking up.
Tell us, right? No, I'm sorry.
This ain't gonna work. I can't understand. I'm getting every other word. If somebody else want to try, it might just be me.
Live stream. Hello guys, how are you doing? Hello? Can anyone hear me? Can anyone?
Yeah, mate. Aye, how you doing? How are you? Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth. How can we help?
How are you doing? Are you doing well?
Yeah, we're okay, yeah.
We're okay. Are you Scottish?
Yes, sir. Yes, I am.
Oh my god, I love the Scottish accent. Go ahead, speak, please. Let me enjoy listening to your accent, please. Go ahead.
I'm one of the people that doesn't speak in here. How can we help you?
Oh my god, Mr. Old Dude, are you shy or something?
No, not at all, Doctor. Not at all.
Okay, wonderful. How can you help me? I'm gonna send you a message to add me to your list of contact list here. And okay, what kind of topics are you speaking about here?
Hello, Dr. Haytham.
Hello, Dave Hinkle. Long time.
Welcome
Thank
to the
you.
server.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Do you think you live on a ball?
Sorry, what was the question again?
Do you think the Earth is a ball?
I do think that the Earth is a ball. No, I think the Earth is spheroid.
You think it's a spheroid, huh?
Spheroid, not flat.
What's your number?
Is that so funny? Can you be
what's
more
your number
funny
one
than
proof?
this?
What's your
Sorry,
number
what did you
one
say,
proof?
Dave?
Can
What's
you
your number
read?
one proof?
Okay, let me mute this mentally sick guy. Hold on.
Don't be
I'm talking
muting
about
people.
this Sasha.
Am I talking over
No,
somebody?
What are you
no,
saying?
no, no. I'm muted
What you will
because
do?
he needs
What you
hospitalization.
will
Okay,
do?
go ahead.
What you will
What was
do?
your question again, Mr. Dave?
What you will do? What you said? What you said? What you will do?
Sasha, it's okay. I think he muted you. That's the thing.
Yeah, he is muted. Yeah. I can't even hear on the fucking stand.
I was trying to ask you, Doctor, what is your number one proof that you live on a spheroid, sir?
Yeah, well,
laugh.
There has no
Is this
person
when Sasha
whatsoever
starts
all over.
laughing? Maybe Sasha's just start laughing now. Yeah.
Maybe
there has no one all over the history of humanity who has ever discovered an edge. Because if the Earth was flat, then there should be edges of such a flat surface.
I don't think you answered my question. I don't think you answered my question, sir. What's your number one proof that the Earth is a spheroid?
Well, I told you, because if it was not spheroid but flat, as you claim, for example, then there ought to be an edge of such a flat surface.
That's not
and
proving
it has never been.
Somebody else go.
And it
I
has
have
never
no
been
idea
discovered.
where you're going with that because that's not true.
It was funny in the
Who
beginning.
are you
You start.
Not even in logical sense. It's not true.
Yeah, can you fix that mic? It sounds like you're in a coffee can, Dr. Hatham.
Yeah, and it was funny in the beginning.
It is
You
okay.
laughed
It is okay. You can
because
mute me if you can.
no, we
No,
not.
you are
We
having a
not
bad
feel.
connection, dog. Doctor, you do have a bad connection.
Yep.
No, my connection is
So
wonderful.
to the Discord here, you are having a bad connection to everyone else but you. So yes, you are having a bad connection. Thank you.
I'm having a bad connection because you think that the Earth is flat, and I don't think so.
Moron, coming into a fucking flat Earth Discord, you idiot. Bye-bye.
Yeah, here's the spiral. Here's the spiral. That was easy. A class 6 full roaming phantasm. Thank you, Justin.
Was it something I said, guys?
As soon as he started
sorry.
laughing, it was over.
No, he literally immediately started to threaten people that he was going to mute people. I mean, he just lost it right away. Yeah.
Right away.
That's okay. I've just kind of blown up his DM with every single bit of evidence from Flat Earth.
Oh, good.
Yeah, especially with the edge, what we never claimed. But where is the edge?
Yeah, this
what
is
edge?
the edge. Yeah, this is the edge. That's why you're not getting past this wall.
Yeah.
Welcome to the end of the world, and that's why they spiral. Kick them right off the edge.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was not going to play any games with that kid.
No, the question was, what was asked was, where's the measurements of the Earth curvature? And here's the answer: if the Earth is flat, that's not an answer. Sorry.
No, that was not beginning. If you're coming here, you're starting like this. Are you starting
Yeah,
like
that was
this?
kind of yeah, it was cringy.
What is funny, You came here with nothing and you are laughing,
Somebody was pulling his heartstrings, Sasha.
No, no, no. You know what? Because you think the Earth is flat. You know how much is retarded that? Do you know how much is retarded that you can think that you're living on the flat surface?
How much?
It's so retarded that, man, you are living on the spherical surface. That's common sense. If you only think how you can live on the flat surface, that's impossible.
Yeah, I'm just gonna why don't they start asking us? I mean, how do you explain that we don't feel movement, Sasha? Like that's what they're gonna start doing. Why do we experience no movement? That's what they're gonna start asking us.
Because all speeds are constants in the whatever it is space, and all that speed is going. I don't know that this is strange machine, that space and everything that mechanism that we don't feel that all that speeds, but they are there, We are moving somehow and we don't feel that. Gas is moving also. Everything is moving and everything is still. It's magic. No, it's okay. Prove me that. No, it's all right. It's here. Look, I have this. I have this. I have curvature. It's here. Other guy said, what other said? We have less curvature. We have less curvature on the North Hemisphere. Oh, great. We have less curvature. How we do know where we have more and when we do have less? Come on, people, come with something, don't come here with laughing, come with something what is not NASA footage, something what is like, look at there, ship is going over there because look, it's going really over there because there.
So another person came in here and couldn't find a claim for a globe. Just another tally on the wall of 5 million last 7 years.
I like it that Elijah last question, what he asked that guy, that was the best thing to ask. What I cannot repeat that question. That was the best question.
Yeah, coined it. Yeah, Elijah's got this question. Which is he here right now? He's not here right now, is he? He asked him, why do you think that there are flat earthers? Why do you think there are people that believe the earth is flat?
Yeah.
And that way you get them to explain, which they can't explain anything, right? That they just, I have no idea, right out the window, right? Because you can't say because it measures flat or looks flat, because right away you've annihilated your own possible, escape route. So really, it's a good question, yeah.
But so listen this, if somebody listened to you, for example, for 1 hour today, only on topic of the Jesus or God and everything, nobody, but nobody will, everybody will say, look at this guy. If somebody listen only that part, nothing else about, nothing else what did you say in last, I don't know, whatever, 1 month, 3 months, they will conclude, listen this guy. He is religious, everything is God, the God sent him a message and that's it,
It seemed like an hour, yeah.
But that is enough, if somebody listen to you, oh, this guy, it's everything Bible, everything it's that and nothing else, and that's it.
Well, yeah. I mean, if they listen, if somebody listens to me for 10 minutes, they can make whatever assertion they want about me. However, it was appropriate to the topic and was linked significantly to not only my own claim, but the claim of my opposition. See, there, that young man kept bringing up religion. He was right. He's like, oh wow, it's because I was talking about Mars, Mercury, Venus, Jupiter, Apollo, and the Great Attractor. What are we talking about? Gods. And this isn't my claim, Sasha. That's the claim of NASA. This is the claim of the space program. So that's the thing, guys. It's 100% religious conversation already, right? So then I have to eventually go, I have to eventually point out, guess what this is the antithesis of? Guess what? Of all the belief systems, right, on the plane of existence, this is all to be the antithesis of the biblical scriptures, of the word of God. That's what it's all antithesis of. And that has to be pointed out. That's the whole point. So yeah, they're going to make a claim about me. And that's why I even give a disclaimer. I go, listen, we're all different people. Nobody here agrees with me 100%. We're all individuals with our own understanding and ways of doing this. And that's why I make that disclaimer. Like, hey, we're all individual thinking people. None of us agree 100%. We're not a cult. We're not like Globers that, it must be curvature because it's flat. We're not the cult. We're the anti-cult. We're just a group of people that don't want to be lied to. And we can take it from there. That's it.
Yeah, because on the end, it could be true. It could be Bible. It could be everything, you know. But we can reach that point after we reach first point. Let's say that it's flat for the beginning, and let's go on from that. Let's find out what is Antarctica. Let's find out what is the sky. Let's find out slowly, slowly. Then we will maybe reach everything else. But we cannot find out that. Yeah, of course.
You can't. Yeah, let me find out something I can't test before I find out what I can test. That's a diversion. That's just somebody's scared of what we can prove. They get scared. They go into a panic attack, like the young man earlier who left for a half hour and then all of a sudden was probably told a few things very differently than what we were discussing, right? So now he got his other point of view and he comes back and he tried to use that. And of course he got shot down right away. And that's how it's got to be handled. You know, I do know that these people are trying to be, they think they're being honest, right? Well, I just talked to my dad, who's a pilot, and he said that airplanes travel because Earth curve. Okay, great claim. And then of course we just dissect it and go, where's the curve? And then the ball's back in their court, right? Where's the ball? So that's the thing. I mean, he didn't necessarily want to talk about it, but if I don't relate that, Sasha, because remember, he brought up religion and it was a good conversation, but it took him 20 minutes to forget everything I said, though. Remember, I mean, I gave him a speech, right? And then 20 minutes later, he's back. Well, what about this? Well, thanks for ignoring everything I said.
Yeah. But we would, that's another place. We would have some instrument, man, all this time that how to say, accounting on curvature. That is not gyroscope. Especially these military planes, you know, who are flying like a 2,000 mile per hour, 2,000 or one. How much is 2 Mach? It's 2,000 kilometers per hour.
Hey, Sasha and XO, we got another VC verified in here. We have Merciless. Welcome to the server. What say you? Merciless.
What say you?
You have the right to remain silent. You have the ability. I guess you do. You guys continue.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, here you are.
Hello,
Oh, nice one. Yeah.
Merciless.
Yeah, you're right. I'm just
How you doing?
playing a game at the moment. I just want to listen in the background to what you guys have to say. So if I could just listen to what like you guys.
Well,
are talking
listen,
about.
Merciless, good.
Go
I'm
on.
glad you came here. I'm gonna give you an earful real quick since you're only interested in listening. And I was just
Yeah.
discussing a few things with my friends here, Sasha and Dave and the rest of these guys here and girls.
Yep.
That I'm kind of a little depressed because I can't meet a Glober that has a claim for a globe, and it's got me under the weather. I'm kind of depressed about it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know what to say to you at the moment because I'm just trying to like listen to what everyone's got to say. I don't know. I haven't really come here to prove a point. I've just come to listen to what, like, I don't know, just
I
listen
know.
to
I
stuff.
just that's the
It's
thing.
okay.
Yeah, don't worry.
It's okay if you don't want to talk. We're not going to force you to talk. But do you have a question about something that we could discuss? Maybe that you're curious about. Maybe.
Oh yeah, I've asked these questions before, and they don't really like when I ask them, so I just prefer not to say anything. For
Uh
most.
oh. Wait a minute. Can I
Well,
take a guess at what you were asking about?
Yeah, go on.
yeah.
Were you asking about the sun, moon, and stars?
That was one question. Yeah, that was one question.
Oh yeah, it's amazing how I know that because that's the point. Is that I can't find any Globers that want to talk about the globe. Isn't that weird?
No, well, that was one of the questions, but yeah. We did speak a bit about the globe, but this is a couple weeks ago, even probably a couple months actually.
Wouldn't it be nice if somebody had a claim for a globe Earth? And that's the thing. I mean, it would help the discussion for people that believe in a globe. You see, here's the thing, Merciless, is that you, including everybody else that believes in a globe, believes it because they saw it on TV. But the ironic part and what's kind of embarrassing is that none of these people will admit that. I just don't know why they hide from where they learned about it because they can't tell me one single college textbook or remedial or any sort of school teaching for this globe with actual evidence. They can't even point it out. I've asked for years now, and they always just end up admitting it's pictures from space that NASA shows them on TV is why they believe it. They always admit it in the long run, but at first they'll spend the first 4 or 5 hours hiding from that fact. So it's really weird because I have to I meet these people that believe in the globe. They come here to talk about it, then they don't talk about it. Then all they want to do is talk about the sun, moon, and stars, and they want to hide from what we can measure in reality. And it's quite telling, I'll be honest with you, because just using the term psychology, you can see where somebody's going because when someone is approached with this topic and they get upset for the fact that they don't have a claim, like when Earth curvature is measured, that might be important to the topic. If the Earth is a ball, that should probably be measured at some point in history, right? Wouldn't that help the argument? Well, unfortunately, it's never happened. So that's why Globers don't want to talk about this ball Earth that they believe in. And they can't. They admit it. They just want to talk about the sun, moon, and stars, explain sunsets and explain the stars. That's all I can get them to talk about, man. And that's what's so crazy about this.
Oh yeah, fair enough. It makes sense what you're saying. But also, I feel like one of the reasons why people that believe the Earth is a globe ask about the sun, moon, and the stars is because that's what's kind of like the moon and the sun is like got a big factor on the
Merciless,
Earth
listen
type.
this.
Go on.
Listen this. You will say how on the north hemisphere it's stars are moving or blah blah blah. How on southern hemisphere moon stars are moving blah blah blah. For example. But to have that, you need to have that southern and north hemisphere. That means you need to have that drop, that radius, and we don't have that in nature, and we can discuss about now what is going on the sky all the time, and we can speak on the southern hemisphere, and we are saying I'm now in, I don't know, in Africa, down in South Africa, and somebody saying I'm in UK, I'm in north hemisphere, but you're asking them how you are in north hemisphere if we don't have that hemisphere, if in the nature we still cannot find that.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Sasha. We live on Earth. We live at different points on Earth. We know where north is, right? We all know where north is.
Well,
we can use a compass, or you have an app on your phone. We can use compasses. They're not necessarily always calibrated right, but you can use a regular magnetic compass. You can show where north is. And if you travel east or west, then you're going to travel in a circle. That's circumnavigation. Now, that's on Earth. Now, when you start to go to the heavens, just like I think XO was just saying, that this is really not hard to figure out. I mean, are you going to try to prove that the Earth is a globe by looking at the sun, moon, and stars? But this has always been our argument. You know, it's been solidified over several years, but it's always been our argument. And every time we show you proof of flat Earth from Earth, you try to look at the sky to prove that the Earth is a globe. I mean, I'm not saying you. You generally, but for most people, that's where their proof lies, because they have no evidence from Earth, like looking across Earth, that Earth is a globe.
Mm.
Am I right or wrong about that?
No, I do understand what you're saying. Yeah.
You
I
do
say
understand
you're
or
right,
don't
Helio
understand?
skeptic.
Yeah, of course I'm right.
Well, the point is this: we can discuss about moon, stars, whatever we want, how we see them, blah, blah, blah. But on the end, the physical point of the Earth will show physicality. I hope so.
Well, looking up into the sky and seeing the sun and moon and
No, up to the
stars.
sky, up to the Earth. I'm going back to the Earth. I think that the Earth, on the end, whatever we discuss about moon, stars, or whatever, on the end, Earth has some kind of physicality, let's say.
That's the only place that physicality exists
Yeah,
is right
yeah,
here on Earth.
yeah. That
So
mean if
you
that
you can
physicality,
imagine all kinds of things about Earth and pretend that it's a third rock from the sun. I mean, that's what people do, but we don't have any evidence for that, physical evidence for anything existing besides Earth itself. And it presents itself as a level stationary plane. How can you possibly? I mean, you just have to believe the rest of the nonsense.
Because they saw it on TV. And that's
Sure,
the claim.
I mean, there are a lot of actors on television that will convince you that you're the third rock ball from the sun, and I mean, yeah, there's a lot of stories about it, but as far as physical evidence, the only physical evidence for Earth existing is what you find here, where you're standing.
Yep, that's great. They show us a picture of a ball on TV. We should be able to measure the ball. Damn it.
Yeah, where's
Not
this
only
ball?
that, I'm just going to tell them this as well, Helio, but Merciless, but their own footage, when they show you, if you're looking, right, just take a couple minutes, you can find flaws and it's all fake. None of it's real. And their satellite shots, there's no other satellites in space and there's no planes and boats. I mean, how does that make sense? It's a CGI world, bro. They're just showing us cartoons, literally, and it's easily debunkable.
Yeah. I mean, you might say it's easily debunkable, but to be honest, for the general public, it's not easily debunkable, right? Because they're under mind control, basically.
Right, the
about
spell, a
yeah.
literal hypnotic spell, absolutely.
Yeah. So anyway, so they're defending something they can't support.
Let me say this as well, Helio. Merciless to you. Imagine this. Imagine I explained to you for 2.5 hours how the sun, moon, and stars that we experience in reality completely contradict what they tell us on TV. Are you going to know the Earth is a plane of existence with that explanation?
No, because you're not talking about the actual. If you're talking about something else.
You got it. You just nailed it. Thank you for being honest. That's exactly right. And that's exactly the point. Like, until we can figure out what we can measure, who in their right mind would start talking about things we can't measure? And again, because I'm biased, I'm going to use the Bible when Jesus says, if you tell you of earthly things and you believe not, how can I tell you of heavenly things? And that's literally what that means. Isn't that great?
Yeah. No, I do understand. But it's just that, I don't know. I think when you claim to, I don't even know. I don't really think I want to go into this because
Be careful. Be careful. I know. Be careful. And remember, what was my claim? What? First of all, let's give you a claim. I want you to know my claim. What is it, Merciless?
Tell me again. I forgot.
I'm gonna here it is. Is that I can say reality is real. When I point to a star, I'm saying there it is. When you point to a star, you can't say there it is. You think it's 250 million light years to the right because that's 250 million years ago it traveled to you. So I'm saying reality is real. Your belief system says reality is not real. So you see how it's just going to be a very hard uphill battle you're going to have when discussing with these people, because the only thing these people agree with me on is that reality is real. Everything else, they probably don't agree with me. But these flat earthers are right about that. And I don't like to use the term, but they're right. And there isn't even a challenge for them. That simple.
Mm-hmm.
So that's your response. Mm-hmm.
I had to make sure he had my claim right. I want him to know my claim, Helio. That reality's not fake. Thanks.
That's good stuff. So Merciless, I mean, what's your background? I mean, are you familiar with religion or science or anything? I mean, are you just new to the topic? Are you just trying to figure out, the mind frame of flat earthers, or what do you want to what are you looking for here?
So I'm not really looking for anything. I'm just looking for something to listen to in the background when I'm playing this game. But if I'm honest. But yeah, I don't know.
Hey, that actually, you can multitask, right? You can play a game and talk about flat Earth at the same time. That's pretty impressive. I can't.
Yeah, because you got a lot to bloody explain and all that. Got a lot to explain.
I know one game.
Hey, what video game are you playing right now?
I'm playing Rocket League right now.
Is it flat?
Rocket.
To be fair, yeah.
It's a flat game.
I can't tell. I can't tell.
Did you
So
ever
you're
play
saying you're playing
Maximum?
wait a minute. So you're saying you're playing a flat Earth game as you're talking to that's pretty
No,
cool.
no,
man. Good
no,
job.
no, no. It's not a flat Earth game. It's like.
Oh, it's not.
Oh wait. So
wait a minute.
the
Yeah, go ahead, Helio.
When you said it's a flat game, I thought you meant is it Minecraft where the whole
Wait a minute. Wait, are
it's
there
flat.
video game? Well, I think what's it? No Man's Sky is the only
Oh,
video
yeah.
game I think where you can go to balls, and then once you get to the ball, then it's
There are a
flat
lot of
again, just
globe
like
games,
NASA.
but
Wait, isn't that amazing?
Yeah,
most of the
I know
best
that.
games are flat,
mind.
right? Because it's just hard. It's really hard for people to
Right.
create games, with globes. So they just
Helio.
make them flat.
Since you interrupted me, I'm going to interrupt you. Watch this. So you think in Mario Brother World and in Sonic the Hedgehog, do you think that they think they're on a flat Earth, or is it just not discussed in Mario Brothers and Sonic the Hedgehog? It's not discussed, right? That's just how they live, right?
It's a bit of a fantasy world, so I don't really think
Right. It's
real
a right. It's a
situations,
fantasy.
so-
Right. It's
Yeah.
right. It's a fantasy world, right? But in this world is a flat Earth or a flat plane. The map is flat. We'll call it a map, right? So the
Yeah.
maps in these games are flat, but nobody ever talks about that they're flat earthers or globe earthers, right? They just go about understanding. Nobody's adjusting for a magical ball, right? Isn't that funny? That's how reality works. We don't adjust for a ball. We don't adjust for curvature, and we just accept reality. Isn't that crazy? So that's just how reality is. And then there's this other group that says, no, the television's right, and these cartoons of balls are true. They're named after satanic gods, Mercury, Mars, Venus, Jupiter. So there's nothing to worry about here. You can clearly trust these people. You see, that's the difference here, bro. They're telling you to believe in something outside of what we experience. They're telling you, no, the sun's not even really there. It's actually 8 minutes to the right, because that was 8 minutes ago that it came to you, right? Because of the speed of light. I mean, they're telling you literally nothing is there, what you're seeing. Nothing in reality is real. That's the literal outer space religion, bro. That's all I'm trying to show you, is that we're the ones saying, no, we're trusting reality. And that's why there isn't even an argument to challenge this. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, just for whatever, I felt people were saying I was very loud the other night. Is this better?
You're still pretty loud.
Sounds all right, Helio. I think
No, I can turn my gain down again. I turned it down a little
be a
bit.
hair loud.
Oh yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
It does make your interruptions much more convenient for you, though.
Merciless,
Well,
did you
it's
ever
just like I can get really close or a little bit far away, So anyway, I don't want it to just be me, be a blast.
Wait a minute. So you're saying when you get close to the mic, you get louder, but they told us when the sun gets farther away, it gets hotter. I don't get it. Sorry.
Sound waves aren't light waves, though.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot. Don't they all refract and bend? I can't trust my eyes anyway. I mean, Merciless.
They might as well.
So let me just give Merciless his other option. So your other option, and Elijah has been talking to people about this, about these anti-flat Earth people that are psychotic nut jobs. Your other option is to join them and just start claiming that everything we experience in reality is not real. Would you like that option instead?
What, you mean like some simulation person?
No, it's worse than that. Everything we're experiencing is not real, and we're actually experiencing a magical ball in space, simulation or not. We can't trust our senses. We can only trust cartoons on TV. That's your other option if you want to join them. That's all I'm telling
Level is curved, 3 horizons, 4
you. Yeah.
horizons.
Yeah. These other, like, girl is a boy, that kind of problem. Yeah.
Here's the worst part of that. What you're describing is like we all experience Earth in physical reality. Now, if you watch television or play video games, you consider that as an just like an alternate reality. It's like I can play a game. I mean, have you guys watched Ready Player One? So, but even with those video games and everything, you can experience an alternate reality, but you're still on Earth, right? In the physical reality. Now, that's a movie. When you watch NASA rockets go to space and you think that's real, that's part of your physical reality because you believe them. So where's the disconnect? And when you watch like all of these what's his name, freaking Neil deGrasse Tyson with his science class on the Oprah network, and he's he's like teaching people about pseudoscience, and you believe that's real. That's supposedly part of your reality. It's like I'm on the third rock from the sun, spinning around the universe with the sun as it's going around the galaxy. At the center of the Milky Way galaxy is a black hole, and all that. So, which one's real? The video game, or what you see on TV and this actor Neil deGrasse Tyson telling you what is true, or any other pseudoscientist that you might watch on YouTube telling you about these space anomalies and all this kind of shit. This is kind of, it's kind of weird. How do you separate the two? I know a lot of people that come on this Discord. I'm not a gamer, so I don't really have a dog in the fight when it comes to that, but I do have a dog in the fight by not believing a goddamn thing that they say on TV.
How you guys doing?
No, I'm asking Merciless. I want him to answer it. We're doing great.
Yeah, so
and
he's
we'll get
asking
we'll get to you.
He was asking me like, do I believe in sort of reality type things? So just run that by me again. So what was you actually asking me?
Oh my god.
Yeah, I know.
No,
'cause
just-
You're a
just
gamer.
shorten the
You're a
question up.
gamer, right? You're a gamer.
Yeah.
So you're inside the virtual universe of
Yep.
gaming and all that kind of stuff.
Cool.
So do you watch the news or anything, or
Yeah, I
do
do
you
watch the news.
All right.
Yeah.
Do you about physics and what they
Yeah,
claim about the ball Earth and everything? So you do understand
I
both.
got about the Earth and all that. I've got like a slight understanding, but yeah, nothing too in depth.
All right, cool.
I
So,
understand
hey,
most of it.
man, when you were growing up, they said, "Hey, we're the third rock from the sun."
Yeah.
To be honest, I actually, when I was in junior high, I made a foam mock-up of the solar system. Man, I mean, it was part of a science project that I did,
Yeah.
and so I just made that because they told me that the sun is at the center and Earth is the third rock, and we get more. But my very educated mother just served us 9 pizzas. Now, the pizza actually got excluded at one point in the past few years. Anyway, so we're the third rock from the sun.
Helio,
So-
what was your question?
My question is, why does he actually? How have you come across this information that the Earth is a globe, and when you experience the Earth as everyone else experiences it? So where does this globe come into fruition in your mind. It's through media and education. It's not through natural experience.
Yeah, well, not a lot of people have experienced like, I don't know, going to space or something. So I don't know. You're not gonna you're
Yeah,
not gonna be able to
nobody,
see it.
merciless. Yeah,
Yeah,
nobody
well,
has. That's
you
the
guys
point.
don't
Yeah,
believe space
nobody.
is real. I don't know. I don't know.
Don't you think? Well, merciless. That's the point. Is that don't you think that we could get a camera shot of when the Earth curvature starts? We don't. There's no such video exists. Their cameras cut out every time it matters. Just coincidentally, merciless. Every time the camera matters and we get to see something that might prove something, it cuts off. Or like the fact that no spacewalk can even turn around to show us what's behind them. There's no
Oh yeah,
claim, bro. That's the point. It's
fair.
still,
That's
it's
true
just
too.
cartoons on TV, bro. We're just talking about
Fair
the
enough.
fact that they're showing us cartoons on TV and telling us that we can't trust ourselves in reality. They're not just saying that this is their reality. They're saying you can't trust your eyes here, bro. That's how bad
That
this is.
does make sense. What you just said there. You said that they didn't during the. I'm pretty sure you just said during the landing or where they were on the moon, they didn't turn around and show us behind them. They only gave us like one area to look at, I guess.
Right.
You
I
know,
mean,
you know what?
exactly.
If they were on the
1,000
moon, you
examples.
know where they would have to turn the camera to see Earth. You know where they would have to turn it.
I don't know.
Probably up, right?
Yeah, it would be directly above them.
Right.
Where they
because of the
claim
face
they
of the moon,
landed,
right?
you can
Yeah.
only see the Earth directly above them.
Wait, how can you go up in the sky and then still look up even more?
Oh, well, I mean, wouldn't you want to take a picture of the globe right above you if you were on the moon?
Right. So,
What
so
what I
Helio's
mean,
trying to tell
yeah,
you
is
that they're
that
not. They're what he's trying to tell you, Merciless, is that the shots are on the horizon of the moon when it's supposed to be the face of the moon facing Earth. That's their claim that the face of the moon always faces the Earth. So again, you see what we're saying? They are just lying about everything. Yeah, you'd have to point the camera a lot higher than just straight out the horizon. That's flat, right? No, you're supposed to be looking straight up to see the Earth, is what he's explaining.
Dude,
Yeah.
and the Earth would fill the sky if where they claim they landed on the moon and the heliocentric model, where they claim they landed, 6 times, the Earth would be directly above their head and it would fill the sky. And you know, case closed. I mean, that's just
I would
ridiculous.
think would clear a lot of things up for a lot of people.
Okay,
Is
well,
that if they actually went to the moon again, not like when you're using, I don't know, on a very old camera with bad quality, when you could actually see. Well, I know you guys will probably claim it to be CGI and fake and all that, but I don't know if they was to actually show us.
No,
No.
that's not
You
the
want to know what
claim.
they said about the moon? You want to know what they said about the moon? That they destroyed the technology a long time ago, and it's a painful process to build it back.
Yeah, and no one that's a flat earther would claim that they use CGI to fake the moon footage. They use a different technology back then.
And not only that,
50 years
not
ago.
let's not forget that
60 years
moon changed the position from the space to the Earth. How to say? It's in Earth orbit. It's in Earth atmosphere.
Sure, but it's tidally locked, right? So where they claim to have landed on the moon, the Earth would be directly above their head. It's 4 times larger. Why don't they just point the camera directly at Earth when they were on the moon? Why do they just show themselves bouncing around and playing golf and driving in a boom buggy? I mean, give me a break. We want to see what the Earth looks like from the moon. But they never showed us.
You got pictures on the internet of what they say looks like, but you guys don't believe that, do you?
Well, that's the thing, though. Remember, hold on.
No, I'm just
Remember
asking.
earlier when I said if we disprove this, it still wouldn't change your mind about the construct that exists. Right? There's a lot of people that know the moon landing is fake. So a lot of people know the moon landing is fake, but still believe they live on a cartoon ball. So again, this isn't gonna go down that road eventually. But that's the thing, is that there's no claim. Don't you think we have the technology now to film these things? That there's no claim, bro. Show me a video of a rocket taking off and showing me where the Earth curvature starts. No such video exists, bro. There's not. If you type it, go to NASA or your Department of Defense and ask them when the Earth curvature starts, you don't have an answer. It doesn't. That's why Neil deGrasse Tyson came out and said, no, you have to go to 120. You have to go higher than any man can go. and then you'll be able to see. So they've already admitted you can't even experience this thing, bro. It's just the mental game they play. There's no claim for any of it.
But moon is not anymore in the space. Because of that, they are saying they was not in the space of the vacuum of the space. Because moon is not in the vacuum of the space anymore. It was in the 60s, but it changed this. They somehow changed the position. Because NASA said that moon is not anymore in the space.
You talking about where they said that Earth's atmosphere extends
Yes
beyond the moon?
Yes, yes. I want the guys always starting with you don't believe. What are you believe that moon was in the space, or never was in the space, or now is not in the space, or what was the real story?
Or you asking what I believe in?
Yeah, what is the real story? In which story I need to believe that moon
But he
was in the
doesn't.
space?
But listen, but Sasha, he doesn't know about that yet. That's the thing. He doesn't understand that the Department of Defense claims that the moon is actually not in outer space
Yeah.
anymore. He doesn't know about that. That's the point.
Yep.
You know, I mean, how do we know that you don't know about that, Mercer?
No, I don't know about that. All I know is just like what the normal you guys just called Globers would believe.
All right, cool. Let me on that point, Merciless. Do you know what in the heliocentric model, the
Yeah, I
distance
hear it a
from
lot.
Earth in the heliocentric model? What's the distance from Earth to the moon? Do you know that?
No. Do not
Okay,
know.
well, I'll just give it to you. 239,000 miles. All right, so distance from the Earth to the Sun.
Mm-hmm. Don't know that either.
Okay, well, I mean, it's okay. You're new to the topic, right?
Mm.
Now, how do you when you see the sun and the moon and they appear to be the same size from your visual point on Earth? One of them in the heliocentric model is quite a bit further away. What is it? Shit, I'm drawing a blank. 930. What is the sun distance? Shit, I should know this. I'm
93 billion miles.
And it doesn't really matter. See, all of us experience the sun and moon on Earth as the same size. And then they predict eclipses, the movement of sun and moon. These are define our months, our calendars, path of the sun and the moon. I mean, it's a really important thing. If we were rocketing through the universe, following the sun at millions of miles an hour, or no, 500,000 miles an hour, how could our calendars over thousands of years of human history actually really kind of line up? I mean, you can go through history and look at the calendars. I mean, right now we're under what they call the Gregorian calendar. Which,
No, look at to history of distance to the sun. History distance to the sun. And you will find like 10 different distance to the sun in history.
yeah, sure. Certain astronomers would, famous astronomers, they'll give different distances. Yeah, the biggest one right now is 93 million miles away, and they say that the moon is 238,000 miles away. They just happen to eclipse each other every once in a while. And
Merciless, and do you want to know how they arrived to that 93 million miles? Do you want to know how? Hello? Merciless?
Someone calling me?
Do you want to know how they arrived to that number 93?
I don't know how they did it, but it has something to do with 666, I betcha.
So
it probably does. But,
it has with this. Some guy took the telescope and watched Venus and said, look at this Venus. It's the same size, almost like Earth. and the show started from then.
Yeah, so he assumed the size of Venus, and then measured, the transit of Venus across the sun, and assumed that it was the same size. And that's
And
what I can tell.
he was correct because his eye was correct. He knew it immediately when he saw that. When you take today telescope and when you watch Venus, you can see that it's the same size like that, almost like he did it. You can see that. I'm trying
so
to be less sarcastic that I can. You cannot see that.
Right. So, Merciless, explaining to you that we're getting this information, these claims about magical spaceball religions from religious zealots claiming that they have the abilities of gods, claiming that they can look at a star and tell us how big it is and how far away it is. That person is literally beyond help mentally. And these are the psychopaths that told us these things, and we're still teaching it to children in school. And I'm sorry, but that is abuse to the nth degree. And that's why this is a problem. If it didn't matter, we wouldn't be here. But if they're lying to everybody, it certainly matters. And I don't have to prove anything because they keep changing their minds and admitting they're lying. You can't get a straight answer.
Mm. Yeah, I don't know.
I can write a book that sun is 186 million miles away, and that the sun is 800 times bigger than Earth, not 400 times, and that everything is double, and everything will work mathematically, and nobody can debunk my math for sure. Because it will work. Only everything will be double bigger, nothing else. Space will be double bigger. What is different between 93 million miles and 186 million miles for one man? And every of us, we can see trillions miles away light. That's incredible what we can do.
And that's why they went to the moon, Merciless, to tell you they went there to show you what they want you to believe the Earth is. And that was how they settled the argument. And that's why that's such a big lie, because we're talking about 60, 70, whatever years ago, 1969. Everybody then had to change their minds because the television all told us that 3 men went to the moon in a tin can and somehow had enough gasoline to get back home. And we believe that because we're stupid people. That's what men are. We're ignorant. We're gullible. We want to believe our slave masters. We want to be in that Stockholm syndrome because the alternative would be so terrible if my controllers were lying to me this entire time, Merciless. It might mean that I have some changes to make in my life, and maybe those things that I used to think before are wrong, so which means I have to admit that I'm wrong. And that's what this is about. This has nothing to do with the shape of the earth. This has to do with the shape of your heart. You see, you're going to be challenged just like the last thousands of people that you have come into this room or talked about this subject matter, because it challenges your spirit. And this is about wondering why we're justifying these lies. If we're proving to you that they lie sometimes, why would we want to ever trust them? You know, and that's you're going to have to eventually answer that.
How much is distance to the North Star? I see North Star. Then I see something small behind the North Star. It's small, small, small. That means it must be so big, but it's 3 times further than North Star. But I see even that, I see more than 1 trillion miles away. I see more, more, and more. That means that stars are so, so big, big, big that I should see them, because it's impossible to see them if they are not big, They need to be big. Enormously big, and that it's full galaxy of big things. Oh my God.
Right, and that way, Merciless, the whole point of that, Merciless, is then to teach you that you're just a little speck in the vastness of this massive universe that is just, accidental creation of a Big Bang explosion that turned into balls that eventually developed monkeys that talk to us on the internet. That's what they want you to believe, that you're just an animal, that you came out of the pond scum and eventually evolved after millions of years of dying and not getting it right. Here you are with all your amazing cognitive abilities and empathy, love, grace, and justice built into you because of evolution. That's the point. They want you to think that you're just an animal. And all you got to do is look at the roots of that claim. Just look at who designed that ideology of evolution. You got a bunch of psychopathic criminals trying to justify slavery. That's how they were literally able to say it's okay to enslave millions of African people and take them away from their families because they're subhuman. So this is not just one little topic. This is about the entire deception, and that's why it's such a big deal.
I'm not sure, man.
And no pressure.
Or you want me to
It's
start
not
to
for everybody,
respond
Merciless.
to all of this?
Nope. You don't have to say a dang thing, because that's the thing, is that nobody's pressuring you and nobody forced you to come here. It's just that the people here are going to tell you the truth, and it's going to hurt your feelings. That's what the truth does. It's called the salt of the earth. So nobody, thought you were going to come here being a globe believer thinking you're going to have a good time. That's not how this works. This is the end of the world. Literally, when people come here, I don't care how smart they are. I don't care what their background is. If they're a Navy SEAL or a B-52 pilot, they are going to meet a brick wall that is going to destroy them inside, and they're going to have to take a long look at themselves and figure out if they want to be honest with themselves. This topic is not even challengeable. It's the easiest thing I was able to even conclude in my life. It took me literally 30 seconds in 2015, April 5th. I won't forget the date. That's the point. So again, it's not for everybody though, Merciless, because if this is going to affect you in such a negative way, it might not be the right time for you. If you're young, if you're still living with family, this might not be the right time for you, because truth does hurt. So you got to be careful in where you want to take this. All right, Merciless, how old are you?
17.
All right, man. Well, you're young. So, I wouldn't know what it's like at that age. I mean, because I found out in my early 30s. So I can't imagine being that young and being approached with this information, I do have an inkling, because when I was a little child, I could look at the moon landing and tell it was fake. And then, of course, the adults just told me that I was wrong. And of course, it's real. So I find it embarrassing that adults still believe the moon landing now, when as a child I was able to see it's fake. So if you just go and look at that, if that's a problem for you, because I heard you mention it several times, that's a hang up for you. Just type in "a funny thing happened on the way to the moon" and listen to other Globers tell you how the moon landing is one of the biggest hoaxes in history. And literally, my dead cat could figure that out. It doesn't take a lot of thinking to see how fake it is, bro. It just takes honesty. It takes you to be honest with yourself. If you're ready to accept the truth and not, let it hurt your feelings too bad and get butthurt over it, then you're ready. It just all depends on you, man.
Yeah, don't worry about that. When I had 17, I knew that ships going over the horizon, because I learned that. It was obvious. And I needed 30 more years that realized that that is not true. 30. Never is late.
But like I told him, Sasha, the other option is to join this very small group, this very tiny minority of atheists that admit that you can't trust your eyes no matter what, and that what we experience is not real, and it's only on TV that you can accept reality. That's the other side, bro. That's where they all end up. Every single person that comes in here and loses their mind because they met these, so-called flat earthers, if they take it to heart and they want to get revenge, they turn into a psychopathic nut job. And now they just literally tell everybody refraction this, refraction, everything is just an illusion mirage. And those people are doomed. We're talking about the dumbest people in the history of mankind. I certainly wouldn't wish that upon anybody, but that's the other option. The only other alternative is to say, you know what, I'm not ready for this. So again, I caution everybody, if you're not ready for this, don't do it. Don't dive into it, because the other alternative is going to destroy you, literally. And that's what has happened to so many thousands of people. Listen, the best evidence for the fact that with this magical cartoon religion on TV is fake is the people that try to defend it, Merciless. The people that try to defend it turn into raving lunatics. They go insane. I hear it all the time. You can talk to the moderators here. You can go back and there's about 1,000 other episodes on Helio's channel, the 24/7 Flat. These are all recorded. He's literally got thousands of hours of people just going insane when they find out they have no evidence for their evolution cartoon ball religion. That's the best evidence I could ever ask for, is the thoughts and intents of the heart. How do people approach a topic? That's all I've ever needed, is that's how you can tell what truth is. You can tell how it is approached. And if one side is losing their mind and saying you can't trust your eyes, that's not going to help their claim. The other side is just saying, I'm just trusting my eyes. And that's how easy this is. It's over.
I don't know, but I'm tired, so I'm gonna get off now, lads.
Take a nap. I'll give you your energy back when you come back. Thanks.
Have a good night, Mercy. Oh, you already left.
Okay, Helio Skeptic, you can talk now. Come on, Sasha. You can't have dead air.
Oh, me?
No, the other Sasha. No, not the other Sasha. But go ahead, Sasha. Thank you.
I was just gonna say it's kind of interesting how the Globers seem to reject God, but the Flat Earthers embrace God. You know?
You mean the I can't trust my eyes and my senses group? That would be the same atheists that have existed for, thousands of years. There's nothing new under the sun. These people have just switched their emotions and moved their energy to a different topic. It's always been denial of reality. So these are the same people that have, where is the promise of us coming? They were willfully ignorant. They denied that the heavens were of old and the earth stands in and out of the waters. And that's the thing. Once you know that the earth is in waters and that it's not a rock with water, no, it's waters with a little rock, little rocks.
Wait, really?
That's what it is, yes. So once you realize that absolutely annihilates every single thing of any other belief system, because that, of course, is contradictory to everything else that they teach you. Yeah, we're not in space. The earth is in water. That's the reality. If you ever go to the end of the earth, it's called a shoreline. You see water, and that goes on pretty far until it hits a landmass. And then after that landmass ends, whether it's ice or earth, water continues. And
Yeah, that actually makes a lot more sense.
That's what,
From a flat Earth perspective, it kind of makes more sense.
Right. That's why in Genesis 1, it says he brought the earth out of the water. So the waters were first, obviously. So, separating water. It's all about water. Yep. Ironically, the most commonly used thing for flat Earth.
Yeah, I've been
Go ahead,
frustrated
Helio.
with. Yeah, I've been frustrated with a lot of things that are happening, in the world today. Right? It's just frustrating to see people. For me, it's just really frustrating to see how they're manipulated through the media and social media and all that stuff. They're like, well, I'm not going to address certain topics, but even let's stay on flat Earth. I mean, it's like they feel like they can come in here and say anything Anything
put a
they want,
feather
they
in your
can
cap,
make
Yo-Yo.
all they can make all kinds of shit up. It doesn't matter what they say because we're just too dumb to see the globe for what it is, which is kind of weird to me. Why do you think that even though we're bringing physical evidence that the Earth cannot be a globe, and then they can just come in here, which they can't here, but they'll make YouTube videos and they'll just make all kinds of shit up, and they'll get thousands of views on their video, and people like, and then they'll share those videos with us. It's like, dude, they debunked the flat Earth. Look at this guy. He debunked the flat Earth. Why can't you talk to us and get our opinion on this? Don't defer to them. That's ridiculous. Don't be scared.
You mean I shouldn't go to the Republicans and ask them why the Democrats are right, Helio?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, I've been wrong this entire time. I thought that was the normal procedure.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people don't know about the Hegelian dialectic, so that's not taught in schools. So, I mean, well, what are we supposed to do besides what we're doing already?
I don't know, but I have this suspicion that in the Illuminati card game, and I don't talk about this stuff, I have a sneaking suspicion that that Flat Earthers Know Something card is about the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Maybe. I mean, dude, they predicted this. I mean, they knew it was coming out. And I guess the 9/11 card and all that kind of stuff. Might as
But
well have.
decipher this. But Helio, decipher. Nobody ever talks about this. Decipher Flat Earthers Know Something.
Yeah, we do. Well, it's like I didn't dude, none of us freaking were looking for flat Earth when it found us, It's not like we were looking for flat Earth.
I didn't land on Flat Earth. Flat Earth
I
landed
think
on
me and you have something in common, that I never bought the evolution theory and a lot of the crazy bullshit science stuff before the flat Earth came across my plate. And to be honest, I ignored the flat Earth for a long time. I thought it was the most ridiculous thing that you would ever look into. So, but yeah, I never bought the evolution theory.
Yeah, if we could just find a claim for evolution, that'd be nice.
Or the flat Earth, or the globe. I mean, like a real claim.
Yeah. Both, yeah, please.
Yeah, I heard you talking about that earlier today.
You mean a coherent claim? They got plenty of claims. Do they have a coherent claim?
Yeah,
right. One that's not a bullshit lie or a religious presupposition.
Or it's sure. It's based on any coherent claim would be. That'd be nice. I mean, if they could back up any claim that they have about the globe, that would help us out a lot.
Are there any flat earthers that believe in evolution?
I thought you were the only one, Sasha.
Interesting.
Hey,
Yeah.
wait, so we're gonna have a flat Earth debate about
that's
two
a problem,
flat Earthers going
if you want to
on
open
about
up the arena real
evolution?
quick?
No. I didn't want to debate about evolution. I was just wondering if anyone
we can do that
in this group did believe in that.
Well, we can do it right here. I mean,
I
Sasha,
know
if
you
you
won't
have
do
any,
it.
I'm not saying I want to do that. I was just curious if anyone.
We have a challenge on the floor. Do you accept that challenge?
Sasha, I think it's hurting you. Sasha, I'll make my claim. I'll let you leave it. You don't have to take it, but I do think it is affecting you negatively. It's impairing your thought process. That's my claim.
I think the XO would crush him on this topic.
I think Sasha knows that, and we're not going to discuss it. So it's okay, Sasha, but it is a problem.
Yeah, that evolution crap is why a lot of people here think you're a fake flat earther.
Well, that's all right, but check this out, Sasha. If you have,
I'm slowly starting to believe less in evolution.
All right, well, check this out. I mean,
that
in your mind,
for
it's
me.
it's okay. You can explain yourself, and we won't necessarily attack you. How can evolution,
He speaks for
the
himself.
idea of evolution, the way that it's prescribed, how can that work on a flat Earth? In your mind, I'm just curious.
I mean, I don't think the shape of the Earth would change anything regarding evolution. It seems like they'd be the same.
Well,
hold on.
Evolution and the Big Bang go side to side, so the planet evolved along with the life forms.
Hold on, that's why I'm asking. I mean,
no evolving planet, no evolving race.
Hold on. This
well,
is
you
why
don't have to believe in the Big Bang to believe in evolution.
You do. They coexist. They're one and the same.
phone.
No.
I'm trying to pick his brain. So do you subscribe to modern ideas about archaeology and anthropology and age of Earth, and the layers being the age of Earth, and this is where the idea of evolution. Well, but actually, that's not completely true. But anyways, I mean, I'm just trying to figure out where the flat Earth and evolution can actually work, and age of Earth.
I'm not sure if the layers would work on the flat Earth.
Evolution, what's that?
I know. I'm just asking. I'm just asking Sasha why he could how he can put flat Earth and evolution.
The layers
together.
of an evolving planet
trying to figure
in
this
geology kind of coincide with the Big Bang too. That's
The
why I
definition
asked.
Sorry, the definition would be a metaphysical antichrist religion. Continue.
Yeah.
I was just asking Sasha if
Well, we
if
do
you could
have
put
another
the two
Glover
together.
in the house.
Oh, no, you don't want to be picked on. Okay, that's fine.
Well, no, it's just I feel like I've had this conversation like too many times already.
Oh, but do you have anything to say about it? I mean, it's like, I mean,
well, what's your question? What's your question?
I just asked it. Were you
Okay,
not paying
well-
attention to what I said?
I mean, I did believe in the layers before I discovered flat Earth, but I mean, I don't know if that would be compatible with a flat Earth model, so I'm not really sure if I still believe.
Aren't layers formed rapidly? Hydrological sorting. Those are all formed rapidly.
What do you mean rapidly? Like they're just
All the
formed?
layers that you see everywhere, those can be formed rapidly. They're
Yeah,
concretions.
Sasha, it's
They're
called-
concretions. It's called hydrological sorting. And it doesn't
Right,
matter.
the event-
You'll have they all level out. If you work in construction or you watch erosion happen, you see this happen all the time.
I missed you guys. I was hanging out over at Brandon's. These motherfuckers are delusional. Because I already said I wasn't going to. I already said that I'm not talking to liars, and I'm not talking to people who, like, for instance, if you're coming to me to figure out why I have in my head what I have in my head, I'm not going to debate with you trying to give you what I have in my head. If I feel like I have to fight you to give me what I have that you said you wanted, go kick rock and go do whatever it is that you do. My bad for coming in hot like that, but I see Matthews in here, Battle Mods in here, Memes in here, my favorite people.
Woo woo. I'm kind of waiting to hear meme rip this guy apart limb to limb.
I wanted to get him. I wanted to get his
I'm not
opinion
picky.
on. I wanted to get his opinion on. Since we already know how layers form, why would we look to an unproven way as to how they're formed? Why would we accept that?
What about are you talking about the
Well, I'm not exactly sure how they're formed.
geological
Hold on a second.
column.
Hold on a second. Are you talking about the geological column?
Yes, the make believe geological column. Yes.
Yeah. Can we see that in reality?
Sedimentary layers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's we don't see it anywhere. We see hydrological sorting. There's no geological column.
Oh,
Right.
wow. Is this Matthew and quantum? Wow.
Damn it, we're focused on Sasha right now. You guys keep evading the point.
The big issue.
Yeah, don't drag me in. Well, it just seems like fossils are found in certain
You have
layers
these
of the
things-
Earth, so it would make sense.
Yeah,
that
here's
it
the
has
problem.
something
That's
to do with.
hold on, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. I'm going to tell you why. It's called a polystrata fossil. You know what a polystrata fossil is?
No.
Okay, it's a fossil. Like take a baleen whale that's standing on end, going through 15 layers. How long does it take for a whale to rot?
All right.
All right. So it was rapidly buried. All these layers were rapidly created. You have all these trees. You have whole forests, petrified forests, all standing on end, all covered in these layers. They pass through 10, 12 layers.
Yeah, see, Sasha, that's what I wanted to point out to you, that you have to believe a completely fictitious non-reality in order to believe in evolution. Like Memes is explaining, we already witnessed how these things work, right? Justin?
Yeah,
what
well, it
happened?
just seems like it wouldn't work on a flat Earth because
You can't
it's
say it wouldn't work on a flat Earth because you're inferring an unknown. It's like an appeal to ignorance.
The only reason it wouldn't work on a flat Earth in your mind is because you're an anti-flat Earther.
I'm not an anti-flat
It logs in
Sasha,
twice.
you aren't making. Wait a minute, you're not making any sense now because you're claiming to be a flat earther evolutionist, and you're already
Sasha,
defending that it's not possible on a flat Earth. Okay.
It's called.
No,
it's
I'm
called-
saying the
how it's going to get.
sedimentary layering
Guys,
wouldn't make
it's
sense
called-
on a flat Earth.
Yeah, it would.
The reason is
it
because
happens, because that's
He just
physics.
covered how it does.
happens. It happens. You
Oh,
put
he
a
said
bunch
it
of,
how it doesn't.
if you
Me
put a
too.
bunch of sand, into a big
Hydraulic in
glass,
nature.
His headset's charging.
if you put a bunch of sand into a glass, like a glass container, and add water and shake that up, it's going to sort out in layers right away. It works the same flat as it does anywhere. What's it have to do with the shape of, what's it have to do with the gradient of the Earth?
Has to do with erosion and the flow of water, right?
Yeah, it's the flow of water. It's hydrological. It's not.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
not dependent upon the shape of the Earth.
Well, no, I was just saying like the model where you could like guess the age of something based on what layer it is in.
You can't guess
wouldn't
the age
make
based
sense.
on anything like that. You can't guess the age doing that.
Memes, he just admitted he's like you just said the word guess. Doesn't that frighten somebody? Really? Guess?
No, right. I was agreeing with you guys. I was saying that wouldn't make sense because
Models
it's
are the
just
enemy
layers
of knowledge.
stacking on. It's like
Models
layers
are
stacking
the
on top of a
enemy
plant.
of knowledge.
Correct.
A model immediately eliminates investigation the moment you start thinking along the lines of models. Because then you're saying, I'm going to think about it this way, that's the way it's going to be. And then you stop looking through other avenues of investigation. Models are the enemy of knowledge.
Well, no, models are pretty important because that's how you like understand things. And then
No, it's not.
Oh my gosh.
No, it's not.
See, Sasha.
This
Sasha,
guy
this is the
says he's a
serious
flat
problem.
earther.
You know why models? You know why models don't help you understand things?
I
Because
want
if
him
you built a scale model of something, you already know exactly all of its components.
right, I'm not saying the model has to be perfect, but it's better to have a model than nothing. Because
No, it's not. No, it's not. That's why they're the enemy of knowledge. Because the moment you're just looking for an answer, you stop caring whether it's right or wrong. Oh, you need something. No, you don't. No, you don't. In order to breathe, in order to get food, in order to survive, you don't need a model.
Well, I think of a model sort of like a hypothesis. Like, you know what I mean?
No.
Like,
No, the hypothesis follows an observation of a natural phenomenon.
yeah, exactly. You can make an observation and then build a model around
What's the
that. And
natural phenomenon, though?
then, it could be anything depending on what the model is for.
You
For
can't
my-
base a
for my,
hypothesis off of a model.
Huey, are you there? God damn it. So I wanted him to, because for my edification, I wanted to see him take him through how this hypothesis is a hypothesis, thing he does. I wanted to see that. But I guess he's not there. All right, never mind.
I am here.
Oh, yes. So he said that something is a hypothesis. Would you have a conversation?
Something is a hypothesis. Wow, that's an amazing claim.
That's not what I said. That's so strong.
No, that's not what he said. That's what I said.
So, what's a hypothesis?
No, what I said is it's better to have a model than nothing, and you could think of a model as like a
What's a model?
hypothesis,
What's a model?
a model of
Scientific
how things
model?
work. Yeah.
Define a scientific model then. What
I mean, I don't know
citation?
the exact definition, but I would.
Yeah, you're gonna have to. That's I need the
Okay,
exact.
can we not
definition.
argue semantics though?
No, argue semantics. What is semantics?
Definitions.
Yeah, definition of terms. It's called the Socratic method. It's like the basis of all communication.
Okay, but I
So
think we
saying
both have an
semantics-
understanding of what a model is.
So saying semantics in an argument is like telling me what the color of the latrine is. It's irrelevant. That's why we're having a discussion. We couldn't have a discussion without fucking semantics. Couldn't we?
Okay, the definition of scientific model according to Google.
God.
The aim of which is to make a particular part or feature of the world easier to understand, define, quantify, visualize, or simulate.
All right. Number one, Google's not a source. What's the source of this? And I need
Wikipedia.
Scientific model?
Yeah, scientific modeling is the Wikipedia
Yeah,
page.
can you I want to read it.
Okay.
I put some of those straight fossils in the chat.
Yeah, I love seeing people squirm when they try and explain the geologic column.
I don't even know why we're even talking about the geologic column. We don't even know what evolution is just yet.
Yeah. Because it's fun.
Because it's
No, but don't you guys think it would be important to have a model like
no
eventually?
Okay.
No.
Okay. Memes
Well,
like
it doesn't have to be a.
okay.
It doesn't
this
have
is
to be a
driving me
complete
crazy.
model.
Okay,
It could just be like.
Sasha, you're driving me crazy. You can't even point out a model. That's the problem here. Point one out. Thanks.
Well, that's a heliocentric model. That's
really?
Yeah, point it out. God.
Show us.
He hasn't defined it yet.
I defined it
You can't.
earlier.
No, you didn't.
Okay, do I need to pull up a scientific
The aim of which
article?
is
Like,
to
what do
make
you
it.
mean?
Yeah. So
What's that
this is
dog that
wiki-
points?
Number one, wiki citations. Is there a citation with this, or is it just wiki?
Oh,
I mean, this is like the accepted definition. Like,
It is not. I'd like to direct everyone's attention to 40 minutes after the hour, scientific model by the Indiana University Chemistry Department. The important point that Becker introduced is that the explanation of a natural phenomena, i.e. model, they equate it with a theory, which is a belly laugher, must be testable by experimentation. In other words, once a model is proposed as an explanation of a phenomena, it can only be considered a scientific model if it can be objectively tested by experiment. That's a scientific model, not your wiki horse shit that Joe fucking Snuffy can put his definition in there. You don't source fucking wiki. So, especially with anything scientific. So, when you said a model is like a hypothesis, you're right. I need the hypothesis. What's a hypothesis?
a prediction of what will happen in a scientific experiment.
That's correct. What does it have? Give me the constituents of a scientific hypothesis.
I don't know. I just thought of it as a prediction usually.
Nope, it is a prediction. You're correct in that. It's a predictional supposition into natural cause and effect relationships, is what it is. It has two parts.
Okay, so couldn't a model say if the world works like this, and then X happens, the cause of from X will be Y? Like, don't you think that could?
Sasha,
you gotta
Sasha,
get
can't you
specific.
point it out? Why can't you point it out, Sasha, instead of saying, shouldn't a model maybe do this or that? Does it exist or not? Because you're just doing hypotheticals.
I'm still waiting for a hypothesis, though.
A
Specific.
hypothesis on what? What do you want me to hypothesize?
Whatever you want. You said you had a model, a hypothesis.
No, I
on
never
what?
said I have a model. I said it's important if we're making scientific,
Okay.
arguments that we
What?
should
So
have
what are
a
you
model.
talking about? So
You
what are you
can't be
talking about?
serious, Sasha.
Yep.
I don't.
Get,
What's
get
confusing you
specific.
guys?
Get specific. That's all we're asking.
I mean, I'm not gonna just build a model from scratch right here. I was just saying.
You're not going to build a hypothesis from scratch. Then how would you do
What
it?
do you want me to build a hypothesis on? Like, I don't even know what the subject is.
You said models. They need to be tested by experiment, right?
Okay. Yes, I agree.
Yeah. So you got the heliocentric. You said the heliocentric model, right? Give
Yeah, I
us
gave that.
something from the heliocentric model that has an experiment in it.
I mean, I don't really want to make Glober arguments. I mean, there's one Glober.
Go ahead.
Well, there's one Glober argument that I don't really know how to counter against. Do you want me to?
So Sasha, you're done with the models. You're admitting there's no model, and you just made that up. Okay, is that what we're doing? We're moving on.
What do you want me to do? Like, explain the heliocentric
I mean,
model
I don't
to
know
you
why
guys?
this is so. No, I don't know why this is so insane. If BattleMod says he has a model of a Challenger, I go, great, BattleMod. Can I see it? And he shows it to me. I go, great. There's the model. When it comes to you, all of a sudden you forgot what you were talking about, and now we're running away from the model claim. Why is that, Sasha? Because you believe in evolution. It destroys your brain. That was the point from the beginning an hour ago.
Okay, yeah. I think you could think of evolution as a model for how life works and
Evolution.
Please.
Yeah, you could think of.
Right.
What's the model? Where's the model? Where's the model, Sasha? Please show me the model.
No, I want the scientific theory because remember the model is a theory that's testable by experiment. What's the scientific theory of evolution? Finally got there.
Okay, well, obviously you can't test evolution, right? Because it's a thing that happens over millions of years.
Oh, that's a cool story. Can you validate the millions of years with a model?
Yeah, I could.
Okay, go ahead. What's the hypothesis for the dating game?
What do you mean the dating game?
The dating game. I want you to use a scientific hypothesis to validate a millions of years date for all of us. I want you to write the hypothesis in the chat so everyone can see it.
I still don't understand what you mean by the dating game.
Don't worry about it. It's my little flair on the dating.
The ages, Sasha, the ages, the dates that they give us, the millions of years, Devonian, Precambrian, Jurassic, Triassic. I'm sure you've heard of that.
Oh, okay, yeah. You want me to give you an evolution timeline, basically?
Now, I want you to give me a hypothesis that validates any date of a million years old for anything.
Well, do you know how carbon dating works?
So you're right away. We're gone. We're absolutely gone. You can't do this. I can't.
Carbon dating? You mean isotopes of nitrogen?
Carbon dating.
Yeah. It sounds like you don't know what it is. So
I don't think
now that
there's.
we're in your knowledge, yeah, you don't know what it is. So
Okay.
give me the hypothesis. It's a simple question.
The hypothesis on evolution. Okay, that would be.
No. Focus. You have.
You say like these obscure terms, and I don't know what you mean by them. Like the dating game, I don't know what that means.
Oh my God. Give me a hypothesis. I want you to focus now. Get the Adderall drip out. You may want to central line it.
No, I wish I had Adderall.
You claimed millions of years. So I simply asked you, do you have a model for that? You said yes. So I'm looking for the hypothesis now because to have a model, we have to have a hypothesis to experiment on. So then I said, give me a hypothesis regarding anything that's a million years or older in text chat. I just want you to write the hypothesis out. It's a sentence.
Okay, so okay, the hypothesis is that eukaryote life evolved through.
No. Can't you're begging the question. You're assuming the very thing you're attempting to prove and not answering my question. We're talking about millions of years, right? Not evolution. Forget about fucking evolution for right now, which you can't define anyway. Give me a scientific, this last time I'm going to say it. You said millions of years. I said, okay, no problem. Give me a hypothesis regarding anything that's validated to be 1,000,000 years old or older.
Okay, dinosaurs existed 1,000,000 years ago.
So what? What?
The hypothesis is dinosaurs existed 1,000,000 years ago, over
That's
1,000,000
not a
years ago.
hypothesis. That's a fucking claim.
Where'd you get millions of years?
Where's it? You're begging.
Yeah, I don't know the exact number off the top of my head.
It
Where'd
doesn't
you get it?
matter. Oh my
Where'd
God.
you get it?
Rumpus.
From my teacher in school.
Okay, so dinosaurs, let's put I'm going to write it out since you can't follow simple fucking instructions. Dinosaurs, did you say lived millions of years ago?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So I asked you for a hypothesis. Dinosaurs lived millions of years ago. So what is
I mean, I don't get how I could make a hypothesis, which is basically
That's
a
the
prediction.
point.
Don't you get
That's the point.
like
That's
a
the
predict?
point.
How am I supposed to
That's
make a
the point.
prediction
That's the
about
point.
something that
That's
happened
the
millions
point.
of years ago?
That's the point. That's the point.
Welcome to the end of the race.
Yes, the entire point is
Okay,
that you
so-
don't have any rational reason to create a hypothesis because
But-
you don't have anything to base it off of.
But you guys realize there's also observable sciences. Like,
No, Sasha, I'm going to help you out.
No, there's
Sasha,
not.
yeah.
No, there's not.
Sasha. Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt, guys. Okay,
Holy
Sasha, who
fucking
was the first
shit.
person? Who was the
Why do
first
y'all
person,
guys
Sasha?
cock block me? Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, you talk way less than I do.
My God, shut the fuck up.
guys,
okay,
we're
Cutie,
all
it's
flat
okay.
earthers here. We're all flat earthers here.
Just
No,
asking
no,
them
we're
for a
not.
simple fucking question. You can't shut the fuck up. It'll be real easy. It'll be really quick, and I'll go on mute. You can't fucking help yourselves. So, dinosaurs lived millions of years ago. There's your hypothesis. Is this an actual scientific hypothesis? What's the dependent variable here?
Okay, we already went over that it's kind of hard to make a hypothesis since it has to do with a prediction about something that already happened. So
It
kind
has
of
to
like
do
a
with
contradiction.
prediction about a cause and effect relationship. Is this a cause and effect relationship?
I just explained it to you. I can't make a prediction about something that
So
already
this
happened.
isn't a cause. You just explained. You need fucking Adderall, dude. Serious. I'm talking. They need to push Adderall because you can't focus on a single topic. You're bouncing all over the fucking place. You're incoherent. I'm done.
All right.
So, Sasha, who said the Earth was millions of years old? Yeah, who started
Well,
this
the
idea?
scientific community, basically.
Yeah,
No,
screaming always helps
that's
the
another
combo. Yes, it does, Blaze.
unbelievable.
It really does. Yeah, it does. Am I hurting your feelings?
Oh, man.
No,
I'm
you're
gonna stand by
representing
technical
everybody
difficulties.
else.
Shut the fuck up.
Well, prior to the shut the fuck up, I mean, we're talking to someone who is actually trolling flat Earth. Let's face it. Like, just say,
Correct.
I
How am I
understand how you feel, but it would be better served to say that when it's deserved. That's all I'm saying. But you can do what you want. Y'all can do what y'all want. Y'all are gross.
I'm not trying to troll, so if you guys think I'm trolling, I'll just go on mute, okay?
Another fucking terrorist sympathizer out there. Yeah, I'm looking at you, Blaze. Yes.
You know what? Hey, listen, there are other people listening,
Don't
and
give
they're
a
on
shit.
YouTube. You know, yeah, you're supposed to be a
I don't
real
give a
good.
shit.
Of course
You
you don't.
terrorist sympathizer.
Yeah.
That's what you are. That's right.
Oh,
Why don't
okay.
you go get him and
Sure
go
thing.
sing Kumbaya with him? Don't overtalk me.
Well, that's not very
Oh,
Christ-like.
yeah. Okay. I
Yeah,
know
that's
exactly.
right. Here we go with the Pauline rescue from friggin' clowns.
What are you?
What are you?
You think you represent
You
the
think
flat
you're
earthers?
what? You're a terrorist sympathizer, Blaze.
Yeah, I'm a terrorist. I
Yes,
sure
you are.
am.
This
Well, at least I
clown
can
right
argue
here.
with
This
somebody
clown
and
right
not call
here.
them
This
names.
clown right here. This clown right here.
What?
Right? This
You
guy's
let
a
other people
clown.
control your
right?
feelings?
This guy's a clown.
cares?
I'll
So
talk about
what?
my
You
feelings.
can mute him.
Mute
Seriously,
him?
you
Why?
can
I
mute
wanted
the
to
guy.
friggin' expose him.
Okay, well, maybe you should do something for anger management because
Oh,
it does
yeah, I know. You're a
me
psychologist.
you
I mean,
do
you got a
this.
degree or something? Have you
Do
evaluated
I
me?
need a
Let's see your
degree? Do I
credentials.
need a degree?
No, no. I think
Let's
that
see
you
your
guys should.
credentials, Blaze, instead
I
of
think that
fucking over talking me.
I think that, and this is just my opinion, you guys should disengage because you're fighting for a person who is a troll, and I detest the kind of people who pretend to be flat earthers and go out there and rep. Because you're talking about QE's representation. Well, what about this fake motherfucker right here? So I get
All
that.
I heard was
Well, I'm
yelling.
not trying
I
to
was
be a fake
reading,
flat
and
earther.
all that
Just
was
because I don't agree with you guys on every single point doesn't mean I'm a fake flat earther. Like that's what I don't
There's
get.
something wrong with you, Sasha. There's something wrong with you.
just the yelling. I mean, it's like, gosh, I was reading, listening, and all I hear is just yelling. I'm like, oh my god, who cares?
Oh, poor,
Mute him.
poor baby. I'm sorry you hurt
Yeah.
her feelings.
No, you're
I'm sorry I hurt your feelings. For your
you're
snowflake
pathetic. How
ears.
many times have you been
For your
banned from this
snowflake ears.
server? Oh,
Right?
whatever.
That's just how I talk.
By time, get the fuck out. Go play snowflakes or something.
Samuel Jackson.
Congratulations, Sasha. The controllers of your heartstrings have done well.
I'm actually not trying to do this. This is why I get upset because I'm actually not even trying to troll. Like,
But you are, but you're giving these answers that are just psychotic, ranting, just parroting.
no, it's just because I don't understand everything of
I
like
know.
the
Why
whole
can't you? I know.
scientific.
Why do
like,
you have to lie? I know. See, you're triggered right now. The point is, why do you have to lie to people? Why can't you just say, "I don't
But,
know"?
well,
Maybe I
I
should
also
look into
don't
that.
want you to talk over each other either. Like I gotta try to be fair here.
I think we should
XO.
just
Right.
move
So,
on. I think you
right.
guys should just talk to
Right,
Matthew
but
or
you're
someone
not.
else.
You're
'cause-
just making stuff up. I know, but you're just making stuff up, which is exactly what the problem is. It's not about the flat Earth. It's about liars. Okay, that's what
Okay,
you're
what
doing.
exactly do you think I'm lying about?
You're just making stuff up that you don't even know where the information comes from. Carbon dating doesn't even work past 50,000 years. If it did work, you're talking about millions of years. Then you're bringing up a dating method that doesn't even go 100,000 years. That proves you have no idea what you're talking about. You're just making stuff up, which is a telltale sign that when there's one cockroach, there's clearly more here, Sasha. There's something very wrong
Okay,
with
well, I
you.
didn't
The
know that
problem,
carbon
yeah,
dating
but I
doesn't
don't
work past
care.
50,000 years.
I don't care who a flat earther is. I do not care who a flat earther is. When someone's lying, that's the biggest problem at that moment. You are the problem. You're just
Do you
habitually
think I
lying.
was intentionally like bringing up carbon
Listen,
dating?
no, you know what? No, here's the deal though. The only reason I'm saying this is because of the fact that the moderators have actually made it very apparent, have brought it up themselves, including a lead mod that was just in the room a minute ago, knowing that you're lying, so to speak, saying that you're fake, which would mean that's deceit, which is the same as lying. And then you prove they were correct by then making up stuff that you don't even know where the information comes from by just knee-jerk reaction because you have an evolution religion that has destroyed your ability to think. You see, you confirmed my claim that this religion destroys your cognitive abilities, Sasha, because in order to defend it, you have to turn into this literal invasion of the body snatcher. I'm just going to give knee-jerk reactions over and over again and make stuff up to justify it. That's why it's a problem, because everybody that believes in evolution just lies through their teeth. That's how we know it's a dangerous psychotic religion, and it's actually the foundation of today's moral problems. That's why we do the terrible things we do in society, because the heart of this satanic deception is evolution. That's the whole point of the deception, is to make sure people believe in evolution. We thought everybody got the memo, but that's what the reality is, that globe, earth, whatever, space religion, that's all evolution. It's called flat earth because that's the term that shocks people. But yes, there's something wrong with you. You're lying through your teeth for a whole hour. You won't give a citation. You don't have a claim. You don't even know where these ideas come from. I mean, I can point to the Bible and use a book, but you can't.
Guy, you're going on a marathon here. All right, he gets it. Look, I don't know whether you're a liar or not, and I'm just so let me start off by saying that I already have a bias against certain things that I hear, and I don't always have time to assess correctly what's going on, because I know for a fact that my best friend is not a troll, but I know for a fact also that he doesn't know that the earth is flat. He believes it is, and he might argue fallaciously. But I know he's genuine. You could be one of those people. I don't know. But that's just my position. I wish that everybody was all hunky-dory and friendly, but this is the real world. I'm not going to be here to defend people all the time, and that's what it is. I was just over at Brandon's. Sometimes I'm over at Jim Panda's. Sometimes I'm in Brooklyn. In any instance, there are people that don't fucking like me. Okay, there are people that argue with me. Okay, and that's fine. But you know that I'm here being reasonable, and that's all that counts, right? Because I'm saying I don't know whether you're a troll or not, but you should probably get educated really fast if you want to if you want to hang out here.
Okay.
Because I
Yeah.
don't hang out places that I'm out of my depth. Well, actually I do because I try to learn, but
I mean, if you guys don't
whatever.
want me to bring up evolution, you can just say that. Like, I won't talk about it
No,
anymore.
Sasha, you always, every time when you brought something, it's you are not, you don't know anything about that, but you're bringing like some, I don't know, even it's not a claim. I don't know what it is, you know. And every time it's a mess.
Well, I mean, I feel like the whole
No,
question I was
you're still
asked to
doing it.
like
You're
give the
still doing it.
hypothesis is kind of
You just
unfair in the
keep
first
doing it.
place.
You just keep
But for
deceiving.
example,
That's the
you
point.
can now
You just keep
ask
deceiving.
after all. Sorry, like so, you can now ask, for example, where is the edge, and what you will accept. You know, maybe if you're here, like I saw you, you're for here like for a month. You know, you
But
know.
there's a problem here though. And because I'd much rather be talking to someone else. The boy did say that he was trying to disengage. Sometimes the problem is when I'll put it on me. I want to have a conversation with a globe earther who I know is wrong, but does not want to engage me. So why not engage people that don't want to be engaged? He said, maybe I should leave. Maybe I should mute myself. So then why are we still talking about this? On the live stream, isn't there a Glober out there who wants to defend their religion?
Yeah, his name is Matthew Learns. He's right there, and he's ready to give us a few hours of lies, no doubt.
Hello, Matthew.
I wouldn't call them
I'm
lies.
sorry that he prefaced it with that, but I mean, if you don't have any more knowledge than when you left last time, then I mean, it's getting kind of suspicious, buddy.
Elijah, can you ask that question if you remember? Question 2 hours ago, you asked that.
I know it's my favorite question.
Can
Why
you
do
ask
you
that?
think?
Yeah, and I will answer to you. I will ask you after that something. No, I will not answer.
But Matthew's gonna tell the truth here. That's the difference between him and because see, now this is what's potentially well.
But can you ask that? I like that.
I'm gonna ask him, but I'm trying to set it up first. If Matthew is a disingenuous person who knows the arguments, he's gonna straight up tell us exactly why we think whatever, right? Whereas someone who doesn't know is gonna parrot some shit that they heard from Jim Panda. But that's the thing. I think that people who aren't genuine flood these places so that the other people who ask us dumbass questions never get exposed to the kind of debates that they should. So with that being said, I kind of have a prediction that Matthew is going to answer unlike every other person that I've asked. But I'm going to ask him right now.
By the way, I think you're right about that. What you said about how what people say. Sorry, go ahead.
In the same time, Elijah, I will pretend that I don't know any of arguments. Okay.
So here it goes. Why do you've spoken to us long enough, so you should know. What is the technical reason for why we don't think that the Earth is a sphere?
I think there's a whole bunch of reasons. I mean, Miggy's 3 points is
No, there's only one technical reason for why we wouldn't think that something isn't a geometric shape. So okay, why Why do we not believe that it's geometrically a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles?
Because it hasn't been measured when you look at the horizon. So I think
told you.
that's Miggy's first point.
I told you he's going to answer it unlike any other. Told you he's going to just tell you the answer. And that's the answer.
Yeah, that's the right answer.
Can I try the answer if I don't know?
Okay.
Now the first question I will ask, I will not answer, Elijah, that what you said 3.9, because I don't know even at 3.9. Let's say that you asked that first question, why you now I will answer like this if I don't know. Really, I don't know. Can you tell me, Elijah, this will be honest, really? I want to hear this one time. And somebody else, I don't know, Elijah. Can you tell me what is the reason that you think like that? And now Elijah will say, this is Black Swan, this is blah, 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 this is this is that, this is da. And then I will, how to say, listen that here, see, whatever, and then I will make my conclusion after that. Look, this Elijah is saying bullshit, has no points, or this Elijah saying some good things and has the point.
Yeah.
That's the mind. If you understand me, if I'm not the guy, who
understand
doesn't know anything, I will ask you why you, Elijah, think that Earth is flat. How you came to that? Why is your brain? Why you think like that? Do you understand me? And now you will say something, But nobody asking you that question. Never ever.
No, they just want to ask how things don't work. They ask you, why doesn't this work on a flat Earth?
Yeah, yeah, that will be the next question or whatever question. But not only you, everyone. I'm waiting for that question to somebody. Maybe some guys, maybe 5 of 1,000 ask that question. First one, why you think? The first guy with whom I will speak on the server, I will ask him. The first guy who tell me the Earth is flat, I will ask him why it's flat. Why you think like that? And that guy will say, well, because Jesus sent me a message. No. Maybe he will tell you something more about that. No, I'm joking, about Jesus.
I mean, how
I
could
get
they
what
not
I get. I
understand
get
about
what
the
you're
curve?
saying. I get what you're saying. You're saying a genuine conversation would follow the way you just laid it out. Somebody coming here truly curious as to why I think what I think, they would wait for the response, and then they would make a proper, and they would give a proper response based on how I responded.
Listen to this question. Do you believe in NASA? My answer will be to you, Elijah, and you will know. No, because I saw the wire. And you will know which wire because you saw the wire. But the guy who asking, he didn't see the wire. He didn't see the hat. He didn't see the blue screen. He didn't see many other things. Do you understand me? He didn't see the puppet. And he will ask you, do you believe in NASA? Why I should to believe something what I saw like a million lies with my eyes?
Yeah. Do you believe that? The question is, do you believe them? Yes. Why? Because they provided me pictures. Where from? Space. What is space? Did you realize that that was a second law of thermodynamics violation? Have you ever considered that we live, within the air we breathe, and space has no air? There's no barrier in between this place and that place. So we would call that a second law of thermodynamics violation. Are you aware?
That's QE second
So
law
the moment
violation. That's not.
but no, that's what an anti-flat earther would say, because why would he ask me the question then if he already knows the answer? So what a regular person would say was, dude, I don't know what the fuck you just said. And I'd say, okay, well, you have soda and you open it. What happens? Exactly. the pressure here is greater than the pressure there, but it doesn't equalize in their story. What's up with that? I don't have to explain the sky. I don't have to explain the gradient. I'm only pointing out a contradiction in the story that they gave me. That's all I'm required to do.
I will catch for something if it's interesting. I will catch for anything what is can be. You will catch how to say. You will say, okay, this is maybe curvature, you know, because look, but it's not there. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we don't have anything to say maybe this is that. We literally don't have anything. Because we could have one at one point we were like, well, maybe look at, oh my God, those windmills, they look like they're cut in half. What? It's got to be behind some curvature. Well, we've already figured that out. It's definitely not uh, 8 inches per mile squared curvature. It's not that. So whatever it is, it ain't that.
Yeah, but not only that, look at this rotation, also that gases. Yeah, look at this. We can prove that, look, this experiment showing that we don't need the container, for example. And you see, really, look, we don't need container. Okay, that means we don't need container. But fucking we need container. In every fucking citation, we need container. Who is that? QE wrote that? No, he presented the people who said that, and there was scientists.
Well, look, I was just over at Brandon's breaking out the glorified protractor. These buffoons told me that you don't need a 90 degree. Like there's no such thing. And they begin to tell me you're parroting 10th Man. And 10th Man is an idiot. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Never mind, I read because I didn't just go and start talking about this shit because I heard him talking about it. I didn't talk about it for a long time. Only reason I'm talking about it right now is I feel confident that I know a little bit.
But listen, this,
but also within my understanding, I think, okay, well, fundamentally, you need angles, and they're sitting there trying to tell me you don't need a 90 degree angle. I can't even talk to you. I don't even know why I'm talking to you.
Listen, this Elijah. If I'm on the sea, lost, I want to be with 10th Man. You know, with nobody else, only with him, because somehow we will find the land. Somehow we will find the land, man. He will find the land. Other people, I don't know. Especially that Globers. Well, no, not that I'm realizing sextant. I never thought that he's speaking now about that. I'm thinking about my experience, about my weapon in 90s, you know, anti-aircraft, you know, and accounting on Coriolis effect and curvature. And that that's for me like, what? Why I didn't account on that, you know, and why nobody spoke about that, you know? And that is 20 years now.
You know what they did with the sextant? They sent like this little illustration, right? And it has a line, obviously a straight line, like horizontally, and then they have another line from the sky to the sextant, and they just straight up just erased the line that would make it the 90 degrees. Like they didn't erase it. The line is not there, and they're like, look, it's not there. It has nothing to do with. I can't get with that. I mean, I'm dumb as it is. I'm trying to learn. I can't let that kind of stupid rub off on me.
And in that time, it's sextant, you know, and then you invoke refraction. How they fucking travel? I was confused totally. Then you have people that speaking about towers, radio waves from Birmingham to London. I don't know how many miles, straight line. That was video about that. It deleted for sure on YouTube. They have towers to have straight line radio waves between two towns, and they made it 19. I don't know. I cannot remember now. It was one in Nathan's show. It was presented that. And so many other things. It's not only that, and then it's not only you. I cannot in 5 years. I cannot catch myself with something and say, okay, maybe because of and maybe, but no, nothing. Only if you want to believe, then it's easy.
Yeah. I guess we killed the conversation, Sasha. It was good. It's good having a back and forth with you, though. It's not. This is rare. You know. I mean, I'm gonna be out of here pretty soon.
All my life, I will wait for that measurement. All my life. But you can speak about whatever you want, man. About whatever you want. But I want that measurement, and then maybe we can speak. But without measurement, bye bye. Don't tell me anything. Don't speak me about sky. Something what is physical can be measured, and that's it. And they have
How do you
numbers.
make a triangle without yo? How do you make a right triangle with a? I'm still stuck. This is like I'm only mad that I was too stupid to realize that I wasn't supposed to be talking to these people seriously.
But for me, it was mountains. How you fucking measure the mountain everywhere in the world if it reference sea level? That means everywhere is sea level. What that mean? Try to imagine Andy in Peru and start from Argentina to down to Chile, whatever it is. How much that mountain is curving through that land and reference its sea level. All continent. You have that mountains.
Do they believe in mountains, or are they really not there?
Matthew, are you familiar with the use of a sextant?
Somewhat. It basically just measures apparent angles, right?
Yeah. Well, it measures angles.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Like the angle between two different things that appear in the sky or on land. You can use it for anything, I guess.
And curved land.
No,
Yeah,
you can't tell.
On
It doesn't
land, you
determine.
can use it to get a fix on your location by triangulating with two stars that require two radii that extend horizontally over the plane.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know much about using sextants. I actually thought, it'd be fun to
It's
buy
fine.
one,
I'll
but they're
wait.
super expensive. They're like $600.
It's fine. I'll wait. I'll let you know today and now. I'll even send you. You know what? I'll send you this little cool series. It's like a 10-minute. It's like 10 minutes and 4-minute my bad. It's 4 10-minute videos. So it's a little series that basically gets people familiar with how to use the sextant practically at sea.
Well, that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, so I'll provide you with that because I don't like beating people with their hands tied behind their back. I want you fully equipped so that we can have a discussion about celestial navigation.
Post it in the live stream text chat because I want that too.
Yeah, that sounds cool.
We'll do. We'll do. Thank you, Matthew.
So
I'm
Elijah,
gonna
I
say
did
I've
I
read
did
so
do
many
those moon.
things. My bad. 1 second. I read so many things. I've seen so many diagrams that 10%, and it was like, yeah, I'm like, yeah, I get it, but whenever I see math and angles and all of this stuff, that I used to run, it's like I don't care about any of that shit. I guess that's the way dyslexic people feel about words. I love to read, but math, I'm just like, yo, if it ain't 2 plus 2, I mean, yo, you know what I mean? So when I actually saw this series and saw him use it and show how it's used, I was like, oh, now I get it. Okay, so yes, maybe this video will help a lot of people who aren't really picking up what people are putting down about celestial navigation. Because if you knew, I mean, there'd be no the globe is they've been dead, but I mean, we're come on, we're moonwalking now. No pun, no pun intended.
Elijah, I did those moon observations during a full moon, like back in June or July, I forget. And sure enough,
you
it
did a
showed.
repeat.
Yeah, I did a repeat so I could see the actual edge of the moon, not just the glare. And the moon appeared to be the same size all the way from moonrise through most of the night.
Okay. Okay. When people whatever people see, whenever people see an apparent change in size, it's just a change in glare. I mean, so it's a change in glare. I
Yeah,
can't
I think
really
you're right. You're right.
I can't really what else is there to say, you know?
Yeah, so
I know other flat earthers have the argument of, look, the apparent size changes, but I mean, I'm going a totally different direction. I'm like, yo, well, I'm putting my name on the line to say, yo, that thing is not physical. And so, you know, if it is a light, then we shouldn't be judging it by, you know, like the way we would, like if I had a basketball and I was twice the distance away and then 4 times the distance, like I don't think that you can gauge glare like that. That's not, you know, I don't know. Because you don't know what it's doing. You don't know if there's you don't know what specifically is causing the light. Then you have the air and all this stuff is happening. We don't know what the moon is, so can't really call it.
Celestial body. Yep.
Yeah, my argument depends on it being a physical, actual object that follows the rules of perspective. But if you just say it's just a light and we don't know what it is, then my argument doesn't work.
Yeah.
Well, it behaves
it's
like
up to the
everything else
people to
does
decide.
in reality. Why would we expect anything else since it behaves just like every other light that goes away from me? It goes in and eventually disappears into the horizon like all lights do. So that's the reality. At a certain distance, things won't appear to get smaller because they're too far away. I don't know if people know that, but that's when you zoom in, you can only zoom in so far. Then the objects that are zoomed in on all seem to gather in a focus. You know, so at 1,000 miles, you wouldn't have any angular size change of anything, just maybe only 500 miles away. So at that great distances, an object that's far away from you obviously is going to behave that way, but that's how we already experience everything. So who would be crazy enough to make up some idea and say that now we must live on a magical ball?
Sure.
You know?
Let me point this out. The sun and the moon are not just any other light. You don't experience the sun and the moon the same way you do with other lights.
Yeah, we do.
From Earth.
Yeah, we do.
We kind of do.
I look at it, it blinds me. The end. What are you talking about?
No, I'm
No,
talking
he's right.
No,
I
what
know
I'm
you're
saying is like we
you're
can
right.
create artificial light and oftentimes a lot of people will compare the artificial light to what the sun and moon does. But those are totally different light sources, and in the
Yeah,
stars
I
as
wouldn't
well.
do that. Yeah, I
Yeah,
do compare certain headlights to the moon. It just looks like it, like when, but it's not like I can confirm, yo, the moon is a headlamp or a headlight. So you're right.
yeah. I just wanted to point that out. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, my only argument was that the apparent size of the moon stays the same. The apparent size of a full moon stays the same all night long. That's
But that's not true. I mean, I get what you're saying, but
it was
you
true.
can't. How could you say? How could you say? Well, I'm gonna, because you're taking out the glare. That you're taking out the thing that everyone says apparently changes.
I have a problem with apparent position and apparent size. So the size it appears to be. Okay. Sweet.
Yeah, at 19 past the hour, you can see my series of photos, and basically it shows that the size that it appears to be from my location didn't change during the night during a full moon. So
It
that
don't really mean that, though, does it? Because it's an
Right. It's
apparent size.
they always want to demonstrate things that don't have anything to do with the shape of the Earth, right?
Well, by definition, to have an apparent size, you have to have an actual size. We're just talking about how it looks like it has more glare versus less glare. Keep it real.
All right, so the medium that the light permeates through has obviously got some relationship with that part, obviously, as well. Yeah, that's going.
No, can I just real quick, Crack Villain and Elijah? Isn't it funny that we don't get to invoke magical things like refraction to say that, well, no matter what it looks like, it'll help my claim? You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing, is that they have the benefit of always having this magical fix all. They actually have several. Gravity is one, and of course, gravity's new baby, refraction, which is of course a product of evolution and gravity getting together. So I can't just say, well, wouldn't maybe refraction is why it's doing whatever I need it to do. But here's a problem, guys. The moon in most places does stay the same size. It actually, as an illusion, appears to be bigger on the horizon. That is an illusion. That's not reality. However, it doesn't matter. But this is where it gets dangerous, because unfortunately, I didn't know that there was anybody claiming other than the sun and moon do stay the same size, because because if you use goggles, you'll see that there is no actual physical looking bigger or smaller sun. I know that some videos show that. There are some illusions, but the celestial bodies in our skies, none of them ever change size, ever. None of them.
Yeah, you're exactly
Well,
right.
that thing that you mixed in there, I totally don't agree with that. But you can think that if you want. I'm not here to argue with you. But you're right about the apparent. I hate this word, because what you see is whether it's an illusion or not illusion, or you're wearing goggles, all of that is apparently what it is, right? But you're right. When you cut off all that glare, it does appear that the sun and the moon are the same size, and whatever that looks like doesn't appear to change.
Correct. Yeah.
My question is, why doesn't it?
The light itself is the real big issue. The light itself, the way the light attenuates and comes up before the actual light source, shows that it requires a flat plane of linear light to travel. And that's why we have the sunsets and horizons like we have, because if it wasn't a flat plane, we wouldn't be able to see the light. That's the whole point. We can see light. I mean, the sun, they're claiming the sun's even farther away. We're talking about several thousands. We have, there's no such thing as knowing the distances, but we're talking about not millions and billions. It's obviously much closer. It's actually not an object anyway. These are parts of the firmament that open up like windows that are like 6-dimensional. No matter where you are, everybody sees the same side of them. It's not something that's earthly, it's heavenly, it's beyond our understanding. And that's why this realm is dangerous anyway, because we're not supposed to worry about the sun, moon, and stars. They're actually separate from us, because they are heavenly bodies. And they certainly, that's again, like Jesus says, earthly things, heavenly things. And that's why this is one of those subjects that you'll hear them talk about, because they claim that this is some sort of win for them. It's a dangerous topic because you're just allowing them to hide from what we can prove. You'll never figure out the sun and moon.
Okay, so you may have answered my question already before I asked it, because I was going to ask why doesn't the sun and the moon obey the laws of perspective if it's getting farther and closer? How come it doesn't change size? But I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think you're saying because it's in the heavenly realm, it kind of, we can't apply those same earthly ideas to it. Is that right?
No, well, actually, even objects at great distances eventually stop as there's limits to the perspective, even with zooming lenses. The farther something is away from you, the less it's going to change in size. So that's the thing. It's already not
Also,
close to me. It's up in the sky. It's at whatever, I don't know how it is. It's obviously a lot higher than an airplane. The sun is not, I cannot touch the sun. It's beyond our literal grasp. So is the moon. They are not something we can reach. They are out of this world, literally. So just even to make a claim, it's ridiculous because you have no idea how far away they are anyway. So you can't
And
make a claim. Again, you can't.
I just want to add very quickly as well, Matthew. So with perspective, what else is involved in it in terms of your perspective right now from where you're stood looking at lampposts down the street is that you do have obviously like, so for instance, like we know that the acuteness of that angle, right? Okay, the incidence of the angle is what would make things disappear from the bottom up, right? Because you can't resolve it anymore, right? It's easier to resolve that piece of ground that's in line with that, right? Based on your vision.
Right. I was talking about
So,
the size, not
I
the
know,
angle.
I know. I'm just saying that. So when we talk about the perspective and how perspective works on, on heavenly bodies, right? As we previously said, this is different, obviously, because you don't have the same field of view, or should I say, the same. You don't have the same frame of view of what you have with objects here when we talk about perspective, right? Literally, what Exo just said, right? We don't have the ceiling above, for instance, right? That would be the thing that would cause the incidence of that angle, the acuteness of that angle to occur, right? We don't have that same interaction with the thing we're looking at and the floor or the ceiling, right? So that plate has a part to play in that as well.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I was mainly thinking about, like, even if it's far away from the horizon, the size is still just being exactly the same the whole night. And to me, that indicates that it might be the same distance the whole night.
Could well be. No way of proving that.
Well,
unfortunately,
by technicality, it's not, because if you're spinning away from it, it most definitely isn't.
Yeah, it can't be. Mm-hmm. It can't be.
Yeah, a blowtorch. Yeah, blowtorch. You can tell when you get closer to it. There's a difference. Yeah, in reality.
Yeah. It's funny. Because Kiwi always talks about how you're standing next to a bonfire, and then you're like, "Ooh, that's hot," and then you walk away, and then it combusts. That's exactly what the sun is. Yeah, is you have the surface is not hotter than the atmosphere of this. That's the first of all, it's all surface. It's all gas. I don't. It fucks me up every time I think about it.
Their brains have been destroyed. That's what it was designed to do, and it works. They've turned into these piles of mush, believing it.
So wait, you said it's all gas. So how does it have an inherent shape, considering gas doesn't have an inherent shape?
Perfect. Nope. Thank you.
Who said that? Who asked that last question?
There's many contradictions within the sun system. Not only that one, if you call it a gas, you can't call it a gas because it gives a continuous spectra. So, in one sentence, they'll say it's helium, hydrogen, gas, but in the next breath, they'll say continuous spectra. Well, those are that you can't. That's a paradox. Can't have that. So there's multiple layers of paradoxes with it. So it gets confusing right off the bat. I'm talking about when they explain it in secular literature, you'll see all kinds of stuff that it's gases, that it has a surface, right? The thing that Elijah just talked about with the heat rising, the further away you get away from it. It's like a mountain of paradoxes. It's hard to wade through.
Crack villain. Everyone asked.
I don't think
last-
it's supposed to make sense. I think they've just sent waves of confusion. Like that's their wizardry power. Confusion.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they use that against people asking questions against it, because if everyone's afraid to ask question, because then they'll look dumb or something. You see, you follow that? If somebody challenges them directly, yeah. You see that? There's a little game there.
No, I definitely see that. As a matter of fact, that's the reason I never talked about this stuff. That's the reason I never learned as much as I've learned being here with you guys, because I was too intimidated by the information.
Sure.
That's real.
Yep. Definitely. Most assuredly. Yep. They use that. They know that. So that, yeah, there you got it.
Yep, that's their sort of little you know, in the priesthood, as it were, right? In those circles, that's sort of what people are betting on, is that people are too afraid of the information, and sometimes it can be that case, right? Can it, that the information seems too much to take on, and you don't actually fully wade in it. You know, you don't fully get involved in it. Not truly, you just learn parts about it.
Well, they got the masses with them too, right? All they have to do is put something on one of their church's website, either Wiki, Discovery Channel, anywhere else, and they know that they got mindless parroters like the Baltards. See, the Baltards are just evolutionists in Baltards clothing. That's all. That's really what they. I'm serious.
I know, it's just funny.
So what they do is, like somebody like me, they can tolerate me because I'm like a toothpick in the wilderness, because
Yeah.
they give a shit less,
Mhm.
because I'm gonna get drowned out by the
Yeah,
masses.
you're just floating about in the breeze, like, you know,
Yeah.
you're caught up in the fucking tornado. It's hard to
Yeah.
sort of squeal in the tornado, isn't it?
Yep.
Let alone
Yeah, but
say
they
something
still have to
audible.
recognize that I am the creator of the scientific method, though.
Well, yeah, if you're the one parroting it at that point, obviously. Well, as well,
No,
it's
I
actually
created
correct
it.
classification. Yeah, correct classification and alignment of what it actually is. Yeah.
No, I created it. I am the author of the scientific method. Make no mistake. Of course, that's what the Baltards say.
That's fucking hilarious, Huey.
I'm just taking ownership. I mean, everyone's killing me.
You
I
might
created
as
it,
well,
okay.
because nobody else believes it, right? You know, that's hilarious. I love that you said
Why
that.
you
That's
claiming
hilarious.
why you never
Quantum Racer is the creator of the scientific method. Let's
keep saying
own it.
over and over again.
Why you
Well,
you John? Why you don't use your citation then?
Oh my
Because
god, that's
it's a joke, Sasso. Really, like he's saying that they keep claiming, you know, that he is the author of it by saying you're just parroting QE, right? So effectively, they're removing any of the so-called builders of the actual scientific method out and just replacing it with QE. Been doing it for a while, haven't they? So he's just taking credit.
I love John. You're like a comedian without you don't even have to try, John. You're just so funny just because you're so literal. It's just hilarious. I love your literalness.
In line with my fan club. I mean, I can barely knock them off. I think Blaze just joined it. So get behind her.
Hey, I love Blaze, man. Blaze is great. Come on. Take it a little easy on her. Don't freaking. And she's not here, so no, whatever.
I'm not talking about her behind her back. I'm not doing that. Blaze is okay. I'm sorry.
I heard all that. Yeah, say I'm sorry, and then we can work that shit out later. Anyway, But dude, that was so funny though.
What the fuck?
I freaking
Hilo,
like
Hilo,
QE invented
Hilo,
the scientific method.
Hilo.
Everybody knows that
John
by
said,
now.
"I'm sorry."
All right, he
I-
did. All right, cool. So
Okay.
you know, if Blaze is listening, QE, sorry. We'll work that out
Okay.
later. Anyway.
QE didn't say shit.
Oh, he said he was sorry. He just said it.
Fucking,
Oh,
he
sorry.
said it. I heard it. What the
Blaze, I'm the creator of the scientific method, and I'm sorry. How
There
about
you
that?
go. All right, so let's move on.
That is wow. That's not,
hilarious.
I'm sorry that I created the scientific method. Yes, I'm
No,
sorry.
that's two separate. They're two separate points. Number one, I created the
That's what it
scientific
sounded like.
method. Period. Next paragraph. Blaze, I'm sorry. How about that?
Not only that, you second law of thermodynamics is also yours.
Yeah, you did make up that second law.
Yeah, that vacuum and that gas pressure, that's your shit. Fuck.
Obviously,
Yeah.
laws of nature don't apply here where we
I
live.
remember when you made that up. You remember when you made that one up, QE?
Yeah. Get ready. Get ready come Monday, because Monday is going to be another signature numpty clip. I just happened to take Richard Feynman right to the fucking woodshed. It's going to cause a big stir. Yeah, I'm telling you, get ready.
Like two toothpicks stuck together in the woods. Nice.
You're like the sun, he'll sizzle you, and then when you try to run, you combust.
You like that one? That's a good one. Isn't
Yeah.
it?
Yeah.
I used to use that back in the day with Evo tards. Like I said, ball tards are just Evo tards in ball tard clothing. But yeah, I used to use that back in the day. Just make them look foolish.
If anyone's sort of confused, globetards wear like NASA jumpers or tops with like the blue marble on it. Evotards wear like tops with T-Rex on it and stuff like that. Men slowly metamorphosizing from monkeys up to standing. Shit like that. That's the difference, mainly. What do you prefer debating? Do you prefer debating Evotards or Balltards?
That's somebody asked me that. That's what Crypto asked me on his
Yep,
iPod.
yep.
Yeah. He
Oh, really? That's so strange.
It was a good one. It was because you got to see QE like, just have an interview. It's a cool guy.
Well, yeah.
What
like I
was
said- I've
my
said this
answer, by the
before.
way? I can't remember.
I
It
don't know.
doesn't
either.
matter. Hey, your answer was it doesn't matter, so they're all the same.
Oh, they're equal opportunity ass whoopings. That's right.
Yeah, that's cool. Equal opportunity ass weapons. Yeah, man. That's brilliant. Gotta love no affirmative action when it comes to ass weapons, man. You get some, you get some, everybody gets some. As Oprah would say.
Yeah. What's up, Matthew? They've been dogging you out in here.
I think he's the only one we don't do that to.
No, I've been pretty chill.
No, not
That's
you.
more
See, you got to pay attention. I asked. Dogging you out.
Not really. Yeah, things have been fine.
All right. Well, good.
He did sort of answer it.
People have been running with our little discussion the other day. Apparently, somebody taped our little Alice and Bob discussion the other day. Baltards they're all they got their panties in a bunch.
Oh, I did see that there was somebody made a YouTube video about that. Yeah,
They got their
Wait.
Everett Anderson. He's one of the skanks that he's got an addiction for me or something. it's really creepy, but
What is the explanation, John, for that?
they don't have an Well, you'd have to ask Matthew, because me and Matthew discussed Alice and Bob, right?
Really?
Right.
Matthew,
Yeah.
can you open my mind? Matthew, please open my mind with that.
Sure.
because
The basic disagreement is whether Alice and Bob experience the same direction of down or not.
Okay. Yeah. But Matthew, I like to.
It really doesn't have any. I don't know. That's sort of a red herring fallacy, right? Because drop is drop. If
Mhm.
if Bob's looking at, remember, the fairy tale story is that every point along a tangent from your feet drops, vertically
Yeah.
drops 8 inches per mile squared. So if you got two people, I didn't originate this argument, by the way. I thought about it before the original, right? But I wasn't the one first put it out. I think somebody reminded me that Jaron was one of the first ones to put this out.
Jaron put that out 100%.
Quite a
while
mean,
ago.
this was
Yeah.
a long time ago.
Years ago, mate. Years and years ago now.
Yeah,
Long time.
and I was thinking about it before Jaron. I didn't hear him, but I heard it afterwards. But it's not a big deal whose argument it is. It's just 8 inches per mile squared. Am I correct, Matthew?
Yeah, you're right. You're explaining it right. Yeah.
So every point along a tangent from anyone from your feet vertically drops at 8 inches per mile squared. Well, drop is drop. If I'm looking at you 5 miles away, and between me and you, I'm looking at you and it's dropping at 8 inches per mile squared, and you're looking at me and it's dropping 8 inches per mile squared. There's no way out of that.
Yeah, you're right. That's a paradox. That if the drop means drop, and if drop is parallel for Alice and for Bob, then it is a paradox. The Glober answer would be that they're not actually parallel, even at 5 miles apart. The direction
What
of
do you
down
mean
is slightly
parallel?
different.
What does parallel drop mean?
It means
Oh wow.
the direction of down for Alice, and then the direction of down for Bob. If its drop means drop, then they're parallel lines. But if they don't, then they're not.
What parallel lines? They're both, the grade is dropping away towards Alice, and then the grade is dropping away towards Bob.
No, I'm
Well,
talking about, okay, so two lines. Two
No,
lines.
I'm talking, Matthew. They are in straight line.
I don't get it.
Okay, let me try to explain. If you start where Alice is and point a line directly down, that's one line.
Mhm.
Then you go over to where Bob is and point a line directly down. That's the second line. Now the question
Right.
is whether those two lines are perfectly parallel or not.
For
And
one,
Huey's-
it's not. That's
They
not.
can't be.
Number one, not the argument. Number two, they are parallel.
No, I understand. You have to say if they're parallel, then there is a paradox.
No, I can say it without it being parallel. It's still dropping.
What two lines? It's only one line.
Matthew, you're gonna have to draw this shit, man.
Yeah, I don't have a super good way to draw that, but maybe I'll try.
Can I help you with Emily and Steve?
Emily and Steve.
Listen this, John. Emily
You mean
is
Adam and Steve instead of Adam and Eve?
no. Bob is on the south. Let's say like this, and Alice it's on the north, but Emily it's on the west, and the Steve it's on the east, and they're watching in one point. All of them are 40 miles away, and all of them have drops, isn't?
I'm not getting it. Does somebody else know what Matthew's talking about and can explain it or draw it?
Right.
Yeah.
I think he's talking about the vector, like of their fall.
From what I was getting, yeah. Sorry, Matthew, go ahead.
Let me try to explain it. I'm talking about two different vectors. A vector is a point and then a direction. And so there is a vector where Alice is standing. It's the point where she is, and then the vector is straight down from where she is, right?
Right.
Okay, so then that's one vector. The second vector is 5 miles away or 10 miles, whatever, where Bob is. And
it's vector up.
There's a point where Bob is, and then a vector straight down where Bob is. So we've got two vectors that are about 10 miles apart. Actually, let's just say 5 miles.
But Bob has the vector up because.
Wait there, just let him finish. Let him finish.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so
Right, no,
you
yeah.
guys understand there's two vectors. one Alice straight down and then one Bob straight down. Those are two
Right.
vectors 5 miles apart. Now the
Right.
question, and what QE says is right, that that's a paradox, assuming that those vectors are parallel. He says they're parallel. There's no argument they're parallel.
I'm not saying
Are
that.
you
I could
talking
care
right?
less.
You talking about the tips of the vectors, not the actual lines being parallel, Matthew? Are you on about the
I could
tips?
care less. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that
Not
that
you,
is where
Q. I'm
they're
asking
invalid.
him. I'm
Yeah,
asking.
vectors have direction, and the question is, are they exactly the same direction, or is there some angle between them? That's the question.
No, it's not.
Right.
That's not the question at all. If Bob and fucking Alice start
What are
walking
you
towards each other, they are both walking down fucking hill. Everything else being equal, they're both. That's it. There you go, Drace. You can't get around it. How the fuck can you get around that?
But even if those two vectors were pointing in your example, Matthew, if those vectors were pointing in the same direction, right? So you would be saying that that would be the center of the Earth, correct? I guess.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. But for them to even, yeah, but there's an issue because of the other paradox, right? Like, and to be honest with you, so they would have to also be at the same depth, wouldn't they? Those vectors, like, if you were to draw the tangents or whatever, right? That
That's
amount
right.
of drop,
Yeah.
they'd have to be the exact same depth.
Well, what you want
Their
simple
vectors
that then
weren't
John said that
parallel.
they're going
Hold
down
on,
to
Sasha.
him.
Hold on, Sasha. Even if their vectors weren't parallel, they're still walking fucking downhill towards each other.
Yeah, that's the point.
If you draw it on a globe, then the paradox goes away, but it might
Draw
take
it
me
on a
while to draw.
globe. Let me see two people with vertical drop on a fucking globe. That's what I'm saying. It's a parrot. You can't do it.
Two people that can walk toward one another with a vertical drop.
They can't
And
do it.
that's a U shape. That's a U shape, Matthew, as opposed to a
In
fucking
simplest
or
way,
a V.
how I understand, you cannot have drop in two people cannot have drop if they are in
Facing one
opposite.
another
Yeah.
and going toward one another. If they both have drop going away from them from their position, that would create some form of a V shape, wouldn't it?
That cannot create sphere.
What if you have 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 or 7? What do we live on? Mogul Earth?
That I'm telling you, Emily and Steve, man, we put in 4 direction, not in 2 direction. Let's put in 4 direction. Now let's see what will happen.
Or it would create like an anchor type shape, or like the
Let's
end.
make 8 direction. southeast, east, west.
An umbrella.
So wait,
Umbrella.
what exactly is the paradox? I think I'm missing something.
Two people can't walk towards one another on a globe and have vertical drop as they
At
do
48
so.
minutes. I'm sorry. At 48 minutes after the hour, there's a diagram from Trace.
So I'm trying to draw one that shows what I'm trying to talk about. But
Okay.
It might take me a minute.
That's fine. Go ahead. I don't see how you're going to do it. It's going to be pretty funny. The quintessential tenet of the ball-tart spinning space monkey religion is every point along a tangent from your feet drops vertically at 8 inches per mile squared. Do you have a problem with that? Is there any issue with that? Sasha, Sasha Ivanov, is there any issue with that?
What did you say? Sorry, can you repeat?
No, sir.
Yeah.
Oh shit! There's 2 Sashes.
Yeah.
Ivanov is the one he's addressing.
Maybe you should change. Maybe I should change my name, but I think my name's server. I think one of the moderators made my name this, so I can't change it.
Okay, in practicality and in reality, if you apply that standard to Alice and Bob, it doesn't have to be 40 miles away. You can make it 5 miles away, 2 miles away, right?
You can
There
use
is
Black
no
Swan
way
example.
around if they start walking towards each other that they're both walking downhill. There's no way around it. If you put a third and fourth or fifth or sixth person, it's a train wreck of epic proportions. What you're saying is we live on Mogul Earth.
Okay, I have an image. It's not exactly Alice and Bob, but I can explain it using this image if that's okay.
Go ahead. You got to post it so we can see it. There.
Okay, so let's say ignore all the numbers there. Let's say Alice is in the left building and Bob is in the right building.
Right.
From each of their perspectives, from Alice's perspective on the left, she's looking downhill at Bob, and then
No,
over at
she's
Bob.
not. If that building is Alice, she's going to be walking up to get to Bob. Bob is also going to be walking up to get to Alice. This is
No,
horseshit.
you got to think about it from her perspective, though.
Yeah, from her perspective.
Alice. Yeah, look at Alice. Look at the fucking yellow line, the yellow arc.
Yeah,
If
but you
she
got to
starts-
think about that's third person view. Think about it from first person view.
I'm looking, yeah. You fuck. Oh my God.
That means if you are programmed Alice, that means that you have a bulge between you with this picture. It's different from another picture. It's totally opposite.
What chat is this in? What chat is the diagram in?
Bong, I agree with you. This is retarded. I told you, you can't do it. You can't do it on a sphere. There's no fucking way. There's no way Alice building can start moving to Bob's building or vice versa without have them going up.
Yeah, look at it. They have 8 inches per mile square, but up, not down.
It might work better if you make person
This is
A at
concave.
0 degrees, person B
The
at 90 degrees.
Matthew, are you concaver now? Matthew, are you concaver now?
Okay, so I'm gonna try and like fix. the
Matthew,
diagram.
are you concaver now?
Oh my god.
Yeah, but because this your diagram showing 8 inches per mile square.
Okay, gospel. That's exactly what I was trying
Yeah,
to
that's
do.
actually a good idea, Gospel.
Yeah,
Okay.
this is a perspective issue, and it's triggering me.
Yeah, but at the same time, though, gospel. Obviously, you can't have those two perspectives, like you said, at the same time from an orthographical position. But obviously, the fact of the matter remains is that the idea of it being a paradox is that those people have vertical drop away from them as they go forward away from another person, forward towards another person, and vice versa, right? That's the paradox.
No,
Two people have a
because
drop.
Put any building on the right side, it still will be up.
so here's what I'm here. So according to a Glober, this is how it makes sense. Those two images. So yes, downhill both ways. According to the ball, I mean, this is such a
like titties.
this is such a non-argument argument right now that it again 6 in one, half a dozen in the other. It's a matter of perspective.
It's not. No, it's not. No, perspective. 8 inches per mile squared is not perspective. That's geometrical drop. You're off.
I'm not saying it's real. I'm describing the perspective issue here. So the first image I posted, Alice, I guess, or whatever. The second image I posted, Bob or whatever, both downhill. You put the two together. Yeah, you have to rotate.
Yeah, exactly.
It's really not a big deal though, because it's all just a false equivocation. There is no drop. There is no curve. So we're talking about something that doesn't even exist in the first place. And it doesn't accomplish anything. It doesn't accomplish, somebody that believes in the ball to understand anything about reality. In fact, when they hear you say that they're both walking downhill, they just go, wow, these guys really just truly don't understand perspective. And they walk away feeling accomplished, but they haven't accomplished anything except understanding of someone else's confusion.
I'm not trying to convince them.
Well,
I'm not trying to convince I'm trying to show the audience where it's abject, preposterous absurdity.
That means I don't understand perspective.
Yeah.
No. No.
I just demonstrated the Alice and Bob graphic with rotation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bob's still walking up fucking hill. So is Alice. Then
uphill or downhill?
They're both walking uphill.
At 54 minutes, that's downhill.
What's that?
At 54 minutes and at 53 minutes, the two images I post, those are both downhill, if you want to call it that.
It is not, man. It is not, man. It is still uphill.
But there's no up to it. That building is going straight forward and then down.
Straightforward. Yeah, but you're separating you can't separate them out.
Bob and Alice are separated out.
You can't separate the orthogonal view out of the scenario.
Exactly,
Dude,
bro.
it's just a matter of perspective. Like,
It's not a matter of perspective.
Alice and Bob are separated.
So what?
So
You literally
they
just
both
told
have
me that
different
you can't
perspectives,
separate them.
right?
They're separate. What in the world are you talking about, sir?
What
saying there's-
Matthew, I mean, I don't agree with Matthew on like 99%. I also think that he's probably into sophistry and all that. I'm not like his friend or anything, but on this issue at 57 minutes, I agree that this perspectively makes sense.
From whose perspective?
You have to consider both of them.
Well, the thing is, this isn't an orthographic third-party perspective. This is the blending of two again, imagine playing a first-person shooter from the perspective of the main character and from the perspective of the person being shot. Imagine two first-person perspectives being blended together. That is the dilemma and the issue with the Alice and Bob analogy
There's
being
no
shared
dilemma.
here.
I think you're on drugs, man.
Well, it's a paradox.
I
It's a
think that
paradox.
this game
First person
misunderstood.
perspective, Bob first person perspective, blending the two doesn't make sense. You don't do that because it's impossible to blend two first person perspectives. It doesn't work that way unless you're God and you can understand all things. He's the only one that could
I
ever
get that,
understand
but
two first
how
person
can you have
perspectives.
how can you have 8 inches per mile squared? How can you have 8 inches per mile squared, right, of drop at your feet and look across a lake, for instance, and see someone 5 miles away from you, and both of you've got 8 inches per mile squared vertical
Because you don't,
drop
first
away
and
from the feet?
foremost.
Wait there, one sec. Well, I've seen people at that distance.
Correct. There is no 8 inches per mile squared. Okay, that's the point. You can't have that. But the fact of the matter is, if it was a ball, then it wouldn't just be the 8 inches per mile squared. It would also be an angle. Okay, but you're writing this on the Alice and Bob image is written on a flat plane. So you're conflating two separate things, trying to turn the flat Earth into a ball. I don't understand why you're doing that.
No,
I'm not doing that. No, that's not the point. That's not the
Only
point.
That's
because
literally
of
what
that
you guys are
to
doing. It's only a
understand.
paradox on flat Earth. It's not a
Only
paradox on the
because of that to understand how it's not possible to be on the sphere. Only because
I'll
of
tell
that.
you what, you turn addition into calculus. Why do people do that? I don't know why. I have
Whose
no idea.
perspective
This
is
is
the
a
Alice
really,
and Bob
really.
picture?
It's no
It's not
perspective.
about perspective. It's not about perspective.
I'm
That's
just
the
trying to
thing.
tell him that. He's not fucking getting it.
It's to illustrate a point of two people apparently having vertical drop between
On a
the
flat
two
plane. On a
observers.
flat plane. On a flat plane.
No.
No, because how can you have
Yes.
drop on a flat plane? It's in the conundrum, bro. Like you can't have vertical drop on a flat plane, so it's obviously not explaining a flat
Alice and
plane.
Bob are parallel. Yes or no? Alice and Bob in this picture are parallel to
What
each other.
picture?
Yes or
What
no?
picture? You listen.
Because
On
two
the black and
observers
white
can see
picture
each
that,
other over
that
that
Grace
distance.
has posted a bunch of times. Okay.
All we're doing is entertaining the ball just for a moment.
You're not though. You're conflating
I
two different
am,
things at the
though.
same time.
I am though.
I wouldn't be talking this way if I weren't extremely confident in the confusion here.
Shit. Who cares if you're extremely confident? What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
Well, the fact of the matter is, as the straight line above the 40 miles demonstrates, Bob and Alice are on a perpendicular 90-degree angle to that flat straight line, and then they have curved lines both below them. Again, this is a conflation of two different things that demonstrates and accomplishes no end except confusion for someone.
Let me
Yeah,
ask
okay,
you something.
okay.
Let me ask you something. QE, I'm sorry to interrupt, but
Yeah, go
let me ask you something, Gospel Bear. Are you when he said I'm entertaining the Ball Earth just to satisfy whatever their argument is? Don't we always do that? I mean, you're saying he was trying to tell you that, but aren't we actually trying to entertain the Ball Earth as a concept which cannot possibly exist for the sake of the argument? I mean,
Absolutely, but you
okay.
but you don't conflate it with flat Earth. That doesn't make any logical sense.
No, but flat Earth is not a thing, and so it's kind of like, what are you arguing?
Listen,
Okay.
listen.
I'm arguing that this is a bad graphic that doesn't
Yeah,
make
it's
any
a bad
logical
Not
sense.
that fucking line up on top. Oh my God. That straight line up on top is just to depict the distance.
I get it, but it also demonstrates that they're parallel to each other.
No, it
Okay.
doesn't.
It
I'll,
does
I'll
though.
settle this. I'll settle this. Okay. Look at the image that Matthew Learns posted showing both perspectives. If Alice were to walk towards Bob, she would be going downhill. If Bob were to walk towards Alice, he would be going downhill also. Like,
No, can't do it. Not on a globe. What photo?
Matthew Learns at 7:57.
57. I can't even believe we're even.
Are you people blind? Are you Sasha blind?
I'm just saying it's
Then
a
it
bad.
wouldn't be a sphere.
Are you
Then it
blind?
would be
I'm
an
just-
abyss. This fucking you gotta
wait,
be
John.
kidding me.
I'm just saying
Wait,
your
John,
guys' argument
are you
is a bad
blind? Are you
argument. and
blind?
should
Are
find
you
something
It's
people
not
else
a
to
bad
do.
argument. You're on drugs.
Okay,
They're both still walking down.
okay. Tell me something. That building, point that building, that line. Go out from that building. Are you going up or down?
You're going down. You realize if you're on a globe, listen to me.
Look
Listen,
at
just
this
listen to
yellow
me, okay?
line. Look,
Yeah.
look
Yeah,
at
I
this.
understand.
Look at
Just
both.
let me speak,
Look at
okay?
Did he say
Okay.
this Jello line? I'm just not curious.
Yeah,
I'm just curious if he
yellow.
said this Jello line.
So,
Yellow
Sasha,
line.
you realize if you're on
The
a globe,
Jell-O line.
regardless of what direction you walk in, if you're standing on a globe, regardless of direction, if you walk forward, it will be downhill, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what do you guys don't understand about this? It's just
Okay.
If
Can
we're
you
going
argument.
downhill in both directions, it wouldn't be a sphere then. For fuck's sake.
Yes,
listen
it
in
would.
this.
Do you not realize
Can,
that a sphere
can,
loops? Are you like, hello?
can you listen
Are
me?
you fucking on drugs?
Can you watch these two graphics 57 minutes after the hour?
Yep,
Can you
I'm
watch
looking.
them?
Then fall into an
now,
abyss.
Okay, now go to the left picture and go to the left building. Go to the left building. Go out from the left building. Where are you going? Up or down?
Down.
Man, are you crazy? I am
Hold on.
fucking blind.
Just a sec. I think I might have something that will help solve all this. I think that the reason that it seems confusing is if you just take the ball out of it. Let's just take a normal perspective drawing where, like, when you look down the hallway and it gets smaller as you go, right? Take that. Now that's like saying the person at the other end of that perspective drawing can't see the other person in the same way because perspective, it's like you can't, they're going to see the person at the other end of the hall also small because their perspective from where they're seeing it, everything gets smaller from their distance. Just as
There's
the
a
person on the other
perspective
side,
issue.
everything.
You're
That's
missing it.
that's what I think they're saying as far as the perspective goes. That's why
No,
there's
it's not a
confusion.
perspective issue. It's I already given you. Let me say this one more time. From your feet, from a tangent from your feet on their fairy tale, you have 8 inches per mile drop. That is not fucking
Right, I get that.
perspective. It's geometry.
But that's the way they're seeing it. I'm saying that's why they're
You can't
confused
see it any
about
other way. It has
So,
nothing to do with perspective. Nothing. Zero.
so what is your guys' problem with this? Like, what is the contradiction? Because I don't understand.
You said your, by the way. Just to be clear, you said from your feet. Whose feet?
Yeah, your feet. That's everyone, every single person on earth, no matter where they are.
And
That's what I mean.
someone else's feet too, or only
Yes.
one person?
Yes, no, everyone.
Okay, so 2 people involved in this or 1 person involved in
2
this?
or 3, 4, 10 million, 20
So how
million,
many
50 million.
first perspectives can you have?
It doesn't have to do with perspective.
It has everything to do with your
No, it
position.
doesn't. You're off the fucking reservation. I
You
can't
said
make it
your.
any more simple than that.
You realize you could do a whole loop around the globe if you're standing on a globe and you would still be walking downhill the whole time.
Yeah, and fucking Narnia.
Gospel, do you understand Black Swan example?
Yes, I do. But you,
Uh,
what I'm
listen,
saying is,
listen, no, I will come back on that. And what is happening on Black Swan example?
it's unrelated.
It's related. I will back. It's really related.
Okay, what's happening in the Black Swan example is it shows the horizons further than it should be.
Okay, that mean that we can see, that mean that if it's the sphere, it should be a horizon somewhere 1.22 miles. Is that correct? Drop.
Yep.
If you're now, let's say that we took you and me the boat and we go to the oil rigs. How much drop we will have to the beach?
So if I remember correctly, the oil rigs are 9 miles away. So 9 times 8, that would be 72 inches, approximately.
That means that people from the beach has the drop for somewhere behind or before the oil rigs. But when you go to the oil rigs, you also have the drop to the beach.
Mm-hmm.
Well, here's something in this conversation, I just want to add something. When you go to the oil rigs, you're actually going to the oil rigs. But in this observation, you're looking at the oil rigs. You're not going to the oil rigs. You're just observing where they are. From a certain distance, there's a camera on the shore of the ocean, and then you're deducing, an observation.
Listen this, Helio. He said that he is watching also drop from the oil rigs. But listen this, I took the boat.
Well, wait.
Listen this,
no,
Helio.
you
listen,
said drop. You said drop.
Listen,
Nobody else. He didn't say drop. You did.
This is very interesting. He said that we have the drop also 8 inches per mile squared from the oil rigs. But listen this now. I'm taking
I didn't hear him say drop. You
So
said
you
drop.
by proof of contradiction, right? It's supposed to be a contradiction. So you have to think in
it
terms
is a
of the globe
contradiction.
Earth.
It has nothing to do with drop and everything to do with the placement of the horizon. That picture isn't the argument; it's the example. Do you know what the argument is?
Yes, I do.
Do you know? Okay, if you knew the argument, you wouldn't know what the contradiction is.
No, but the
Anybody-
diagram you guys provided is assuming that it's on a flat Earth. But in proof of contradiction, you would have to assume it's a globe Earth.
Excuse me, no, we don't assume it's a flat Earth. You don't know the argument. Can you state the argument before you, when the Black Swan is given as an example?
Yeah, the argument is that 2 people walking towards each other can't be both going down at the same time.
Nope. That guy fucked the Black Swan all up. It's got nothing to do with that, and everything to do with the geometric placement of the horizon that's impossible on the globe.
Battle Mod,
Excuse
you're
me,
talking
don't
about 2
interrupt
different
me.
pictures.
Yeah, we're not talking about the Black Swan right now.
And I was bringing up that he's trying to combine them, and it's 2 different arguments. So
yeah, exactly.
Helio,
It is 2 different arguments.
How much drop we have from the oil rigs to the beach? He said 8 inches per mile square, if I understood well.
Oh, and that's not the Black Swan, but we're talking oil rigs.
Yeah, that's why I didn't know why this guy's mentioning the Black Swan, because that has nothing to do with anything.
Again,
if I have a hold on. If I have a ball and I'm looking across, I don't just imagine for a second. I have a ball. I'm looking across to someone who also has a ball, some distance away. I don't really care what the distance is. We both put our balls on the ground as we're looking at each other. and we roll the ball. Are both balls rolling downhill 8 inches per mile squared?
Very nice, Elijah. Very well said. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good one.
So if you roll a ball at someone and you're on a globe, would they both be going down at 8 inches per mile squared? Is that the question?
Yes, and the globe answer is yes. They are both rolling what you would call downhill.
So
you would call it level.
Mogul Earth.
Is
downhill? I thought
Matthew, sorry,
Is
I'm going
it
to interrupt.
down on a globe?
I'm going to interrupt on that one and say that you're
If
actually
allowed to.
you're misrepresenting globers, Matthew, when you say that, because the factor that's not being included there is angle.
No, I'm not. It has nothing to do with angle. It has
I was
nothing to do with
referring to Matthew.
vertical. It has nothing to do with parallel.
We
It has to do with 8
who
inches
you were
per
talking
mile
to, bro.
squared.
We're in the same conversation.
I was
In the-
talking to Matthew.
Okay,
'cause
so-
he said something that was false.
Yeah,
for
repeat
his
that
position.
again like we didn't get it. So look at the image. This
let's
is basically
repeat-
what
let's
Elijah's saying. Two
I
people
think-
on a globe both looking at each other 40 miles apart. Are they both experiencing a drop at 8 inches per mile squared down around a curve?
I think
That's the premise. I don't care whoever else is lost.
I think
This
that
is the
question
point, right?
should be repeated because I think it's really that's cogent, man. I think it really should be repeated so that we're all understanding the same thing. You know, if two people are rolling a ball toward each other, are they rolling a ball across flat or globe? Right. This is the thing. This is. I think that was
I'm
very.
going to run this argument. I'm taking this because it's getting under a lot of people's skin. I'm going to start pounding the fuck out of this thing. Thank you.
But listen, John, can I ask you something? I take the boat from the beach and going to the oil rigs, and I'm going down because of 8 inches per mile squared. I turn around, and I again going down.
Yeah, that's Shine's point. Shine made that point earlier in chat. I see what you're saying, Sasha.
Yeah, the Alice Bob picture isn't a straw man. That's actually the point. That's the argument.
Yeah, and I will agree. So
it may not be your argument, but it's the argument we're presenting, gospel. So we're not straw manning you. That's our argument.
No, I didn't claim that anybody was straw manning me. I'm saying the Alice and Bob image is a straw man.
Straw man. It's not.
It is.
It's
It
the
is
point.
because there's supposed to be a hump between two globers.
They removed the hump.
Why would you remove the hump? That invalidates a glober's claim that the Earth
No,
is a
they
ball.
don't. No, they don't. They removed the bulge. They had to. Listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. At every point from a tangent from your feet on a fairy tale ball drops vertically 8 inches per mile squared. There is no fucking hump. There is no fucking bulge. There never was.
And I've been saying the same thing.
They don't get it. We're not talking about your perspective from two different sides of the globe. Yeah, you say Sagittal, but if we're talking about the rate of curve from your feet, it's not Sagittal. It's a downhill ascension.
Like me and Mike have been over this a lot
A Sagittal, a Sagittal would be what you experience when you're on two opposite sides of the globe, and there's a hump in between you two, or you and what you're trying to observe. It's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the rate of curve from your feet forward, any direction you look in.
Yeah, and it's not an easy thing to understand, but
Yes,
once
it
you
is.
get it, it is. But
It is.
you know, for when you're trying to break yourself from the programming, it's kind of hard. But
what's
yes,
hard
you're
is
standing on
to
top
keep
of a
people
ball.
actually on the point of a premise instead of taking a premise off into an area that in the grass.
All right, it's
Drop
an
in the
easy
shape
thing to
that you
understand.
know, and you're so far from the point. It's Elijah has to come in here and monologue and interrupt just to bring it back to the point. and people fight that constantly. It's fucking annoying.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you what. I mean, I've always known. I mean, once I figured out the flat Earth thing, I was just like, "Hey, everywhere you stand, everywhere."
We're at that point.
Yeah, we are at that point because
Let's
it's
just
the
change
most
the subject, Elijah.
simplistic
Fuck it.
point. You're
I have
standing on
nothing to
top
say
of a
about
ball.
what Mike said.
I'm gonna make it. No. Well, okay. You and Elijah can fucking
Because
fight it out. Go ahead.
you've already interrupted to then hear Mike's response, to then just
Yeah,
repeat the
yeah,
same thing you already interrupted with.
yeah.
It's
And me,
come on.
Elijah, aren't fighting. We're agreeing.
Okay, well, I'm agreeing with you. So let's just let it go.
But
I think
understand
Elijah
why
did a
some
good
people.
job.
Yeah,
I
I'm
think
sorry.
so too.
I understand why this. Listen, paradoxes break people's minds. Like when Globers talk, sometimes I begin to stutter because I'm trying to put together everything they're saying and trying to logically, express how it's not logical. And sometimes I'm just like stuttering to hell. And that's kind of what that image does to me. It doesn't make sense, but that's exactly what I mean, in the expressing words to describe what's supposed to be happening, that's the image I get. I don't care if you like it or not.
Now, here's the problem. Here's the problem. Let me just solve the problem for you. You want me to solve it for you? It's really fucking simple. It's the 8 inches per mile squared drop on one side, and then the sphere they're separated. Then the sphere on the other side. They separate those two things when they're not fucking separate. Has anyone got me? So then they bring their sphere in and say, that's a straw man. No, you just forgot the 8 inches per mile squared drop, motherfucker.
I
You
know,
get
and
it?
yeah, and that's what I've been trying to say for 4 years, but a lot of people don't really see it.
Yeah, you
But
forget
wait.
it. Your sphere before we put Bob and Alice.
But Mike, did you get that?
I do.
Yep, you got it. That's what it is. You fucking got it.
I agree. They removed the sagittal. They removed the sagittal from the curb rate. They made them separate.
Yep, and then
The
they say
sphere,
straw
the
man.
parabola.
Yep.
Yeah. And then they take your fucking argument and they drag it off in the weeds, so nobody knows what the fuck you were talking about in the first place.
No. The remarks I got back were feign exasperations. Are you dumb? That's.
But even better, now that you're talking about the parabola, right? But if you just take a segment of it and point them towards each other, I mean, how are you going to tell us that that's not what?
See,
Anyway,
isn't
I'm about to get out of here, guys.
It's all good, Elijah. But isn't the sagitta supposed to be the curvature of the Earth between point A and point B? Is this where?
Yeah, his point is they remove that.
I know,
He
but
agrees with you. It should be the hump in between
I
two
just saw
objects.
Luluka just asked that question. She was like, "So, what?
It shouldn't be removed."
Said right? You wait a second. Matthew Learns. You said right to that? To that drawing?
Yes,
high?
that's what Alice and Bob are. Alice is on the left, Bob's on the right. That's the way that if you don't want to straw man the globe, you need to understand what we're saying.
So they're both walking uphill towards. They're going to roll a ball. That the ball will roll back to them. By the way, you fucking clown.
Okay,
and
so
then in the middle, there's a fucking abyss cliff.
But it's not actually uphill.
Hold on, I want to address something that he just said. How do you straw man the globe
You don't
from a
even get
person
the
standing
point.
on the surface, observing something across the surface? How can you straw man that?
I'm saying you straw man if you think that the direction of down is the same. You need to
No, that's not what you said. We're not straw manning ourselves. Are you straw manning yourself?
No,
by
I'm
observation.
I'm saying we need to be careful not to straw
No,
man the
it's
globe.
you can't straw man a model. Geometry.
Oh, so then what you're doing is
absolutely infers certain things. They're not straw man.
But I don't know that, right? Across the lake, and then I look across the lake, and with my belief and understanding, I'm like, wait, I'm supposed to be looking at a drop of 8 inches per mile squared, and that person is supposed to be looking at a drop of 8 inches per mile squared. So on a physical level, That's impossible.
Okay,
Yep.
so
Here, I think I have a thought experiment that will probably explain it to you guys, okay?
It won't. You're a fucking idiot.
All right, well,
This is second grade.
let's say you have a
Stop.
person at 90 degrees. You have a person at 180 degrees. They're
Shut the
both
fuck
trapped.
up. Shut the fuck up. I'm tired of listening to your dumbass.
I liked Elijah's example the best, where he said, if Alice and Bob are 40 miles apart and then they roll a bowling ball at each other.
Yep.
And the globe argument or the globe model literally says that they will both be rolling the ball downhill from their perspective.
That's right. Not from their perspective. It's geometry.
No, they have different perspectives. Like
no,
in
they don't. 8
Then
inches per
they
mile
do.
square
If you say
drop
they don't,
is
then you're
not
straw manning.
fucking perspective.
That's the point, The sphere
They
is
can't. This is the point. They'll distance themselves from fucking Mike. You see what they're doing? That's what they've been doing for the past 3 years now. They're distancing themselves from the 8 inches per mile square drop and saying there's no drop, there's no elevation change. This is fucking horseshit, man. This is fucking second grade. A second grader can evaluate this in less than a fucking plank time. I'm telling you what, I'm fucking gonna drive this one.
Now,
listen,
like this. Now, people like Matthew, I need to consider them like a. I need to consider all of you people and you, John, fucking idiots, whatever you are saying now, and I need to consider Matthew, the guy who is near the truth. How, Matthew? Can you explain me how one human being can do that? Which way? What you are giving?
Okay, so let me explain because I like what Elijah said with his example. If you look at 19 past the hour, Gospel Bear put a image there, and let's say Alice is at the left-hand spike and Bob is at the right-hand spike, and let's say that they roll a bowling ball at each other. Two bowling balls, they roll towards each other. From the globe perspective, what we would say, and just to be careful to not straw man, but what
Symmetrically, it's a paradox.
What we would say is that from Alice's perspective, the ball is indeed going down 8 inches per mile square.
Drop, you fucking moron!
It's just the picture. Up is not.
And again, the diagram is showing that it's going up.
In this instance, Matthew is actually right.
I'll tell you what, you need to start smoking shrooms. Angel Duck Blaze shrooms, man.
I don't believe in pharmakeia or drug use whatsoever. I am staunchly against that. But you do whatever you like because
I'm talking about Matthew.
You have to answer to God yourself.
I'm talking about Matthew. Don't Pauline rescue me with this horse shit.
I'm actually happy to hear that QE is going to use this argument more and more.
Oh, you bet your ass I am. I'm going to expose all you fucking idiots to everyone. They're going to see this shit. You know what? I might fucking save this, Matthew. You tell me at this drawing at 16 minutes or at 19 minutes after the hour, you're saying the spikes are Alice and Bob. You just said if Alice rolls her fucking ball, it's going downhill when the angle's uphill for both.
That's right, because they're different perspectives. From Alice's perspective, it goes downhill. From Bob's perspective, it goes downhill
It's not
at the same
about
time.
perspective for the 10,000th time. And perspective has nothing fucking to do with this. 8 inches. Please repeat after me. 8 inches per mile square. Drop.
8 inches per mile squared. Drop.
How the fuck can it be going uphill if it's dropping?
Oh wait, I can't swear. I won't repeat that part.
Oh, don't swear in your snowflake fucking mind. That's going to make all the difference in the world. Where were you 4 years ago when they were telling me to drink bleach and kill my mother? Where the fuck were you then?
I wasn't around, but I would have told them to not say
you! That. And everyone associated with you. I'll kick you in the fucking teeth. How about that?
All right. All right.
What? All right, that's
Come
cool.
I agree.
That's
Matthew's
good.
a freaking idiot. He
no, you
deserves
guys
every bit of this
infuriate.
shit. He deserves every
No,
bit.
no, he doesn't. But
Yes, he does.
but I will say that you guys are infuriating. I get it because look, I'm acting like this here because this is home. But when I'm not home,
Mm-hmm.
The dramatic pause much, or did you get a call?
Elijah
reciprocal.
dropped out.
Yeah. They got a call. The ballers got a call. 1-800. Where the fuck am
that's
I?
what that.
Fucking clown show. This is a carnival tent.
He's related to the Picari Indians. Where the fuck are we?
Grown fucking adults. It's pathetic. I'm just going to drag you around by your fucking short hairs. How about that? Let's have a little bit of that. Clowns.
Eli, I moved you in and out. I moved you out and then moved you back because I think you cut out.
Yeah, we couldn't hear you.
I'm stupid to understand perspective. John is stupid to understand perspective. Mike is stupid to understand perspective. Crack is stupid to understand perspective. Who is more? Can somebody else say who is stupid to understand perspective?
What?
I'm numbering the people who don't understand the perspective. Matthew.
What are you asking me?
Did you hear me? I don't understand the perspective. John don't understand perspective. Mike doesn't understand perspective. Craig doesn't understand perspective. Can you explain us perspective, please?
Perspective meaning what it looks like from where somebody is standing. And the claim is that from where Alice is standing, it looks different than from where Bob is standing. That's all.
Okay. And can you explain me what is physicality? What is fear in physical sense?
I'm sorry, I'm not 100% sure I understand your question, but like, if you want to argue against the globe, then you'd have to assume that the globe is true and then find out what's wrong with it.
And listen, that example, bomb analysis, I assume that Earth is a globe.
That's right.
And
yes.
In that example, I assumed, of course. Do you know why I assumed that Earth is globe? Because Earth is globe. I don't need to assume that Earth is globe. Earth is a globe.
Well, I agree with you.
Yeah. You know what?
You know, and then when Earth is a globe, when I put Bob and Alice, I find out that Earth is not a globe.
I feel like this is a complex
my
riddle.
perspective, like a math, like a gem, like my brain, it's working like this. The sphere, it's a geometrical object. To have drops, you can rotate that. You can do whatever you want with that, you know. But in reality, you know, if I want to put that we are somehow everyone at the top of or somehow we are that we need to have that drop where it is, you know, how to. And that Bob and L is telling two people cannot have the drop, you know. If they have that should to be shown in the reality, you know. It must exist in reality somehow.
Okay,
but
Sasha, you were right.
Hey, let's get down to brass tacks. Do you know why this topic is so dramatic and why people are so influenced by? I guess there's a certain portion of people on the internet. Anyway, we're here together here. Let's talk about why this topic really triggers a lot of people.
Probably pride.
Because they're lying?
No, who's they? No.
Anyone
listen.
who can listen. You asked
Go
me a
ahead.
question.
Yeah, go ahead, Elijah.
Anyone who can with a fine ability, just basic cognitive skills. If you read information, you can assess if it's logical, if there are contradictions, if it makes sense. In fact, for the LSAT, they literally test you on that, your ability to see holes in what statements are saying. They
All right,
can't
so
do that, and it's infuriating. And I don't
yes,
know whether they're lying or whether they're dumb as hell.
all right.
That's
Well,
the
check
problem.
this out. On that point, who is using logic in this argument? The flat earthers or the globe earthers?
I'd say
No,
both.
listen, this Killer. I have videos about with all data that is showing curve, but I don't want to show that because I'm flat earther.
All right. Well, check this out. I mean, I asked a specific question that didn't answer my question.
And Globers use emotions because people they use emotions to control.
No, I get that. I'm
fear.
Bong, yeah, you're exactly right, Bong. But I was asking who is using logic. That was a very specific.
The government uses logic to brainwash people.
No, they don't.
And get
No, they
people
don't. Not
emotional about
necessarily.
things. It's called propaganda. That's what it's called.
Sure, the government. That's a
People are
pretty
very
broad
emotional
statement.
people.
But
They
anyway,
Hold on. A formal logical fallacy. It still is logic. It's just
Okay,
it's a fallacy.
let's use
manipulated
logic. Helio, how many horizons you think that we have? Let's use logic.
That's an illogical question, so I won't
No,
answer
how
it.
many horizons you think? No, this is honest. How is it one or more?
If you hold, well, okay.
If is it one, you don't understand, man. That's the point.
Well, my question would be this, unless you're going to answer the question directly. Haley.
No, you go ahead with Sasha.
I have an answer too later. Go ahead, Elijah.
My question would be, because we're taking it 1,000 different directions, so why not? So my question would be, well, when you're looking at a selenilian eclipse, it just looks like what it looks like. The sun is in the sky, the moon is in the sky, and the shadow is up. The shadow appears. Not the black thing. The black thing on the moon. As a matter of fact, it just in some instances it looks like it just disappears from the top down, right? So that being the case, and seeing that we don't have any video or any footage whatsoever that would show us the sun, the moon, and the earth, why would you put all of these things in the context of any kind of argument when you don't know how they're related to each other? You've never seen it.
Here's the reason why, and I'm going to make this really quick. The reason that everyone thinks the Earth is a globe is because that's what they were told.
How do you do that?
When they were a child, through the education system, everything, the solar system, everything. Sure, I mean, everyone believes it because that's what they're supposed to be.
But see, the difference between you and me is I didn't answer my question. I fully expected someone else to. You just asked a question and started answering it. After I asked the question. After you wouldn't answer Sasha's question.
Well, who
I
were
did
you
give you a
asking?
chance to answer it.
Now,
anyone, you're not answering it. You're just
the
talking.
reason I interrupted is because Sasha didn't answer it logically, and that's
I don't
why I
even
was
know what you're talking about.
Yeah, of course you don't.
What was the question, Elijah? I had to go get some weed. No, just man. What was it? I missed it.
You have no preconceived notions as to what an eclipse is, right? So you're not making and then you're not presupposing that the Earth, the Sun, and the Moon are all related. You look at a selenilian eclipse and you see the moon appear to disappear from the top down. Because we have the video where it appears like, you know, something took like a big bite out of the moon. It doesn't look like a shadow, but anyway, some instances. But anyway, that being said, when you're watching a lunar eclipse and you see that it begins to disappear from the top down, and you don't have a video of what's going on, how the hell can you logically come to the conclusion that the sun, the moon, and the earth are related and in that instance?
From a globalist perspective, you're right. If you have no preconceived notions and you see just what you explained, you wouldn't come to that conclusion. So
not
you're right.
Not that heliocentrism helps you there, but you know.
Well, sure. I mean, with the preconceived notion of Earth being what is causing the lunar eclipse, or the shadow of Earth, you know, being between the sun and the moon. Yeah.
How big is the shadow in space? How long does it take for the moon to pass through that shadow? That's an interesting question because Adomon and I
It's
were
a couple
talking about
hours usually.
And but what here's the thing, like, because when we see all night, the moon appears like it's moving in the sky, right? But it's not moving that much. If we believe it's a ball, we're rotating away from it. Now, separate from that, the moon at some point, like if we were to stop rotating, then we would experience. Let's just imagine we are rotating, and then now let's imagine that we're Globers and that we imagine that the Earth is not rotating, right? So with that in mind, you got the sun just sitting there, and you got the moon just sitting there moving ever so slightly, right? And at some point,
that's a good
it
example.
ever so slightly moves into the area that is supposed to be the shadow, and then it moves out of it. Like I don't even know. I don't even know how you like where.
Well, you're going to have to make a summation of your belief about heliocentrism. But
No, that's a
what
good
we
example.
actually experience in reality is the sun, moon, and stars move the way they do. We don't have to.
If I asked you kindly to mute Helio, would you? If I asked you kindly to take a break for 15 minutes, would you be upset?
No, I'm fine.
No,
Go ahead. I'll listen to you guys. Fine.
I don't think anybody in their right mind stated here the model, right? The globe model. No one would ever think that the sun is blocking the moon. Yeah, I don't think those two would have had anything to do with each other. If, it's basically people making shit up. Yeah, that's my opinion.
So Elijah, let me answer your great question. So assuming the heliocentric model, except that the Earth is not rotating, then you're right. The sun would stay stationary in the sky, but the moon would still be orbiting around the Earth, and it would slowly enter into the shadow and slowly exit the shadow over the space of a couple hours. So we'd still have lunar eclipses. Is that your question?
Shut up, man.
Yeah, I guess I never.
What I was answering his question. That was his example.
Yeah, that's what I was saying yesterday, wasn't it? Like, remember? The idea of like the extinction point of light on the globe, so called, right? The moon passing into that field of the extinction point of light and then going across. But that shadow, obviously, in itself, they say it's the Earth shadow, obviously, it's just, I find, I don't know.
Not a shadow.
Here's the paradox, and I could be wrong. I could fall flat, but sometimes I do this shit on the fly. But here's the paradox. Okay, ready? So it's already in the shadow. When we see it, it's just projected into our field of view. When did that happen? So in one instance, you're watching it move into the eclipse, but really it's already in the eclipse being projected above the horizon.
Yep. I
With
said
6
this before
degrees.
as well about the change of light. So if you have a light change, a state of light changing, right? And then even the distance of the actual object versus the apparent position versus the, well, if you were to work out the formula for the distance of between you and the object, the speed of the light versus the light change and the source of the light change itself, right? Like when you do it all together, like there are lots of things that are missing, Elijah. Like you said, you know what I mean?
Okay, so the speed of
Well,
light, I don't think it has anything to do with the
First of
lunar
all,
eclipse.
does anybody do
No,
we
it
know
doesn't.
what the shadow looks like from the sky? Right? If you look at the shadow from the sky, is it a hard shadow? Is it a soft shadow? Because that tells you what object is casting the
We're
shadow.
not talking about a solar eclipse.
Or any shadow, any shadow. Oh yeah, right. My bad. Sorry, fucking. Sorry.
Yeah, shadows
sure.
are a little bit fuzzy if they're not from a point source. If it's from a point source, then they have a really sharp, defined edge.
Well,
Okay.
we can call it a lunar eclipse.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Oh, okay, never mind. Wait, you said if it is a point source of light.
If it is a
If
point
that-
source of light, they have a really hard, sharp edge. Yes.
Is that what the sun is?
No, it's not.
Oh, so then why does it have a hard, sharp edge when I look at the eclipse and I look at the phases?
It doesn't.
No, not the phases, but the eclipse.
Yeah, a lunar eclipse does not have a hard edge. It has kind of a
Lunar
fuzzy edge.
eclipses are not eclipses.
I might have walked into that, but then I mean, because I have a depiction of this, not so. That's why I said it looks kind of like it's eaten, because it really just looks like what the phases look like when you're looking at the moon during the day. Then it kind of looks like the line is washed out or whatever. Like,
yeah,
and that's kind of what it looks like sometimes. But there are other instances where the Terminator looks well defined, or whatever you call that whatever it is.
Hey, I've noticed a problem, guys. Why do we call eclipses? Obviously, a lunar eclipse is not the same thing as a solar eclipse, so we call them eclipses, can we? Unless we accept the model, then we start using these words. I think it's confusing people. You know, like confuse the shit out of me.
Would you rather?
Are they the same thing? Yeah.
No, you're right. They use the same word for two different kinds of things. You're right.
Because of the model.
Well,
because that's the only way to explain it.
Actually, eclipse is more accurate than occult, because occult implies that there's an object blocking. Eclipse just simply refers to darkness. It says from the old French eclipse, darkness, Latin eclipsis from Greek, eclipsed, an eclipse, an abandonment, literally a failing. So eclipse actually has connotations that the light is not emitting from that place, whereas occult references some type of object blocking the light. Eclipse has connotations of the light just not happening, which is interesting if you think about it. That's why etymology is so fascinating, and knowing words is important.
I agree.
And hiding words is important.
Well, for liars, sure, but I don't plan on being one of those.
Who is not a liar? We're all liars. Everyone's a liar.
Yeah, and you apologize and you correct the lie and you move on. You know, there's a difference between being one with a reputation of lies and someone who has lied. I would find a distinction between those two.
Yeah, earlier Elijah said that people. Well, I think lying implies intent. That you can't lie if you can't lie unintentionally, I guess is what I would say.
I would agree with the statement that everyone has lied intentionally. If you're talking about I'm not even talking about omission, but you're talking about just being false or being wrong. Yeah, that obviously is a different thing. That's called being wrong or
Correct. Yeah. There's a distinction between being wrong and lying.
Yeah.
Get back to
see,
the
for me, you're a biblical dude, right? So, what happens is once you sin, you're no longer concerned with the truth. So it's not my fault that I meet people 20 years down the line of firehood, right? So at that point, of course, they don't understand when things are wrong and when things are right because they've been lying for a very long time and not actually trying to, say, you know what, that was a lie. Let me correct that. Let me be as truthful as I can. Because they don't do that, they're wrong all the time.
Mm-hmm. Well, we don't have to call them lies. We can call them theories, scientific theories. How about that? Huh? Models.
No, you can't.
Huh?
Because the scientific theory is, hypotheses tested over and over. Then you have a theory. After all that,
Right.
they don't have that.
Right. But people don't know that. They think a theory is something, scientific.
Bong's being facetious. Bong's being facetious, obviously, guys.
Oh, if I told you came from an ape and the ape came from a rock and the rock came from nothing, what do you say? Am I lying? Am I lying to you?
Depends. Do you believe it or not?
Obviously, it's full of shit, right? People believe it because it's called a evolutionary theory, right? Like the theory of evolution. How legit that sounds? Doesn't sound
That's
lie
not
at all, right?
what? So say again. Theory of evolution. What's that?
Yes.
What is that?
Yes.
Scientific.
It's another
theory
way
of
of saying the lie of evolution, but instead of saying lie, theory, because it makes it sound more.
All right. What is it?
I have no idea. I'm just saying.
I walked away. I called the Dalai Lama. He said I'll be all right.
The Dalai Lama.
Yeah, I called the Dalai Lama.
well, teacher's not lying to us. You know what I mean? She's not up there lying to us for 20 years.
Yeah.
You have
I told him
dog
about
and
Alice
wolf.
and Bob. He started laughing his ass off.
Evolution.
Walking up, walking down, walking straight.
Dog and wolves. That is evolution.
Stop mumbling. Okay, what nonsensical topic are we on now?
We were talking about the eclipse, the solar and lunar eclipse.
Got any
we got to
scientific evidence for that? Or did we get into that?
we got into the meaning of the word eclipse versus the that doesn't mean shadow. It's not the same thing as calling it. And we got into etymology, and now we're in lying. Yeah, and occult.
Entomology and stuff. Did we get into the scientific evidence for eclipses?
Right.
I got a better one.
There is no scientific evidence for it.
Yeah, I got a better one. Can we have a single scientific hypothesis in the entire history of either of these disciplines, astronomy, astrophysics, or cosmology? Just one viable scientific hypothesis. I don't even need the experiment. I just want a viable scientific hypothesis. Can anyone put that in there?
Matthew?
Right. I need to see it. So, not say it, I need to see it written. I'm not playing the saying game, right? I want to see it written.
Black
Matthew,
holes.
Sasha?
Black holes.
Somebody said that the Big Bang was a hypothesis. Are you saying the black holes are a hypothesis? Like,
I'd like to see that.
That's the only one
No, you can't just say a term or hey.
But that can be phenomena.
That's my hypothesis. You can't do that.
Because you at least has somehow could be phenomena. Black hole, it is something happening. It's not like 10 million years or something, so stupid shit.
Naming a phenomena is not a hypothesis.
No, that's black hole's a concrete noun. And I'd like to see the
And
picture of that.
you didn't see?
Nope. Never
But
seen
they
one.
show it NASA. It was on television.
Well, they predict that black holes will emit Hawking radiation, so that could be like a prediction.
They predict.
Wait.
That's a scientific hypothesis, isn't it?
It's orange also a little bit.
Now, hold on a
Oh,
second.
wait there, based on what? How do you predict
Hold on,
that?
Crack. Who? Number one, who are they? What's the prediction? And what the hell is Hawking radiation?
They would be like scientists.
No, they wouldn't be. You're going to have to prove that they're scientists. Who are they specifically?
Stephen
Tasha,
Hawking.
you again do it. Tasha,
Stephen
you
Hawking's
again
a
do it.
scientist. Well,
Stephen
number
Hawking
one,
is
he's not a scientist now, unless you got some serious smelling salts and a really big.
Well, he's a
fucking-
theoretical physicist.
Oh, he is. Define theoretical physics for us.
A lying physicist.
No. Define theoretical physicist.
It's physics relating to stuff that we don't really know.
No,
So
it's not.
things
That's
such
not
as-
the definition. That's
Okay,
not.
I don't know.
Storytellers.
The dictionary definition, so I'm gonna say I
Yep,
don't
we
know.
need the definition. Yep, I'll give it to you. Theoretical physics is a branch of. Oh, this is from your alma mater wiki. Theoretical physics is a branch of physics that employs mathematical models and abstractions of physical objects and systems. Oh, just hold on, it's going to get better. Systems to rationalize, explain, and predict natural phenomena. Yeah, right. This is in wait. This is in contrast to experimental physics. That's painfully redundant, which uses experimental tools to probe these phenomena. There's the difference. There's no experiments in theoretical physics, making it pseudoscience by definition.
But it
like that?
sounds good.
Yeah,
You like
I
that
agree.
one?
I agree with that definition.
Mm-hmm. So, if they parrot any of their bullshit or horseshit as science, they're pseudoscience by definition. They don't follow scientific method, which is experimental based.
Yep.
Game,
Misappropriate
set,
what it is.
match. So your whole point is void.
But maybe
No.
they are predicting
Well,
right.
You just asked me for the hypothesis. I was just giving you a hypothesis.
What's the hypothesis? Write it down.
But it's not. That's the point.
That black holes will emit Hawking radiation.
That's not a hypothesis.
Maybe they don't know about
Okay,
the scientific method you invented. Maybe they didn't read your paper on it.
Okay,
Maybe they don't know
hold on a
about that.
second.
The
Oh, wait a second.
formation.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Radiation. What is define radiation and the types right now.
It's not just regular radiation, it's Hawking radiation.
Oh, Hawking radiation, a new kind of radiation. How many different types of radiation are there? Go ahead. Write them down.
Docking.
I don't know. I don't know those specific.
There you go. You don't know again.
Okay, well, you can't just ask me these gotcha questions.
Walking.
And then
Every question I ask is a gotcha fucking question. Make no mistake.
I know. I understand that.
Yeah.
So why are you answering questions, man? Chill
Because
out.
he wants to
hold
get
up.
gotcha.
Yeah, it's not about got you questions. It's about you asserting things that you know nothing about.
Yep.
And nothing about the foundational principles.
I was
Yet
just
you hold
answering-
it as a higher. Yet you hold it as a higher truth for some undemonstratable theory.
Yep.
Well, I mean, I was
Right
just
on,
answering
Mike.
the question.
Thank
He
you.
asked
I
me,
know.
like,
I know. I read his book.
astrophysicist.
I know.
He asked me about a hypothesis.
Tasha, Mike described what you did. Did you hear
Sorry,
him?
what?
Yeah, you
Mike,
didn't have a
no.
hypothesis. That's the problem.
Yeah, I was going to say the formation of black holes will cause the emission of Hawking radiation.
The formation of black holes, what's the dependent variable?
Black holes being in existence.
Black holes
No.
being so you're gonna have to demonstrate black holes being in existence. Show us.
Confirming the consequence.
No, I never said it was true. I was just saying this is a hypothesis.
No,
Like,
no, you never said it was true, but this is the hypothesis. No, you don't have a hypothesis.
Well, I
That's
just
the
gave
point.
it to you, though.
How can
That's
black
the point.
holes
What is
exist?
what is a hypothesis before you start answering? What is a hypothesis?
Now, I'd like to correct him because this is my point about not knowing what the fuck he's talking about. So,
Yeah.
so
Well, you
Hawking's
guys asked me a
radiation, excuse me, I'm talking. Hawking's radiation is black body radiation that is theorized, not hypothesized, to be released by black holes. The problem is it's a theory that's untestable. Can we
Yeah,
experiment on a black hole?
no, we can't.
Can we physically observe them?
I believe so. I'm
No.
not sure.
I can model it for you in a computer
Well,
if you
I'm
want.
pretty sure
Not what.
we've taken photographs of black holes.
No, we
Simulate
haven't.
it.
Wrong.
You want me to simulate one for you? Imagine, if you will, infinite gravity. See how it's simulating in your brain, right? You're visualizing it. You're trying.
People that don't know what the hell they're talking about are the ones that are always telling us we're wrong about something we actually studied all the way to the foundational principles and colloquial definitions. But hey, we're undereducated. We just don't understand.
Well, someone
All I'm
said
saying
my
is,
name and then asked
like,
me
all I'm
questions.
saying, like, think about it this way: if the Earth is a ball, then we
Listen,
can
dude.
theorize
Hold on,
to the
Bong.
ends of the universe.
I don't need Madam play-by-play. Unlike you, I have a comprehension level, and I've been present for the conversation.
But look, if the Earth is not a ball, then what the hell is all this bullshit? Why waste all your time
Show a
learning
black.
docking?
Well, let's see a black body. I'm sorry. Let's see a black hole.
That's racist.
Yeah, it is racist. I'm sorry. Thanks, man. Why don't you go ahead and continue with your mic with and close my gate? I appreciate that. So, where's the black hole? The only black hole NASA has ever found. July 9th, the birth of. No, that's bullshit. I need to see a photo of black hole, please.
That one's made out of dollar bills, right?
Yeah, so
the black hole we know is a nightclub.
the
It's
What about
size.
light-skinned black hole? I mean, light-skinned holes.
You want me to put the photo in chat?
Yes.
Yeah.
I need the source
really
file.
not.
Also.
Yeah, that's what we need.
Well, if light can't escape it, how the hell will we get an image? Don't we need light for images?
Yeah, well, it's the light that's around the black hole.
I asked a specific question. Now, hold up. Do stars emanate light or do black holes?
Well, stars, they both do, but, they don't.
Well, the
black holes don't
gravitational pull is so strong that even light can't escape, in theory, of a black hole.
That's after they cross the event horizon. If it hasn't crossed the event horizon, it could still escape.
Not true. Once it's being
that
drawn
is true.
in. No, the event horizon is the point of no return. But it's not the point of extinction. It's not the point of extinction.
What do
There's
you
a
mean?
difference.
What do you
What do
mean
I
by
mean
extinction?
extinction?
Yeah, that's where you
Oh
start
my
turning into
God,
spaghetti.
this motherfucker just doesn't know anything about anything, but he's bringing it up. Define extinction.
Well, I don't know what you mean.
Longer existing. No longer existing, right?
Yeah, but I don't think light just pops out of existence like that.
Light does. It attenuates to the point of extinction, especially in a gravitational field where it's pulled on. The mass of a photon, whatever. It's fucked up in so many ways, and I'm sure you can't even begin to contemplate them.
So you're talking about the bunting around Narnia.
Yeah, that's literally Snoop Dogg's spliff.
So
How
I'm
about
sure
Star
we
Wars?
haven't.
You guys know that.
I'm sure we've never asked this question, but I'm gonna ask you to use two fake things. to demonstrate something. So can you manipulate gravity to where it's strong enough to suck light into an area? Can that be done experimentally at all?
Well, the thing is,
Yeah, I can.
we can't actually verify. They say this comes from a big cluster, right, from the Virgo galaxy. So we couldn't verify it is what we say it is. It's just asserted,
Yeah,
right?
they
It's
can't.
just an image. It's just an image, and we assert what it is. There's no way to test on it. This isn't science. This is guesswork.
Yeah, they claim that the gravity, so-called, of the Earth is too weak to bend any light here. So we
Yeah,
can't
they
test
also
it.
claim that's a black hole, but it's just an image where they focus on the spot and said, this must be where a black hole's forming. How would you ever verify that? Billions of light years away.
Well, I think they do it based off the brightness. So they
You're
hypothesize
praying
that
to Satan.
hypothesize
That's
that
not
black
what I
holes are.
asked. I didn't ask how they try to call it a logical inference. I asked how they would verify it.
I mean, obviously, you're not going to be
You
able
need
to
to
verify.
work on your comprehension skills. There you go. That's simple to answer. So it's just an assertion about an image, even if you believe that's an image.
But like, you don't need to verify things for them to be true.
That's your opinion. That's an opinion.
No, but something can be true
Verify
without you
things
verifying.
that
It's an
Mike,
opinion that's contrary to science. It's
Mike,
Go ahead. Go ahead,
Mike,
Kiwi.
did you hear what he said? You
Yes,
don't need
we
to
don't.
verify things to ensure that they're true.
Yeah, I think he's dead right
I've got
now,
a-
but do we have to verify that to
I
know he's
want to
dead?
sell you an
Okay,
opera
he's dead.
house.
He doesn't exist. He's extinct.
Yeah. Verify
Yeah,
this.
like I'm talking to you. You don't need to verify that I'm talking to you, like seeing me in person.
And
But
we
you could
are
just
verified that you're talking to
assume that
us.
it's
You
true.
talking to us verifies you're talking to us.
Yeah,
And the
talking
teleportation
Yeah,
of
but do you
is a
know I'm
very.
a real person? What if I'm
You're
just
a
part of your
moron,
computer?
dude. You're a moron. That's
Sinisterly,
all that is
We-
verification, physical verification.
We
Are
didn't.
you,
sinisterly
are you
enough,
really that
Hold on.
moronic?
We don't have a
sinisterly
clue.
enough,
Wait there a second. How do we
You're
know that we're talking to
misspeaking.
him at all?
Oh my fucking god!
sinisterly enough, there's a governor that actually, there were babies that were being born, and they were pronouncing them dead, even though they were alive and breathing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that actually does happen.
So where did black holes come from? If you roll on to 3 minutes after the hour, from the Dictionary of Geophysics, Astrophysics, and Astronomy, page 55. Black holes were first discovered, check this out, as purely mathematical solutions of Einstein's field equation. Einstein's field equations are in direct contradiction of the Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, but I digress. This solution, the Schwarzschild black hole, is a nonlinear solution of Einstein's field equation of general relativity. It contains no matter and exists forever in your fucking imagination.
Oh my God.
There it is, right there.
What game? What games are those? Those 2-bit games that are just like purely mathematical that I've always hated my whole life. It's just numbers, and they can see a whole story in that, and I don't know how, but I guess that's some people see stories in math and they think that shit is real. I can't see it. I don't know.
Can you discover something in mathematics?
No, the point is, if what they were telling us was true, if the Earth was a ball, and if we did go to the moon, and if we did
I'm
send
not
things
talking
out,
bomb
then
style. Fuck, what the fuck?
what I'm saying is, mathematically, we could probably work things out, but people are lying,
So
false
we know
values
that.
and shit.
So how can you, now back to my question, how can you discover something in reality in mathematics? How can you do
Don't.
that?
Yeah.
You don't.
You invent your mathematics to help you understand and account and learn about the
Yep.
real world.
So
Yeah.
we're gonna have to find out, and I think this is a reasonable question to somebody that proffered black holes. We're already down to event horizons and escape velocity. I'd like to go back to the black holes if y'all don't mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, can we go
As
back?
long as we go to a white hole after, because
we
can't be racist.
Let's do it.
That's like a stronger vacuum within a vacuum. Just insane.
Now, I want to see how the black hole was discovered from Einstein's field equations. Who was promoting that? Was that you, Sasha Ivanov? Was that you?
Sasha was explaining it. Yeah.
So I want you to post. This is going to be fucking hilarious. I want you to post. You'll be the first baller in the history since I've been out here to post Einstein's field equations. I'm not even asking you.
I've never seen it. Yeah.
Okay,
I've
I
never
just
seen.
I just put a citation in chat.
Hey, can I ask you a question? What telescope do you think they viewed that with? That's not a citation. That's a copy paste statement. Sorry.
Yeah, that's what a citation is.
Sorry. No, it isn't. Citation is a source of information, a study,
Yeah, it's the source.
a
The source is
paper.
Swinburne University Astronomy Department.
Okay.
Where's the link to the paper so I can make sure you're not cherry picking from the paper or
Yeah.
the study?
Yeah, let's get, I'll read it though.
It's
let's
an
get the
EDU
I'll read
website.
it. I'll read it. Relax. Just
Yeah.
relax. From Pig University Astronomy Department. We cannot detect black holes. You got that in brackets. That's what they're talking about, right?
Yeah,
Direct.
because it said them, so I just put black holes.
That's fine. I understand what brackets mean. Instead, we infer their existence. Really? What type of inference?
Just read the quotation; it'll explain it.
I want to know what type of inference. What are
logical deduction?
From deduction. Okay.
Yep.
Instead, we deduct their existence by observing high energy phenomena such as X-ray emission and jets. Really, jets like Benny and the Jets? And the motions of nearby objects in orbit, really, around the hidden mass. What the fuck is mass? An added complication is the similar phenomena are observed around less massive, there we go again, neutron. What the fuck is a neutron star? And pulsars. This is like reading Star Trek.
Marvel Comics.
Identification of a black hole requires astronomers, pseudoscientists, to make an estimate of the mass, which they can't define, of the object and its size. A black hole is confirmed, really, if no other object or group of objects could be so massive, which they can't define, and compact. This is a clusterfuck. Let's start off in the beginning. We detect black holes directly. Instead, we infer. So it's a deduction, post a syllogism.
So they can do all that, but they can't prove character.
Wrong. Post a syllogism. If it's a deduction, there must be a syllogism.
Can you define syllogism?
Holy fuck.
I'll look it up.
I was Googling it just now.
Hey, the prosecution rests.
Well, you ask me for definitions all the time. I just want to make sure we're following the Socratic method.
Yeah, I'll read it. A scholastic argument based on a formula or proof, from Latin syllogismus.
Right, so the proof is no other object could be so massive and compact, therefore it must be.
That's not a proof, that's an assertion.
Okay, the assertion is no other object could be so massive or incompact, therefore.
Now, how are you going to prove that?
What do you mean, how am I going to prove that?
And one thing I want to know is how from a radio array and telemetry data, raw telemetry data, how are you getting a compression rate?
I don't know, dude. I'm just reading what the thing says.
I know you're just reading and repeating as if it's some high-level proof, but you don't even understand what you're talking about, and that's obvious.
Well, I'm sure they have their
That's the only axiom here, and the only thing you continue to prove repeatedly.
I'm sure they have their methods.
So therefore, you sound like a parrot right now.
You know what I think?
Hold on. What you bring to the table is ignorance. Ignorance and assertion. Thank you.
You know what I think? I think that these are CIA kids who get this is their education talking to us so that when they grow up, they can put their propaganda. When they get to run the media arms, they know exactly how to respond because they've been in the mud. Yeah, you'll get paid handsomely one day, but you're gonna get beat up today.
That's right. And you might get beat up at that liberal protest you go to too. People are kind of pissed off and tired of the
I would
bullshit.
never work for the Fed.
If you know what I
Sure.
said to myself, if I
How'd
can't
he
be
get there?
rich and famous, I can at least be very, very smart. Imagine believing the earth was a
But
ball,
you are
right? Now you're
famous.
broke and stupid. It's like, what the fuck?
But you are
So,
famous. Your bung's out. But did you die?
but, yeah, you know what I mean? Like, if you can't have that, then at least have this, but not the bullshit this. Like,
Yes,
have the real this so you
he
can have
did die,
something, you know?
bro. We can't verify whether or not he's living.
All I'm saying is at least have
It could
something.
be a
You know what I mean?
ghost. You know, no other thing could be this dense in reality except for a ghost or stupid.
If you can't be happy, at least have the truth. I'm just saying, you know? Something, not nothing. How can they make all these calculations and predictions about places
You
that
know
are
what's
infinitely far
disgusting,
away,
Bong?
but then say the Earth is so big, it's too big, they
Hey,
can't
I
make
gotta
it.
point this out. Listen, Bong. What's disgusting is they destroyed the family unit. Parents don't make sure their kids are educated. They don't pass down no knowledge. Stupid motherfuckers like Obama tell Common Core kids who are lacking multiple things that we had as youth, parents who actually gave us knowledge and taught us at home. I went to kindergarten. I already knew how to read or write. My parents taught me that. And they lack a solid
No,
curriculum that builds on the critical science, English, mathematics, the real applied stuff. And now we're in liberal arts and studying genders in fucking college. And then
I'd
we
like
got
to be
these
nice,
morons
Jerry.
who come in here under the principles of Obama. Drag the old people into the future, and then you get a higher education in 11th grade than they got in 4 years of college 10 years ago, which is bullshit. They
I
send
think
these kids out into the world unequipped, and it's obvious. And
I think when
nobody
the
does a fucking thing about
when,
it, bro.
when the Roman Catholic Church came to power, I think that's when it all
We just let
fucking
them wander
started.
around little stupid automatons repeating stupid shit over and over again.
Because the Catholic Church, it's their model. When they came to power
You
and took over
rumpus a
the
very good
control of the
point,
world,
bro.
right? The Pope has the Unam Sanctum document that says, I claim the world, pay taxes to me. Here is education. Here is this. Here's religion. You know what I mean? Like, that's when the whole brainwashing started, I think. You know, and we all trusted
Mike, he didn't hear you.
these people.
Nope.
No, I think it started a long time ago.
He's
And
still
we're just
going.
blaming people yesterday. Sorry, go ahead. My bad. I'm just gonna shut up. Smoke my weed.
Good morning,
Mike
everyone.
said something. Get me get or get got.
Hey, crack.
My G.
Yeah, I want to say something. Actually,
Oh, that's why.
it's much
Oh, go
more.
ahead. My bad.
You're the only one.
It's much more simple than that. Once, once you accept the globe belief, that means that you are dead. Dead.
It's not their fault.
Because you have
They
no
know not what
feelings.
they do. It's their parents' fault. It's the sins of the fathers, because it's the father's responsibility to educate his kid with morals and intelligence and bring his gifts from God back to God.
Yeah. It's spinning so fast that you can feel it. It is so big that you can't see it. It's everything against every feeling that we have, every senses. So when we deny our senses, then you are dead.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
Of course,
thanks
you're
for-
trying to
thanks
divorce
for that.
yourself from all this event.
By simple childish logic.
Once
Does that
again,
mean
I
I was
defer
born
to
again?
poor parenting skills.
Yeah, true. That
Sins
no,
of,
I
sins of the father.
wholeheartedly blame. I I be like, Mom, I don't have no beef. I love you to death. Like I'm
Okay, it's all
I
your fault.
I'm I try to
But it's
say it's not
not.
your fault,
It's
but
not
you
your
know
fault.
what? You sent me to the chopping block,
Here,
huh?
yeah,
Come
I'll
on.
give it to you. Listen,
Yeah, you say, I
listen,
forgive you.
Elijah. The sins of the fathers are passed down. It's not your mom's fault. It's your father's fault. He's chief priest in his family. He's supposed to
Amen.
garner all that. Hold on, garner all that he owns and maintains. All that he has. A man shouldn't have children until he knows how to raise them. Shouldn't have a house till he can maintain them. So maybe your parent didn't get it from their parent, and it's not their fault. They
Right.
don't know what they don't have if they don't
Yeah.
know.
Every
I think
father should be a male
technology and the
peacekeeper.
internet is the reason why we know about it. Because I come from an island in the middle of nowhere. Like, how the hell am I
I
supposed to know
know,
about
Bone,
this?
you are off in an island by yourself, bro. That's
So
apparent.
technology and new world order expanding.
You
That's
probably got a
why
coconut with a straw in that motherfucker and a drill right by you, don't you?
that's why we have the biggest responsibility.
He didn't even hear
Because
me.
not,
God
well,
damn it,
yeah, hey,
come
coconut.
lay
I
on
heard
the
you say coconut.
coconut.
Maybe it's the mute glitch. Maybe it's the muting glitch.
Hey, no, he heard coconut. I'm happy.
I'm saying we are the most responsible. Like we have the most. This generation that has this information. Like we have that.
We could be
We
the last generation that actually
no, we
acquired
know about
knowledge
it,
from
and
multiple generations.
we're the ones who can do something about it.
They're trying to sever
You know
this
what they
generation. Listen, they're trying to sever this current generation from the knowledge of all other generations by telling them they're smarter than their parents, drag them to the future with them.
Yep.
Tell them your gender studies are true, drag them into the future with you. And you got parents that are just baffled. They don't know what the fuck to do, and then they got to go to work.
Yeah, that's true, bro.
You just gotta get the smart ones. You know, don't
I
worry
know
about
what to do. I
the
talk till
retards.
they fucking get it. I talk till they get it.
I know a young lad. Well, I don't really spend a lot of time hanging with him, but he's blessed with a daughter, and she thinks she's a boy, and he's letting her just do it. Like it's just insane.
Nope. I would sever all connections to the internet, TV, all that.
Yeah, but these soy boys that have kids, I don't know.
I can't do
They don't
that.
know what the fuck to do because
I can't shelter. I was
they weren't
sheltered,
taught
and
what
it
to
got me into
do.
trouble. I
Just
wish
like
I was
dealing with
exposed to it.
problems and dealing with emotions, you don't know how to do that properly unless that information was passed to you. A lot of people have problems they're not even fucking aware of because their parents couldn't educate them on it, and their parents couldn't educate them because these lines, how knowledge is gained is passed down from generation to generation. But you got generations now that think they learn more in school than their parents did, maybe because their parents' grammar wasn't fucking perfect.
They were more brainwashed than their parents. What I think.
Yeah,
Not
They almost
sins
caught
of the
me.
fathers.
They almost caught me because and that's a new voice, so I'm gonna pass it over to the new voice. I know you, but I'm saying you haven't spoken tonight yet. So the thing is, like, what they almost got me because when you go to school and then you go home and you ask your parents, "Hey, can you help me with this?" And they're like, "I don't know what the fuck that is." They almost had me.
Yeah.
I'm like, you want me to go to church every fucking Sunday and all that bullshit. And Genesis is fake anyway because I was in science class. Like, I don't even, well, you don't know what you're talking about. Like they begin to sow this kind of feeling, or at least for me, that's the kind of feeling I
It's
got.
cool.
Yeah, me too. Me too. It's by design that you should defy your parents and go away from your family, right? Because what do they know, right? So stop looking up to them and look up to the government. Money.
I want to thank everybody for the support yesterday. My uncle Mitch passed today. I got to spend a few hours with him before he left, but thanks for the support. No miracles this time, but he's at rest now. And I just wanted to not change the subject, but I thought crack villain might find it funny. It was cancer. We covered him in butter, and he quickly went downhill after that.
Oh man, it was cancer. Oh well, like I said, the butter probably didn't help. People do go rapidly downhill.
Bro, the sins of the fathers aren't passed down. The curses are passed down through
Listen,
the blood from the father and the mother. But the sins are no longer on the children's head from the parents. That stopped.
whoa,
The
the
sins of the
effect.
parents are on their own head.
Listen,
One sec,
it's in the
one
way
sec,
you
one sec.
hold on, crack. It was my postulation he's rebuttaling, so I wanna
Well, I thought you were gone,
correct
so
him.
sorry.
The sin of the father was that they didn't properly educate their children. They didn't bring their children back to the Creator and God and give them the tools they need to exist in this world. That is the sin of the father. And when I say the sins of the father, we live in the sins of the father. I in no way propagate that you live in sin because your father sinned. You live in ignorance because your father sinned.
Amen.
And it's a curse of your father's sin. I agree with you. But you took me wrong and you're straw manning me. That
Yeah.
just goes along with what I'm saying.
Amen. Yeah, that's all I was going to say anyway about Amon. You're exactly right. You know, it doesn't matter the sins of the
Oh,
father.
I got this down
Look,
pat. I'm gonna put this in a wrap
that
and
was
put it
good,
on
bro.
wax.
No,
Hey,
that was good. That was
clarification is
exclusive.
all I needed on what was said. That was
Yeah,
it.
yeah, we live in the sins of our forefathers, and we're cursed with that. Their sin,
You have to
lack
shut
of
off for them.
knowledge. My people perish for lack of knowledge, due to
Right,
the
but I didn't
due to
follow in
the.
either one of their footsteps, though. That's the thing. It's on
I'm
me
saying you
to
followed in
challenge.
their footsteps. I'm
I know
saying
you're not,
they failed to prepare you.
but
So
generally, the children follow in the footsteps of the problems that are continued. The curses continue to compound generation to generation because the following generation
well, it's
doesn't
just
actually take a
natural.
stand and change it.
Well, whatever you give to your kids, they will multiply. If you raise them in stupidity, they'll be 10 times more stupid than you were. That's a generational curse. And it's just actually a reality. If you raise your kids, if you're an asshole, you raise your kids to be assholes, they'll be 10 times the asshole you were. And in 10 generations, your bloodline will be 100 times the asshole you were. Because they'll do
Yeah.
everything you did and you taught them with your actions, they'll do it better.
It's got a square
Agreed.
law on it.
That parable is about a natural thing. If we educate our kids and raise our children in love and absolute love, their love will be 10 times greater than ours, and it'll be multiplied through their generations. If you raise them in ignorance, stupidity, and evil, same thing. And that's parabolized as a generational curse from the Father, because it's his natural creation and it's just a natural law.
Exactly, and he's meant to be the Melchizedek of the home. Melchizedek.
That's right. I am the chief high priest of my home. These are my gifts from
Amen.
God and my responsibility. Their shortcomings are my shortcomings. Their shortcomings are my failures. My failures are my sins.
Amen.
Because
Sorry,
I
I can't
failed to
remember how to
live
do
the
that.
right way and to teach my kids to live the right way.
Exactly.
The right
You
way
failed
the
to give a
right way is to
foundation.
be a righteous man, except when you do wrong. Remember when you do wrong, and tomorrow wake up with a plan and try not to do the wrong tomorrow you did today. Try your best to be the best you are. That's the way, the proper way.
Exactly. Exactly, bro. Yeah, it's the failure to provide a proper foundation to step off of. That's the continuation of the curse. You
The
know,
problem
of
is you're
father sin.
separated from your parents and from your gifts of God. Your parents,
I just want
your
to say,
parents.
very well said, Battle Mod.
Well, I got a lifetime in thought on this. I grew up in a traditional family where there's no separations between generations. I was raised in a 3-generational home. I see what you lack just in the way a lot of people talk. I see the fact that you didn't have multiple siblings in the way you act, your consideration of other people. I had six sisters and 5 brothers. I absolutely was raised with a consideration for other people. Why? I shared a room as a child with 5 other men, and I
Yeah,
respected
again,
them. I was taught, I was brought up on these values. I had knowledge coming from 3 different generations at once. And I put the multiplication table to that. I believed them. I had faith in them because they loved me. Other people don't love me. There's no education you get at school out of love. There's no greater education. There's no greater thing in this world than the thing that is built on love. All the other foundations are weak. It's building a house on sand.
Amen.
If it isn't built on love, it isn't solid. It isn't firm in the rock, you know?
House built on sand, bro. Love
Yeah,
covers a multitude
and
of
this
sins.
is the number one problem with society today. People are no longer, they give away their authority. They don't respect their gifts from God. Their parents lived in the same absence. My people perish for lack of knowledge. Their parents couldn't teach you what they didn't know, and they didn't know what they didn't know because they didn't know it.
They
So,
weren't
and it
taught.
just, and it
You
just
know?
keeps multiplying. And those people who do know it, that teach your children, believe me, you, the rich, the elite, their children are multiplying the control unit every generation because it's taught to them and passed to them from generation to generation to generation. But
Yeah.
us, the knowledge that we're even enslaved was lost 10 generations ago. And we now give away up our natural birthright through compliance and free will and accept whatever the fuck we got at the end of the day when we're working our back and our joints into the ground. And our children, lack of love and a good home, a true home, a traditional home, a divine family unit.
You're not gonna starve to death. Trust me.
Our
You're not gonna
communities are
freeze to
built
death.
on these family units. If the family units aren't correct, how can our communities be correct?
All goes back to
Yeah.
the love part, though, man. It's true, man. Love covers a multitude of sins, right? We know that to be true. Like, think about what is it that makes someone continue on in their misery and their, reveling in the misery of what their life is. It's again, it's usually a lack therein of love
Yeah,
in their
lack
life.
of love.
Exactly. It extends back to that
Feelings
every
of
time.
shame, fear, regret.
What cancels that out?
Love.
What is love?
Love is understanding. So again,
Love
feeling
for
understood.
yourself, love for another. You can't have love for anything else in this world until you love your self. But when you know deep down at heart you didn't give your best today, you made mistakes that you'll probably make tomorrow. How the hell can you love yourself? There's a way to love yourself. I was taught this by
What is
my
love though?
parents.
Like, what am I doing to myself if I say I love myself? Like, what does that
Fulfillment.
mean?
Fulfillment. It means I'm happy
Okay.
with who I am. I respect who I am. I'm not unhappy with who I am. I don't make the same mistakes every day and then it can't go to sleep at night because it's contemplating in my head. Every fucking mistake I've made in my life and the fact that it'll probably repeat forever. Not me. I go to bed. I write
Jesus
before I
said,
do. I write in my journal and I contemplate my actions of the day, so that the next day I can wake up with a plan and try not to do what the mistakes I made today. Maybe not make
Amen.
tomorrow. And
So,
when I
Bob,
go
one
to
sec.
bed, I'm not heavy
Carry on.
burdened or laden with grief and regret because I'm happy with myself. I love myself.
Right, so
I know
love
I
is freedom. Love, listen, wait there. Love is to be free from condemnation, basically, right? And to be able to do that,
exactly.
yeah, exactly. That's what love
We're
realistically
our
is.
biggest critic. You'll condemn yourself subliminally without even fucking knowing it.
And that's what the devil is, bro. The devil is literally yourself, believe it or not.
The absence of living in love. You're
Well,
your
it's true,
worst
man.
enemy. You're the one that fucks up your life. You're the one that refuses to take your responsibility. It's each and every one of our responsibilities to make this world a better place.
Well,
Bad things happen when
exactly.
good men fail to act.
Mate, the devil doesn't have any authority actually technically over you. We have way more authority than the devil, right? If you want to just put it like plainly and simple, it's you that gives over the authority to make the devil
Problem,
into
yeah.
anything.
The problem is man has too many emotions that can be manipulated. If I can make you feel hopeless and worthless, you'll never do anything and you're no longer a factor in the fight. You gave
Exactly.
on your walk on role in the war for a lead role in the cage.
love.
And then you're never fulfilled there because you're living a life that isn't even natural. Yeah, I'm the boss at work. Why am I still not fucking happy? Man, I make 250,000 a year. How come I'm still not fucking happy? Because all that shit don't bring you love, don't bring you fulfillment.
Misequivocation of what success actually is, right? You know,
I'm gonna
success
keep
is the
on loving
ability to
you.
feel no joy.
Yeah, but love is a verb, and it's also part of introspection.
Love isn't specific to one context, verb, adjective, or noun. It can be
Yep.
defined in all three concepts, all three ways. Love is not just one narrow ideal of what love is. It could be brotherly love, sisterly love, fatherly love of your God, love of your neighbor, love of your community, love of yourself. There's many
Love that.
different
Now,
versions of love. There's not one. And I refuse to be restricted by narrow-minded people to one concept of love.
and there's like 5 different love languages as well. So why would we narrow it down to one? Because, like, again, we can express love in a multitude of ways, right?
I said I lived a whole life. These are thoughts I thought about my entire life. Why? Because they were given to me from 3 different generations who raised me in love. The love of a grandfather, the love of a grandmother, the love of a great-grandfather, a great-grandmother, the love of a brother, the love of a sister, the love of a mother, and a father, and they're all different types of love. And my neighbor, the neighbor I grew up with, he still lives next door. He outlived all of them. And he loves me, and I love him. He's been a part of my life, my entire life, except for my years of service in the Corps. This farm is the only place I've ever lived. My neighbors are extended portion of my family. I don't know about yours.
Nah, I used to have neighbors that were part of, like that part of my family. They passed away. A few of them, you know. And then
Oh, who's your
people
neighbor?
nowadays don't integrate.
Is it just people that live next to you?
No,
That
my
means I only
godfather.
have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6
My
neighbors.
neighbors are everybody that doesn't live on this plot of land I seized as my own and used for my own life and my own generations.
Well, even the ethos of being a neighbor is lost in many people. That's my point. No, I used to have neighbors that were like family members. My neighbors currently would never accept such a form of relationship.
They were
They're
never taught how to love. That's
Mhm.
yeah.
Exactly.
Most people don't know how to accept true love.
Oh, it's very difficult.
I hate to say it, but
That's why we fight.
it's true.
That's why we
Because
go to war.
true love might
Oh, I didn't know that.
criticize you. True love might
There can
criticize
only
you
be one,
because it loves you and it doesn't want you to be seen as ignorant
right?
or
There can only be
asinine.
one definition of love, right?
No,
America's definition
no,
of,
no.
of liberty, of freedom, right? This
Liberty and freedom isn't
is what it looks
American.
like.
These are natural orders and natural circumstances.
Yeah, but it doesn't. That's what see. America is
Just
like this is what freedom looks like, but
just like
that's not what freedom looks like.
life,
That's what
liberty,
slavery
and the
looks like.
pursuit of happiness.
Those are inalienable rights. That's what Bam was sort of saying. It's not an American ideal
Yeah,
or idea.
they're inalienable rights, and they limited your natural rights and your natural authority with the Constitution. A
That always happens.
constitution is just a contract.
Every time you
No
write down
different
the
than a
parameters.
trust or a government, you know?
Yeah.
Naturally, listen, naturally, in a natural state, all man have dominion over earth. Subdue it and multiply and take it over. This is your birthright. You give it up for a social contract, wherein there's agreement that we each lay down some of our natural rights so that we all might enjoy equal rights. And this is meant to be beneficial to all parties in it. But the scales of libertos, equality.
Law,
No, libertos is
Constitution.
equality. Excuse me, I'm not done yet, Bon. The scales are on balance, and only certain people enjoy the benefits of this social contract. And
Yeah.
this is when natural man should return to his natural state, which is war. Because war balances equality and libertos. It's the only way man knows to get equality. Demand it when it's not given, because it's your natural right. It's your
And
natural right to see to see that you live fit by your own means so long as you harm no other person.
As well, when people give over their rights for this thing of equality battle mod, right? That comes with the presupposition as well that for some reason, if men aren't all equal, that somehow as men, if men are all equal, that you'll somehow have a portion that would be more than if all men weren't equal. But that's again the presupposition is this, that the men that are not equal to you, that may have more than you, it's the presupposition that they wouldn't somehow support you to be more than what you are then, right? So
Yeah, but some men are
because
cucks. Sorry.
but no, but my point is that all men don't need to be equal, is what I'm trying to say, right? Like if you
most
go
of
by
them.
natural law, they don't need to be, bro. That's what I'm saying. Doesn't mean that you make everyone equal. That doesn't mean that everyone that's equal will have a bigger portion than if everyone was unequal. You could be not equal and still end up with a bigger portion than if you were equal, right?
Yeah.
We're not equal.
But in a natural
No, we're
environment,
not.
we would
I don't
never
believe
be
that.
equal, but you also wouldn't live next to people who you knew were starving to death without helping them. No natural person would.
Some
That's exactly
people
my
are more
point.
valuable than others. That's just my opinion, though.
You'd
I know it
probably
sounds like
share
I'm
with
an
them. They
asshole,
might not have
but
food, but hell, they might be over there making wicker baskets and
and
chairs.
it doesn't mean
You
some
might need
lives
some of
are
them.
worth more. Sorry. Hey, Balma, what about
I'm
the
sorry,
meme
I
I
just don't
posted?
joke on this topic. The what? Constitution, origin,
Yeah.
and
What about
online
that meme?
etymology. I don't listen. They all stem from. I don't care about the lawful meanings. We can look at it in many different ways. I care under the basis and the foundation under which this would even have meaning, which is a social contract, a social agreement, wherein all men gather together
Right.
and socialize and agree to give up rights so that all men can equally partake in what Mother Earth provides for us. But now
Yeah, but
we got certain people who don't want to work, but they want to enjoy the rich, the best of everything. They take more than what they need from Earth and
look,
give nothing, and they want to continue to maintain control. It's just like you ever seen the ants cartoon where the
Yeah.
wasps said
yeah,
it's not
what
about
was
the
on the
food, it's
news?
about the ants.
What was on
It's
the news
about keeping
today?
it's about maintaining our way of life and keeping the ants under control because they
That's
outnumber us 1,000 to 1. And if one
like
ant will rise up against us, then 1,000
the
might
rest might.
decide to. And we need to
Exactly.
maintain our way of life. Well, this is how the elite live. They do no
Exactly.
work, they seize nothing for themselves, but they claim everything. In the natural world, you'd have to go out and earn your own shit. You couldn't
Yeah,
give
they
some
just play on
paper to a
game.
motherfucker for a meal, they'd laugh at you.
Exactly. They just play on game theory battle mod, right? Like you said, they seize nothing themselves, but they lay claim to everything at the end. It's just control of
Yeah, the queen, well, their family's done shit for generations, man. But they own all the
Well,
land and all the rivers. But them
if
royal bitches aren't going to fish shit.
yeah, but
What good's a river to
if
them?
They're
They
not
yeah,
don't
even
but
build
having
the
the leg.
water systems that filtrate it or
if
pump it to the castle.
if this is the definition of constitution that they use when we talk about the Constitution, the U.S. Constitution, right? Then is it not this law, regulation, body of rules, customs, or laws? Is
Yeah,
that not what
law.
the
Listen,
Constitution
law,
says?
regulation, etiquette, body rules, customs, or law. That's all old French, and it all applies to a social agreement. Without a
The
social
contract, if you
agreement,
want.
you can't establish any constitution, and a constitution is just a contract between people who enter into a social agreement.
Exactly.
By being born.
So it's in this sense of mode or organization of state. A state is a legal fiction. It's built by men who enact governments for a social agreement, and they create a government or body of state to protect their God-given rights. Now
It's
we create laws and governments to protect our God-given rights. Who in this
Right.
world believes they live in a society or a legal fiction or a city state that actually protects their fucking God-given rights?
It really
Yeah.
doesn't. you look at the first writing,
yesterday,
No,
like
let the
outlines.
it was
person
on the
speak up that
news.
thinks they live in a state or a city,
Yeah,
state, or a country that actually gives two shits about their God-given rights. That's a
it was
real
on.
question. I want people to answer it.
It
Because
was
if
on the
no
news
one can
today.
say they can, then it's time to revert to the natural state of man and claim just
It's,
naturel.
it
Our
said no
natural,
jab, no job. That's what
our
was on the news
birthright. Fuck
yesterday, and
no
that's gonna be
jab,
the
no
law soon, right?
job. You're the
Yeah.
boss. It's called free will.
Well,
You
no,
don't
it's
ha-
gonna be a
you
law.
listen. Laws are part of a social agreement. If you feel it's unjust and unbalanced, you owe no allegiance to laws written by dead men or social agreements contracted and constructed by generations that you are no longer a party to, and they no longer exist or walk on this earth.
Exactly.
We don't
We're
owe
I was
them.
very,
like,
We
very
we
wait,
owe
I was like,
them
this
no
guy.
allegiance. We don't have to honor the words written on paper of dead men.
But
We
don't you think
choose
that's
to.
pretty clever? No jab, no job, huh? Huh? Isn't that marketable? Don't you think that was pretty
It
cool
is,
of
but
them? Right? 633 new cases.
from my Facebook,
633. Yeah. Yeah.
what I see in most of my research, I'll
That's
say
fine.
70% of the population doesn't qualify for work at their place anymore.
And I was also gonna say, honestly though, that's why, as a grown ass person, none of us should actually have jobs at this stage.
We really shouldn't because they've already made it to
Right?
where if
What
you
the
don't wear
fuck
a
they
mask,
gonna
you have
do?
to.
What's your
Yeah,
money worth
my
if
son's in an
people are
he's an
out getting their
apprentice.
own?
My son is in an apprenticeship program, and I said to him, "Look, when these jobs become a requirement for your job, I want you to just come home. Okay, we're done." So that's what I mean. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah, my
3-year
daughter will
apprenticeship.
be out of the
You know?
Navy in 6 months. I'm with you, Bong.
Well, the
That's
thing
why
is
you come
though, is that
home.
at
And,
Come
least
home and pick up your rifle where you belong.
yeah, but
listen,
nobody's
loads of
going
people
out.
are
And
going to
we're all
exit.
locked down
Listen,
right here. Yeah.
loads of people are going to exit this social agreement though, right? Because it's
Yeah.
a social agreement that isn't going to work for everyone very fucking soon. So we're lucky in that sense. Not even lucky, should I say? If
They're
men don't give up
testing
to
the
their power
limits of it.
protesters, of course they are. But like again, no jab, no job. They've already done that, right? With the no mask, no job, right? I know people that have had to leave their job because they didn't want to wear a mask, right? So like again, they're just pushing the contract further and further, right? The moment you lay down an outline of what your human rights or inalienable human rights are, is the moment that someone can start to push on the boundaries of what they are, you know, and in essence,
Yeah, they
right?
designated it for you. This contract tells you what your natural rights are. Yeah, go fuck yourself. I'm not a party to that contract. I didn't sign it and agree to it. I didn't
Exactly.
agree to no declaration. I
Are you
didn't agree to
American?
no constitution. That's not the question. The question is, do I owe allegiance to your legal structure, your legal fiction? The answer is no.
Nope.
I
If you
don't.
want the services that this
I don't.
nation provides, right, and the protection, right, then you are
I'd say they can take all
a
this shit and
party,
shove it up their ass. We can all go fishing. We can get drunk while
or
we
else
catfish. I'll cook.
please leave.
I'll do
Or
the Jesus. Who's making the bread? I'll help break it, and I'll cook and help pass out the popcorn catfish, bro. That's all we need to do.
If you're
Break
not
bread
gonna follow the
together.
rules, please
Eat
exit
together and break bread
the
together.
premises. Right?
No,
When
no,
we're
hold
fat
on,
it
and
actually
full,
doesn't.
hold on, hold on,
hey,
hold
listen.
on.
When we're fat
I,
and full, we'll talk about taking an area of land and building structures to live in there.
well, when
But
you say if you don't want to follow the rules, please leave.
What rules?
So
I ain't gonna leave.
if that's the case, then I'm not free at all. I mean, I thought I was free to leave my
It's
Exactly.
house.
God's green earth.
I'm free
Prove
This
you
is
to
not a
own it.
free speech
I'm
zone.
free to leave my house, right? I'm free to go to work. I'm free to do whatever I want to do here. And
Yeah.
if I don't want to accept governmental programs and I want to go grow my shit on some other
I'm
part
free to
of
rack the
this
Glock.
land,
Yeah.
then
Uh-huh.
that's what I'm
Yeah.
gonna do. Now, if you're gonna tell me, oh, well, actually, you're a slave and this isn't your land and you can't own it outright, well, then now we have to fight.
Ownership is part of a social contract. Earth was given to all men. We have dominion over all. We all have dominion over it. This
You're
is the
leasing.
this
You're
is the
leasing the
part
land.
where the social agreement comes in. We're not leasing anything. We're born here. We're part of nature. We come from dirt, and from dirt we'll return. We are
Right,
part of
right,
the land.
right. But
It
certain
owns
lands
us,
have
and
been
we own it.
certain lands have been claimed by certain bodies of governments, if you
Well,
want
as
to call it
long
that,
as
right?
they're there working them, I won't be able to move my
Corporations.
shit in and squat, will I?
Right. I mean, they can also claim these lands just like you can, right? But then
In
it comes
nature,
down to who's got
you claim land by
what is it?
occupation. If you don't occupy a land, it's not yours.
And we lost that fight a long time ago, you know, in the
Oh,
Catholic Church
that's what they
and
want you to
power.
believe. That's what they fucking want you to
I
believe,
mean,
dude.
no, I mean that fight physically
Quit
can be
being scared
won.
of the results and just
It
take it
can be.
back and
It's not a fight that can be won with
realize
war or
anything's
weapons.
better than this. Can you not look around?
Okay.
Who in here cannot look around and see what they see in the world and say, men were not meant to live like this? Which one are you?
I can. But I was gonna say, um, even when you're squatting, because someone wasn't occupying that space and you took that space, it is what it is.
Yeah, because deeds only apply to a social agreement. In reality, in nature, two cavemen, get off my land. You can't own this. You can't be on my land. Other caveman picks up rock and busts your head. That's my
We don't have
natural
to
right.
fight.
You can't own this land.
We can work together, man. All right.
Well, there you go. We need a new social agreement. But the point
after
is,
each other. Right?
ownership is an illusion on God's green earth. Earth was given to mankind, the human race, not a man, not a group, not a bloodline, but mankind to
And eventually,
subdue.
there's gonna be a
Well,
leader.
how do you subdue? That's why in nature, first seizure is the law of possession. I can't own a land, but I can possess it. I can occupy it. And I can use it for my generation so long as we treat it well. If it becomes barren and doesn't produce, that's our failure to maintain our own God given land. That's our problem. God given.
All
Which
men have
land
got
did God give me?
Multiply. What did it say? What did he say? Be fruitful, multiply, and subdue the earth and seize it and take it over. Isn't that what I just said?
Pretty sure people move you around.
All the
I
points
said
you're bringing up, Bong, are about breach. Is a
about
fiduciary duty.
they're about what?
Breach.
Oh, I'm not talking about breach. I'm talking
No,
about.
not you, Bong. What he's
Oh.
talking about is
Oh,
those
yeah.
are all breaches of their fiduciary duty.
Yeah, and I'm talking about annulment of a social agreement for the betterment of a new social agreement that actually is focused on the prosperity of mankind, not a certain group of men.
Yeah, like the Last Supper, right? Like the cross.
We outnumber
of the
them
Lamb.
1,000 to 1. We are the
The new
many,
covenant.
they are the few. They know that. That's why they got to keep you in fear. Lose fear. Take back your.
Yes.
Why should you walk around in fear? You live where you were meant to live.
Isn't it so? You know what
Everything's
Yeshua
as
did
it's
with the
supposed to be.
at the Last
Lose
Supper?
all that. Everything is as it's supposed to be.
Is that the same thing Yeshua, the Son of God, Jesus meant when he said, "This is the new covenant"? Is that the same thing? This is the new.
What's a covenant? Yes, Bong. Now you're with it. Covenant, constitution, trust, contract, they're all the same thing.
So that one should supersede any other contract on this earth, right?
Exactly
If that's
the
the real
point.
God. Right?
If
And
you're to that
natural
one,
law I speak of is covered in Ecclesiastics and Leviticus. We are Leviathan.
can't claim the blood
We are the great creature
and
of the
win.
deep. The circle was inscribed on the face of the deep, and we live within the deep. We are the behemoth, mammoth, Leviathan. We are the bully, the great beast. We are it. Man is Leviathan. We're under Levitican law and ecclesiastic laws. Learn it. Learn it. Those are the laws of nature.
I think in Job the description was pretty literal.
All contracts and agreements were covered in Levitican and ecclesiastics, bro.
But in the heathen religions, it's considered this Ouroboros. You know, it becomes a symbolic thing, or you know what I mean. Where in Job, I'm pretty sure God was very
This
specific,
is the law I believe
literal.
is
He was
inscribed on your
explaining it.
heart. We all know the difference between what we deserve, what we don't deserve, what's right, what's wrong, when it comes to how other men treat us. This
So
is
can you?
inscribed on your heart. It's not right. It's
He
against the
said,
law of nature.
Can you pull up the Leviathan with a hook? You know, by its mouth. Like can.
Oh.
So it's pretty. It was literal, man. Like the
Yeah,
scales.
what he meant by
like
that is
armor.
Leviathan isn't one creature, it's a multitude of creatures that together make up a beast.
No, man. He's talking about one, dude. Like he's trying to explain to Job, right? Look at all these beasts, these creatures I made, right? Look at how awesome this one is and that one. See, I can pet them. See, like the way your kids play with the puppies, And
Yeah, you
I
can't
can do that with the
pet
Leviathan. You can't
Leviathan
touch.
because it's
Yeah,
not one man. You can't hook one
but
Leviathan
literal.
because it's not one beast.
It was. In my opinion, I mean, I read
Oh,
it.
in your
It read like
opinion,
it
it was
was.
just a
No,
sea
no.
beast, a sea monster.
That
But is
is the
a
reading
monster of the
comprehension
great
that I
deep.
got.
Her living space was inscribed in the circle on the great deep. We
And
are
then that had the
Leviathan.
And
breath stretched out over the
Behemoth,
great beast as well.
yeah, was the
Right.
same. Pretty literal. Behemoth, that's pretty literal too.
Behemoth, yeah, that's all of us
Behemoth,
together.
is that?
We're massive. We're a group.
It's about the beast system, bro. Like
I think
No,
it's a
man is
literal
a
animal
beast.
that.
We are the beast of the deep. We're not the beast of the field or the fowl of the air.
No, you're not. The beast is the 666. It's acting like an animal.
yeah, but
Like
what is the beast?
Nebuchadnezzar was
What
turned
is
into a
the beast?
beast.
What is
God
the
wants you to
beast?
be a
The
man.
beast didn't create the world we live in, bro, or the matrix or the system.
But
We did. And if we didn't
don't.
help create it, we allowed it to happen through free will. We gave up our natural right.
Yep. We choose to walk on the path.
Quit waiting to be saved and get out and save your next generation. Or you can allow them to live in prison too. This is where the term you got to walk through hell to get to heaven comes from.
They will know
I
my
mean, it
people
can
by
be
their
some.
fruit.
Yeah, of course.
Amen. And my people perish for lack of knowledge. You don't even know your natural authority.
What?
That's what I said.
Because
Yeah,
that's the Constitution.
I think someone's trying to
Am I
say.
good now?
Yeah.
Ah, shit.
go
Am
ahead.
I better now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So my people will be known by their fruit. That Constitution in Matthew 4-8 or 5-8 is a Constitution. It's an actual Constitution. Your fruit has to be shown of party to that Constitution in order for those ecclesiastical laws to indemnify you from all this other bullshit going on by the beast system.
Yeah.
Your fruit is what lets you know what fucking laws you're under.
Amen.
If you're a thief, your fruit shows you that you're under a different constitution. You're not under Matthew 5-8. You're not under Levitical laws. You're not even a part of Proverbs.
Nope.
Exactly.
But
So how can they even say?
You don't question your accuser. Well, there's the first problem because that's in Proverbs. He who comes first seems right until another comes and questions him. Oh, well, why would you want to question somebody? Oh, because bearing false witness is against the law.
Yes, it is.
And those who accuse the brethren of
You could take the 10 Commandments and change very simple things in your life, dealing with cops, the courts, and everyone else, just with your fruit. So that's why I said earlier, yeah, love is a verb. It's not always a verb. It's not what I meant. But it is a verb because most of the time there's an action behind what's going
The
on.
love.
I love all the people on this planet, on this plane of existence. So every night I lift all of them up to the Father. That's love.
Amen.
Most of the time there's an action to it. I'll give you the clothes off my back. I don't care how much I spend on them. If you need something, take it. I need a tan anyway.
I'll get another, for the Lord provided for me. If he be with me, who then can stand against me?
Amen.
But see, that's the problem. They don't see the fruit, and those that are in these positions, sure, they're committing war crimes. They're doing evil things. It's
So,
horrible.
so what does it mean to turn
Yeah,
the other cheek?
they don't bear the burden
Or
of sin, and they don't get the wage of their sin. What is the
what is
wage of sin,
loving
people?
your what does loving your enemy mean? Like
What
what
is
does
the wage
turning
of
the other
sin,
cheek
Paul?
look like
We all
at
know what
work?
the wage of sin is. It's death.
And
Who
somebody,
delivers that? God or righteous men?
if somebody
No, just that.
insults you, do you insult them back or do you turn the other cheek? When a
Depends on the
believer
Uh,
insults
context.
you,
righteous man
do
in
you
law is
insult
righteous
them
man.
back?
It depends on the kingdom you're in.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
This
It
is
You're
depends
in
on
the
the
this
kingdom
is
of
kingdom.
Abba.
not this is
What
not
does
the
it look like?
kingdom of our Lord. Righteous men are to deliver the wage of sin here. God did that. God delivers it through
What,
righteous men when he gave you the law.
are you merciful?
Elijah made fun of the Moabites
Do
to their
you
face in
forgive
their own
people?
When I
damn
should
land.
be. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm merciful when I
What
should
did I
be.
do? You go off at people when they go off at you?
No.
I mean, it's kind of hard, like I don't know
I
like
let people
what loving
I
your
actually
enemies
let
mean.
people do me wrong a few times before I deliver them what they earned.
How many times shall you forgive them?
As many as you
7
can, but
times?
it's 7
Ooh,
times,
He's my
7
enemy.
times
7 times, 7 times.
Yeah, so it's 144 times that you're actually supposed to forgive them.
I think
Like,
that's to illustrate the point. It's meant
But
to
you're
be
also
perpetual.
supposed to rebuke them and correct them.
Of
The
course, in perfect,
adversary,
in love.
the Satans, right? Like
The
hey, Will,
Satan.
mic check. Am I coming in clear now? I had to change my
yeah,
headphone cable.
You were.
yeah,
You were
Okay,
before.
thank
It was just a good moment
it's good.
that you were right there. You're good.
But that's the fun thing about all of this. Like, what I'm saying goes along with what he's been saying this whole time.
Yes,
Yeah, it does. You're right.
100%. They coexist. You're right.
My dad
100%.
believes in spinning monkey globe, and he believes in all this other weird stuff that isn't true. I'm nothing
Eh,
like him. My mom did up until 6 months ago. I'm nothing like her.
There's a law that covers that too, right? Though, as you believe, so shall it be unto you.
Yeah. And if you have
Cool.
faith the way, listen, if you've got faith the way you do, right? Remember, Abba, right? Your actual heavenly father is your informer, right? Yeah, your dad
Adonai,
may have failed.
Abba,
But yeah,
Adonai Ba Shara, Shrem Ba
Adonai.
Alak. The
Now,
Most High is my Holy Father.
Yahweh.
Praise be
Lodi.
to him.
That means, yeah, my
Do you
beloved.
think
Yep.
there are more people that believe in God in the world or not?
Anilo Dodi Abba Dodi.
I think people have lost faith in religion, not God, Bong. And there's a
Yeah.
reason for that. Condemnation.
Of sin. What did I say
The
earlier? What is it?
actions of those who seem to be righteous, who act as though they wish to appear to be righteous, but
Yeah.
do
The
not drink from
Pharisees.
the living water.
They show no good fruit. The Pharisees, man.
They bear no fruit.
Mm-hmm. The seed itself was corrupt.
Like
You
in
reap
Jonah.
what you sow. What seeds you plant? Come on. It's time
I
for
think
everybody to take. It's time for everybody to take responsibility of their own action, take back their authority, and realize we could, if we tried, create the semblance of a heaven on earth. If
Yeah.
that's what we worked for. if
Bring
those are
forth
the
the kingdom.
seeds we planted, but we don't.
Amen.
We accept.
Amen.
We live in acceptance and compliance. Where
You
has
know,
that
as a
gotten us?
farmer, like
Is
as a
this the way
farmer, right?
man's spent to live?
As a farmer, God said he went and planted a vineyard, but got thistles and weeds and stuff
You
like
know the
that.
thing
Like
about a farm,
Israel,
right? It requires daily work. Your crops don't just
It's
come to
like
you. You don't just plant seeds and then bam, you got perfect fruit. You want the most
no,
fruit, you got to tend them. You
he
got to
was
be the
talking to
constant
Israel.
gardener. I know.
Yeah, he was talking about Israel. That how they turned away from him. He was comparing it to
Oh yeah, and the fact that
a
weeds and
farmer.
thistles took over in the night, and well, there's only one way that on a
That
farm
doesn't happen in the blink
weeds
of an
take
eye.
over. I go to sleep, I wake up, there's weeds in the garden tomorrow. But guess
Mm-hmm.
what? I'm a constant gardener. I get up and I take care of that because that's how you
But
maintain crops.
he
So
was talking
the
about how they
weeds grew in
turned.
the garden, but nobody weeded the garden.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
but
we
Nobody
know he's
irrigated the
talking.
soil.
One sec,
It
Bob.
was
We know he's
interesting.
talking about Israel, but the analogy still follows through when you do talk about it
It's
in farming.
But it's happening today too. Like because what he was talking about was the astral
Yeah, they don't
poles and the
fertilize the
bales,
soil,
right?
they don't water the
But
crops, and they don't weed the garden, Bong. Think about it.
but but the Catholic Church, right? The Vatican is the Asherah's poles and the bales and all the things that God was talking about when he was talking to
And they want to
Israel.
come into
You
an
know that.
uncultivated garden in the harvest season, give thanks to a pagan god, and take what little crops you got left, even though they didn't put no damn work
So
in.
what I'm saying is the globe earth that comes from the Vatican Church, that comes from Rome, is the great deception.
It's a
That
fall
if
from the
possible,
garden. We
even
live
the
in the garden,
elect
Bong.
would be
We're the
deceived, right?
gardeners here and the caretakers for the zoo, but we don't do our job. Guess what? What you do to this environment, you do to yourself. You want an example of that?
Literally
You
sun worship,
manufacture
bro.
cars, you pollute the river, right? Take water
Globe
from the
earth.
river, you filter it, but you can't filter it perfect, so you drink the water. So what did you do when you polluted the water? You polluted yourself. You irrigate your crops with that, you polluted your crops, you polluted the environment. What we do to this world, we do to ourselves because we're
And
symbionts
you would
with
get some
this
really
world.
bad weed. Yeah.
And what we live in is a system that our actions have helped a matrix of our choices and our actions.
And that's what you're saying, Batmod, is that if we follow the actions that we're supposed to, as conduits of this earth, as being given that responsibility that we were given, dominion over the earth, if we do it correct, we bring forth the opposite of that, which would be the kingdom of
We'll
God
actually bring
here on
forth
earth.
fruit. Yeah, we
Exactly.
actually bring forth fruit.
Well,
For
we
once.
can't. I mean, aren't we supposed to like rely on the Creator to?
He gave you a law and he gave you a way.
First you, then I.
Should we not consult?
Yeah. This is
First you,
listen.
then I.
Advisor.
Least a man be born of water than born of spirit. He could see not the kingdom of heaven, right? Do you live in the spirit? Are you in the kingdom of heaven? No. So here you got to do for yourself. That's why you
Sometimes I
were
feel
given the
like
law in the way. And I know you want to be like, I'm not under any law. Well, the guy that
sometimes I feel
followed the
like I
law,
am.
the good news is the guy followed the law, showed you example, showed you the way, got the rebirth, resurrection, new body, and ascension to heaven. The good news is you could have it too if you just follow the way.
The
But
year is
you
2021.
you fell in love with the prophet, not the news.
Most people believe in God. However, they keep looking for him in the wrong place.
Yeah.
Are you saying Jesus is a prophet?
If they say we're all sons of God,
Yeah,
but
are
did you get the
saying
message?
Yeshua is
When a
not
person calls, you get all happy that
literally?
they called. You actually find out what they call for.
Hey, who do you say Jesus is? Yeshua.
I say he's the
Not
son of
Yeshua.
God.
Okay.
Not Yeshua.
Like
If you're gonna
literally?
say, if you're
Literally?
gonna go back to the Hebrew, just say Yahusha,
Oh
because
my
that's
God!
the name.
Literally, you're a son of God. Adam was the first son of God.
No, we are sons of Adam.
Adonai, Abba, Father.
Yeah, Yahusha is the
Jireh.
new Adam, right? The new Adam, the one that didn't
I'm not
properly didn't
arguing all that. I'm
that
saying the man lived his life as an
the
example
literal
for you. That's why
like
he was called the way, the truth, the light. He shined the light on the way to get the what is promised to you. The
he is the
resurrection,
way.
the rebirth, the new body, and the ascension to heaven.
It's the life. It's the way,
He
the truth, and the
denied
life.
him. He denied
Well,
his flesh. He crucified his own Adam man, his carnal nature, to war. He went towards equity and peace and found peace with all people, even in some situations where it was warlike with the Pharisees. He still found peace. Went straight to
Yep.
equity. Showed everybody how to go to equity every time you're in a controversy, and everybody
Th-
just wants to be in controversy. What the fuck?
Yeah, and this is what I spoke about when I spoke of fulfillment.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm saying if he's literally the son of God, then I think people should listen to him and
Listen,
probably
you're stuck on the wrong point. Was he the way? Was he the living example, the living God who shined the light on the way to the promise? The covenant held a
he
promise,
is
did
the
it
way.
not?
He
The
said he's
covenant
the way.
held, excuse me, the covenant held a promise, did it not? Do you know what the promise was of the covenant and agreement with God?
Be sons of God.
Well, you could get a rebirth, a resurrection, a new body, and an ascension to heaven. People
The same
forgot
as
that.
him.
They turned their backs on God.
You will do
They didn't
greater
keep holy
works
the
than
law. They
he.
weren't
The
at sacred periods
disciples,
on the given times, the sacred times. So
Peter,
God
was it
shined the
Peter?
light onto the world
Peter
and
said,
brought
"My
truth and the
Lord."
way.
Peter said, "My
to-
Lord and my
Oh my
God."
God!
Peter said that. See, look, you're saying it too.
He showed everybody.
Listen,
He
you're
showed
on the
everybody.
Going way
wrong
off
point.
topic.
He showed
Listen,
everybody how to be born of the Spirit. He showed
amen.
everybody the way to be born again of the Spirit of Yahweh.
And he's
Period.
God, right?
Why?
And you guys
Why
agree
is there
he is
anything
God?
else worth talking about other than how to be born again of the Spirit? That's
Yeah,
the
he
most
gave
He's
you the way.
creator
He
of this
shined a
world,
light
and I
in
was just
truth. He
asking.
shined a light on the way. He was the truth, the light, and the way. How come people
And he
miss
is
the
God,
damn
right?
message? The
Right?
gospel is the good news.
He's
And
the
I just
creator,
gave you
right?
the good news. Somebody lived the example of the
Yeah.
way, the right way, the way
The
to
Bible
live,
also
as
states
ordained by your
greater works.
divine Father in heaven.
Did you say
One
the
second.
I'm
white
so
way?
excited about the good news, Mike, bro. He's about to have me come unglued. I'm too excited. The news is so good. You should be jumping in place just like I am.
Amen, brother. Amen, brother.
Yeah,
The-
I'm just saying.
you'll
He
know
is God, right? Do you guys agree he is God?
Bro, little G. So what? Big deal.
No,
Big
big
whoop.
G. No,
So
I'm talking about big G. I'm not talking about little G. I'm talking about big G.
Elohim is the big G. Jesus is the little
Right.
G. You are
The
co-heirs
Son of
with
God
Christ
is
according to the
worshipped
original
by
trust.
angels, right? You
According
agree?
to the original trust under the new constitution, you are a little G. You have co-heir with Christ. You have the same abilities, the same rights that he
Do
did.
I know. Do the angels worship him?
Yes.
Is that okay? Do the angels worship us?
No.
Okay. That's all I
That's
want to.
stupid.
Right. So
Why would
we
they worship?
if the angels worship him, then we too worship him, right? As God.
Yeah, but worship has more than just one meaning. It's not just, oh, thank you, Father, for the food that I had today and the fact that I had a good bowel movement this morning. That's not all worship is, but that's most of what's taught in these fake ass places.
And these Creflo dollar ass fucking fake
Worship
ass
is
churches.
when you see somebody that your spirit in your stomach, it starts going, man, something's wrong, and you have this thought, I need to do something. Father, what is it I need to do? Give the man
Shema.
$2 and the sucker in your back pocket.
Mm-hmm.
Some people say he's not like worship.
But giving the man the $2 and the sucker that the Father put in your heart and your spirit to give him, that's worship.
Yeah.
Stopping to help a guy on the side of the road that's
I,
struggling with changing his tire, that's worship.
I think there was a teaching I heard some Christians believe that. I don't know, but could be could be similar to the Jehovah's Witness. They think Michael is Jesus.
Bro, I
That's
went through
weird.
all the denominations decade ago, almost 2 decades ago now, with many people. I fought over this for a long time. Show you where every single denomination denies God. All denominations are God's people demonstrating against him because they don't want to follow in the full truth. They want to cherry pick shit.
Yeah. Amen.
That's why I grew up non-denominational, because I saw all this shit from the ground up, from knee-high up. I watched it. Episcopalian, Seventh-day Adventists, Jehovah's Witnesses, the Baptists, the Catholics, and all of them, the Lutherans, the Mormons.
Yeah.
I've had these conversations with all these people coming to my house. Guess where they run away from me at? Baptism of the Holy Spirit.
Exactly.
Walking in equity. Intercessory prayer.
Mm-hmm.
They all turn tail and walk out my damn door.
Movement of the Ruach HaKodesh. Exactly, bro. Like,
I die to my Adam, man, so that I can be born again in your spirit, with your mind, your heart, your actions, your thoughts, your desires, your will, your constitution.
If you ever think about that, as the idea of like as below, so above, right? Remember, like what he just said, died as the old man of Adam, right, and comes back up as the new. Again, renewal of the spirit, right? Being rebirth, being born of the spirit, breath to breath, almost, right? So, that's how man, right, can speak breath, life into another man. Yeah. Yeah, they like to twist things like that, as above, so below, as if there is no change between.
So the Holy Spirit's above, so below, so above. Holy Spirit's up there, so the Holy Spirit's down here.
Oh no, I agree with that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that when it's twisted by the Satanists, they say as above, so below, as if this is the way it's been used in an analogy to me, as if there is no exchange or change based on being, born of the Spirit, right? We know there's a change, right?
Right, tongue in cheek.
Mm-hmm. Obviously, we know that his ruach is on, the face of the waters of the deep. We know it's above. We know it's, yeah.
The coolest love story ever written is right under your nose.
Amen.
He made the flat earth with a container and gas pressure so that you could live, breathe, exercise, work, eat, and be a joy to the world. Greatest love story ever told. He actually built all this just for you.
He built it for himself. That's what it says.
Are you using it?
Who does it serve? Who does it serve? Does he need this to exist? Because that's the point, right? That's what he's saying.
He has a plan,
We
and
are
I
the one.
think it's an
No,
awesome
no.
plan. And who
No, I know
can
that.
comprehend, fathom?
No, I know you know that. Bong, I know you're a follower, bro, and I know that as well. I know that you're,
I wouldn't
a
want
follower.
to question because people are bad.
I know. It sucks out there, dude. The world's full of Babylonians, and a lot of them want to serve God, and a lot of them are good people.
What do we say in the face of the Babylonians? I will not yield, and I will sit in the fire, and the fire won't do shit to me, right?
Who are?
Hallelujah.
See, who knows what their authority is? If you don't know who you are, you don't know what your authority is. If you haven't done any introspection at all, your authority is going to go haywire. You're going to look like one of them. You're going to look just like another one of the Babylonian numpties walking around.
Uh-huh. or you have no authority if you fail to grasp it. Essentially, this world is, like we say with the Constitution, right? This world is sort of now, I would say, sculpted upon the ideal or ideology of how to remove the authority, the the argument authority that one has had invested in them. This is what these
More like
systems seem to do.
more like New World Borders.
That's
Right,
that's the point.
the strongest voices for the creator, bro, are generally going to be the people that were beaten down by Babylon the hardest. And they can't ever shut me up.
Right. New World Border. Yeah, that sounds better.
What system in Babylon do you have if they kidnap someone from you that is in your care? You have
Yeah.
lawful custodianship of. Where's the remedy? What's the remedy for the war crime? Well,
Mhm.
you got to seek it. You have to go find the place to get the remedy. You have to seek equity to find equity to get equity.
Yeah, of course. The world has always been like that.
Right? And hopefully you don't get murdered before you get to equity.
Well, isn't Jesus is the equity, isn't it? The blood, the lamb. It's all
Right,
been paid for, right? Like,
right, but I gave an example, and it's a prominent one here in the States right now, where
dead to the world.
dads want to be in their
A living
offspring's life,
sacrifice.
and they're not allowed
Mhm.
to.
Let the
Because
dead bury their dead.
the fiduciaries have stepped in to a third-party agreement and arbitrated things that they have no authority for.
He said, I am about my father's business. So I was like, what is the business, right? The cross, the preaching of the kingdom.
Equity.
Yeah.
It was
Remember, all
bringing
men.
equity
told
to
you
people.
to be about
This
your
is where the
father's business.
Constitution steps in. Listen, that's the issue, Bong, is the Constitution steps in and makes a claim. The claim of the Constitution is that all men are equal, right? Okay? That's the claim. The claim is unequivocally false. The equity comes in at Messiah. Simple. Right?
Yeah.
We all meet at
Yeah.
eye level at that point. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
Well,
yeah,
they're
of
supposed to
course.
be equal under the law, and that's the law. It's not like Chinese law or Texas law. No, the same law applies to every continent, every country, everything. Period. Despite their belief against it, their tantrums and all that weird shit.
But, the problem with death, how, like, because, the soul that sins shall die, right? And that's been paid. You know what I mean? That's what I mean. Like, it's like,
Yeah, the mind that actively sins dies. You don't have any good thoughts. You don't bring life or joy or anything.
Death
Yeah.
begets death.
but people have to accept it or receive it, right? The contract, the covenant. I mean, they have to believe it for it to work.
Yeah, that's the whole point. But the thing is you can't be double-minded about it. You can't go, well, I like all this Babylonian stuff, so I'm gonna just keep doing all this. But I like that. I like that. I'm
I
gonna take
believe
side of that.
in America. I believe in the new world order. How about that? Hey. I believe in computers, AI. I believe technology is the future.
All
I
right,
believe the
lawnmower.
earth is a ball. Or I believe the earth is round.
Sound like Elon Musk.
It's all about belief, isn't it? In order for it to work, people have to believe it.
But sometimes, right? Well, so there's the thing, right? Distinction for that is like, so sometimes believing in something just doesn't change a thing, right? I can believe there's a table in front of me. There is one cool. There's a table. That's it, right? But the idea of belief in terms of
faith without action is void, right?
Exactly. This is it.
Faith
Without action is
without
void.
work. Faith without work is void. You can have
But as
faith,
well,
But faith won't move
listen, Abba
mountains
can't go against her nature.
alone.
And works
Abba
without
cannot go
faith.
against his own nature, right?
That's-
Abba can't go against his own nature. He gave me, you, Battlemod, all of us, right? Free will, right? Free will to
Yep.
make the choices. But the marriage of free
We
will
let,
and a plan for your life.
here's what we do though. Listen, I gotta say,
Well, yeah, because you choose. Listen, I'll say this very
what we
I'll,
do
2 seconds,
is
Battlemod.
we choose to let the dumbest people on earth rule Earth and direct it. I'm done.
Just saying,
I don't
marriage of
think.
those two things.
I don't
Listen,
think we
the marriage
have
of free
chosen
will.
anything.
Whatever. I just want to speak. Fuck it. I'm good.
Sorry.
No, it's not.
Go ahead, Terry. Go ahead, Terry.
Is not going to equity. That's the choice that we end up making that screws us.
All right, go ahead.
No,
Free
it's
will.
not one person. It's yeah. I'm just saying to marry the idea of free will, right, and the idea that Abba could have a plan for your life. When I say Abba, I mean Yah, right? God. When to marry those ideas together, right? We have to just simply choose to take those steps. Okay, you have to choose to to take those steps. That's the point, right? It's again, the authority that God has allowed you or any of us on this earth is yours to take, right? Yours to grasp. It's that simple at the end of the day. It really is. And as well, the idea of free will and everything like that. This is the thing that people don't understand it, right? Like, why if there's a free gift that would pay for sin, right? Why wouldn't it just be given freely? That's what people try and say. It's not that, right? It's just like gifts are something that you receive, right? Like, I could just throw something at someone if they're not able to receive it at that moment, right? It's just going to go past them. They're not going to grasp it, right? That's the point. Gifts are to be taken or taken
Yeah, like the
carefully at least,
seed
right?
and the soil. Yeah, has to be good soil.
Yeah,
Yeah.
listen, you know the difference between me and you. I would say faith, but I would say in faith to a mountain. Be moved out my way, bitch. And while I was saying it, I'd have a
That's the
shovel
authority.
moving it. I'd have a shovel moving it. And through faith, I'd know if I just kept to it, if I kept up the good work, that shit'll be moved out my way. You'd say to the mountain, be moved out of my way in faith, and you'd expect the faith itself to move the mountain.
No, I wouldn't personally.
I
don't think
wouldn't.
he was being literal.
Well, he was being literal, but when taken in
Metaphor.
the full context, and in biblical context, the word faith was transferred. It implies faith in one's works.
But if he was being literal,
The Hebrew word
damn.
that's translated to just faith is an
Imagine.
idiom. It's an idiom. You know what an idiom is? One word that refers to an entire story. And the story is faith and work together can do anything, accomplish
Yeah.
anything.
Of course, because faith is the thing that powers forth the actual, not just the want, but the desire
Faith
itself to do work.
faith in my Abba moves me to have faith in myself, moves me to have faith in the fact that everything is and was meant to be, and it will end up the way it's supposed to be. Nothing happens, everything happens for reasons, nothing happens on coincidence. And
God
there is,
is.
right. So I just have faith in him. And I honestly think we're just supposed to live our life here on earth to our best of our abilities with the equipment and tools we were given. And if you really look around and break down the quality of our life versus the tools we have as humanity, from cognitive works all the way to physical works, we're not living as good as we should be for as well as our mind works. Even though we have a bunch of false systems, we still have knowledge we apply, technology that can make life so much better. Work processes, we just don't do it. Why is it that humanity in a whole isn't living better than it was 100 years ago? Can you tell me? I mean, you got a better TV, but is your house better? Is your air quality better? Is your water better? transportation better? Is
Better,
there
better,
a larger forest for you to play in?
better slaves, I guess. You got better, smarter slaves. Better.
Maybe it's the sex. The sex is better because most people
Well,
don't
yeah,
even
it should
find
be as well.
fulfillment.
The
Most people can't even be fulfilled by themselves, let alone in an agreement with another human to partner up for life for a
sex is
divine reason.
kind of a
Mhm,
waste of
mhm.
time if you're not pumping out kids. You know what I'm saying?
Is it though?
Most people just leave
Yeah,
out a
it is.
relationship
I
when they
mean,
really, when they love a
it's
person.
when it's
j-
in bed and you guys are about to go to sleep. That's good, you know.
It's
Or
about
whenever,
imprinting, dude. It's
It is.
about
whenever it's
it's about
temptation.
imprinting on her.
Exactly.
Oh, it is. It is.
But
It's never make her lose faith that the work she puts into you will bear fruit.
Amen. Because
Live
like,
righteously in a
that's
divine
something.
union. Because we
If
in
sorry,
a well in
go
a relationship you put
sex should
work
not
into
be
each
promoted
other. That
as
eventually one person
something.
feels like their effort is no
Sex,
longer noticed
it
or
should not be
cherished.
promoted as some kind of casual activity
Like bonging his
that
weed.
anyone can have.
His
You know
weed
what I mean?
loves him because he treats it good all the way up till he smokes it.
Like,
So his weed
like
gets
That's
him high.
Babylonian.
some kind of
And
recreational
I know,
All
but
activity.
that's all that bong.
I'm just saying it's a perfect
It's not.
Babylonian symbiont.
It's
Yeah.
They're
What you're
simians
talking
in
a
this
about is
trap.
world.
Babylonian bong. All that is Babylonian.
Yeah.
What is?
The
well,
whole sex for fun and yada yada.
Oh yeah,
It's all Babylonian.
Sex for
of course.
reproduction, subdue the earth,
It's the whole
and rule over
fertility
her.
god worship cults, cultures. You know,
Oh
they have these
man.
sick
Listen,
rituals and
my parents might have had sex for attraction and enjoyment, but
societies.
after they
there's
had the
nothing wrong
first
with that.
couple kids, man, I really believe for my parents it was all about the blessing. And
Listen,
I had a large
right,
group. I got a
right.
large group of siblings, and I really think my parents enjoyed their blessings. They
Amen,
said
right.
they didn't say let's have sex. My parents, they said let's have another baby. Hell, I'm 49. I'm thinking, man, I wouldn't mind having
Or
another baby. I
Battle,
got baby I get baby grandkids coming home that I'm bummed when they leave. Crack.
Mhm. All right,
I'm
so
offering money for her to move back in. Just move in with dad. Let dad just. I lived here with 3 generations. Grandpa can keep his mouth
What if
shut and let you live your life.
what if they
let me
say
just
they
add to
have to
that. One sec. Let
vaccinate
me
your
just add
baby?
to it a sec. Can I just add what you're
What if
saying about
I
because
can't.
the sex
I
part?
can't
I
though.
want to speak a quick. I want to speak quick sec on the sex part. So again, someone said about imprinting, right? So it is about imprinting as well. So
It
the
is.
babies, just as the action of sex is to produce a
Yeah.
child, right? The action of sex also does what? It creates a symbiotic relationship in that model of what the model of what we have with the father, with Abba, right? Which is the model of a head, right? So the father being the resh being the head, right? The
Yeah.
leader, okay? The woman being
Preach it, bro.
the nun being the thing that sprouts forth seed, right? The
Forming a
son being
perfect
the heirs,
covenant.
right? You know, yeah, exactly. The son being the heirs, the seed that's in the house, the thing that springs forth further houses. So the sex itself, as
It
well, is
becomes
about
an
creating a
imprintation
symbiosis.
to
like
father, from
pollination?
father
Yeah,
to
one sec.
son to daughter to son.
Yeah, so
It's
listen,
like
it's about
pollinating,
creating
right?
one second, it's
Yeah.
about creating a model of what people share with the father so that your
Well,
son
you're
can
supposed
never be
to.
failed. Listen, so your son
Yeah.
can never be failed by your own sin because you teach your son to take on an informer that is of a higher value of your information. Again, you can only do so when you have a symbiotic relationship with your wife through imprinting. Why? So that you two are on the same bloody page when it comes
Well,
to
That's right.
informing the offspring
yeah.
you bring forth.
We
That
can
is
only
to
teach you what
yeah,
we
that's just it.
know, but God
That's
knows it
yeah.
all, not us.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Amen.
It's just too. You have to be reborn, right? Like
That's
And
to
the old
teach you
man
how to
has to
fish as
die.
opposed to fishing. It's to teach how to
listen,
fish as opposed to
I don't
fishing.
tell my children how to listen. Yeah, I raise my children to think for themselves, but to be
Born again.
really, really, yes. All my children were baptized when they came into this world, and 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 through prayer given unto my father, and as a blessing to him, as a blessing to me. from a blessing to me is a blessing to you, and on goes the circle of life. And heaven. The flesh supports the spirit supports that realm, the flesh supports this realm, but they're all symbionts. That relationship and the imprinting that he's talking about doesn't just exist in this world. Mind, body, and spirit. Native Americans say you at the center. Listen, they say if at any time in your journey through life that was given to you by the Great Spirit that you become fearful, doubtful, and not centered in mind, body, and spirit, don't take a step. Don't make an action. Don't move. Because those doubtful, fearful choices that and them steps that you take in this realm will send shockwaves through the entirety of the web of life. That
Be still and know you are God.
you won't be able to still the repercussions of that.
Oh wow. Be still and know Yah is
So
Yah.
be still, yeah, and center again, self on mind, body, and spirit. When doubt and fear are gone, move forward in your journey of love as Ojibwe, Anishinaabe, whatever, the peoples. They're all references to the peoples of the Great Spirit. And the names get longer because it's the peoples of the Great Spirit on Turtle Island in this area. And it was one large family all across all the South Americas, but this was the peoples of the Great Spirit, or you would probably translate it to the peoples of the way, Bong. And because it has been translated to that, and proven that that was those proverbs, native proverbs, are written in Hellenistic Hebrew, but it followers of the way, people of the way, people of the Great Spirit, people of the Great Spirit of the Great North, Canadian, Micmac, Anishinaabe, and it goes into the Anishinaabe, the peoples of the way, Anishinaabe,
Look, man,
the peoples of the
I'm not
nation,
Hebrew. I'm not Hebrew, so
Yeah, listen,
you know what I'm
Anishinaabe is
saying?
a reference to the entire native,
I'm just
the entire native family. So it's the
trying to figure it out.
Anishinaabe is the peoples of the Great Spirit or the peoples of the way.
Of the
When
way,
you
yeah.
add
cool, bro.
Anishinaabe, Algonquin, that tells
Oh
you
wow.
they're peoples of the way of the
People of the
Great
way
Spirit
of God.
from
Yeah.
But do
this
we have to
from this.
speak Hebrew in order to understand
Listen, but
God's word,
Algonquin
or
doesn't just tell the place you're
Yeah.
from, but your job in the family. Some were hunters, some were people that collected medicines and herbs, healers. Certain people were prophets or tellers of the history where you had to memorize the history word for fucking word. Say it exactly the way it's been said for 20 generations, or we don't care if you spent a lifetime on it. You are not what we as a nation, the peoples of the way, Anishinaabe, would call our keeper of the history. You could be a referencer of the history, but these are all the names: Ojibwe, Chippewa, Micmac, Mohawk, Potawatomi. You know what I mean? Cherokee,
Potawatomi?
Choctaw.
but a
Choctaw
lot
is
of
just
Hebrews, a lot of Jews don't even believe in God
Choctaw is just
or
Ojibwe
Jesus. They don't
of the
believe in
plains,
Jesus
and
or
Ojibwe is
God.
just another way saying the great peoples of the way or the Great Spirit of the North by the Gitchagumi, the Great Waters, and there's a name for Mackinac that actually Mackinac is Potawatomi for it, the peoples of the Great Water.
It's like they're just like the
The
Catholics.
Mackinac is the
Really?
connecting of the Great Waters, but to
Wait, no, let
reference
me
it,
say that.
you could
Wait, so the
reference
connection
all of
of the
them.
Great Waters, the
The
connection of the
Vatican, I
Great
mean.
Waters. So if you say their two names, you go, their names spell out the Great, so so the of the Great Waters, and then
You
it
know
goes
who
into
they
the
are, where they
Spirit.
come from, their family, by Dodem, Bear, that Bear is a last name in the nation. So's White Eye, so's Forest. Forest is the name.
Forest.
Winter,
Yeah, that's interesting.
Winter, Winter White Eye is another. That's a family name, you know
That's
what I mean?
interesting, bro. Winter
Yeah.
White
Hey,
Eye.
who's
What does
hired? The
that mean?
So
Vatican?
bear clans are sons of the bear, and that would be the first bear. Maybe his name just was Bear or Great Bear or White
Yeah.
Bear or Brown Bear, but he was something Bear, and Bear became the last names of the Bear clan, the Ojibwe, the peoples of the Great Waters. Get your
Hey,
goons.
Mike.
What?
Can I answer Bong's question right quick?
What?
He asked if he had to learn Hebrew to understand the will of the Father, and the answer
No.
is when you're born again into the Holy Spirit,
The Ruach
when
HaKodesh
you're
will teach you.
birthed through, He'll talk to you like we're talking to you right now.
Yeah. Hey, what does he give you, bro, that allows you to get the point over multiple languages, right? He said he'd give it to her, right? A guiding spirit and discernment.
Yeah.
I had to learn English by watching TV, Sesame Street, every day.
And
Holy
see, if
Spirit.
I go somewhere else and the Father wants me to talk to someone, He changes the tongue that He gave me.
Yeah, it gives you a
He
different
changes
language.
it at will. He changes it. I don't do it. It
You
ain't,
know,
it ain't me.
you know, I should have learned Spanish, Latin American, like hola and all that.
Right, dude. Listen, I never planned on
Sounds
learning
so
Hebrew,
cool.
bro. I just did learn Hebrew. It became
Yeah.
part of a study or a path I took, a step
That's
I
what's
took.
happened to me.
I don't believe in
There's
walking
nothing.
half a path, right? So I
When you
started
learn the
biblical
alphabet,
courses on theology, and I just figure out, I'll take each class until there's no more classes to take. I almost got
here,
a
Bong,
MA,
Hey,
but I
Mike,
learned
just tell him.
one second, dude.
I
Look,
learned
Bong, it's
Hebrew
very easy to
doing
learn
that,
Hebrew as well.
and
Listen, it's
Greek.
very easy to learn it as well. So, Bong, for instance, right, where does the word alphabet come from? The English
Or at
alphabet.
least how to research languages. I know.
Let me just say this
It
real quick.
comes from
Bong.
Greece.
No, but Bong, listen. So you have the Aleph, which would be the A, yeah? The Aleph, which would
Yeah.
be the A
Yeah.
in
Olive.
Hebrew, okay?
Oh.
And then you've got the Bait, the B, okay? So the
Beta.
Aleph, Bait, the alphabet,
Beta,
okay? So remember,
Bravo.
listen, the point is a lot of
Alpha
the language
Bravo
that you
Charlie.
speak, be it Spanish, bro, be it English, whatever it is, a lot of it's actually rooted in the Hebrew, bro. It was one of the most effective and conceptual languages of all time, right? Think about the idea of the sun, the seed in the house, right? A lot of it's pictographic when you go back to the paleo, right? So if I was to tell you there's a sun that's going to come forth out of a house, right? I would draw a seed in a doorway of a house,
God,
right?
Chet,
You can think
Science,
of the concepts.
Bob, he,
Yeah, like
Delet,
the
Gemo, Bet,
phalanx
Elf,
symbol. Yeah, like these monuments that
Mac,
go like the
Noom.
Washington Monument, these phalanx symbol.
You
I mean,
know
like at the Vatican where the shadow is casting
you
towards
know the
this.
funny thing
It's
about
the sun and the moon,
about
combining
the
to
Hebrew
turn back.
language is some people have compared the Yod, the Tet, the Submerged, the
Yeah.
Nun to names in the Bible, just like lamed for Lamech.
Uh-huh. Well, this is
Or
the thing. I'm
even
just saying. Once you
Job.
start learning once you start learning just the alphabet of the Hebrew, right? And then
Shin, Resh.
The Resh is the crown, the head, the leader of, right? Like, there's concepts to it, bro. Do you get what I'm trying to say? There's
I know.
concepts behind the letters. I know you do. That's what I'm saying.
I know.
When people think it's
That's why
difficult. It's really
this
not.
is
It's so easy.
this is how what I was trying to say earlier. One word that's a reference to an idiom. An idiom is a one-word reference.
That
Like if
encapsulates a whole story.
if I could say one word that would automatically refer you to the entire point of the series of the Dark Tower.
Mm-hmm.
That would be an idiom. Just such as you
And
can
every
use it.
letter is an idiom.
And,
I read my Samoan
listen,
Bible and I read my English Bible, and I'm not confused. So do I really have to learn
I know.
the Hebrew
Listen,
Bible?
it's not only
Then what am I
a
going to find?
idiom. It's anagrammic. It's an anagram. It's an anagram. Each letter tells something in the story, and he just gave you an example of how.
Exactly. Like, listen,
You
the
can have a
whole
word
Because that would
that
be the
says
only.
the leader of the Most High and people. Most High's people. You can have four or five letters that say that.
You can
Because
literally, you can have 5 letters that tell you a whole chapter.
Is it close?
From A
Is it
to
similar
Z.
to Arabic? Is it like a different
Yeah,
dialect?
it kind of.
Arabic?
Well, Arabic comes from it. Arabic
Oh,
comes
there you
from
go.
it.
Right. So Aramaic, whatever. So it's useful, right? Like it's to learn all those other
More than
languages. It's
so
speaking, yeah,
useful. I didn't
yeah.
used to think it was, but it is now. I know how
In that,
useful it is
you know,
now.
or with those people who
Yes,
speak that
learning
language.
is useful, but
Yes,
what
it is.
your question going around is wanting
What?
to understand deeper things, and deeper things require getting off the beach and going out into the deep
Well,
water.
no, I'm saying is like if there are things that have been, so if they've changed certain things in the Bible, like would it the Holy Spirit
Right.
reveal that to you in your
That's what I'm
research?
saying. When
Right.
you go into Him, He reveals things to you. I've read the book of Matthew like 105 times because I love that
Amen.
book. I love it. All right, but here's the fun thing. All right, I had the baptism of the Holy Spirit my whole life. I still
Amen,
read
bro.
the book and I see new things that I did not see last week, last
It's
month,
a
or last year.
Then
it's a
what?
onion, bro. It's a onion.
It's a big ass onion.
It
Yes,
makes you
it
cry.
is.
One statement,
It's
sure, it could be a metaphor, but it's also a physical thing that they're talking about in this reality. Then, on the other hand, it's a spiritual thing having to do with something in you or in them or your
Benjamin.
But
eyesight,
why
your
do
sensory
onions?
perception of what's going on in the situation. Like it gets so much deeper. But that's
There's a
spending
reason for
time
that.
in Him for Him to then impart to you the understanding that goes beyond man's understanding.
Abba doesn't just speak in the medium of sound, he speaks in the
Look,
medium of all things. That's why all things in
I
his
give you
creation will speak to you.
I give you a bloodline in 3 letters. How about that? That's
Exactly,
just
bro. You could just say
so
easy, bro. Easy, the Ez, right? The even the families from
son
Mexico,
Noatic
the
Ben,
Mandelos and
son
huh?
of Noatic bloodline named Ben, son
Yeah,
Noatic Ben, and it's just 3 symbols, but each little scribble in that symbol makes up that.
it makes a whole story. It talks about the
Well,
whole lineage.
well,
Yeah,
when you
Yeah,
figure out the Earth is not a ball, you also figure out that God was telling the truth. That people are just a bunch of liars who don't know anything.
yeah. Let God be true and all men a liar. But this is the language the
by
story was
itself.
told in. So if you're letting God be true, you follow what He teaches. You listen. We already know as intelligent people. You tell a story to one guy and let it go down the line 20 people, and by you could walk from where you tell it to the end of the line
Yeah.
to 20 people and wait for the story to get back to you, and it won't be the story you told.
But look, if you think the Earth is a ball, then how can God be real to you? How can anything be revealed to you if you believe the Earth is a ball? Who told you that? You
Well,
come
that's
from
the
a
thing, though. I got deeper things of Him. I still believed it was a ball. Hell, I was
Yeah.
designing I was making my paperwork and designing aircraft for a damn space program to compete with NASA because the federal government came out and said, "Hey, we're going to give away trillions of dollars to brand new starter companies, private starter companies." So I was like, "Shit, I'm going to jump on that. I'll take $1 trillion." And then I ended up finding out more about flat Earth the deeper I got into what I was studying.
You didn't want to be that evil because
Well,
$1 trillion
that's the thing,
is
though.
very
I
evil.
wanted to give NASA a competition. That was the thing
Right.
because they hadn't done jack shit. I've been watching them most of my
Like
life.
Elon Musk. Like
I
Elon
was gonna
Musk.
be a weapon designer, bro. I had to step away from
Right,
that.
but I wanted to give them actual competition. But see, that's the thing. At that time, I didn't know, but I still had the Holy Spirit, and things were being revealed out of Scripture to me about the Holy Spirit and about other things that were going on in the daily life with other situations going on around me. So, I
Probably.
mean, believe in the globe or not, all these things will fall away the further you go into Him. Everything will fall away as you go into His presence.
Sorry.
You probably would have built
Stay.
like a rocket. Like you talking about, like you would have tried to like
Dude,
fly a rocket to space.
I was studying the ion propulsion engines and some of the other so-called sciences and technologies that go around all of that to design propulsion systems for my craft. I was hand drawing my own spacecraft and designing the interiors.
What a geek.
I had somebody that knew how to do Oh, what was it? The grant request, and I was actually having them write up my grant.
When you were designing it, were you thinking about the medium that this spacecraft would be traveling
Yeah,
through,
that's
and
why I was mixing different systems together to make things work.
the aerodynamics, or what would you call it, vacuum dynamics?
Well, he doesn't need aerodynamics, does he? He needs a form. He needs
the
a
solar
form of.
wind.
No, he doesn't need it.
The Pascal dynamics.
Yeah,
That's
he needs the
harvest.
fabric of space dynamics, basically, which is well, no,
Well,
because you do, don't you? You need a way of.
you remember
You know,
solar sails?
Yeah, so with
Sorry.
4 symbols, I said son of Noah, Ben, son of Ben, son of Noah, and son of
Yep.
Benjamin.
I don't
And then the
miss
story
that.
behind the
I give
family.
you entire bloodline with just symbols. And there
Yep.
are only 4, actually they're arrays of symbols.
It's 4
Sigils, whatever
it's 4
whatever you want to.
sigils type things, yeah.
Yeah, there are 4 sigils, 4 names that together they tell an idiom, and they also make up an anagram, and they also make up a bloodline. A lot of them.
Mm-hmm. It's cool,
That's
man.
how they can say, Ra, Rashid, Ra Ben Yamen,
Or
son,
Melek,
son, son, yeah. And their son of Ben, son of Dara, son of Duha. They're telling their entire bloodline since the beginning of creation. That's Arabic, you know. And I showed the difference in spelling between Arabic Benjamin and Hebrew Benjamin. They both got squiggly lines and denoters.
Yeah, like
You need
they got like consonants. Is that it? Yeah, like
consonant.
less vowels and more consonants.
Yeah,
next
like
to
see in the Hebrew Benjamin, the T with the arm at the bottom and the 3 branches at the top. It doesn't mean the same thing minus those images.
I was like, what's up with all these vowels in these other
That
languages?
T is
No.
in the 3, bro. It's this is it shows the right arm of God, the bloodline of Abram.
They write right to left, right? Like the way that you read and write is.
Yeah, if
opposite.
you're gonna read it in a story, yeah, but you can actually reverse it and get a different story.
No, I mean Hebrew is written
Yeah,
right to
yeah.
left, right?
But I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
but it's read that way too. But I'm saying you can read it the other way and get a symbolic anagrammic story that way too.
Oh yeah, that's.
Well, each symbol has a meaning. Like I said, see that T with the 3 bars on top, the 3 branches, and the arm symbol on the bottom. It's basically the right arm of God, the bloodline of David. That's Benjamin, bloodline of David. He's son of Ben. Who's son of Ben? Who's son of Noach? Noach is a Nohamic bloodline, you know, sons of Noah.
Yeah, I think they do a lot of things backwards,
Jim.
too, right? I mean,
Men of renown. Sons of the men of renown.
reversed. Yeah.
Exactly. And this would also be a
Inverted.
priestly lineage, since all men are the chief Melchizedekian priests of their own household.
Melchizedekian.
In each covenant, this is why there's many rooms in my Father's house, because each covenant is an individual covenant with a chief priest. Melchizedekian priests.
Melchizedekian priests were different, though.
I know this.
The priest and king.
I know this.
Priest and
They
king.
present
El
themselves
Elyon.
as exactly. They present themselves as a. This is the twisting of it, as if you can't
It's a
be
model,
your.
bro. It's a model, bro. It's a
I know,
model for every man to take up to be the priest and king of his own home.
As if every man can't be a king. That's witchery.
What is a king? What is a king?
We've covered that with law. A king is somebody who has dominion over self, not others.
Exactly.
You are the kingdom. The kingdom
Hey,
exists in you. Huh?
I know you know, brother. I was telling all the people listening that didn't know.
Oh,
What about the King of Kings? Is he not the
You,
king?
he is the king of all kingdoms.
So
But
he
there
is
is
the
also
king.
a Lord of
So he
Lords,
doesn't.
Bong.
He
Yes,
doesn't
there's
Oh,
a
speak
he's
king
into
of
acting
the
right.
kings.
story.
Listen,
What's the
there's a
definition
king
then?
of king and a Lord of Lords. If I was king of
Right.
all kingdoms, who would I appoint to be my Lord of
That's
all
like the
Lords?
boss of
And to
bosses,
Bama,
keep
right?
can I
my
ask you?
kingdom in heaven,
Can I ask you
inherent,
very
it'd be
quick?
inherent. My son,
He's
and I
saying,
teach him everything
ha-
as if the order.
What's
Afa,
the difference
Oh
between
my
the
God.
king and the kings, Bong? Bong. The difference between the king of kings and a
Nefes.
king is different, right? Listen, a king apparently has subjects. He shouldn't, right? A real king. The difference is a king of kings is someone you have to step under the authority of a king of kings like that. That's the type of king that he is, right? That's the difference. That's what makes him a king. Is that you choose to be subject under him. You're not taken under a conquestatorian spirit like most kings, which is the twistation of a
What?
kingship. Kingship
It's
is,
yeah.
Well, crack. If I'm the king of my house,
Well, listen.
I have subjects, but I'm a subject to the king of kings because I'm the king of my house.
Exactly. Yeah,
subjects that you
because
have
listen,
though were chosen by
listen. We
your
earned
wife.
the right to be sons of God, which made us almost co-equal with the Most High, but
I
not
mean, what kind of
co-equal
king doesn't have a
because we
kingdom,
are
right?
kings of
Oh,
our own kingdom. We are a ruler. We are
what
masters of self.
what is a
This is why.
kingdom? I mean,
Listen.
I think we're
Listen,
just
this is why
hijacking the
Jesus
word
said
now.
you can't, no, we're not hijacking the word, we're being specific. Listen, this is why Jesus, you can't serve two masters, lest you'll piss one off and make one happy. You're your own master. That's the way you're born, free, with dominion over your earth. You're your own master. You're the king of your own kingdom. And that's what your kingdom is, what property you seized in first seizure for yourself to use for yourself and your bloodlines during your life and while you maintain it. So you are a king, and you're co-equal in the sense that
Yeah,
he's a
and
king, and you're a king. But there's a Lord
Solomon,
of Lords and a King of Kings.
King
So
Solomon was a
you're never
king
equal. You're never equal. But you
until
earn the
he
right to be
stopped.
called sons of God.
King Solomon used to be king until he,
Listen,
stopped God,
listen.
and so
This
was
is the
David.
way. Listen, Bong.
David
This
was
is the
king
way I see
until
the Bible. There's
he
not
was
a
not
gift
king.
one God didn't give you. The King of Kings or the
Always
Lord of Lords didn't bestow upon you
sex,
that you don't still own. The fact is we turned our
pride that comes
backs
from
on
being
our
king.
natural state and left our estate for another. We're no
If you are
longer kings of
proud,
our
you
kings.
are weak.
We're no longer kings of our
I'm
kingdoms,
just saying,
chief
pride
priests
is
of
a
our
weakness.
families. Hey, he gets like this. It's an autistic tick, bro. He'll wear out here in a minute when his brain
Hey,
push,
I
pushes
just
out
smoked
while
some weed,
he
bro.
was thinking
It's
of.
not ticks,
I
man.
know. I just smoked a hooter too. I want to get this out, bro. We walked away from not the agreement. We walked away from all the gifts, and we even stopped acknowledging the agreement. So it was already bestowed upon you. I've given you authority to even tread over serpents.
Yep.
I gave you
I think he's talking
dominion
about
over the
sin.
earth. I gave you. Yeah, we can tread over sin when we refuse to have it in our communities because we were priestly over our families, chiefs, and lords of our lords and kings of our kingdoms. And we all fell under the rule of the King of all kings.
Remember, you were a slave to sin before Jesus. So, if you think about it, you have a new master
We
now.
all
That's what it
live
means, right?
under the reign of
Well,
one
that's the King of
king,
Kings is the
one
freedom
king,
from
one
domination.
king. What,
12
what
verses.
song is that? Anybody know? Creed, My
Creed.
Sacrifice.
Yeah, one second. I love that song.
Well, you sacrificed your kingship. You
Sacrifice.
freely gave up your natural authority. You walked out your kingdom and it has no king. None speak for your bloodlines. None speak chiefly for your peoples. So your tree is fruitless because you live not by the way. People don't just talk like that anymore.
They can say I'm not the king at my house, but I got a pike on the wall. They come on in and show me.
I don't like to use the word
Well, look
king,
over there.
especially in
I am the king, and you
in these
cannot like
times.
it for all this weird Nazi
Sounds
whatever crap propaganda bullshit. It's fine,
It's
but
not
it's not
accurate, you know.
wrong. It is right. I am the king. You ain't bringing a Christmas tree into my house. It ain't happening. That's my
Of
law.
course,
I don't give a shit what you
everyone
like.
everyone thinks everyone believes they're the king of their castle. Of course, I agree.
Yeah. It's that
That's a
simple.
given.
That's the end of it. That's
When
the
You make
you
your
fulfillment.
are
own
with, hey,
decisions and
did,
beliefs,
did you
except
know?
when somebody convinces you
Did you know
otherwise.
creed
Breaking
is
the
kind
law.
of religious? Listen, when you are with me, I am free. I am careless. I believe. Above all others, we will fly. This brings tears to my eyes. This is my sacrifice. I'm trying to lead you back to your natural birthright. Above all others, you will fly. That's because you're
Oh
your own
man,
king,
bad
your own
memories. That's
chief,
why I don't like that song. So,
your own chief,
and it was
priest.
right after
You
That's
have
all
your
what
this
own
stuff was
brotherly.
kingdom.
happening.
You have
That's
your
what
own
brotherly
tree.
love. That's what brotherly love is out in public, though, where kings get together and they treat each
Mm,
other with love and respect and honor.
Yep.
But see, most people aren't kings because they don't know who they are. They don't even
Yeah.
know what the hell they are.
No, but when the rulers do, they meet each other as brother, and they say, "Go in peace, live long and prosper." They give a natural
How
greeting.
about just hanging out
Listen,
with
Native
the King of
Americans
Kings and just observing and learning from
never
them
say
instead of
goodbye.
trying to
We never say
rule
goodbye.
stuff, you know?
We say till the next time.
Can't you just follow him? Can't we just follow him around and be like, "Oh, that's how you
You're
do
supposed
that.
to
Yep, yep,
bless
that's how
people
you
with
do
your
that."
words.
How would you do
No,
this? Or how would he do it? I don't know. Let's go look.
no, Bob.
Imagine how
Listen,
Whatever you're
people would
saying,
start
no.
reacting to you if you just told them to
when
go now in peace with your love. Go now, brother, in peace with my love. May God
wouldn't
bless
that
you.
wouldn't that be the mind of Christ that everybody keeps
I
talking
said,
about?
go, man. You're rattling
Is it?
over him. Come on, Ball, take a breath. Let old boy
Yes.
get a word in. He got a lot to talk about. You got to
Yeah, man.
understand that
Go ahead.
this is about the covenant, Ecclesiastics, Levitican, the ministry of Christ, the good news. It all goes together. You can read this story in a legal sense and put it in legal terms, biblical legal terms, as based by Leviticus and Ecclesiastes, and you find that the Messiah lived a life 100% based on law, Toradic law.
I got one that'll flip his pickle inside out. Tell
Why
him what
didn't
the
he?
legal.
Why didn't he?
Tell
Go ahead.
him what the legal definition of dermis is.
Dermis. Enlighten me.
Like your skin?
Yep. Legal
Oh.
definition of dermis in legal land is land.
Oh yeah,
Under
like the
your skin,
topsoil, the
land.
skin of the earth.
Oh,
Yeah. Like,
No, you
yeah,
are walking land, bro.
yeah.
You have to have
I'm with
control
you.
over yourself in order to have any authority.
Duh.
Get it?
That's your kingdom. Yeah, I'm with you. That's your kingdom. You are land.
walking
You
land.
you
I don't
you
know. I'm trying to picture
you're
We're made of clay, Bong.
walking soil, right? Oh, walking clay. Yeah.
Is
dude,
clay
you're
not?
walking land.
Clay
Is
You're
water.
clay
walking.
is clay not earth? What does the
Water,
island
clay,
build
and
up
bone.
on?
And, I'm
What
walking
do you
rock.
find by the oceans that keeps the oceans out? It's clay.
Rock,
You're
clay,
walking
and
fucking
water.
land,
Walking
bro.
around.
Yeah.
Well, then
You
so are
you
the animals
you are
and
a
the
world
birds. They too are
unto the
walking land.
Father. You are
Yeah,
a
and
world
Oh, what about the
and a
in and
plants,
of yourself.
trees,
and a kingdom
animals?
and a
Are
priestly
they?
bloodline
Do they also have
and a royal lineage
rights?
and a set of laws and rules as defined by you. It
Right, but
didn't
I'm
just
showing.
say, listen, it didn't just say be fruitful and multiply. It said, and see the earth, subdue earth. Again, subdue her. What man, if I subdue somebody, you know what's up? You're me. You're under my control. I have dominion here. You might not leave today. You might not. It all depends on how I feel. Because I have
I think
seized you and I have dominion.
I think it was talking about like the plants and animals that might get a, like a garden
Listen, dude, we know
or
what
a
seizure of
caretaker.
land means, Bong. Come on, look at it as
Season
a
from
legal
who?
term.
Season from who?
Seizure. Seized it from the creator who gave it to you. It's not that you're seizing it from anybody, it's that you possess it. He says, possess our earth. Seize and subdue, possess earth and subdue earth. She's under your will. Take care of her. That's your piece of earth. This is
I just mowed the
your
lawn, so
natural
I
authority, your
I
natural
already did.
birthright. You have dominion here. Tread even over a serpent
Yeah.
and preach my law and my way. And bring your children back to me and honor our covenant and obey
Just
my
roll this back.
laws.
Just roll this back later, because I just handed you the keys to everything that you ever want to answer to.
Yeah, why can't you own land? Can land own land?
You can have a lot, and you can
Major
have a land
keys.
patent on a lot that will
Yeah,
give you priority on the
Major
lot.
key alert. Yeah.
possession. It'll give you possession and dominion,
Well, it'll
right?
give you full dominion, because a land patent
I
is above.
know. So,
It's
yeah,
it's
but so
their
long
title.
as
Or
you
tiger
occupy it. That's the thing about
or
that. You
like
or your
certain
bloodlines occupy it.
certain animals can dominate the earth if you don't, right? Like
Yeah, that's who we got to
lions,
subdue it from.
tigers.
That's your question,
If the
Bong.
population grows out of
When I
control,
subdue my piece, I like the mountains. I'm the people to the way of the mountains would be me, and I probably had to subdue my shit from the black bears, maybe the Kodiak.
If you are full of carnality and your land does acts of the carnal nature,
like
is not your
Exactly.
mind
lions
carnal?
eat
If your
people
land
and
is,
tigers eat people. Sharks,
Motherfucker, a pack of coyotes will eat your ass if they could subdue you.
yeah,
It's a
bears,
circle of
wolves
fucking life. It's the law of nature. You're either getting
eat
food
people.
or you are food.
ants
That's
will
just,
eat you,
Bears
dude. Stop being
will
ridiculous.
eat you
I
alive.
know. Fuck. But night crawlers will kick your ass. You lay down long enough. But the Native Americans had to subdue their earth
If a bear eats
daily,
you, let him have your leg, but don't let
daily.
him bite your stomach. Yeah,
Africans, motherfucker, the watering hole they go to got crocodiles in it.
with the
Fucking
swiping.
crocodiles, bong, 20-foot croc. Imagine sending your kid down like you go get the
Not in
water.
the water
Dad
though.
don't want to get it today. Dad,
On
there's
the
a
land,
20-foot croc down there.
yeah,
Well,
I'll
I
kill a
paid.
crocodile easy. In the
Hope you make it
water,
back with the
no,
water.
no, not in the water.
Yeah. Well, imagine he's in the water. He's looking at you. He got full mobility. And you on the land, like I got to bend over and be unstable while I get this here bucket of water so I got life.
I just stick a spear in the eyeball.
And then bam, he
And
pops out like hungry hippo and eats you like a marble.
I'm pretty sure it'll go into his skull, but yeah, okay. I'll let him have the spear
He'll just
and
shit
roll
that
with it.
skull out down the road, dog. You better have 10.
Pin him to the fucking mud, right?
Why
The
is the man
floor,
separate?
this the
Why is the man separate?
Crocodile killer.
The Samoans used to kill fucking crocs and gators. You get a
We don't have
15.
crocs.
Yeah, listen, the Samoan Indians, they would get big, large poles and sharpen it.
Oh yeah.
They all have whacking sticks, and 8 of them would be on the pole, and they'd irritate it until it opened its mouth, and they'd cram a tree down its throat, and then beat it with sticks till it was dead.
That's
Yeah,
what
I'd have like a
Strickland did.
super spear.
Yeah, them motherfuckers was eating some good
One
jumbo,
thrust.
motherfucker. Well, hey man, what you feeling? I'm feeling like gumbo, yo. You working the ramming stick or the whacking stick, Bob? Let's go get us some gator gumbo. Okay, we'll go get a catfish too.
I don't know about catfish at the minute.
Is
Shit,
this a court of equity or a court of law?
Oh well, I own all this shit. If I see that, Your Honor, I'm
Bro,
my own priest. I'm on my
You
own
think
priest.
Elias? You think
was I
Elias?
lied to about the nature of catfish?
You guys
Hell
read
no.
about
There's channel
Elias's
cat.
Who lied to me
spearhead?
about the nature of catfish, bro? Like, who made up the lies about catfish?
Nobody lied to us. Bong just talked over that guy that was talking about the nature of catfish, and we didn't hear him.
Oh, man.
Sorry, man.
I'm fucking with you, Bong. You're not. Don't bug me, bro.
Yeah, fuck
I'm
you,
just
man. I
throwing
mean, we're fucking you,
nuggets.
man.
I know
Say it,
somebody's
bro.
listening. So any opportunity I get to throw a nugget, I'm throwing a nugget.
Yeah, that's all I would say. You should take a breath
Take my
every
knowledge.
now and then, Bong, and let him get out some of that law because it really needs to be talked about. Because through everything he's talking about and Craig's talking about and I'm talking about comes the restoration of the godly family unit, the divine family unit, and the divine union with both man, woman, child, and earth.
And that shit don't
Creation.
work in
Dude,
Sodom and Gomorrah.
Creation.
we're all right now in Western nations. Most all
Yeah.
men are walking through the story of Solomon, standing in front of
Yep.
him, saying, "That's my child, that's my child," and you got the thief over there going, "No, it's mine, it's
No.
mine."
Mm-hmm.
We're walking through that right now.
But though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death,
Ba'ares, Adonai, Hel Elohim, Rashba
It's funny
Ekbata.
because all this advancement in technology is
Blessed is my Lord, the Most High, for his creation do bring forth fruit, season unto season.
I am my father's and my father is mine.
right. But who talks like this? Who talks about equity like this? Who says such things like this? Who has fruit?
Amen. I know me
Fruit is good to eat. It's good to the tongue. It's good to the brain. It's good to the stomach. It feels good. Knowledge.
But it comes labor with burden. And least ye commit works in faith, your burdens will be for naught.
Oh,
For no
dude.
thing.
I asked for all this shit. That's what sucks. All right. When I have to, as a grown man, come to the realization that the things I asked for when I was 6 years old is a culmination of what's going on right now. I asked for wisdom. I asked for the most wisdom that I could even put in between my ears. I'm going through so much shit. It's unreal.
Listen, brother, I heard you say you walked through hell to get to heaven, and now you wanna help others get the prize. I heard you.
Oh, I'm on my way to it. I gotta learn more stuff right now. And
At least
I,
you know you're
Mhm.
walking through hell, and your Adonai, your Abba, just wants you to follow his way, his law. That is the way. And try your best. He knows you're not perfect. You might break the law here and there. Try for some arbitration. Exist well with others. That's the key. We're not alone here. We're one big family. It's kind of like I leave. It's kind of like so me and my brother leave the bathroom under our rooms at the same time. Listen, under natural law, we both got the right to piss on earth whenever the hell we want. But see, under our social agreement, there's only one bathroom. So we get to the we get to the bathroom and we're both looking at each other. And to the social agreement, there should also be respect. And in the divine social unit, there should be respect for your elders, respect for what people do for you. So the younger brother steps aside for the older brother and he says, "Bro, you welcome me into this world and you walk me through it. Go ahead and pee. I'll wait." And that would be a heavenly, divinely thing, where one give up his his dominion for a righteous thing, and then there's a benefit for both. The benefit to that is love, the love of a brother you always have. The brother, see, he walks through life with you, and he bears the burdens of your burdens. He makes sure you and him both are fruitful, and your lines are fruitful. Your brother, your true divine holy brother, wouldn't take your wife, so there'd be no one for your wife to leave you for. She would
Amen.
absolutely be stuck with you, and you with
Amen.
her.
Amen, bro. Amen.
And real
Uh-huh.
men walk that line.
That's for
Righteous men who love their father first and their neighbor like their brother as their brother loved them.
Say that loud, man.
Some of us aren't raised with a brother though, Craig. You know what I'm saying? My parents had my brother who was a blessing. He multiplied their fruits and their
I didn't
labors
have it like
and
that.
lessened their burdens. And then, you know, my other brother was born. I got 3 brothers older than me, you know. All my sisters are older than me. So I'm the third from the youngest, third youngest. One of them's adopted, but he's still our brother, you know. But all
Yeah.
those that were born before me, each did for another and each other the same that they did for me when I was born. Everything my father, the chief priest of my family, taught to them, they taught to me. And my father tested me every now and then after his labor was done, and he seized all he could from earth, which his creator gave him. And with the legs he gave him in the back and the hands, my dad would work all day long, you know. So my brothers and sisters taught me a lot of things, but even though my dad had 12 kids to take care of, he'd find time individually for each one of you every week. Just talk to you, just feel you out. Well, what's a boy need to know? What haven't they taught him that I need to impress upon him? And and my father never quit doing that till the day he passed. Um, He was bedridden for the last 30 days, and so I spent a lot of time in the room. And even then, you know, I was just tested, and I knew my dad was like, I, I think I'm on my way out of this world. And my boys here, and I just want to know my boys. And man, I went to the Corps. None of my other brothers and sisters ever left other than college, and they went there from the farm, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So you go away to do something like war for a God-fearing man who hopes for the best for you as his father hoped for him, you know, kind of wonders what kind of man you become.
Mm-hmm.
He had aspirations of giving you the kingdom, you know. So
Mm-hmm.
really, my dad got into real deep conversations the last 38 days he was alive. He just
Mm-hmm.
really wanted to know my beliefs in God and religion, my
I feel like
place
I've
in
learned a
earth.
lot by this, though, battle mod. Like I've thrust through a lot of life experiences very quickly. I was right, so like I didn't have a brother growing up. Right, I'm an only child, and then I ended up with a foster
Yeah, and
brother.
that's a burden. That's a
It is a
burden, you
burden.
know.
I ended
In a
up with an older
righteous
brother
world,
for adoption,
it,
though,
it
bro.
in a righteous world, when your parents found each other, man, they would be so free to love and support their lives, and so they could have time to be happy and then each other and
Yeah.
in the newfound blessing. There's a
Amen.
great there's a great joy there in raising children, and if we weren't labored with
Amen.
burdens, economic strains, if we was just worried about maintaining we need shelter, we need
A
heat.
lot.
We don't need electricity. So if I just labored myself with the necessities, if I was a faithful and
You can
constant
be the
man,
Melchizedek.
the
Uh-huh.
the garden, yeah, the garden would always be tended, the roof mended, the foundation firm, you know what I'm saying? In a
Animals slaughtered.
divine home, the family loved,
Amen.
and
Well,
and that's from
that's
the
what I mean by the
family.
life experiences. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's not just the family that, because I believe like my great grandma believes on my dad's side. She's as close to a royal chieftain bloodline as you can get. You know what I mean?
Same as
Full.
my family line as well, bro.
And
The
she's like
royal family.
98%,
Mm-hmm.
You're supposed to be king of your family. I king of my family. We king
And I
over our
understand that.
families. Our
Uh-huh.
kingdoms are supposed to connect, and such grows the web of life.
Well,
And
this
as
is the
we
battle.
live
Where do
in
they
the
come from?
divine nature, hold on. As we live in the divine nature of the Great Spirit in harmony with the system we live in, from the spiritual to the mental to the physical. This is why you got to align all three, because the webs in the kingdoms grow. There are three different kingdoms:
One manifest the
mental,
other.
physical, and spiritual. Three different kingdoms: mind, body, and spirit. Just like there's actually three different rulers over each kingdom. And there's the King of all kings and the Lord of all lords.
Well, this is what I was going to say about where
A
kings come from,
host.
right? Listen, you have the dad in the
What
family,
kind
the
of
head of the
title is
family.
that? A host
One
of
sec, let me
spirits.
just say this so quick. So, like, you got the head of the family, right? Yeah, and then let's say you have families in a small tribalistic area, yeah, right? Eventually, the chieftain, so the leader, the resh, the crown, the leader of that individual family unit, he's either going to be more competent. So we have a competence hierarchy, not like a, not based on
Or
dominance
less.
animals,
Yeah.
right? So
Yep.
yeah, so then the most competent Melchizedek is what's chosen as the chieftain of the town, right? And the chieftain of the town gets eventually voted up against the
And
most
that would be
competent.
a
And then that's the
father.
chieftain.
Let's
And that would
not
be
leave
the
that
father.
out.
And I know,
Yeah, that
that is
would
a
be
father. That's
a
where it comes
father.
from.
He would
That's
have
what I'm saying.
children. He would
That's what
have
I'm
a
saying.
wife
That's where
and
the
a
chieftain
family.
comes from. That's where the chieftain comes from. The husband, the
Yeah.
most competent husband in the town gets made the chieftain. The most competent chieftain gets made the king. That's what I'm saying. The family unit is the king unit.
The
It's just that people don't
father,
realize how it's been twisted.
And so, well, just I want you to put it like this. Think about it like this: the most confident father becomes the father of the entire nation,
Exactly.
as he's voted into father for everybody, and that's with all his priestly and legal
This is where Mother Russia comes
duties.
from, bro.
Duties,
Mother
yeah,
Russia and all of these sorts of, because
yeah,
obviously we know that those people that when they become leaders,
yes.
stewards of the whole nation, they call themselves the mother of the nation. It's derived from the family unit, and that's the
It
point. That's
is.
why, that's why men have to declare that they are the Melchizedek of their own home, right? First.
Yeah.
It's the antecedent to a nation under, right? A king.
Yeah, it starts at home. You're with me now, 100%. I've been ranting on this for 3 days.
I've been there for ages, bro.
I'm close to having my daughter just come back home. I grew up with 3 generations. I wouldn't mind her kids feeling that.
The same. Yeah, of course, bro.
Right.
I've got a photo of like I said, that's why I was saying like living experiences too quickly. My dad died at 18, right? And it's like that makes a mix about the way you're gonna feel, right? So you don't have a dad in the home at 18, right? Before that, even my dad wasn't in the home, but he died. So that's gone, and then you don't have an older brother or anything, right? So you start to think about those relationships a lot. I did anyway, personally. It served me well. Do you know what I mean? Like the
Yeah.
idea of Melchizedek, right? Like the idea of what that means.
Yeah, I even
had to
thought
think
about
about it.
taking on that complete role and letting my ex live here, even though it wouldn't be my girl, you know what I mean? All right,
Yeah.
take care of you.
It's the
My
example, it's the model.
my grandma and grandpa kind of lived like that. My grandfather was in
Separated beds and all that.
a faithful man, but he was a faithful man, if you know what I
Full of
mean.
faith, but
He
wasn't
never left her.
faithful to her. Yeah.
They never hated each other. He just wouldn't leave other women alone. So they kind of lived that way. That was his fault. I guess I could live the reverse of it if my grandfather was. I know he wanted me to be a better man than him. I was told that. So,
Who
I
doesn't want
figured,
that?
well, I got enough room to build an apartment downstairs, and that's just what I thought I'd do. Not just separate bedrooms, but separate areas. She can have her wing. She don't get
Again, it's the model, bro.
a first story wing because it's already sectioned off for me, my son, his younger sister, and his older sister. But, north, south, east, and west, bro. 4 areas. That's your area. Clean your damn area.
Just don't end up in a war.
Actually, truth be told, man, don't tell everybody, but I clean everybody's area. Crack, I'm the maid around here.
Well, that's what you're
But
supposed to do anyway.
that's only if I because I
If
believe
not
that.
you, then who else? If not you, then who else?
Yeah,
Like,
well,
it either gets done or it doesn't. Like, you're still king of that household.
I
And
just,
you gotta
yeah,
clean them or
yeah,
not.
I want it the way I want it. It's a, let me say that I don't clean up large messes from people. It's just not to my liking and standard.
I
You
got
you
a
know,
question.
I'm military on that. Everything got a place from your shoes, your coat, to your hat, the glasses you aren't
Functionality.
wearing.
The
There's a purpose.
functionality of a space.
Yeah,
Listen, the functionality of a space and the purpose of
yeah.
a space informs the modality that the people in that space are under. It's that simple, bro. Like, if your space
Yeah.
is a clean circular thing that when people get into it, it tips them into a sort of way of thinking that this space here informs. You know, remember, like,
I
inspiration.
think
Take
each
inspiration from the
station, yeah,
room.
isn't. Listen, in my house, you don't own that recliner over there and the end table. Don't leave all your shit around it. Leave it open for another use when they want to
Yeah.
enjoy the TV. It's centered on the TV.
People seem to
Yeah,
fix cars when they've got a
yeah,
hydraulic car jack. That's my point, right? The
yeah.
functionality informs the modus operandi of the whole family. Like, so you make the house,
Nigga, you got
you know?
snap-ons? Can you rebuild my carburetor? Yeah, I know. People look at my barn, they're like, "Holy shit, Mike! Can I get a? Will you rebuild my motor?" I know I need new parts. So what does a rebuild cost? I usually tell them, well, that depends. Or are you planning on paying me for my work? I mean, we can
That's
rebuild
why
most.
families should live like that.
Listen,
Listen, that's why
we
families should
can.
live around farms and companies like that, though, Bamwell, isn't it?
Yeah,
Because it
listen.
forms the
Minus
modality.
my labor, just in parts, and the stock, we can get stock rebuild kits. I can rebuild your motor and transfer, $800. That's a V8, V6. Automatic transmission, manual, whatever. Seals, you won't have no leaks. Rods, rod bearings, block polish, deburred, crank polish. You know, I can build you a new motor for cheap, but that's a lot of fucking work. So, I mean, are you going to help with the work, and how much were you going to pay me for my work? That's generally my. I mean, honestly, if you're my cousin or something, even though it's a couple $1,000s worth of work, I've done it for. Oh, you
Yeah,
give
you
me
do it.
you give me $50. We smoking your weed while I'm doing it. Yeah, I say
Yeah.
that shit. We smoking your weed,
Cool.
eating your sandwiches, and drinking your pop. But you know it don't end up like that.
Man,
It,
I'll
it,
pay you to teach me how to build my own damn motor.
if we had a forge, we could do that from and a
Not from
mine.
scratch.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
because
just
you
saying
need
I
a forge for the
understand the
engine
full
block.
process. The mining part, I'm not real good on it, but I know you got to mine it. But you go get me a bunch of iron ore, and I could set up the rest of the
I know you can get
manufacturing.
that without. Listen, you want to know how to get iron ore without mining it yourself? Is go to a coastline and just collect loads of seaweed and put it in a
Well,
furnace
yeah,
and, melt it down. That's how the
Vikings made
Vikings did it.
their first swords. I know, in a clay
You can do that on
kiln.
my coast. You can do it on my coast.
Bro,
We've done
that's
it.
a metallurgy. You learn that in school. Yeah, it's
We
one of
could
the
have
first.
fun if you really want to have fun. I could just buy a giant aluminum block and some titanium blocks, and we can do titanium sleeves.
You know that's a lot of fucking money, right?
A lot of money, mate, bro. That's do you know how much it is for a block of
You're gonna
titanium?
buy.
Well,
Well, hold on.
It's about $15 a pound right now.
I know you're talking about buying a block of aluminum and using a machining center to machine it down to a motor block that mounts heads onto it and takes a crank, pistons, cylinders. There's a lot of tools in bore finish, micro finish.
Yep.
Yeah, true
So I
surface.
said I'll pay you to teach me how to build it. We can just buy
Buy
a
the
crate
things,
so I
mate.
can
Well,
piece
dude,
everything together.
you need a hose, but
yeah, you need a
if
hose.
you're gonna get a block of aluminum, make your own damn engine block. You got to blueprint a different engine.
You're gonna need to make an engine that you can leave in
You
the
got to know what are we gonna make? A Chevy engine, Dodge engine, Ford engine, or do we want to just continue manufacturing all our own motherfucking parts?
Yeah, we might as well just build our own piston system.
We might as well buy a
redesign the whole
manufacturing
thing.
plant and a metallurgy fucking shop. You know, a
We
casting.
need a CNC lathe. We need Well,
I ain't got that much shit. That's Ford. You know, Ford owns all that shit. They got 2 miles of axle plant, half mile of motor plant. They got 6 different forges on the river. They set the whole process up over here. Michiganders really understand the manufacturing process
obviously.
from beginning to end and statistical process control and everything. I mean, this is a
could just-
manufacturing state, bro.
I could just buy a car from my uncle and we can gut it because he's down the road from you. He's over near Belle Isle.
But Belle Isle, yeah, Belle Isle is where I take the hot rods when I'm done with them. I got a lot of Chevelles, so I don't
Shit,
need
you might know
another
my uncle.
Chevelle. But listen, if I find a Chevelle, I'm gonna buy it and I'm gonna spend a certain amount of money, and it's gonna be worth $30,000 to $40,000. And I'll drive that motherfucker to Belle Isle, bumping and spend a day at Belle Isle. I guarantee you get offers. There's coming up rappers, drug dealers, people who just shit. There's some 24-year-old dudes that are engineers already at manufacturing plants, and they're
If you
building
want one,
back
come
up.
down here. If you want one of those, just come down here for a weekend.
What a
There's
classic
a couple.
car! Listen,
There's a
bro, I I got a bigger salvage yard than I want right now, and 3 barns full of spare shit. I want to build a motor. I just go out to the barn and ask the original question I asked. What do I want to build? A Dodge motor, a Plymouth motor, Ford, Oldsmobile, Chevy, Pontiac. I got a few Hondas. I could fuck with that old Toyota Supra, you know.
Mate,
I,
you need to make the Toyota
I
Supra up.
have, listen,
Get a few Daisy in it, sell it,
I'm
bro.
not lacking for motors, bro. I've been buying everything that had a bid block in it and keeping the motor in trans since I was like fucking 16, bro.
That's what you're supposed to do.
I bought 3 Suburbans from the horse track for $1,500 a piece, and you know they were old ambulances. They had a SH, a 454, super high output, you know, 454 in a Blazer. So in a Suburban, it, they're the normal 454 is about 400 horse stock, 375. The HP super high output. It's stamped on the heads. They're about 425 to 450. You can get them up to 500 horse cheap, but they were parked in spots where you know the horse track bought them and they never used them because they call an ambulance company. You know, I wondered why they had 378 Suburbans with big blocks in them when if somebody gets hurt on the track, they call the ambulance and the police and the 911. Yeah, and then nigga just got ran over by a motherfucking horse and buggy. They send the ambulance. You don't need your own damn ambulance. If you was doing 52 town trying to get to the hospital in this big white old fucking Ghostbusters looking Suburban, your ass get pulled over quick as shit. You know, and you're like,
right, but that's not what they're supposed to be doing.
I know they just bought them there. Oh yeah, you're supposed to
I've heard
proceed.
stories where they've caused people that were dying on the way to the hospital to die because they were
I know.
arguing with the driver.
Hey,
even
listen,
though
bro.
hazards were on. Ooh.
I just bought these Suburbans a month ago. One of them only had 30 miles on it. One had 300 miles, and the other one only had 500 miles on it. So they actually lose them for something at the damn fairgrounds, but they didn't use them, you know? 500 miles on a super high output big block. I can pull that right out of there, clean it up, gasket kit it, paint it, put a high performance ignition system in it, step up cam, hydraulic valves, tuned valve system where there's a bar, you know, like a rocker roller hydraulic valve system. Bored out heads. For cheap, you can make it a race motor and throw it right in a Chevelle if you got an empty Chevelle. Or you can make whatever you want big block. You know, a 79 Firebird with a big block 454, you fucking yank 15 grand for it with a cheap paint job. 30
And don't tell
grand.
me that I'll go buy a Chevelle and head your way.
Chevelles are easy to get up around 60,000. I paint. So, you know, You guys be in here debating. I've got on here debating when I turn copper to cash, bro. I'm in the barn putting $8 grand into rebuild parts and restoration parts and collected parts into a hot rod that I just candy coated, and clear coated, flip flop, banged on 20s, you know, chromed out dualies, Flowmaster exhaust, and did all this shit cheap because I just collect this shit. Yeah, I'll buy your car for $50. It's broke. Oh, I gotta pick it up on the road. Hell, I'll come get it right now. There's $2,000 worth of parts on every junk vehicle. I turn 8 grand, 10 grand into 30 to 60 grand any day of the week. Doing what I love. Shit, I'm not you'd be surprised in the barn. I don't talk as much when I'm working in cars. I'm in my zone, man. I'm satisfied. You know what I mean?
It's all right. I'd be happy just standing there learning.
The only
That was my
question
second job.
I've taken rust buckets in there that people said, "Really, Mike? Oh, bitch, when I'm done, you'd be jealous." The only question is it going to be tubbed or classy? That's the only question. Candy coated, or are we gonna go stock with it? You know, stock meaning a 72 Corvette. Try to get some 72 Chevy Corvette blue. Am I gonna go original? You know, I can still find the original paint for a '68 fucking Stingray. You know, candy apple red Corvette Stingray. It's literally a stock color named for the car that came in candy apple red. So you can get that, but it'll be $2,500, $3,000 online. Somebody had it since '68, you know. And when you're doing a classic museum quality restoration, that makes all the difference in the world because you can claim your original paint. It's this paint that would have came on it stock, looking brand new.
What makes a man a king?
His actions and choice.
What makes a woman a queen?
Her actions and choice. And I'm leaving something out, right?
Normally, it's marrying a king.
Well, yeah, marrying a king. Exactly, but that all stems from our father's will and a covenant, right?
That is an action. It is a choice.
Her choices make her a priestess, but her marrying a king makes her a queen.
Yeah. Well, that's if you adhere to the covenant. Yes, I agree. And the law.
That's what I'm talking about. The only way a woman becomes a queen is marrying a king.
Isn't the covenant the law, bro? In the law of the covenant?
Yeah.
Live by my rules, live by my way.
Dang it, now I'm wondering if you know my uncle, since you talked about Belle Isle, because he stays right over there, and he's got a badass truck.
What's it look like? I might see it, dude. I've probably seen it on my ride if you had a picture of it. I go there. I don't know a lot of people right in the recent exact area of Belle Isle, but I go there.
Well, if you're going to like car shows and stuff,
Yeah,
he's
I
there.
go. Yeah, that's what I was saying.
And y'all would
I know.
probably be friends.
I know. What kind of trucks he got?
Shit, I
like
gotta
a
get him to
C,
send me a picture.
a
But
C,
it's an
like a
older Ford.
older Ford, like a 49. Yeah, okay.
It's a single cab. Shit, he's got, I think it's lifted. He's got the motor done. He's got a lot of shit done.
Oh,
God.
is it a 4-wheel drive Ford? So like a Bigfoot
so.
style, like Bigfoot style.
Kind of, but not ridiculous, because he is kind of, he's got a belly, so he ain't
Yeah, that's
climbing
just
nothing.
77, 78.
It's probably lifted up, 5 inches or so, maybe. It's it's not ridiculous. It's perfect for him.
Yeah,
I'd
my
have to
father,
go down it.
my
I gotta
father
ask.
drove us. Huh?
I gotta ask him because he told me everything about his truck, and I
It,
forgot most of it.
it could be older, you know, a 40s work truck too, or a 40s four-wheel drive. Fuck, they got 50s four-wheel drive. I got a couple 49 Fords and a 39 Ford truck. I like the 30s Fords, 39 to about 43, either in a business coupe, a two-door coupe, or a truck. They're
I'll
straight.
ask him. I'll ask him tomorrow for a picture and the info.
I'm doing a 56 C150 right now for my uncle. He's already got, dude. He's got 9 grand just into his motor and a nice trans. But look, like this is what I mean. Like these are the. I don't know why I went to the 70s. These are the big dick badass four-wheel drive Fords for the generation before me. You know, 60, 65-year-old guys, 60-year-old guys. I'm 49. You know, 57 Ford four-wheel drive. I got a 78, but I wish I had one of these, right? You know, I've had that body style, but never in a four-wheel drive. These are the chassis are rare to find. 70s are tougher, but man, that's a sexy truck. It's got some sexy curves. Look at this. I, I had one of these panel trucks too, a 57 Ford 100 panel truck. But I think these are sexy too. GM
I
made.
agree.
Yeah, it's kind of like the original concept for the 70s Bronco, you know.
Yeah,
It's a
buddy.
it's a 57 Bronco without rear windows and a removable top, you know. But they're still sexy. And so are those the Chevys from that area. Chevy panel.
Yes.
My friend's got one. Let me see if I can find. This motherfucker is sexy. It's called the Ariel Speedwagon, and me and my buddy we went to high school together. And we went to the Palace of Auburn Hills, and we seen REO Speedwagon. I don't tell this much because you know, it was before I went to the Corps, right before I went to the Corps. So we partied, we did some rails and shit. But we went to the REO Speedwagon concert, and REO comes on the stage before they start, and they say, "Hey, who's in that truck in the parking lot?" And my buddy's like, "Yeah, yeah, that's me." And they're like, they said, "Well, why don't you come up here, man? Oh, we want to go out and party in your truck. You need to drive us around." And he's like, "My buddy's with me, you know." So he took me with. But we hung out with the band all night. And then we went out and partied with them and shit in the REO Speedwagon. It was fun. But let me find the pictures. And my boy's name is Terry. But Terry's like me. Um, this is baby, and he ain't let a motherfucker one ever touch it. I've tried to get to work on this, man. This is fucking sexy. Look,
It is cool,
355.
isn't it? It's really cool.
Hold on, man. This is it. It's 355 open header Flowmaster exhaust system, tilt hydraulic front end. Uh, it's painted inside under the engine carriage like it is outside. It's a totally matching 100% paint job. The fucker's bad. All custom interior. It's just sexy.
Oh God, yes.
And the only person that ever touched this is his son Max. Besides him, you know what I mean? This is Terry Ellis. Terry has been a race car driver. He's been famous for building race cars, race engines. Because if you want to win in whatever class you're in, the key is to have the right fucking person build your motor. You'll absolutely win. I mean, and Terry is a specialist when it comes to tuning superchargers. This is, you know,
I
you're looking at
literally love that thing. I love it.
you're literally looking at $15,000 to $20,000 of supercharged, close as you can get to 1,500 ponies. It's like 1462 at the rear tires when it's dyno. Been dyno. Those are custom headers. He made them. I can do this too. I got pipe benders. But these are called even flow headers. So we start making the header with all the exact same size pipes. And we bend them up till they all meet together where they connect together to the exhaust, and then we weld a coupling around that. So the exhaust through the exhaust system from each individual cylinder travels the exact same distance, so you get the purest sound when it comes out the muffler. I mean, motherfucker's sick.
Yes.
It's a
Yes, it
symphony.
is.
It's a symphony of craftsmanship, dude. He's owned it since we were fucking 14, man. I'm 49, you know, and this was his wet dream, you know what I mean? And this man lives in heaven on earth. Here's his royal chariot, you know what I'm saying? But he's righteous too. He's just kind of a hippie, but he's righteous. He don't do anything that causes harm to other people. He's willing to help. Dude will help you out. He's a good dude, you know. They
Bro.
listen. These guys build cars too. Did you really look at the image where it's in the dirt parking lot? Let me see. Yeah. Did you look at this image? In this image, you got an Impala, a Chevelle, 53 fucking panel wagon, and then a custom IROC. You know, and they're all option as hell. And this is just a big warehouse in the middle of Hickaville. You see that? See that feed store with the corn silos and shit? Hillbilly drive the best shit. This shit was painted literally with a cornfield runs right up to the warehouse. It was painted behind the cornfield, you could say that. But I mean, he's got more tools in there than most men have ever seen. You know what I mean? So even though it was built in a damn cornfield, you
Jeepers,
know,
the dad everybody wants. Holy crap.
this dude's got it up on me too. His daddy was collecting performance shit way back to the 30s. He's got old Rochester awesome shit. Well, my daddy did just started 70s, and my grandfather was on a whole nother level. He was a truist. He wasn't a hot rodist. My dad was a chopper bobber hot rod motherfucker. My grandpa was a truist. If it wasn't stock, he didn't want it. You know what I mean? That's not stock. What's that? What's that worth? So, hell, if my grandfather seen my '63 split window fucking Corvette, he'd be mad because it's a resto mod, bro. I modified it, made it look different. I changed the shape of the body and all that. You know, took
Bro,
out
that
the
was my
stock,
dream car.
took out the stock suspension, and this, yeah, this is my left nut, bro. I'm planning on selling this, so it's just a bank account. My kid will own it. Damn it, what picture that?
63 Vet with a split rear window was my dream car growing up.
It is. 57 was actually mine from beginning of it on. The nice, sexy little single window convertible, big box. You know, those were my original favorite, but I liked the '63 better than any of them. So that's just all there is to it.
Oh, right now I just need a damn car.
But I mean, look, I got shit like this sitting around the backyard. Here's one, a picture. This is just a tea bucket I'm waiting to fuck with. 30s, you know. You can get them worth around 50. I can throw enough shit in there that'll be worth 50,000. And that's if I'm with the well, it tends the reason that the more weed I smoke, the more money I put in the car, because the bigger my ideal and concept's gonna be. You ever seen a Boss 429 Cobra Jet? Real big dog shit.
Good mercy. So that's what's going to go in there, huh?
No, that's sitting in the 63 Grand Torino. That'll never come out of that Torino. That's my Mustang killer. I just laugh at people in Mustangs. So here's one of my Fords that I'm working on. I ain't put the runner boards back on it. So that's it's in my back porch though. That's not a garage. It's just I'll
This
put a
is what
bigger.
I would like to be doing.
That one was Grandpa's, so it's got a special place. You know what I mean?
I gotta say though, if these Babylonians keep messing with me, I'm gonna end up having a spot like that with cars like that.
Yeah.
What's so wrong about wanting to be left the fuck alone?
Look, I built this car out of an old Honda Odyssey. I fabricated all that. It looks different now. I have to take a license or a picture. It's got all the fog lights and the paddings on it, and the seat belt and all that. It's got a 490, a fucking Articat. My boy had pictures of the interior that I can't find. Yeah, it's painted black too, though. That's a shit. I've been offered like $8,000 for that. That'll smoke a pilot, bro. You know, my boy got a twin turbo pilot with the biggest motor, 2-seater, and I just fucking walk on past him with that little motherfucker. It don't even get stuck in the mud pit at the Michigan Mud Jam, which is going on right now, and I'm fucking missing him. But now my daughter don't want to go, and so okay, I'm not one for a babysitter. I gave up a lot of time with her working already. I'm not giving up no more. You know what I mean? So we can go mud bogging out back when she feels like it. We got a swamp. I do like all the groupies. It's like a biker hangout. You got you got 4-wheel drive beagles. You know what I mean? Not biker beagles, but you got some saddle ponies there or girls. You know that. Just like guys with a big 4-wheel drive.
Sad thing is, doing all that starts with owning land. Most of the time.
Yeah.
If it doesn't start with owning land, you can't really do much of shit past that.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Like my Ranger, my Ford Ranger, it was my buddy's. He died on a motorcycle when we were 17, but he had it built, and I've owned it since then, only because my parents, because I had access to this property. I lived here, it sat here while I was in the Corps. My dad, who loved me and was the chief priest, respected the fact that I loved my buddy, and that truck meant a lot to me, so it didn't get fucked with. None of my stuff got fucked with. That was my portion of land he gave me to set my shit on. You know what I mean? That's why I got a car collection. It wasn't all me. It wasn't all me. I've been buying cars. I got the first car I ever bought, bro. 76 Pontiac Grand Prix with a 400 6.6 turbo in it out of a Smokey and the Bandit. I
I
still
lost
got
that one.
it. Hmm?
I lost my first car. First relationship, too. I left it behind.
Oh. Some chick
98
got it.
Honda Accord.
Yeah, see, fuck, I didn't even leave. I got some Hondas and a Prelude. I got some Hondas. I liked
See,
when
I
I
can
was
work
young.
on the Hondas. I can do
Well,
a
then you
large
could.
chunk of things, but there's a lot of stuff I still need to learn.
Where the hell is all the shots of these fucking
I mean,
interior shots?
first day on a job at my second job, I went to a mechanic and asked him if they needed help in the town that we moved to, and he said yes. He's like, you got to go get your license. So I went down to DMV, came back, got the job first day. Go tear the clutch plate out of that Mitsubishi Mirage.
Yeah.
I didn't know a whole lot about cars, but that one is a pain in the ass. I don't ever want to work on another Mitsubishi.
Well, them front wheel drives get that way, and the more they put more effort in engineering thing out, so they
Bro,
fit a lot.
Hondas weren't like that though, because it had
I know
10 pieces for the damn crossbars going from rocker arm to rocker arm. It was ridiculous.
they put a lot in a small place, bro. You know what I mean? Look, here's the shit.
They put a lot of cross members instead of just one damn bar.
Here's my boys, my Uncle Chevy that I'm working on right now. His is just a project too that sat here forever, and when he's got money for certain things, he puts it in. I just, I leave it there. It sits on a shelf. This is like an airplane hangar. I got an old airplane hangar. I put it up out here, and I put these. That's a mechanical oil pit. You know what I mean? It's not a lift. You just drive up on it. It's a ramp system. But the truck's ready for some paint, man. It's aligned. I got to put the wood in it too. It's got a wood box, but I haven't put the wooden box in it. The wooden floor.
Yep.
So it's nice. It's low. It's got a 355 in it. I had my boy Terry put a bunch of chrome on it after I built and bored the motor and head.
Well, see, this is why I'm
He's good.
so on about land, because I got an idea that I picked up from someone else in another country that started manufacturing guitars, and we could go back to making hempcrete or hemp cars, hemp doors, making panels.
Yeah, port shit. I know. Yeah,
Bro, the way the guy makes the guitars, you could apply that to making doors, panels, hoods. It's crazy. I should send the video to you.
I can imagine, bro. I can imagine the entire process. The first Model A or Model T Ford was made out of him. Look, this is a Resto Mod frame and suspension for a 68 Chevelle.
Yeah, but didn't they do
Look at the 4-link rear end.
compression molding?
Yeah. Layered
That's the old way.
compression. I know. That's part of mechanical engineering, being hip to new processes. What I learned in school was way newer than there's other ways you could spray layer it, spray mold it.
Buddy. Spray layer in hemp fibers. Then you come back when it's dry and hardened and you spray another layer.
Yep.
Ooh.
Where the hell is it? Look, here they are. I found them. I took my grandson, my buddy, out one night on a late night cruise with him, and I bumped into Terry. You can't miss this paddy wagon when you're at the burger joint. So he took him for a ride, and he's got all the lights under it and shit too. It glows blue. That pearl white and them purple flames are fucking awesome. I've tried to get him to put an ambient clear coat over it with a hint of lavender and make it flip flop. But like he said, the flames might blend together when it gets in the dark shade. So he don't want to do it. It could all look one solid color. You know what I mean? Under the wrong lighting. It
Did
could all
everybody
look
else go to sleep?
black. I think so.
We talked
Ah.
about God, law, and cars.
Yeah, if it goes into like a dark, into a dark place, no lighting on it, it will merge the colors together potentially.
Yeah, with the ambient, the flip flop
Yeah.
ambient, and then when you put that touch of lavender in white over white,
Exactly.
it'll go to both ends of the spectrum, like 100 different shades from white to black.
White to
Which
black
is
because it's purple, yeah, pretty much.
yeah, which is all the greens, purples, all that gold. You can get a rainbow effect. There's my boy Terry with his shit.
Sounds kind of
Yeah.
racist, Desu.
Well, there is a color spectrum. Yeah, this is my boy Terry with his shit. I swear he got like fucking 80 grand into this motherfucker, man, but he don't care. Something he's making money out of it. Something they'll own forever. He want his bloodline to own it. And I'm with that. You know, I'm not making fun of that.
I love that thing. It's quality. Love
Oh,
the
it's
engine.
fucking sexy as hell, man. Hey, we get but nods. We can roll through the gangsterous hood in Detroit, and motherfuckers will do nothing but nod at us.
Yeah,
Man,
man.
nowadays we get these motherfuckers with all these custom, Hellcats and shit pull up on us, but they just don't know. My boy got a full blown fucking supercharged 355 or that just gets down. The
Look
the
look at the front axle on that thing. Well, the arm, the
yeah,
drive,
yeah,
man.
yeah. Listen,
Very
the
good.
fucking it's got Well, listen, they'll beat him in the corner, but they'll never touch him on the open road straight up.
Just saying, it looks so well. It's very,
Yeah.
very good manufactured parts, and it's very sturdy, bro.
Oh yeah, that's a 30s panel wagon, dude, but it's upgraded. Just like if you look at that, the frame for the fucking '69 Chevelle with the upgraded suspension. Terry and them helped me do that. I built it, but I take it there when I mock it up, put the motor on it and the rims and all that. Because they got computerized equipment to do the front and rear end alignment, so I can make sure everything's true,
Uh-huh.
Because you don't want to put a 4-link rear end in the car and then have it drive sideways down the road, ass end kicked out all the way down the road. You know what I mean, right? Dog tracking.
Dog tracking.
Yeah, you don't want it. Dogs, they walk with their ass stuck out to the left. That's why it's called dog tracking. Damn, you got lost in fucking.
You ever been coursing, Balmont?
Huh?
Coursing, not course fishing. Coursing,
No, what's that?
where you hunt
Where you net
hares,
them?
hunt hares with or rabbits, hares or rabbits with dogs. Greyhound.
No shit.
Or coursing. Yeah, or some people call it lamping, because you go out of a spotlight and you shine it until you see the eyes, right? And then the dogs chase the spotlight. You train them to chase the light.
Similar to how so many stupid people are
It's-
following the false
so,
light.
so, damn, that's smart. So all you got to do is get the dog to chase the light.
Exactly.
That's redneck smart as hell, son. I like that shit. Get the shotgun.
Damn straight, boy. Nah, yeah, it works,
You're
man.
right. Well, you just can pray the dog don't catch the light because that's what you're shooting at.
Well, that's the thing, though. You let the dog get the
Right.
rabbit, catch it. They catch it for you, bro. Yeah.
Oh, well, shit,
Rabbit.
that ain't redneck at all. When do I get to shoot my shotgun?
Yeah.
Never? I don't
Nah,
like that hunting.
you can use the lamping technique to chase deer and herd them towards you to shoot them as well. People do that in the United Kingdom a lot.
Yeah, when I take my dogs
chase
hog
onto their
hunting,
own land.
bro, I take a
Chase the deer,
410 lever
they
action.
do it. They do it to chase the deer onto their own land because you can only hunt
Yeah,
in deer season.
yeah. Some people will go disturb their bedding areas and spotlight them and shit because they know, like, they sleep in these pines, but they want to. They got pines across the road that's on their property, so they just go push them out of their bedding area 4 or 5 nights in a row. If you can get them bed in your area 4 nights, that's their bedding area now. They're creatures of habit. They start to make all their functions based off of where they bed, you know? So the minute they change your bedding area, they change your pathways.
Uh-huh.
So literally, if you can disturb their bedding and force them to bed on your property, that's where the bed always. If you just make them feel safe there, but not over here. You go over there, you're gonna smell me plus some spotlight. You come over here on my property, you just go smell me until you don't see me and you never see again.
Yeah, man, that's what people don't get about like deer hunt, like well, not deer hunting, sorry, like fox hunting in the United Kingdom. People fox hunt so they don't have to kill lots of foxes,
Well,
spread fear pheromones and stuff like that, right?
yeah, it's kind of called like quarter trapping too. What just the idea of using your spotlight at night before deer season or fox season or anything. I can do it to the turkeys. I can go out here and disturb their sleep and force them to go sleep in the area that's more accessible to me. It's called quarter trapping them. I quarter them into the area I want them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, remove a route of path, remove the bedding area, you know.
Yeah, because where they bed, they're on disturbed there all the time. You disturb animals at night, they won't bed there no more for guaranteed 2-3 days. If they try to go back, after 3 days and there you are, hey, motherfucker, hey, no, you're not bedding here. They're out.
Yeah, they're gonna remember that.
I mean, it doesn't always work though. You know, I've spotlighted the shit out of them turkeys in my front yard, but I think they're saying, "Look, bitch, we ain't bedding. We're not sleeping. We're out
Yeah,
here
the turkeys are a bit different than they as
We
well.
out here eating, yo. We ain't sleeping yet. We just chilling in your yard, motherfucker. Shut up." Turkeys are dicks, dude. You go spotlight them and yell at them. They look at you like, "What, bitch? Don't come this way, getting loud like that, motherfucker. I'll
We're not
fuck you
squatting, we're
up."
loitering.
Right? Yeah, we're not bedding here, dog. We're just hanging out. We smell that weed. You got something we can eat? These motherfuckers have eaten my flowers before, my flower garden. I got so mad. I told the dog, "You go out there and get him out my garden." And he just looked at me like, "Are you fucking serious? You remember when I got all them stitches? I do." he he don't fuck with the turkeys. Like, I'll go out there and bark, motherfucker. But my motherfucker, if they don't run, I'm just gonna bark again until you say it ain't working. Come on. One thing I can do though, man. Horses are so big, turkeys don't fuck with them. You can go get 2 horses and work it through there, and the whole group of them bitches will start moving. They don't like horses for some reason.
Mate, horses are brilliant. I love horses.
I think they know the horse could just gently swipe his leg to the right and take out 40 of them. Just
Fun.
he'd go right, left, and then hee-haw, and they a whole lot of them motherfuckers gone. Horses, they got some skill. Like, who else can jump up near and then jackhammer kick your ass?
I was just saying, man, a horse can one shot you. There's not a lot of
Them
animals out there that can take you out in one hit.
Them motherfuckers are fucking. They're more deadly than Bruce Lee, yo. Just jump, they'll 2-leg jump in the air and then just kick you with one. Woo-da! Kick a hoof, nigga.
Full power as well. Like
Hoofs
in
on you.
midair.
Yeah. Yeah, and them hoofs. Listen, them hoofs are sharp, just like deer. I went up north. Listen, I went up north one year with my dad, and we were hauling a camper, in a big old '78 4-wheel drive, and there was a washout in the road. And we're coming the back way to where we normally camp in the Manistee National Forest. In the middle of a blizzard, it was snowing. So my dad slams on the brakes and almost goes into this washout, right? But we didn't see the washout. He hit a fucking doe, and the doe flipped up onto the hood of the truck and just laid there. Now there was a 357 in the glove box, right? A pistol, just cat pow, you done, one and done, My dad says, my dad's a big guy, big native guy, he's like, hand me that Rambo knife. Now, I'm young. I'm 14. I'm like, well, Dad, it might not be Dad. You really want the Rambo knife? You sure you don't want the 357, old man? Oh, just give me the Rambo knife. I give him the Rambo knife, and I'm like, if you get your ass beat, I'll come with the 357. And he was like, no, boy, no. Don't you grab, because he knows I could go out there and set the 357 at my young age and dumb up against the deer's head, blow a hole through him and my old man at the same fucking time. My old man like, no, don't you touch the 357. You just stay in the fucking truck. Well, he grabs his steer and he steps over her back and he grabs her chin and leans her head back, tongue hanging out her mouth and shit. I literally, for a minute, I said, well, she is dead and he's just going to cut her throat and end her. And she woke up instantly and kicked him. He hauled him from behind and kicked him with 2 feet in the back of the head. These were instant lacerations to his skull, hoof marks. You know what I'm saying? He fell back, and that's when the ass whooping began. And I was like, "Oh shit, this deer's whooping my dad's ass." I seen this how much we hung out in the woods. I hung out in the woods long enough to see a deer beat up my dad, and a deer beat my brother up too. A buck beat up my brother, and my brother was wearing scents, mating scents, and when the buck walked up behind him and sniffed him because he smelled like a bitch in heat, a whelping bitch. He said, "You ain't no bitch," and he stood up on his hind legs and he beat the shit out of my brother. But this deer put hoof marks, and it was a small doe all up and down my old man, dude. And he says, I said, damn, that motherfucker damn near killed you. It got away too. It whooped his ass, 6'2", 280-pound, big bellied Indian. That was my dad. He said, well, he gets in the truck covered with blood. I said, I didn't want to come out there and try to shoot the deer and shoot you, Dad. And he said, it's okay. I'm glad you didn't. He's trying to catch his breath. I said, damn, that deer whooped your ass. We're going to have to go to the hospital. And my dad said, yeah. I said, let me drive. He said, no, it's a good thing. The deer lived, fuck it. But we didn't go in the ravine. There was a washout in the dirt road, man. It was like 5 foot deep. Would have broke our whole truck. So we had to go like 20 miles around to get to camp at the end of it. But we had to turn around and drive back 40 miles to go to a hospital, get my dad staples in his head. And then, my dad, the native with the long hair and shit, he got all these shaved spots on his head where they stapled his shit and shit. My uncles was all like, my dad took his hat off. They was like, whoa. He had hoof marks on his forehead and shit, though. They were just all like, what happened to you, Andy? And I go to tell the story, and my dad would say, shut up, boy. Just shut the fuck up. He said, I got my ass kicked by a deer and we'll leave it at that. He didn't want me to tell the whole story. Oh, that deer whooped your ass, Dan. He thought he was, because he thought he was going to pick it up and slam it and be all right. But when he grabbed it up, my dad was a big man. He picked up probably 180-pound doe over his head. Well, that's when he took most of the fucking beating. It was dumb. He shouldn't have did. Deer was all 4 legs trying to walk in the air, just walking all over my old man's head. Ta-tunk, 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 kicking him every time she was taking these air steps like Jordan. Smack, 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 smack. And it took my dad a minute. I actually think I ain't the first kick, man. She stupefied him, And for like 8 kicks, he didn't realize he was getting kicked. And then he just kind of dropped her, didn't body slam her. She landed on her shit and hopped away. Doot, 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 doot. Later, motherfucker. That's what I'm saying, bitch. Don't run up on me again. Next time I'm fucking your truck up too. I said, Dad, that deer beat your ass. And then she stood over you and said, Bambi, bitch, don't ever forget my name. And ran away. My dad was mad. 2 days in the deer camp, my uncle said, boy, you got to quit telling that story. Your dad's getting pissed at you. He said, we hear this story every time we look at its stitches in his eye, boy. It was funny as fuck. It was. His face told the story, dude. Oh man, smoked, chiba chiba, peace pipe. My old man just be leaning, sitting across from me at the fire pit, just staring at me, smoking a hooter. You little bastard, you gotta keep telling that story, you some bitch. You lucky, you fruit of my loins. I brought you in this world. I'll take you out.
It's the parable of battle mod and the deer.
No, that was my dad. My dad and the deer, yeah. Yeah, moral of the story is, man, take the 357. Take the 3. Don't bring a knife to a gunfight. Nature ain't no bitch, man. Deer can jump like fucking 20-foot barricades. They can
Yeah,
jump across it.
Don't bring your forehead to a deer fight.
Yeah, they can, dude. They can clear a big 3-lane road with one leap, high enough to jump over traffic. We go up north, and it's just like reindeer hopping through the woods. You're driving. Normally, they see you. And there'd be a whole group of them, and while you drive by, you can look up and see deer after deer hopping over the road and clearing your truck as you're driving, and you don't hit shit up in the woods because they don't live in the city where they got to stop. They're way up in the Manistee National Forest where they can actually run for an hour without stopping and never come to a house, a home, or a person. Like
It's
1,200.
always amazed me. It's always amazed me how effortlessly they jump like that.
Yeah.
It doesn't even look like they've strained and they've gone 3 lanes.
Yeah, like Lottie Dottie. Yep. Like they're saying it. Well, it's just a hop, skip, and oh shit truck jump. We're on down the road. Mary, Mary, May. We was running through November snows in the woods. We jumped 5 trucks. We're up to no good. They fly almost, dude. Literally, when I was a kid, I remember asking my dad first time a deer jumped over our truck. I said, damn, Dad, deer can fly? I didn't know that. He was like, no, boy. I said, they can glide. He's like, no, they just jump. They got real good jumps, kid.
Mic check, 1, 2.
You're working, bro. I heard you the first time.
Oh, I didn't say anything earlier. This is the first time I spoke, dude.
Oh, well, who just spoke up? I thought that was you. Might have been Solar.
That
All
was
right.
it.
All right.
Make sure it's working.
Yeah.
How's the flat Earth? How's the flat Earth going, man?
Righteous. So long as we all take care of our family.
Righteous. I like that.
Be the king of your family, righteous brother.
Somebody's doing arts and crafts in the back chat.
I seen that. I'm wondering what they're doing.
Looks like fun, man. I like painting. You ever do any painting like that? Artwork?
I do, but that would be mixing the shit for my airbrushes.
Yeah, that's cool. Same kind of fun,
Yeah. I don't know. They might be using airbrush. We don't know. It looks like you got 3 colors, 5 colors, 5 different colors of yellow. And some Mountain Dew with ice.
That's nice.
And a cup of Pepsi, yo.
I got a couple shout outs to Alex and
Whose is that? Who
Pump.
should is
What's
it?
up? What's up, Ben?
Spiral. Okay.
Any new people around here? Any
Oh, we wish.
anybody coming in to give us the?
No, you got a topic you want to rant on? You want your rant? I'll clear the floor and let you rant for 20 minutes.
Man, I just got here, just hanging out.
Bong got so high he quit talking, so we're good now. You just fire away.
Well, you and him were smoking two different kinds of weed, I think.
Earlier, yeah.
One was
listen,
up and one was down, man. You know.
yeah, listen, dog. We didn't just learn to work like that together and all in a day. This is years of experience in working together that got us to this level of continuity.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
Isn't it? Isn't it?
That's fucking hilarious.
He's like, I didn't understand shit either one of you said because you was both talking.
I come on here for the laughs mostly, man. And
Yeah, I was just.
You guys
I
were
was-
going deep like an hour ago.
Y-
Fuck, I was like,
yeah.
Fuck, I didn't even want to jump in because I was way off my fucking reservation.
I-
was
I-
like, whoa.
Well, it is the destruction of family unit. It's literally that's the basis of the covenant and the law.
Oh my
Live by,
goodness.
live by my way, and your blessings shall be many.
Yeah, I'm mostly learning and
Ooh.
listening on that one.
Oh, look, this nigga got weight.
I don't have much to add to that, man.
That's well, that's a cool point.
That is a cool quote, man.
It is.
Wow.
You got some Keith in there too, huh?
It's just you could spend all day just talking about that one quote, man.
Yeah.
Really could, man.
Yeah, I've thought about it for a long time.
You're very well rounded, my friend. You know a lot of stuff about a lot of things, and it's a pleasure to learn from you, brother.
Well, I have to say that it stems from a traditional divine family union. Knowledge passed, stations accepted, titles accepted, family that lived, well, 5 generations who all fear the Lord.
Damn, that's amazing. Well, thank you for sharing your knowledge with us, man, and I appreciate
So,
it because
I just think
I learn a lot of stuff around here from everybody, man. Hopefully, I teach somebody something too as well. But
I just think when you live like that, your blessings are multiplied easily, effortlessly, because it's a way of life. You were raised that way. So you just live the right way and your blessings are multiplied. And if you don't, well, that's a way of life too. And well, then your curses are multiplied. That's a nice fight. That's cool. Have more of my style. You smoke on that like you're fucking, I could play, who's that? Elementary, my dear Watson. Sherlock. I can play Sherlock Pot Holmes with that motherfucker.
right on.
Well, it is pretty cool. It's a cool design. Hey, I wonder, all these paints are you making pipe spiral love, or what are you making? What kind of art are you doing? You're getting stoned and doing art, hippie. Tell us about it. Tell us about your peace and love art. Damn it, we want to know.
Yeah, it looks a seriously involved project going on there, man.
Hey, it's what? It's hard to get you to talk.
All right, well, shut up. Go ahead.
Here, I'll show you some examples.
I was just wondering, do you make that pipe too? That's a badass pipe. I like the paint design on it. It's kind of like Rastafarian. If you're
No, I
with me.
didn't make it. I wish I did.
You bought
I
that.
wanted
You
to learn
bought
glass.
that for art time. I hear you.
I knew I worked with a glass blower.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. You got some skills blowing glass, motherfucker.
Glass
You
blow,
know?
glass blowing is
Yeah.
crazy freaking hard, man.
Yeah, it's cool to watch too.
No, it's hot to watch, man. It's very hot.
Yeah, I enjoy to watch a craftsman,
Shit's
you
hot,
know,
man.
in the zone with their technique, and
Yeah, there's so many techniques and little tools and little things they spin shit with, and
yeah, the timely manner, just the whole process and the way they do it, it's like a orchestrated symphony, you know. So
dude, it really is, man.
I
And
I I enjoy that shit. It's kind of like to watch a welder, a fabricator, a forger.
I like the old blacksmith guys. Fuck,
Yeah.
cool stuff, man. Pounding out like horseshoes and
Yep.
hinges. It's like, damn, you
Oh,
pounded out a hinge?
the oh man, you can make your own domestic with railroad ties and horseshoes and shit like that.
Pretty cool stuff, man. It takes a
Yeah.
lot of heat, man. A lot of energy to do that shit.
It does. You can make a sword out of a sling blade. You know what I'm saying? You got one of them there sling blades. You just keep folding it until it's like that Damascus.
Keep
Then
folding.
you keep folding it. I would heat a sling blade up and fold it back to a square pellet and pound it out, and then reshape it back into a short sword. But really, that's high quality steel. You take a sling blade, add a couple railroad ties to it, bro, and you have layered textures. You get some real good looking Damascus that you can do an acid wash to and bring it out. And
Interesting.
you can make some badass swords. You know what Damascus steel is, right? Just layered steel.
I like tool steel myself, man. That's my favorite.
High speed tool steel. Yeah.
Good stuff, man. Quality. Mm.
Oh yeah. Well, you can make some nice looking knives out of that shit.
But
You can make something that looks nickel plated and it's not, you know.
yeah,
It's just
you can buff it out. Yeah, it's
yep,
pretty.
high polish, yep.
But it'll rust like a motherfucker. Gotta keep it oiled up.
Yep.
Well, that was when I learned how to sharpen wood carving tools. It was a 6-week class.
Oh yeah.
It was 6 weeks just to learn how to sharpen tools.
Oh
Anyway,
yeah.
he's like, the best tools are the ones that rust because they're made out. You don't want stainless. Fuck that.
Yeah, it's about
Shitty
I
knife.
can
Stainless is a shitty knife.
formers and shapers and rounders.
I was like, okay.
That's what you make.
V tool, my favorite.
Yeah, it's that's that's exactly like fucking screw machines. Do it the same way tool forming.
It's fascinating, man, how sharp you can get metal. You just got to work
Yeah.
some stones, a little bit of oil, a little
Yeah,
leather.
you can polish it with stones too. You can tumble it.
Yeah, you can hand polish it with stones.
Oh, I know.
That takes forever, dude. And the teacher in my class, he's like, sharpening tools is not deducted from your life. It's not time deducted from your life. So keep sharpening your tools.
Oh no, that's preparation, bro. It's not time lost, it's time gained.
Well, there's nothing like a sharp chisel, man. And damn, I can do some damage with a sharp one. Fuck.
Yeah, and that sharp chisel,
Spyro's
that
showing us some
that sharp
freaking
chisel
SKI
can be a groover, tool too.
original
Oh,
Sky.
our
Hold on, let me click on the picture. It's a lemon.
Are you covering your whole wall with this, your house wall, or is this stuff you're gonna put up for
lemon
sale?
orange drink of some sort. Dude, that's some cool art. Fucking A, bro. Get out of here. Oh
There's
yeah,
a
now
question
you're
open.
talking, man.
Everyone can
That is
make a motion.
so fucking hot. I love abstract art like that, man. It's so
Hey, did you? What was that guy's name? Yeah, that painted on TV. What?
You sell those, man?
Hey, remember the dude with the perm that would say, "Oh, we're gonna put this over here and that there and this line here and this. We're just gonna make this a trade. We're gonna put some nice little leaves on here. We're gonna paint us a few branches." Bob Ross, yeah, the painter Bob Ross teaches you how to paint on TV. Do you know who I'm talking about?
I didn't hear you, man. I was reading something. Sorry.
Bob Ross with his, what was the name of that TV series where he painted shit and taught you how to do fucking
The Joy of Painting with Bob Ross.
yeah. Well, that guy teach you how to make a draw a mountain scene or a wood scene or a tree. This can be a tree. That's gonna be a tree. I said Perm and Chris.
Anyway, I'm gonna subscribe your channel, man.
Chris M.
Lucid, man. Painting Lucid, man. That's a cool name, by the way.
Hey, Chris M pegged it because Chris is gay and he's like, yeah, I love that perm. Look, I got a Bob Ross emoji, Mike. No, I'm picking on gay. But Chris is cool. Where'd you get the fucking Bob Ross fucking emoji? That's funny.
Bob Ross. He's a flat earther, man. You know that?
No, no wonder we got the emoji. Was that there, Chris, or did you have to put it in?
He's always talking about the horizon's
let me
always
look.
flat, everybody. The horizon's always flat.
Is he?
I've seen that video. I don't know. I think a lot of flat earthers have mooched
Oh,
that.
last thing Chris did was update LaLuca again. No, we must have had that Bob Ross that emoji. That's funny.
That's fucking awesome. Anyway, yeah, Bob Ross, flat earther.
I didn't know that. I didn't.
Well, he talked about the level horizon a lot, flat horizon.
Yeah. I just don't.
I'm pretty much full ass joking about this, but I that would be so cool, man. Find out he was a flat earther or something.
I just know he was a paint motherfucker. When I was a kid, I think he was on PBS or something like
It was
that.
like PBS or something, right?
Public Broadcasting System.
You get all
Well,
fucking stoned, watch him for a while.
yeah, my brother used to watch. We used to watch this shit, and I do with airbrushing some of the layering techniques that Bob showed me on TV.
I had a customer, man, who learned all his painting from Bob. He had all Bob's videos or whatever, and
Really?
he had some fucking incredible paintings. This guy, man. I'm like, yeah. He goes, I learned everything from Bob Ross. I was like, damn. But he had, yeah, it's good stuff.
I took some advanced art classes, but man, I can paint a Mustang by a mural, a Mustang in the mountains by trees mural on the side of your 70s bubble Chevy van or Ford van, you know what I mean?
Interesting.
Not saying I could do it this week. That takes a long time, a lot of base colors and overlays and shit, you know? And wet sanding sometimes to make it sharp and pop.
Are killing me in the back chat, man. Fucking killing me. Killer art, killer smoke, drink, glasswork. We got yeah, it's good stuff. Good stuff, man. Hey, I do come on here in the evening, man. Have a couple beers with you guys and see what's happening with the what we're living on. It's fascinating what we live on, and I'm glad it's not moving. I don't like that. Would make me nauseous. I'm glad it's not moving.
Word.
You know, I would have the spins all the time if what we're living on is spinning. I heard the technique for the spins was to put 1 foot on the floor. You guys remember that?
Yeah.
If you got the spins, you're a little too drunk. You sleep with 1 foot on the floor, man. That keeps you from spinning.
Yeah. I know the one leg. I know the one leg technique. I used to lay down on the couch and then throw the left leg off and set the foot flat on the floor and feel grounded. I was like grounded and the world stopped spinning and shit. Oh, maybe I'm not gonna puke. I can stop sweating. Yeah, I've been there. You like that mural? Yeah, I painted that out.
Dude,
Or
get out of here.
owl.
Get the
Not
fuck
owl.
off.
Hawk. Yeah,
Fuck off. You painted that?
yeah, I can.
Impressive, man. Holy crap.
I
Look at
can.
you. You even went down on the floorboard there a little bit. I mean, on the whatever, the runner, your foot runner.
Yeah.
Dude, what?
But yeah, this was my Uncle Carl's van and his son Carl.
So crazy, dude.
His son Carl wanted that. He's a veteran. It's the
Oh.
Eagle Land. It's the Eagle Landing.
I'm impressed.
Yeah.
Damn it.
But
Don't stop
I
that.
I can airbrush chrome Mustangs and chrome emblems on your car. And people won't know that they're not chrome emblem. It doesn't say 50 in chrome piece. They
Yeah.
won't know it's spray painted on until they get up real close to it, though.
Right.
That you give it depth and
You
it
gotta
makes
give
it
it
look
the shading,
3D.
the proper shading, right?
Yeah, you give it depth.
That's a great technique. Shadow
I
highlighting
I
things.
can paint. Yeah, I can paint like a motherfucker, bro. I've been doing it for a minute.
Obviously, you can paint like a
Thi-
motherfucker because that
thi-
is a motherfucking painting right there on a van.
Oh man, that's about 4 months. It's about 4 months on the bird, and the base color was already laid over the whole van, you know?
Right. Yeah, yeah.
And that's just on that side. I got the reverse on the other side. And it's all perfectly symmetrical. Every one of those wings are the exact same distance from that body line on the other side.
Right.
Symmetry.
Well, you've got the depth. You have parallax. I can see as well.
I do it old school. I used a lot of fucking masking tape in that, bro.
Really?
Yeah.
You're
I can do a real. I can spray on Trans Am decals with a lot of people. They end up looking like a phoenix or some rudimentary image of what they're doing, but I can actually.
Let me ask you this, man. What do you think of those vinyl wraps, man? That people
They're
put in?
awesome.
Yeah, they are awesome. They're amazing, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's cheap, and you can make say you just build your Honda Bam, instead of bro, you can put 14 grand in a paint job like this if you ain't my cousin Carl. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The wrap is awesome. You can get a color flip on like a two-door coupe car.
Cheap.
The whole thing for like $500.
Cheap. I'm telling you, the candy coat
Yeah.
flip flop your motherfucking shit. I'm gonna have
Mine was
$12,000,
$500, man.
$13,000 bill on your motherfucking Mopar. Crazy plum flip flop purple. I'm gonna want 12 G's.
Yeah,
I'm serious.
that's exactly what I got too. I got the flip-flop purple. It was like the
So you
dark.
know what I'm saying?
Yeah, from
This
3M, and it was like 550 to
dude,
my
we're
door.
talking $4 grand worth of paint to put it on there.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, man.
You think 12 grand is a lot, but when you use the proper shit, proper seal coats, clear coats, base coats, primers, you literally got 6 grand into putting down a $12,000 paint job.
Oh yeah,
And
I
those
seen it. My
guys,
buddy's building the Torino, and he's got it's like voodoo purple from House of Color.
Yeah, and that's a custom color. It's probably more expensive. It's like Galaxy Midnight Blue.
Midnight
That
Blue,
color.
man. I was gonna say, man, it's Midnight Blue is kind of in the same ballpark, yeah.
Yeah, Galaxy Midnight Blue like it. $5,000 for a candy coated
At
flip
night,
flop
it's
version.
black. During the day, it's
Yeah.
what the fuck?
I got a 72 vet, you know, the ones they
That's a great color.
the Stingray, they put the 305 in because they were worried about it's actually an 81, duh. 81. They were worried about economy, they put a 350 in it. I put a 327 in it like it should have had, you know, dual carbs. But it's midnight. Galaxy, midnight galaxy blue, high metallic candy coated, ambient clear coat with it's got a touch of purple but not lavender in the clear coat. It's a metallic, so it's a sparkle flip flop, and it goes darker. I actually think it covers a lot of the blue spectrum and stays into light greens, and you'll go from light green to all through the blues to a dark purple. You know, I think it came out well.
Yeah, it came out amazing. And Spiral, his paintings are fucking cool as fuck all, man. And awesome. Dude, look at you go, man. That's a hell of a setup, bro. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You got 8.
Man,
You got 8 fucking.
look, I guarantee this motherfucker got one of them 2-door cabinet shelf systems
You got 8
with
canvases.
yeah,
All
this
that paint.
motherfucker
Look at all
got
the
shelf.
fucking paint, man.
Those are cups full. That motherfucker got shelves full of them bottles.
That's
No,
a fucking good
I
one.
know he does. I do.
Well, I'm going back in the chat, man. What's up with that hot rod with the flames on the side, man? What's up?
Oh, you like that? That's my boys. That's Terry Ellis's Ariel Speedwagon Chevy Padawagon from 50, 53, 55, something like that. But it's got a 350, 355 full blown duty. You got like 12,
Damn.
13, 12 to 20 grand in that motor. I'm not sure. That dude
It's cool.
built
Yeah, man.
that dude built $20,000 motors, 30,000 polished, ported, blueprinted, map, plastic age
How many computer chips are in that thing?
in that truck.
Yeah.
Just the brain box. It's just a brain box. Yeah. There's,
It
it
does
ain't.
have a carburetor, though, right? Yeah. There's no fucking
It's
computer
it's
chips in
just
there.
no. It's a supercharged, naturally aspirated 355 punch stroke, polished board, blueprinted, and gasket match.
What a fucking engine. Look at that fuck off, man. Fuck
Yeah,
off.
yeah,
Fuck
yeah.
off. Fuck off.
Hey, listen, I'm 49. My boy Terry has owned that motherfucker since we were 14.
Stupid fucking engine, bro.
That's he made those custom headers.
Everything is fucking chromed, dude.
Everything,
You fucking kidding me? Oh,
everything. No,
crazy. Fuck off. I love that. The amount of money that it took just to chrome the fucking thing.
This is one of the guys that I learned application and practice with.
What is going
Me,
inside the hood? They even painted fucking kick ass inside the hood.
his son did that, Max. The same flames, the exact same flames that are on the outside of the front end
Who owns
are
this? You said it's RL Speedwagon guy or something?
Terry Ellis.
Terry Ellis?
My buddy from high school.
He got money to fucking piss, apparently. Fuck.
Yeah, he probably got 70, 80,000 into that. The inside of it is sick. I just can't.
Shit.
I can't find what I did with the
Oh, man,
damn
I mean,
pictures.
I love a combustion engine. I think it's one of the greatest inventions of all
Oh
time, man.
yeah, Terry builds race motors. Yep.
But those guys to figure out the combustion engine, man, hats off. But to take it to this level, those guys would be so fucking tripping.
They got their own. They got their own shop, dude. That's all they do. They build. You see my
If you'd have
my
shown
Ford.
that to Henry Ford, would have fucking shit himself, man.
Yeah.
Fuck off.
Yeah, Henry Ford would have shit seeing that 429 Cobra Jet that I posted a picture of. The one that's all aluminum, that's a super jet.
I'm looking back.
Ford would have shit.
Was it earlier tonight you posted it, or?
Yeah, it's got blue squares on the valve covers here. I'll repost it.
Hang on.
It's a,
I'm looking.
it's a,
I'm there's a
it's a,
pickup. There's some old.
yeah, it's right under the red pickup.
The red pickup.
Yep.
Okay, hold on. There it is. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, that's in a 63 Gran Torino.
Oh, I see the pickup. I'm not seeing the Gran Torino, man, anywhere.
No, you just see the motor.
Oh, the motor on it. Oh, okay, gotcha. Now I got
See,
you.
yeah,
that's
see the
cool, man. It's
that's a Ford
that looks
429
really
Cobra Jet
functional. It looks like it's tight.
with a ported intake. That's a ported stat.
Beautiful fucking
High ignition. Oh, that
beautiful
motor's
top end.
sick.
Brand new top end on that thing, man. What the hell?
Oh, the whole motor looks like that all the way down. You just can't see it.
Yeah.
That your Gran Torino is small.
Everyday driver kind of vehicle right there, man.
It is. Actually, it
That's
doesn't have. I didn't put a large cam in it. I just
It's
bored
not a
the
show car,
bells.
man. The other one's a show car. This is
Yeah.
I'm driving to fucking California. Let's go.
Yeah, or I'm going down to the Ave to race Mustangs and just show them I don't even need anything past second gear to whoop their ass.
Well, what's great about that engine, man, is you can get to everything really easy if there is a problem.
Yeah.
Obviously, the way it looks, all the wiring, hoses all look great. Belt looks good. That's a driver, baby. Let's go.
Oh yeah, it is.
Yeah, keep that up, man. That's a good little car. Good little engine there.
Well, some of them get built to just drive once a week. I got cars, man, that you won't drive every day. Got 20 grand and the motherfucker probably can't get 30 out of it, and it runs on E80. You spend $300 of cruising on the Ave. You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't know what you're saying. I'm just fucking with you. I'm not, I'm not a car guy. I'm a string guy. I like strings, guitars, pianos, mandolins, violins, that kind of shit.
Yeah, I'm with you. Those are your.
Banjo. Give me a fucking banjo, baby. I'll fucking. I work on it. If it has a string on it, I'll fix it. I can fix it.
Fucking
guaranteed. Anyway, but I always love motors because motors get you there, man. And the less complicated, the better. And these old motors, man, pretty straightforward. You can't fuck them up, man. You can't. These new motors and fucking all this super injected fuck all wiring everywhere. Fuck off. It's like everything has 20 wires going to it.
Yeah, I still got 70s fucking work trucks that I use for my fleet trucks. They're just 79 1-ton 305s. I just keep rebuilding them, bro, because it just. Hey,
man. I mean, if you need a 305 part, they made like 12 million 305s.
Yeah, I got a stack of them out.
Guess what? You can get a fucking part.
Yeah, I can get a block. I got blocks. I got a motor pile of just 305s.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's one in a million guys, that have a pile of 305 parts.
Yeah, I race Detroit Iron, and I generally put a 305 stroker.
305s are just perfect, man. I mean, it's one of the most perfect engines, man. It's just big enough.
8th mile. Yeah, 8th mile fucking.
You can.
Dirt track. Yeah.
It doesn't matter. It's just gonna be a workhorse.
I mean,
And if it breaks
oh
down,
yeah, yeah, they are. A 305 two barrel with the
it's
right
awesome.
cam.
How
It
much
is.
more do you need, really? I mean, you know,
Yeah, it's just it's a reliable workhorse.
you really need the 500. Really? Back up. Back up, Captain.
Yeah, not in a work truck. Hell no. And really, you can use a 262 3-speed on the. I
Those are
mean,
a little, those are a
I
little
got.
more, man. I mean, they're
Yeah.
harder
I
to
got
get
a.
harder to get parts for them than 305.
Yeah, I got 277 1 tons that are 3-speed on the column. They're seal rigs, seal trucks. They got tanks on them, but it's a 3-speed on the column, 262 1 ton, 77 Chevy.
What more do you need? Really?
Yeah. Well, for
Yeah.
years they've been
And they got these guys out there now, man, and running these super fucking duper diesel fucking to the
Well, they
moon.
got 50 grand in their truck, man, and I got a
70, 80
piece of
thousand dollars.
shit.
Are you shitting me?
Right, I got a piece of shit grandpa bought years ago and put a few thousand. When I rebuild it, I put 7,000 to them, maybe 10, and it's a brand new fucking truck.
Yep.
You
10
use
grand.
it, use
Brand new.
it for another 10 years before I fuck with it, And
Exactly.
I keep up the maintenance schedules though. I do the maintenance schedules. When you zero out the mileage, you say in 30,000 miles, you might want to change the cam or the lifters or rebuild your heads or water pump, oil pump. That shit's got a life expectancy.
Well, everything does, man.
Yeah.
Last time I checked. I don't know. I could have. Who else is in the room, man? Anybody else? Any
Vaughn.
artists? Somebody want to play a song?
Want some fish bong? I got the munchies, bro. You can't hear that grease?
I got the munchies. All right, go eat, man. What do we got? We're hogging up the fucking mic here.
I'm cooking, bro. Shit.
Well,
See it?
I see that. That's a skillet full of food, man. Eat.
Yeah.
Enjoy, man.
I'm just gonna let the potatoes slow cook, slow fry.
You just eat it. Just cook it and eat it at the same time, man. That's the way.
My
Eat
daughter's
and cook a little more. Cook.
my daughter's hungry too, bro.
You're making me hungry. Stop it.
What I got? Listen, see the pan? I got a 16-year-old daughter. I'm gonna have to draw a line down the middle.
Oh, you're splitting that.
and part ways to each side. This is you, this is me. And while I'm cooking the potatoes, she'll rearrange it until she gets every piece she wants. Bro.
Right.
I don't care. I'll eat what's left. I'll make enough potatoes where either one of us can fill up on them if we want. I like fried snacks.
That's fried food, man, right there.
Old school. That pan's old as fuck, bro.
I was gonna say, man, that pan looks well seasoned, and I know about a good cast iron skillet that's well seasoned and properly maintained.
Yeah, that was my grandma's fish.
The best cooking pan you can have, man.
It's a
Period.
fish pan, bro. Yeah,
It's the
that's
best.
just a
But
fish
you gotta
pan.
take care of it, man.
It
You
was
can't.
grandma's.
You gotta keep it oiled and
Yeah. That was a grandma's fish pan and my mom's fish pan. I got a
Grandma's
steak
fish
pan. I got a pork pan.
I appreciate guys that can cast iron like that. Thank you. Thank you all to all the cast iron people out there. You've made our lives better.
Right. Hey, a lot of people use that. The only thing I'll cook in any cast iron pan that I got and not be specific about is bacon. Because bacon makes everything take better. When we put some bacon grease in the fish pan, that don't matter. We'll have a little bacony, smoky hickory fish next time.
Shout out to all the vegetarians out there.
Fuck them. You guys want some bacon? We got some cottage cheese, cheddar.
But I just shout them out.
No, yeah. No, I'm just. They know I'm joking.
Eat the grass. good.
They know I'm joking. I'll eat a. I actually got pear halves and green beans to go with this shit.
Yeah. Pear
Yeah.
halves and green beans. That's an interesting combination.
Well, the pear, the fruit is the dessert. You just gotta have some roughage with starch and fish. You know, greens are roughage. It helps you digest stuff.
Yeah, I like your
Ju-
health advice out there, man. You know, just
I'm just a pig, yo. My grandma told me if you're gonna be such a pig and a skinny boy, you better eat a lot of greens to help you poop. That's my grandma taught me that. Uh, 3 sources of garlic's good for heart health, blood health, and you know a healthy heart and healthy blood. That means healthy heart. On all men should know this. Eat 3 types of garlic daily.
What?
Onion, yeah, garlic's good for your blood. Good for your woody.
Good for the woody.
Good for the woody. Grandma said so, and that's essential to keeping a happy marriage. Grandma said so. See what I mean about that passed down that knowledge? Well, Grandma said it before you know somebody, you got to know yourself. Like biblical manner. It took me years to mean, wait a minute, Grandma was saying before I can have sex with somebody else, I got to know what my sex stuff is, and I got to know about garlic to keep my engine running. I was like, damn, Grandma and Grandpa were biblical freaks. They weren't sodomites, they were biblamites.
Hey,
Eh, my,
hey, real
my,
quick, man. I gotta go. We gotta get back to flat Earth for a second, man.
yeah,
Rocket
yeah.
Man in the chat, man. He wants some proof of flat Earth, scientific proof of flat Earth. Okay,
Okay. Shit,
dude.
start.
Rocket Man, jump on the panel here, man.
Yeah, and we'll go through the.
We'll go through the
I'll go
scientific.
through my best scientific proof with you after I go get my fish. I'll be
There
right
you
back.
go. Yeah, we'll get to it. Jump on the panel, man. Come on in here. We got science over here. That's what we do here 24/7, pretty much. Sometimes we get off the reservation a little bit. It's not uncommon. Start talking about cars or whatever. Health. But yeah, for the most part, man, flat earth is kind of where we're rolling. And we're here, man. We're here for you. We'd like to see the science for the globe, man, actually. Would be cool. That would be good. Or how do I prove that myself exactly? How do I go out and know that I'm on a spinning ball? Anyway, I'm gonna get in one more beer, and then I'm gonna finish that, go to bed. But I'll be here a minute. Shout out to Glad, Rocket Man. We got Ben out there. Aries, Resistance, Alex, man, what's up? All right, that's about it. Okay, you guys, we're here, man. Jump on, bring your science, man. I want to see some science for the globe. We got science for flat. Anyway. Anybody else? That's it. It's late. I guess it's getting late, huh? All right. Well. Right on, Alex. You guys are taking care of that out there in the chat. Appreciate it. Glat Flobe is better than any moderator I've ever seen, man. Guys, just unbelievable, solid. It's one of the best. Thank you for all you do. I really do appreciate it. Without you, man, I'd be just, I'm not that great of a typer. I don't like to type a lot of stuff, so they do have voice to text thing. Sometimes I'll use that, but it fucks up. So there's that, man. Anyway, I'm out here in Southern California. It's a beautiful evening, summer. I think tomorrow's at what, 19th? Today, the 19th. Appreciate it, glad. Appreciate it. But no, we're very well rounded in here. We have some great experts in different areas, from pilots to road construction, retail. We got precious metal people in here. We got a lot of crypto people. We're extremely well rounded inside the 24/7 Discord here, man. It's amazing. You can learn a lot around here. There's some cool people. Yeah, it gets a little funky. Every chat room, every fucking, doesn't matter if you're into like Hot Wheel cars, man. You can get into some chats that are just nasty, man. I mean, oh, you think the 64 is good? Well, fuck you, man. I think the 74 is better, bro. And here's why. And they fucking like, oh shit. Damn. People are fucking stupid. Getting stupid over Hot Wheels, man. It's crazy. So yeah, be careful out there. I mean, it's gonna get funky around here, especially flat Earth, man. I mean, I've seen it all, man. I've seen it, fucking porn bombing, the fuck all, the people just doxing. Crazy stuff, man. I've been doxed many times. It's like, damn, people are fucking cuckoo. Welcome to Flat Earth. Toby Dog, man, right on.